In the realm of the Xuanmen, a formidable figure wreaked havoc in the ghostly domain. Amidst the chaos of murder, the individual mysteriously vanished. When Luo Xueyun opened her eyes once more, she discovered that she had traversed into another world, compelled to become the successor of the Heavenly Dao. Under the oppressive weight of the Heavenly Dao, she found herself obliged to fulfill the tasks dictated by the tribulation system. Stripped of her magical abilities, Luo Xueyun had to constantly guard against her grandmother, who was obsessively yearning for a grandson and plotted her demise. She also had to be wary of the false heiress who sought to sabotage her, not to mention the threats from rival factions, and above all, she had to prevent a certain unhinged man from succumbing to darkness, lest they all face fatal consequences. These were merely the tip of the iceberg. It was not that she was so dearly coveted, but rather that so many wished to see her dead. Fortunately, she still possessed the ability to read minds and strategize. Luo Xueyun blinked at the man before her. What's the matter with him? Not a single thought to be heard? Shen Yiling queried. Is there something on my face? Luo Xueyun shook her head. Nothing, Shen Yiling replied. Nothing? Yet you've been staring at me. Shen Yiling added, do you like me? Luo Xueyun retorted, get lost. Chapter 1. The great master of Xuanmen transforms into a child. The setting sun bled crimson across the sky. A young girl clad in azure stood amidst the ghost realm, her blood-stained sword poised, surrounded by fallen corpses, rivers of blood flowing around her. The air was thick with the stench of blood, nauseating to the senses. Not far away, the ghost emperor, trembling in fear, looked up in astonishment at the abyss-like depths of her dark eyes. Luo Xueyun let out a light laugh, pointing her sword at the ghost emperor. Today, I shall spare your life, but when we meet again, I shall take your head. With that, Luo Xueyun turned and walked away. Just as the ghost emperor sighed in relief, Luo Xueyun abruptly halted in her tracks. The ghost emperor held his breath in terror. She turned back to face him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her mouth. We meet again, ghost emperor. His heart plummeted. Luo Xueyun advanced toward him slowly, each step resonating like a drumbeat in his chest, causing him to shudder. Her azure attire stood out starkly against the crimson sky, resembling a Shura emerging from the depths of hell. Upon reaching the ghost emperor, her gaze darkened, and before he could utter a word, she swiftly brought down her sword, severing him from life. In that instant, darkness enveloped her vision. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing before a lotus pond. Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow, perplexed by her surroundings, when suddenly, a pair of hands forcefully pushed her forward. With a splash, she plunged into the lotus pond, choking on water as she floundered in a state of disarray. For reasons unknown, she found herself unable to wield magic, and it seemed this body was not her own, for this body was so weak that calling it a waste would be an insult to that term. Don't blame your grandmother for being ruthless. Only when you die will your mother conceive a boy next. This voice resonated in her mind, not heard through her ears. Was this a thought? Could she truly hear the thoughts of others? Why does your mother always give birth to girls? If the next one is another girl, I must ensure Mingjian divorces her. The voice of the old woman echoed again, and Luo Xueyun was certain now she could indeed hear the thoughts of others. It appeared that this individual wished her dead, and she would not allow that to come to pass. Originally thrashing violently in the water, Luo Xueyun suddenly became still, her body floating limply to the surface. Her round little face was devoid of color, her eyes wide open in a terrifying death stare. Su Donghua, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. If I follow the remedy as prescribed, no girl will dare to reincarnate. With satisfaction, Su Donghua glanced at the corpse of the little girl in the pond before hastily departing. Soon after, a maid rushed over, exclaiming, "Not good, not good. The young lady is drowned. The young lady has drowned. That heartless old hag truly is ruthless, even against her own granddaughter. This is the fourth time." The maid caught sight of Luo Xueyun's wide-eyed, unblinking face in the water, and a chill ran down her spine. Oh my goodness. This child's death expression is indeed terrifying. Don't blame me for doing my job, I'm merely a maid, and if she can kill her own granddaughter, she certainly wouldn't hesitate with me. As the maid continued to shout, she internally grumbled. Luo Xueyun heard every thought clearly. She blinked her slightly sore eyes and cautiously swam to the spot where the maid stood. With both hands gripping the edge of the pond, she looked up at the maid, who was fervently shouting. In no time, several servants arrived. Upon arrival, they found their young lady half draped over the pond's edge, while the maid stood shouting as if oblivious, not even attempting to help her up. One shouted, "Stop yelling and hurry up and pull the young lady up. She's right at your feet." At my feet? A bone-chilling dread crawled up her spine as the maid stiffly turned to look down. Luo Xueyun's ghostly pale face met her gaze. The little girl in the pond forced a smile, her lips curling upward in a strange manner. The maid let out a piercing scream, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground. How can this be? She was clearly dead. Luo Xueyun cast her a glance. Foolish girl, serving the tiger, it's you who should be frightened. Just then, a male servant rushed over and scooped up Luo Xueyun. He hurriedly carried her toward where the master and mistress were. Luo Xueyun grumbled inwardly, lamenting her weak body. After merely soaking in cold water, she felt so feeble, her head spinning. Moreover, the way the male servant jostled her made her feel as if her brain were about to rattle loose. Upon reaching the master and mistress, Luo Xueyun fainted. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a beautiful woman with tear-filled eyes gently caressing her cheek. This must be her mother. The warmth of the woman's palm was soothing to Luo Xueyun. As Lu Xiaoxi noticed her daughter awakening, she joyfully pulled Luo Mingjian aside, exclaiming, "Xueyun is awake! Xueyun is awake!" Luo Mingjian wiped away the tears from Lu Xiaoxi's face, saying, all right, no more crying, it's good that Xueyun is awake. If you keep crying, Xueyun will feel heartache. Lu Xiaoxi nodded, taking a deep breath, she restrained her emotions, though her voice still quivered. Previously, none of our first 3 children lived past 3 years as she spoke, her voice caught in her throat. Only Xueyun reached 4 years old. I thought she would be safe. Who would have thought that today she nearly drowned? Unable to contain herself, Lu Xiaoxi burst into tears. Luo Xueyun observed the sorrow on the woman's face and felt a slight sting at the tip of her nose. She slowly opened her mouth and, in a babyish voice, uttered, "Mother, mother, cuckoo, cuckoo." Heavens, who would have imagined that the once mighty master of Xuanmen, a fearsome figure in the ghost realm, would now be reduced to such an adorable, soft, and squishy child? Lu Xiaoxi reached out to stroke Luo Xueyun's head. All right, mother won't cry anymore. Su Donghua stepped forward to pat Lu Xiaoxi's back. Xueyun is blessed and destined for greatness. She will surely grow up well. Lu Xiaoxi nodded gently. Yes, you're right. That voice sounds familiar, isn't it, from the old woman who pushed her? Luo Xueyun cast a furtive glance at Su Donghua, cursing inwardly. Damn it, you backstabbed me, you old hag. Luo Mingjian wrapped his arms around Lu Xiaoxi and said, My dear, let's visit the temple tomorrow to pray for a talisman for Zuyun's safety. All right, Lu Xiaoxi replied, leaning against Luo Mingjian while observing Luo Xueyun. At first glance, it appeared to be an exceedingly harmonious family atmosphere. Yet only Luo Xueyun, who could hear their true thoughts, understood the grim reality. Chapter 2. Congratulations to the host for activating the tribulation system. Aside from Lu Xiaoxi, the other 2 were not virtuous individuals. Luo Mingjian gazed at Lu Xiaoxi with eyes filled with tenderness, as if she were the sole object of his affection. Had Luo Xueyun not overheard his innermost thoughts, she might have genuinely believed the persona he had crafted for himself. My dear daughter, your timing for falling into the water is impeccable. I was just lamenting my inability to find a good excuse to slip away. Xiaoxi will kneel in the temple for hours. This way, I shall have ample time with Jiao Yu tomorrow for our intimate rendezvous. The mere thought of it caused Luo Mingjian's smile to widen uncontrollably. Luo Xueyun shot him a cold glance, scoffing at the infidelity of the man whose mind was filled with sordid thoughts. How is that little vixen still alive? Could it be she was merely pretending to be dead at the time? Such things have happened before, yet they ultimately met their demise at my hands. I shall see if you can elude me next time. Su Donghua's venomous gaze bore down on the bedridden Luo Xueyun. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, a hint of color had returned. Yet, she appeared frail, as if she could shatter with the slightest touch. Lu Xiaoxi's maid, Xiaoyun, approached with a bowl of freshly brewed medicine. Su Donghua took the steaming bowl from Xiaoyun, her voice deceptively gentle. Allow me to handle this. Little vixen, I won't let you off so easily. With a kind smile plastered on her face, Su Donghua's inner malice sharply contrasted her exterior. As soon as she settled beside Luo Xueyun, the latter burst into inconsolable tears. Her cries were heart-wrenching. "Mother, my hand. It hurts." She babbled incoherently. Yet Lu Xiaoxi understood her distress, urgently informing Su Donghua, "Mother, you're sitting on Ziyun's hand."
"Ah? Su Donghua Feigen in Gozan Wa Ah."
"It hurts. It hurts." Another wail erupted from Luo Xueyun. Seeing Su Donghua remain seated, Lu Xiaoxi raised her voice, "Mother." As Lu Xiaoxi stood, Luo Xueyun curled up, fiercely squeezing her left hand with her right. A child's delicate skin would easily redden and swell with just a bit of pressure. When Lu Xiaoxi lifted the blanket to inspect Luo Xueyun, her left wrist was already swollen and crimson. With tear-filled eyes, Luo Xueyun looked up at Lu Xiaoxi, her voice a soft whimper. "It hurts, mother." Lu Xiaoxi immediately took Luo Xueyun's slender hand, blowing gently on it. "Be good, Xueyun. Mother's breath will ease the pain." Luo Mingjian turned to Su Donghua, glaring, "Mother, give me the medicine. Why must you always be so careless? Look at what you've done to Ziyun's hand." Luo Mingjian was visibly upset. Su Donghua was momentarily speechless. When did I ever sit on her hand?" Her brows knitted in frustration as she regarded the wailing Luo Xueyun, her resentment deepening. Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi consoled Luo Xueyun until her cries subsided. After Lu Xiaoxi fed Luo Xueyun the medicine, she lovingly ruffled her hair. Luo Xueyun grimaced at the bitter taste. "Mother, the medicine is so bitter." "Xueyun, it's unpleasant, I know." Lu Xiaoxi gently reassured her, "but it will help you recover quickly." After tucking in Luo Ziyun's blanket, she smiled. "Be good, Xueyun, sleep a little longer, and you shall feel better upon waking." Luo Xueyun obediently nodded, her sweet demeanor endearing her to all. They waited until Luo Xueyun's eyes fluttered shut before leaving the room. The moment the door closed, Luo Xueyun opened her eyes, her inky pupils radiating a chilling resolve. "Old hag, I shall eventually take my revenge." Luo Xueyun rose from her bed and approached the mirror, gazing at her childlike reflection. This appearance was a perfect replica of her childhood self.
Ding, ding,
ding. Congratulations to the esteemed host for activating the tribulation system. Main quest loading. Side quest loading. Hidden quest loading. Ding. Quest loading complete. Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow, and suddenly an electronic screen appeared before her. It displayed side quest entry as Luo Xueyun reached out to click it, revealing 2 lines of text. "Evade the next assassination attempt by your malicious grandmother within the
room."
Successful quest reward. Restoration of 10% of power. Upon seeing the reward for a successful quest, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Host," a white fluff ball floated before her. Luo Xueyun tilted her head, her gaze cold as she scrutinized the fluffy creature. Other than its beady eyes and tiny mouth, the white fluff ball had no discernible features. "Is this your doing, bringing me to this cursed place?" Luo Xueyun whispered. The fluffy creature nodded vigorously. "Yes, but not entirely." "Host, you can converse with me freely. I have paused time, and no one can eavesdrop on our conversation." The fluff ball bobbed up and down. "Yes, host. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Maoqiu, created by the Heavenly Dao." The Dao grew weary of its role and sought an heir, fortuitously observing your battle in the underworld. Thus, the Dao investigated your motive for slaughtering in the underworld. It was merely because the Guardians barred your entry and insulted you that you nearly wiped out their realm single-handedly. In summary, you are the only one in this world deemed worthy of inheriting the Heavenly Dao. However, you possess many deficiencies. Therefore, the Dao has created this tribulation system to train you. This world is real, not an illusion. It exists within the interstice of time and space. It has been carefully selected by the Dao, and you will learn much that you previously did not know. After listening to the fluff ball's explanation, Luo Xueyun resembled a spiky kitten. "I refuse." Chapter 3. Quest in progress. "I have no desire to be the heir of the Dao. How can such a burden be forced upon me?" The fluff ball looked perplexed. "That position grants immense power to control fate itself. How can you not desire such an opportunity?" Luo Xueyun retorted. "Whoever wants it can have it. I certainly do not." She added, "If the Dao itself grew bored, this position must be exceedingly tedious." "I refuse to accept this hot potato," the fluff ball patiently replied, Given the circumstances, you have no choice but to accept, do you not? Luo Xueyun defiantly lifted her chin. Who says so? If I refuse to complete the tasks, you will make no progress. I shall do as I please. If you confine me to this room, I shall insist on going out. My body belongs to me, and you cannot dictate my actions. I'm afraid you can't leave this room right now, the little furball kindly reminded her. Yet, upon hearing this, Luo Xueyun's rebellious spirit ignited. I must. With determined strides, she approached the door, giving it a gentle push, which swung open effortlessly. Stepping outside, she turned to face the little furball.
See?
I am. Before she could finish her sentence, a deafening roar echoed across the sky, and a bolt of blue-purple lightning struck, leaving Luo Xueyun utterly disoriented. She widened her eyes, staring at the little furball beside her.
What?
The little furball replied, I told you, leaving the room is not permitted. You can only complete your task within these confines. Furrowing her brow, Luo Xueyun remained unconvinced. Taking a deep breath, she bolted from the room once more.
Boom.
Crack. Luo Xueyun found herself back in the room again. With a resigned sigh, the little furball said, Dear host, you really should stop wasting your efforts. Without completing this task, you cannot leave. Luo Xueyun stood there, momentarily stunned. Though she had revived and felt no pain, the memory of the 2 lightning strikes lingered painfully in her mind. She dared not attempt to escape again. Turning to the little furball, she resigned herself. All right, I promise you. I will comply. The little furball chuckled. If only you had agreed sooner, you could have avoided the lightning. With an exasperated glance, Luo Xueyun asked, Is there a penalty for failing the task, or just rewards for success? The little furball shook its head. There are no penalties. Should you fail, time will reset, and you will have to undertake this task again, though you will retain your memories. I understand, Luo Xueyun replied. If you have no further questions, I shall take my leave, the little furball added. If you require my assistance, simply call my name, and I shall appear before you. Only you and the Heavenly Dao Master can perceive me. Luo Xueyun nodded. Yes, you may go. I know what I must do. Once the little furball departed, Luo Xueyun reclined back onto her bed, murmuring softly, That old hag, scheming to wash me out, and one is watching that little brat here. Eliminating her would be as effortless as squashing an ant. This time, let's see how she survives. If it weren't for her mother, shielding her so well these past years, I would have had my chance long. Dio, you think she could have lived this long otherwise? Letting her see her 4th birthday is sufficient. Her sisters never even made it to 3. Master Su said that while the little brat is still alive, I must pierce her vital points with these 21 long needles. 2 needles must go into the liver, while the others can be just 1 each. This way, any infant wishing to reincarnate will truly be frightened away, and I can finally hold a grandchild. Indeed, the master is exceptional. His methods differ entirely from those of the previous charlatans, showcasing true skill. As Su Donghua contemplated the prospect of holding a grandchild, a radiant smile spread across her face. Her thoughts resonated within Luo Xueyun's mind. Biting her lip, Luo Xueyun thought, how did that old hag arrive so swiftly? She had just settled down, surveying her surroundings. She found no place to hide. Gazing at the blanket covering her, she pondered if she could only conceal herself beneath it. It appeared there were no other hiding spots available. With no alternative, she nestled under the blanket. Luo Xueyun intended to surprise Su Donghua when she approached, hoping to frighten her into dropping the items in her hands for a chance to seize them. The door creaked open, and Su Donghua entered, gently closing it behind her. That little brat will surely scream soon. I must silence her with a cloth. Su Donghua's gaze fell upon the bed where Luo Xueyun lay. The colorful blanket rose conspicuously in the center, indicating that Luo Xueyun had indeed burrowed beneath it. Xueyun, Grandma has come to see you. Why are you hiding under the blanket?
Su Donghua spoke softly.
The only response was an eerie silence, and Su Donghua's expression darkened. That little brat is in such a deep sleep. This is the perfect opportunity for me to act. She quickly approached the bed, and just as she reached to pull back the blanket, Luo Xueyun sprang forward, yelling at Su Donghua. Caught off guard, Su Donghua fell to the ground, letting out a startled gasp as she tumbled. As Su Donghua landed, the long needles she held scattered across the floor. Seizing the moment, Luo Xueyun leaped from the bed and swiftly gathered the fallen needles. These needles were similar in length to those used for knitting, and Luo Xueyun could hardly fathom the agony of having them all thrust into her body. That old hag truly had a cruel heart. Seeing Luo Xueyun retrieve the needles, Su Donghua reached out to snatch them, but Luo Xueyun nimbly evaded her grasp. Furrowing her brows, Su Donghua suppressed her rising anger and coaxed Luo Xueyun in a soothing tone. "Xueyun, dear, please return those to Grandma." Luo Xueyun ignored her, shifting her gaze to the area beneath the bed. The gap between the board and the floor was narrow enough for only a child to slip through. It was impossible for Su Donghua to catch her. Luo Xueyun looked at Su Donghua and nodded obediently. Yun will give them to you." Su Donghua smiled. "Hurry and hand them over to Grandma."
Come, give them to me.
With a smile, Luo Xueyun made a feigned gesture towards Su Donghua. Chapter 4. It's not about who you are. Luo Xueyun sprinted to the bedside, and before Su Donghua could react, she had already burrowed beneath the bed. The dust stirred up by Luo Xueyun's sudden arrival floated in the air, causing her to cough several times. Cough, cough, cough. Su Donghua bent down to peer at Luo Xueyun, who was curled up in the far corner beneath the bed. But the distance made it impossible for her to reach her. The space was too narrow for Su Donghua to crawl under as well, rendering her utterly powerless against Luo Xueyun's antics. Her face darkened with anger. "You little brat, you better hope I don't catch you, or you'll be sorry." Luo Xueyun relished the sight of Su Donghua's frustration, her expression conveying a desire to eliminate her, but with no means to do so. She covered her mouth with her hand and giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Are you still daring to mock me? When I finally catch you, I will make sure to give you a good thrashing." Su Donghua's eyes nearly sparked with fury, yet she forced herself to calm down, reminding herself that she needed to coax Luo Xueyun out with a smile. Otherwise, there was no way Luo Xueyun would emerge. Luo Xueyun scoffed internally. "You old hag.
Just keep calling out there."
Su Donghua lay on the floor, tilting her head to look at Luo Xueyun. "Xueyun, come out now. It's dusty under there.
Don't stay hidden. Come to Grandma."
Luo Xueyun ignored her completely, refusing to respond. No matter how Su Donghua coaxed, Luo Xueyun remained stubbornly silent, not even uttering a word. "You little brat.
Get out of there right now."
Perhaps losing patience with the coaxing, Su Donghua decided to drop the pretense. She shot a fierce glare at Luo Xueyun. "You think hiding under there means I can't get to you? I'll flip the bed over and see how you hide then." Luo Xueyun remained unfazed, confident that Su Donghua could never manage to flip the bed. After all, it was constructed from high-quality Qinglong wood and Xian wood. A mere ordinary person would need a group of strong men to move it. Moments later, Su Donghua lay panting on the ground, glaring at Luo Xueyun with a look of deep resentment, as if she wished to cut her into 1,000 pieces. "You little brat. If you don't come out, do you believe I will strangle your pet rabbit?" Luo Xueyun blinked innocently at her, pretending not to understand Su Donghua's words. "What does that mean? What does it mean?" She tilted her head, feigning confusion. Su Donghua was infuriated, her face flushing with anger. Here was the perfect opportunity to get rid of Luo Xueyun. Yet the little brat had chosen to hide beneath the bed. It was utterly exasperating. At that moment, footsteps approached their room. "Lu Xiaoxi, I am truly worried about Xueyun after what she has endured today." Luo Mingjian embraced her waist and comforted her. "Yes, I understand." Their voices reached Luo Xueyun and Su Donghua's ears. "The little brat is hiding under the bed with my 21 long needles. If Mingjian sees this, I will have a hard time explaining." A faint smile crept onto Luo Xueyun's lips. "You must be sweating profusely now, old hag." But Su Donghua's expression quickly regained its usual composure. "If Mingjian asks, I will simply say that this little brat was playing and took my long needles to hide under the bed." Luo Xueyun scoffed internally, thinking how naive Su Donghua was. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with me. Seizing the moment when Su Donghua glanced toward the door, Luo Xueyun swiftly pulled out a long needle and plunged it into her own arm. The anticipated pain surged forth, accompanied by a stream of bright red blood. Luo Xueyun frowned slightly, enduring the pain in her arm as she quickly crawled out from under the bed, tossing the remaining 20 needles in front of Su Donghua. Su Donghua reacted quickly, gathering the needles from the ground and tucking them into her sleeves, just as Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi were about to enter. Su Donghua scooped up the sobbing Luo Xueyun. At that moment, Luo Xueyun burst into loud, heart-wrenching cries, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Upon hearing Luo Xueyun's sudden wailing, Su Donghua stood frozen. With a loud bang, the door flew open as Lu Xiaoxi kicked it in, her face filled with urgency. "Xueyun, Mommy's here," she shouted, her voice tinged with panic. What caught her eye was Su Donghua holding the inconsolable Luo Xueyun, and the long needle piercing through Luo Xueyun's arm stood out alarmingly in Lu Xiaoxi's view. Su Donghua had not yet noticed the needle in Luo Xueyun's arm. She turned to Lu Xiaoxi, flustered. "What are you panicking about? It's just a normal child's tantrum." The tone in Lu Xiaoxi's voice conveyed a strong sense of restraint. Su Donghua was perplexed. "Injured? Where?" Before she could finish her sentence, she spotted the needle-piercing Luo Xueyun's arm. Su Donghua was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend why the needle had penetrated Luo Xueyun's arm when she had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Lu Xiaoxi snatched Luo Xueyun from Su Donghua's grasp. Upon being held by Lu Xiaoxi, Luo Xueyun cried even louder, trembling as if she had suffered a tremendous grievance. Luo Mingjian approached, intending to ask Luo Xueyun why she was crying so fiercely. As he drew near, he noticed the needle piercing Luo Xueyun's arm. Before Su Donghua could speak, Luo Xueyun exclaimed, "Grandma? Bad. Xueyun hurts. Grandma wants to hurt the rabbit. Xueyun doesn't want Grandma to hurt." Luo Xueyun's voice was choked with sobs as she struggled to articulate the events that had transpired. Su Donghua stared at Luo Xueyun with wide eyes. Disbelief etched across her face. Lu Xiaoxi glared at Su Donghua, her tone filled with anger. "Mother, why would you do this?" Su Donghua was completely bewildered, shaking her head in disbelief. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Without allowing Su Donghua to finish, Lu Xiaoxi pressed on. "If it wasn't you, then who is it? Do you think such a young child would lie?" Chapter 5. It's all Mother's fault. Luo Mingjian hurriedly interjected. "Xiaoxi, don't panic. Mother would never harm Xueyun. There must be some misunderstanding." Su Donghua nodded vigorously. Yes, how could I ever harm Xueyun? That's impossible." Lu Xiaoxi turned to Luo Mingjian, seeking his reaction. But he averted his gaze, lowering his head in silence. Luo Mingjian's silence felt like the chill of autumn frost, sending shivers down Lu Xiaoxi's spine. In that moment, she suddenly felt that the man before her had become somewhat unfamiliar. Seeing this, Su Donghua grasped Lu Xiaoxi's hand, her voice trembling with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "Xiaoxi, you must believe me. I never intended to harm Xueyun. This is all a misunderstanding." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xiaoxi shook off Su Donghua's hand. "Leave now. Let me tend to Xueyun's injury first." Luo Mingjian nodded at Su Donghua, signaling her to leave quickly. Su Donghua did not dare linger, aware that she still had 20 needles on her, and if she accidentally revealed them, it would be disastrous. As Su Donghua attempted to leave, Luo Xueyun was not about to let her go so easily. "Grandma, pick me up." Luo Xueyun cried out, her voice thick with tears. Lu Xiaoxi's beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily. Hearing this, both Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian immediately broke into laughter. Luo Mingjian chuckled, playing peacemaker. "See? I told you it was all a misunderstanding. How could Mother possibly harm Xueyun?" Su Donghua stepped closer. "Yes, Xiaoxi. Look, Xueyun still wants me to hold her." Luo Xueyun spoke again, "Grandma hug." Lu Xiaoxi held Luo Xueyun's hand, saying, "No, we must wait until Yunyun's wound is treated before letting Grandma hold her." Luo Xueyun burst into loud cries, causing the 3 people in the room to panic. Luo Ming, irritated by the noise, urged, "Mother, quickly comfort Xueyun. If she continues to cry like this, we won't be able to tend to her wound." As Su Donghua approached to embrace Luo Xueyun, she was puzzled, thinking, why is this little brat suddenly so clingy? Is she plotting something? She dismissed her concerns, reasoning that a child could hardly pose a threat. Just as Su Donghua reached out to embrace Luo Xueyun, the latter swiftly tugged at the sleeve of Su Donghua's left arm, causing 20 long needles hidden within to fall to the ground. Luo Xueyun scoffed inwardly, thinking, "This old hag is too naive to challenge me." Lu Xiaoxi, in disbelief, glared at Su Donghua, but before she could explode, Luo Ming stepped in front of Su Donghua, saying, "Xiaoxi, you handle Xueyun's injury first. I'll take care of this matter." Acknowledging the urgency of Luo Xueyun's injury, Lu Xiaoxi prioritized treating her. Luo Ming quickly led Su Donghua out, leaving only Lu Xiaoxi and Luo Xueyun in the room. Tending to Xueyun's wound is the priority. Everything else can wait. Xueyun is the most important, she thought, her agitation swiftly calming. As Lu Xiaoxi carefully treated Luo Xueyun's injury, she was cautious not to cause her pain. Luo Xueyun had already ceased her wails, quietly observing the woman before her as she delicately extracted the long needles from her arm. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes reflected deep concern, and tears welled up as she thought, "I cannot fathom how much pain those long needles must have inflicted on Yunyun. It is my failure as a mother for not protecting you. I should not have gone out today, but stayed by your side," she lamented internally. Lu Xiaoxi's voice echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind, laden with guilt. This sentiment stirred a complex array of emotions within Luo Xueyun, leaving her feeling as though a heavy stone pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. This sensation was peculiar, one she had never experienced before. For a brief moment, she questioned whether her actions had been too extreme. As Luo Xueyun pondered, Lu Xiaoxi successfully removed the long needle, releasing a breath of relief. Thank goodness this needle didn't damage Yunyun's tendons or bones. Yet, she remained so quiet during the treatment, not crying or fussing. Is she trying to spare me worry? Thinking this, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Lu Xiaoxi, constricting her throat uncomfortably. Tears blurred her vision, and she wished Luo Xueyun would cry freely, as her restraint only deepened Lu Xiaoxi's heartache. Luo Xueyun glanced at her arm, realizing the minor injury was hardly significant. But seeing Lu Xiaoxi's near tears softened her heart. The sound of a child's cries filled the room as Lu Xiaoxi gently bandaged her, soothingly saying, "Be good, Yunyun. Once mother finishes, the pain will subside. You're doing wonderfully, just hold on a little longer." Luo Xueyun nodded obediently, her voice tinged with tears. "Okay, Yunyun will endure." After treating Luo Xueyun's wound, Lu Xiaoxi caressed her soft, pale face, assuring her if it hurts, "Just tell mother, and I'll get you some pain relief." Luo Xueyun replied, her watery eyes reddened from crying too much today, the area around them still damp. "Luo Xueyun, can you tell mother how you got hurt?" Lu Xiaoxi inquired gently. Luo Xueyun hesitated before saying, "Grandma is bad. She hurt Yunyun." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at Lu Xiaoxi with a pitiful expression. Seeing her daughter in such distress nearly shattered Lu Xiaoxi's heart. She stifled her tears, unwilling to cause Luo Xueyun further worry. Grasping Luo Xueyun's hand, she reassured, "All right, mother understands. You rest now, and I will come back to keep you company shortly." Luo Xueyun affirmed. Throughout the day, Yunyun fell into the water and then was pierced in the arm. None of this was accidental. Su Donghua concealed so many long needles in her sleeve, which could not possibly be for sewing. If they were for sewing, she wouldn't hide them away. Chapter 6. They all must die, though I am reluctant to believe she is responsible. Her suspicion is the greatest. If she harbors a motive to harm Yunyun, it must stem from her desire for a grandson. I have heard during a charitable consultation that piercing a female infant with long needles could scare them from reincarnating, ensuring that only boys would be born. Lu Xiaoxi dared not imagine further, as the events of the day alone unsettled her. Once Lu Xiaoxi left the room, Luo Xueyun sat up, gazing at the tightly shut door, as if peering through it at something. Lu Xiaoxi's intellect surprised her. She had devised a plan to lead Lu Xiaoxi to uncover the truth, but was astonished that Lu Xiaoxi had already sensed Su Donghua's abnormalities. A clever move indeed, sparing me considerable effort. A bell chimed suddenly, startling Luo Xueyun. An electronic voice echoed in her mind, "Congratulations, esteemed host, for successfully completing the side mission. Evade the next assassination attempt by the wicked grandmother in the room. Mission success reward, 10 of power restored. Effective immediately." Even with just a 10 restoration of power, few would dare challenge her. A familiar warmth began to spread throughout her body, coursing through her meridians. Luo Xueyun's expression visibly brightened. "Congratulations, esteemed host, on regaining 10 of your power. the voice of the little furball chimed in. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Luo Xueyun. You seem to have come uninvited, likely for reasons beyond mere congratulations, she stated directly. The little furball chuckled. Indeed. Nothing escapes the keen perception of the esteemed host. Enough chatter. Let's get to the point, Luo Xueyun urged. The little furball cleared its throat. Although the esteemed host has regained 10 of her power, remember, do not take lives lightly. Otherwise, you will face the backlash of your power. Luo Xueyun narrowed her eyes. A dangerous edge to her tone. What do you mean by taking lives lightly? The little furball continued. All matters in this world follow the principle of cause and effect. Nothing goes unpunished, but the time has not yet come. Luo Xueyun retorted. Then tell me, when does that time arrive? If Su Donghua personally killed her 3 granddaughters, am I not justified in avenging them? The little furball responded earnestly. Resolving issues does not solely rely on violence. Killing her may avenge the deceased infants and provide a sense of closure, but have you considered that she is not the only one in this household who despises girls? You must understand that apart from Lu Xiaoxi, the rest of them are hardly virtuous. Do you intend to eliminate them all, leaving only Lu Xiaoxi behind? Have you contemplated the consequences of such actions? Have you ever considered the predicament that Lu Xiaoxi would find herself in after doing this? Luo Xueyun was momentarily rendered speechless by the inquisitive remarks of the little furball, as she had indeed not contemplated such matters. Observing Luo Xueyun's silence, the little furball emphasized that resolving an issue requires foresight. One must learn to contemplate the consequences of their actions. It is prudent to devise multiple solutions and select the most reliable and effective one after weighing the pros and cons. Luo Xueyun blinked her innocent, large eyes and remarked, but I believe that eliminating them all is the quickest and most effective solution. Upon hearing her words, the little furball nearly fainted from exasperation.
Ha ha ha.
The sound of Luo Xueyun's laughter soon reached its ears, and only then did the little furball realize she was jesting. With a sigh of relief, it then expressed indignation, saying, Master, you are too mischievous.
How could you tease me like that?
Your previous statement nearly frightened me to death. Luo Xueyun chuckled. I merely felt the atmosphere had become too serious, so I thought I would lighten it up a bit. The little furball responded with a wry smile. Master, your attempt at alleviating the tension was quite successful, but perhaps refrain from doing so next time. It then inquired, by the way, did you truly heed my earlier words? Luo Xueyun replied earnestly, I did, I really did. The little furball, skeptical, felt that her previous comments did not seem like mere jest. Are you serious? It queried. Luo Xueyun met its gaze with utmost sincerity. I assure you, I am more genuine than pure gold. Seeing her earnest demeanor, the little furball felt a weight lift from its heart. Master, in any case, your actions will be judged by the heavenly principles. They are impartial. Understood. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. I have completed that side quest. I need a new task. The little furball projected the task list before Luo Xueyun, saying, Master, please take a look. Luo Xueyun examined the 2 tasks listed, one main task and one side task. The main task was to conquer Xuanmen, while the side task was to make Lu Xiaoxi aware of the true nature of the Luo family, alongside another main task, unravel the mystery of your origins. Unravel the mystery of my origins? Could it be that I am not Lu Xiaoxi's biological child? She turned to the little furball beside her. The little furball cryptically responded, Truth and falsehood are intertwined. One must discern with an open heart. What a ridiculous statement. Luo Xueyun exclaimed. Who is this Xuanmen? She pointed at the name on the screen. The little furball cleared its throat. Ahem. Xuanmen is the 7th young master of the Lingxian kingdom, the youngest son of the emperor. Once you accept this task, the system will provide you with an emotional thermometer. Emotional thermometer? Luo Xueyun's face was filled with confusion. Precisely. A thermometer, half an arm's length long, appeared beside the little furball. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? She questioned. The little furball circled the thermometer, explaining, You can use this thermometer to gauge his level of affection for you, whether it rises or falls. To conquer him means to fill Xuanmen's affection meter to the brim? The little furball nodded. Why must I be the one to conquer him? Luo Xueyun inquired, visibly perplexed. The little furball, anticipating her question, responded, Master, If you do not conquer him and he turns to darkness, everyone will perish. Chapter 7. Am I some sort of deranged killer? Turn to darkness? Wouldn't killing him solve the problem? Luo Xueyun said slowly, her innocent face betraying an unsettling resolve. The little furball was momentarily at a loss for words. What is it? Am I mistaken? Luo Xueyun retorted. The little furball, exasperated, replied, Master, must you always resort to violence? As a young lady, why do you constantly speak of killing? I fear that one day, if you were to become angry with me, you might also wish to eliminate me. Luo Xueyun pouted and muttered softly, I've tried that before, but it didn't work. What are you muttering about, Master? The little furball blinked in confusion at Luo Xueyun. Nothing, she replied. The little furball, concerned, warned her, Master, you cannot kill Xuanmen. You must only conquer him. Luo Xueyun's brows furrowed slightly, her voice laced with icy disdain. Why can't I kill him? If I cannot conquer him, will we not all perish? It would be far quicker to eliminate him and eradicate this seed of darkness in its infancy. The little furball, fearing that Luo Xueyun might impulsively seek out Xuanmen, quickly explained, Xuanmen possesses world-ending power within him. If he dies, that power will erupt, leading to inevitable doom. Only the heartlock can suppress and purify this destructive force. Luo Xueyun crossed her arms defiantly, then let us seek out this lock directly. The heartlock is an ancient artifact. I will personally bestow it upon you when the time is right. Is it not possible for you to give it to me now? I can go and secure him at once. Faced with Luo Xueyun's resolute determination, the little furball found itself at a loss. Master, please do not rush. Allow me to finish speaking. Go on, she urged. Having lived well in her previous world, she felt utterly cursed to be chosen as a hapless heir by this so-called heavenly principle. Accepting such a burdensome task, with so many restrictions, she wondered if it would not be better to simply kill her instead. This was infuriating. The little furball patiently continued, the heartlock is currently dormant. Only the purest love can awaken it. You and Xuanmen must sign a contract with the heartlock together for it to succeed. Luo Xueyun scoffed, how bothersome. I can neither kill nor simply conquer him. Do I seem like someone who is particularly endearing? The little furball reassured her. Do not worry, Master. I have prepared everything for you. Prepared what? Can this even be prepared? Luo Xueyun asked, her curiosity piqued. Master, please extend your hands.
All right.
As Luo Xueyun opened her palms, a stack of thick books tumbled into her hands, nearly causing her to topple forward. Thankfully, she managed to adjust herself in time. Luo Xueyun shot a cold glare at the little furball, which made it fear for its life. Stammering, it said, Master, I didn't mean to.
Please don't kill me.
Luo Xueyun rolled her eyes. Am I some kind of deranged killer, ready to slay anyone? The little furball hastily changed the subject. Master, these are strategy manuals. I have brought you the best ones currently available. You may study them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Luo Xueyun began to flip through the books, her frown deepening with each page. What is this nonsense? How to make your husband pamper you for a lifetime, how to get along with men's secrets men should know. Every woman should understand how to ensure a man's lifelong affection. The happiest woman is one who understands her husband. As she read, her expression grew increasingly displeased, her eyes turning icy. The little furball, oblivious, asked, What's wrong? These are the most popular strategy manuals of the moment. As soon as it finished speaking, Luo Xueyun interrupted. How dare you suggest that I should be his sycophant? You might as well kill me now. I refuse to go. Why should I demean myself to please him? Does that insufferable man deserve such treatment? What a ridiculous notion. I will not go. Little furball comforted. My dear host, if you do not take action, none of the people here will survive. For the sake of the world, before little furball could finish, Luo Xueyun interjected decisively. What does the world have to do with me? Spare me the moral coercion. If we are to die, let us die together. A heap of ashes for you and a heap for me. Wouldn't that be the epitome of equality? Little furball exclaimed. Host, you. Luo Xueyun tossed the book she was holding onto the ground, kicked it away with her small feet, and sprawled out on the ground, saying, Rest assured, I will never agree to that. Even if I must die today, struck down by your wretched lightning upon leaving this place, I will not relent. Her resolve was as unyielding as a rock. When she mentioned the thunderclap sword, she intentionally emphasized its name. In an instant, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang up like a spring, rushing towards little Furball with her large, glistening eyes. What did you just say? Repeat it. Luo Xueyun responded, No. I disagree. Little Furball subtly hinted, but dear host, if you refuse this task, the thunderclap sword cannot be bestowed upon you. The Heavenly Dao specifically instructed me on this. Luo Xueyun retorted, who says I disagree. Little Furball was momentarily taken aback by Luo Xueyun's complete change of heart, recalling how she had just moments ago sworn to never yield. Did you not just say that even if you died today, you would not back down? Luo Xueyun replied nonchalantly, Did I? Little Furball pressed, Did you not? Luo Xueyun dismissed it casually, No, you must have misheard. Chapter 8. The thunderclap sword. Little Furball blinked its round, shiny eyes, gazing at Luo Xueyun with a look of confusion. She appeared so carefree, as if her earlier declarations had never passed her lips. This left Little Furball feeling somewhat insecure. Luo Xueyun stated, I accept this task, as long as you grant me the thunderclap sword. Little Furball had initially intended to give the sword to her, but hesitated, fearing that Luo Xueyun would take it and refuse to fulfill her end of the bargain. Luo Xueyun patted her chest and smiled. As long as you give me the thunderclap sword, I am committed to this task. It is merely a matter of dealing with a child. How difficult can that be? I assure you, I will not kill him. Little Furball countered, Dear host, you cannot harm him. He is protected by a barrier set by the Heavenly Dao. You cannot injure him in the slightest. Luo Xueyun mused, If that barrier exists, doesn't that make him invincible? Little Furball shook its head. No, it only applies to you. Dear host. Luo Xueyun finally understood. It was specifically designed to thwart her. Little Furball added, I have already accepted this task on your behalf. It will activate automatically when the time is right. Luo Xueyun acknowledged with a nod. Then, Little Furball summoned the thunderclap sword, and with a crackling sound of electricity, a lavender sword entwined with purple lightning appeared before Luo Xueyun. The blade seemed alive, with purple lightning dancing around it as if it might leap from its form at any moment. Luo Xueyun's eyes widened in wonder, her hands eagerly outstretched to receive the thunderclap sword. As Little Furball guided it down, Luo Xueyun felt the immense power radiating from the sword. A mysterious energy she had never encountered before. The sound of thunder seemed to synchronize with the rapid beating of her heart, leaving her momentarily unable to discern whether she was hearing her heartbeat or the thunder. Little Furball gently suggested, Dear host, you might try swinging it. Luo Xueyun responded enthusiastically. Yes. Her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, radiating joy. She swung the thunderclap sword gently, and the purple lightning traced a beautiful arc through the air before dissipating, leaving behind a faint shimmer of electric light. As she swung, the sword emitted a crisp, thunderous sound, striking a chord deep within the heart. Such a magnificent sword. Truly a treasure of unparalleled worth. Luo Xueyun exclaimed, turning to Little Furball with excitement. Indeed, the Heavenly Dao is impressive, possessing such a divine artifact. Little Furball was taken aback. Had she not previously referred to the Heavenly Dao as a decrepit old man? Now she was reverently addressing it as the Heavenly Dao. It sighed inwardly, realizing its host's emotions were as fickle as the wind. Little Furball remarked, I have entrusted the thunderclap sword to you, dear host. So, do not forget your promise to me. Luo Xueyun assured, You need not worry. I will fulfill this task flawlessly. Little Furball nodded. Well then, if you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Wait, Luo Xueyun suddenly interjected. Is there anything else? The thunderclap sword is an ancient artifact. With my current strength, I fear I cannot wield it. Little Furball anticipated her concern, interjecting, Do not worry about wielding it. The Heavenly Dao has set a barrier on the thunderclap sword. It will adjust its power according to your strength. Additionally, the Heavenly Dao has considered your current limitations and has retained a significant portion of the sword's power for you. I have already merged your blood with the sword. It recognizes you as its sole master. Anyone else who dares to touch it will be severely shocked by its protective mechanism. Upon hearing Little Furball's words, Luo Xueyun's smile widened, reveling in the perfection of the arrangements. The thunderclap sword had always been her dream weapon, ever since she learned about it from ancient texts. She had been utterly captivated. For 15 long years, she had searched for its whereabouts, yet had seen nothing but shadows. Now, it stood before her in its complete form, nearly causing her to scream with excitement. Despite her efforts to suppress her joy, the smile tugging at her lips was hard to conceal. "Be careful on your way," little Furball advised as it swayed. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Inside the Shun residence, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Shun Yiling's eyes. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable resolve and chill. "If you come any closer, I will take your lives." He extended his slender fingers, gently tracing an invisible point in the air, as if sketching the outline of a person. The atmosphere around him thickened, and the servants nearby sensed a growing aura of menace. They stared wide-eyed at their young master, alarmed by his sudden, peculiar behavior. Suddenly, Shun Yiling swung his hand forcefully, as if an invisible force was propelled by him, rushing toward a specific direction. A mere flicker before the servant's eyes revealed a shadow tracing an arc through the air, only to crash heavily to the ground. Chapter 9. Become my child husband. The servant, upon focusing, was taken aback, his pupils dilating in horror, instinctively retreating several steps, his face contorted with fear. The moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day, yet it carried an inexplicable chill. Under the pallid glow of the moon, the shadow gradually became discernible. It was not a living being, but rather a ghastly female specter. Her hair hung in disarray over her shoulders, obscuring much of her visage, revealing only a single pale, lifeless eye that stared vacantly at Xin Yelin from a distance. The woman's figure appeared eerily unnatural in the moonlight, her dark skirt billowing slowly in the night breeze. A ghastly grin stretched across her bloodless face, sending the servant into a faint. Around them, silence reigned, with only the evening breeze whispering softly, carrying a hint of coolness. The woman did not lunge at Xin Yelin. Instead, she tilted her head, muttering incomprehensibly, occasionally emitting strange sounds. She stood there, motionless, fixating her gaze on Xin Yelin, her presence casting an eerie and terrifying atmosphere over the landscape. Xin Yelin regarded the specter before him with a calm demeanor, devoid of fear, almost as if he found the encounter rather mundane. The ghost, taken aback by Xin Yelin's composure, displayed a flicker of surprise on her face. "You're not afraid of me?" Her voice echoed like the creaking of parched branches, oddly unsettling. Xin Yelin crossed his petite arms over his chest, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Do you believe you must be exceedingly ugly to possess such confidence in frightening others?" The specter was momentarily rendered speechless, her expression darkening. Had it been in accordance with her previous behavior, she would have long since dispatched the boy before her. The only reason she refrained from harming Xin Yelin was due to his exquisite features, resembling delicately crafted porcelain, so beautiful that one felt the urge to cherish and possess him. His eyes, like obsidian, were so profound they seemed to draw one in, yet when he smiled, they sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars, rendering one unable to look away. Even his sharp tongue could not diminish the allure of his stunningly handsome face, which could provoke both admiration and despair. Yet, as Xin Yelin met the ghost's gaze, he felt an unsettling chill creep over him, goosebumps rising on his arms. He cleared his throat and quipped, "If you intend to kill me or wish to engage in a scuffle, choose one. Obey me, and I will not trouble you."
With that,
she cast him a flirtatious glance. The scene was difficult to fathom, a terrifying, pallid visage attempting to allure him. For a moment, it was unclear whether she sought to seduce or frighten him. Her expression brimmed with an infatuation that was almost comical. In an instant, Xin Yelin's forehead was lined with irritation. Noticing his silence, the ghost chuckled and began to speak, but before she could finish, he frowned, irritation evident on his face. With a swift gesture, he summoned flames that engulfed her, reducing her to ashes before she could utter a sound. The inferno surged fiercely, denying her a chance to scream. Xin Yelin cast a disdainful glance at the remnants of blackened traces on the ground, filled with revulsion. He shook his head in exasperation, sighing, "It's better to have fragrant wood. At least it wouldn't leave one fainting in fright." Had he known, he wouldn't have allowed her this long. The absence of fragrance had made the days drag on. Standing in the courtyard, he gazed up at the luminous moon, his eyes deep with contemplation, concealing all emotions within his dark pupils. Luo Xueyun sat cross-legged by the window, her hands naturally clasped before her. The cool moonlight bathed her, draping her in a gossamer veil. Now having regained a fraction of her power, she was determined to seize the opportunity to enhance her abilities further. The moon spirit heart method she practiced was suited for absorbing the moonlight as essence at night, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to continuously refine her cultivation. With closed eyes, she focused, and the air around her seemed to quiver gently with her breath. Her body resembled a pristine spring, surrounded by a radiant halo under the moon's nurturing glow. With each breath, streams of moonlight cascaded from the heavens, merging into her being, transforming into warm currents flowing through her meridians. The surrounding air seemed drawn to her, swirling around her to form a small vortex. The moonlight shimmered within this vortex, as if imbued with life, synchronizing with Luo Xueyun's breath. As time passed, her breath steadied, and her body felt as though it had merged with the moonlight, becoming another entity imbued with its power in the tranquil night. Her cultivation quietly advanced with the moonlight's assistance. While practicing the moon spirit heart method, she had set 2 small paper dolls outside to guard against any passers-by discovering her practice. The small figures, animated by her will, stood alert near the window, vigilantly observing the outside world. Whenever the wind rustled the leaves, they would quiver slightly, signaling Luo Xueyun to remain aware of her surroundings. If not for this precaution, an innocent bystander might inadvertently meet a frightful fate. At that moment, the 2 paper dolls emitted waves of spiritual energy, alerting Luo Xueyun that someone was approaching her location. And they signaled danger. Chapter 10. Indoor. Just as Luo Xueyun nestled comfortably, the voice of someone she detested echoed through her mind. Without your mother watching over you tonight, let us see how you evade my grasp. As long as you draw breath, I cannot embrace my beloved grandson. If you fail to produce a boy, the Luo family will face extinction. I shall not allow such a calamity to transpire. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame your misfortune for being a girl. Merely hearing Su Donghua's thoughts ignited a desire within Luo Xueyun to slay her. This wretched old woman incessantly repeated her disdain for girls, as if she herself were not a woman. If she loathed girls so much, why not rid herself of her own life? She gazed daily into the mirror at her face, wrinkled like tree bark, oblivious to its lack of allure. In that moment, Luo Xueyun's urge to end Su Donghua's life reached its zenith. However, bound by her agreement with the Thunder Sword, she had no choice but to endure. A faint creaking sound drifted from outside Luo Xueyun's window. Su Donghua, resembling a turtle, peered inside, confirming that Luo Xueyun was sound asleep before clambering through the window. This little wretch sleeps with the window open, making it all too easy for me. It seems this is fate, a divine assist. Heaven, if I successfully cradle my grandson, I shall offer you 30,000 taels of silver for incense and spend a year in prayer and fasting. Luo Xueyun scoffed silently, wondering why she didn't just sacrifice herself instead. Luo Xueyun squinted her eyes, observing every move of Su Donghua. She noticed Su Donghua approaching her with a slender needle in hand. If it weren't for the agreement with the little furball, she would have struck Su Donghua down with a sword the moment she stepped into the room. Not only did she wish to eliminate Su Donghua, but she also longed to rid herself of that unfaithful scoundrel. Anyone who had wronged her in the past was marked for death. The chill that enveloped her felt strangely unsettling, invoking a sense of trepidation within her. The little furball shrank its neck, its round eyes filled with confusion. It scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for the source of the coldness, but the area was enveloped in silence, illuminated solely by the gentle and profound light within the barrier. Suddenly, an image flashed through its mind, the cold visage of Luo Xueyun and her piercing gaze, as if she could see through everything. The little furball shivered, the sense of dread intensifying within it. It seemed to grasp something, yet it hesitated to confirm its suspicions. The heavenly path appeared to sense the little furball's unease and spoke slowly, its voice resonating like a distant, ancient bell. What troubles you? Could it be that your conversation with Luo Xueyun did not go well? Did she refuse? The little furball shook its head no. She has already made an agreement with me not to kill indiscriminately. Moreover, she is quite fond of the thunderous sword. Initially, she was adamant about not complying, but I conveyed your words, dear Heavenly Path, that if she cooperated with me, the sword would belong to her, and she readily agreed. The Heavenly Path felt relieved. That's good. This is indeed a positive development. I thought you were worried it might not work out.
You startled me.
The little furball apologized. I'm sorry. The Heavenly Path waved its hand dismissively. No matter. Since she has agreed to you, why do you still appear so troubled? The little furball looked up at the Heavenly Path, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes, but it ultimately resolved to express its feelings. It spoke cautiously, its voice trembling. Dear Heavenly Path, I fear that if the host were to change your mind, what would happen? If she were to unleash a rampage, I wouldn't be able to stop her. I'm simply a bit afraid she might reconsider. Upon hearing the little furball's concerns, the Heavenly Path chuckled softly. She won't do that. Although she may be a bit impulsive, she is undoubtedly a person of her word and keeps her promises. The Heavenly Path's words dispelled the little furball's worries like a gentle spring breeze, yet its brow remained furrowed, suggesting deeper anxieties unvoiced. It sat upon a piece of bluestone, its fluffy body unconsciously tapping against the ground, producing a faint sound. The little furball lifted its gaze to the distant sky, its dark eyes reflecting the clouds. It sighed softly, a hint of melancholy in its tone. Though I have secured her consent, the path ahead remains fraught with challenges. After all, she is the chosen heir, the sole inheritor of this realm, burdened with immense responsibilities. I fear she may not comprehend us, and even more so, I dread the possibility of her standing against us. Just as the little furball finished speaking, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled ominously. The little furball shrank back, hugging itself tightly. The Heavenly Path, however, remained calm, as if already anticipating the unfolding events. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore across the sky, illuminating the heavens. Following this, a colossal figure descended from the clouds, landing before the Heavenly Path and the little furball. It was a woman clad in a black robe, her expression stern, her eyes glinting with a sharp light. She cast a glance at the little furball before turning to the Heavenly Path, coldly inquiring, "What is the matter? I can't hear you discussing her from afar." The Heavenly Path smiled faintly, gesturing towards the little furball. "It is merely concerned." The woman regarded the little furball, her brow furrowing slightly. "Concerned about what?" The little furball trembled, but dared not speak. The Heavenly Path softly replied, "It fears Luo Xueyun may reconsider." The woman scoffed, her eyes filled with trust for Luo Xueyun. If she has made a promise, she will certainly uphold it. I trust her, and only her. As her words fell, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the thunder ceased. Su Donghua's footsteps echoed conspicuously in the silent room, each step clear to Luo Xueyun's ears. "How did I not notice your cunning nature before? Such malicious thoughts at such a young age. Imagine what you could become if you grew."
Thus,
"My intent to eliminate you is for your own good. Should you grow up to commit heinous deeds, you would drag your family down with you. Moreover, your demise would serve to benefit this household." Chapter 11. She has tried her best to restrain herself listening to Su Donghua's venomous words. Luo Xueyun exerted tremendous effort to restrain her urge to kill. Her fingertips turned pale from the force of her self-control. Su Donghua, who had been approaching her, suddenly felt an intense chill wash over her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Why does it feel so cold all of a sudden? A prickly sensation coursed through her. Better finish this quickly, lest I draw unwanted attention by taking too long. But even if I were discovered, I have countless ways to silence them. Of course, the most effective method of silencing someone is death. Su Donghua chuckled coldly to herself. Before long, her gaze fell upon Luo Xueyun, who lay peacefully asleep on the bed. She was a small bundle, curled up with a rhythmic breath, utterly adorable. Yet, in Su Donghua's eyes, Luo Xueyun was less than a beast, inciting nothing but disdain within her. Upon reaching Luo Xueyun's side, she withdrew a needle, aiming directly at her throat. Madness and frenzy danced in her eyes. Just then, Luo Xueyun's hand shifted beneath the covers, and a nearby vase hurtled towards Su Donghua's hand.
Ah!
Su Donghua cried out as the vase struck her, causing her to drop the needle onto the floor. The vase shattered, its sound ringing clearly in the stillness of the night. The sharp clatter of the vase breaking resonated throughout the quiet room. Su Donghua's face contorted in pain as she clutched her injured hand, glancing anxiously at the peacefully sleeping Luo Xueyun, her eyes filled with apprehension and fear. The loud shattering of the vase had likely attracted not just the servants, but also Lu Xiaoxi, who was sleeping in the adjacent room. As such, Su Donghua, fearing discovery, abandoned her pain and turned to flee. However, just as she attempted to escape, a force tugged at her skirt. Su Donghua froze for a moment, her body stiffening as she slowly turned to find Luo Xueyun sitting on the floor, a grin on her face, her little hands tightly gripping her skirt. Before Su Donghua could react, the door to the room burst open. Quick to respond, Su Donghua scooped Luo Xueyun into her arms, concern etched across her face. Yun, are you alright? Did you get hurt? Let me see. Why did you get out of bed to grab me? Luo Xueyun scoffed internally, holding on to her as a gesture of goodwill. Had it not been for the agreement, she would have dismembered her tonight. Su Donghua felt a wave of dread wash over her. The earlier chill she had dismissed now seemed certain to stem from this little wretch. Luo Xueyun was not the least bit concerned that Su Donghua might perceive her as scheming. She had long since established the persona of a sweet and obedient child in the eyes of Lu Xiaoxi, Luo Ming, and indeed the entire Luo household. This image was deeply ingrained. Should anyone suddenly claim that she was not as she appeared, it would be met with disbelief, and they would likely be regarded as an outlier. Thus, Su Donghua had no means to confront her. Even if she had 10 times the courage, she would not dare to expose anything amiss about Luo Xueyun, for it would ultimately implicate herself. Su Donghua was clever, and Luo Xueyun was confident that she would not act rashly. Lu Xiaoxi hurried to Su Donghua, snatching Luo Xueyun from her arms. The urgency in her demeanor bordered on tears. She was genuinely frightened that something might happen to Luo Xueyun. She clutched Luo Xueyun tightly, as though fearing that if she let go, her precious child would vanish. The anxiety and terror in Lu Xiaoxi's eyes surged like a tempest. At that moment, when Luo Xueyun saw Lu Xiaoxi's gaze filled with concern for her, her heart instinctively skipped a beat. It was the first time she had ever felt such love directed towards her, and the sensation was indeed quite extraordinary. However, observing Lu Xiaoxi's almost tearful distress, Luo Xueyun felt a pang of sorrow. Unconsciously, her hand rose to gently caress Lu Xiaoxi's cheek, reassuring her, "Mother, I'm fine. As long as you're here, nothing will happen to me." Her voice was soft and tender, yet her heart felt as if it were being tightly grasped by some unseen force, causing her pain that made it difficult to breathe. Lu Xiaoxi held Luo Xueyun close, tears finally spilling over. "Yes, Mother will surely protect you." As she spoke, she tenderly brushed Luo Xueyun's hair. "Come, let me see if you're hurt." Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. Lu Xiaoxi placed Luo Xueyun down, and the latter stood before her, arms outstretched for inspection. Once Lu Xiaoxi confirmed that Luo Xueyun was unharmed, her anxious heart settled. Lu Xiaoxi took Luo Xueyun's hand and led her toward the bed. "How about I stay with you tonight?" Luo Xueyun happily nodded. "Okay. I'll wash up and have porridge next to you." Lu Xiaoxi patted her head. "Mother loves you the most." Su Donghua felt like an extraneous presence in that moment. She was somewhat displeased with Lu Xiaoxi's attitude. After all, Lu Xiaoxi had previously been quite subservient towards her, but since yesterday, her demeanor had flipped entirely. Ultimately, Su Donghua attributed all of this to Luo Xueyun. "It's this little vixen. Otherwise, would Lu Xiaoxi dare to speak to me like this? I will eliminate you sooner or later." Luo Xueyun almost laughed at her inner monologue. It seemed she was just the unfortunate scapegoat, bearing all the blame. Humph. Wanting to get rid of me is as absurd as a sea king claiming he desires pure love. Su Donghua found herself unable to insert herself into the conversation between Lu Xiaoxi and Luo Xueyun, leaving her feeling awkward and uncomfortable. Moreover, due to her guilty conscience, her unease was manifestly apparent. Just as Su Donghua was about to leave, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly called out to her, "Wait." Chapter 12. Discovering clues, Su Donghua was startled by the command, her heart quivering as she turned to Lu Xiaoxi. What is it? Lu Xiaoxi slowly spoke, her gaze sharp as daggers, piercing Su Donghua's heart. I recall that you reside in the eastern courtyard. Both Yuan and we are in the northern part. Even if the vase made a loud noise, you wouldn't hear it from so far away. Therefore, it was impossible for you to have heard anything that prompted your arrival. As Lu Xiaoxi continued, Su Donghua's complexion darkened considerably, the color draining from her face. Luo Xueyun, meanwhile, watched Su Donghua with a glint of schadenfreude. Su Donghua's thoughts were solely on Lu Xiaoxi now, leaving no room for concern for Luo Xueyun. Has Xiaoxi discovered something? If she truly has. At this thought, Su Donghua's gaze fell upon the long needle on the ground, a surge of murderous intent igniting in her eyes. Luo Xueyun, who had been chuckling moments before, now furrowed her brow, sensing the lethal intent Su Donghua harbored towards Lu Xiaoxi. If she truly knows what I intend to do, she cannot be allowed to live. Having given birth to several daughters, perhaps she is doomed to a life of bearing only daughters, devoid of the fortune of a son. If that is the case, it would be better to eliminate both her and that little vixen. No matter how much Mingjian protests, after all, I am his mother. He wouldn't dare stir up too much trouble. A cold glimmer flickered in Luo Xueyun's eyes as the thunderclap sword quietly manifested behind her. Gripping the hilt, she concealed the sword behind her back. If Su Donghua dared to act, she would strike her down in an instant. Indeed, one is easily swayed by indulgence and temptation. She looked up at Su Donghua, marveling that she had never encountered someone so ruthless in her life. Did it truly matter whether the child was a boy or a girl? After all, aren't they equally cherished? She could not comprehend Su Donghua's mindset, let alone endorse her actions. Why does mother look a bit peculiar? Lu Xiaoxi sensed an air of danger emanating from Su Donghua's current demeanor. Her intuition urged her to refrain from probing further into the matter. Thus, Lu Xiaoxi altered her approach. Did you perhaps see something suspicious while using the restroom? With Lu Xiaoxi's words, the tension in Su Donghua's face dissipated, and she nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's it. I followed the shadow all the way to Yuan's room. Upon arriving, I heard the vase shatter and rushed in to find Yuan. She feigned a pained expression as she gazed at Luo Xueyun. Luo Xueyun could hardly suppress an eye roll. Lu Xiaoxi reassured her, I will report this to Mingjian tomorrow. It's getting late. You should rest now. You need not worry about Yuan. I will take care of her. Su Donghua replied. All right, but don't stay up too late. You must take care of yourself. Understood. Luo Xueyun's lips curled into a sly smile as her soft, melodic voice chimed, Grandma, you still have something you forgot to take. Su Donghua, puzzled, inquired, What is it? Luo Xueyun hopped off the bed and approached the spot where the needle had fallen earlier. She squatted down, picked up the needle, and scampered back to Su Donghua. Grandma, you forgot this. Su Donghua's earlier calmness vanished, replaced by tension once more. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly strange. Lu Xiaoxi's gaze fixated on the needle in Luo Xueyun's hand, the very needle Su Donghua had dropped in Luo Xueyun's room that afternoon. Luo Xueyun's smile bore a hint of wicked delight as she slowly spoke. This must be the needle that Grandma left here yesterday afternoon and didn't he take with her? I brought it back for you. Su Donghua forced a stiff smile as she accepted the needle from Luo Xueyun's hand. You're so considerate, Yuan. You even remembered to return this to Grandma. However, Luo Xueyun shook her head. I looked around here before going to bed, and this wasn't here. I don't know when it appeared. At this, Luo Xueyun turned to Lu Xiaoxi with a pitiful expression. Mother, I'm a bit scared. Lu Xiaoxi reached out to embrace her. Don't worry, I'm here. Luo Xueyun blinked her large, watery eyes. Lu Xiaoxi turned to Su Donghua and said, All right. Mother, let's discuss these matters tomorrow. Yunyan needs to sleep, and you should rest as well. Su Donghua nodded. Very well, then. You too should retire early. I shall take my leave. She departed hastily, fearful that Luo Xueyun might conjure some further mischief. Tonight's events truly feel surreal. How could that vase have struck my hand? There was no one else present in the room. Could it be those deceased infants I vanquished are seeking vengeance? If that is indeed the case, I shall consult a master tomorrow to scatter your ashes to the winds and we shall see how you torment me. Su Donghua's unspoken thoughts resonated clearly in Luo Xueyun's mind. From that moment on, the desire to avenge Su Donghua became deeply ingrained in Luo Xueyun's heart. However, having promised the little furball that she would refrain from violence, she resolved to act with restraint. If retribution is to come, then she would wait patiently. Should her patience be exhausted, even the highest of deities would not prevent her from reducing Su Donghua to ashes. Mother S' demeanor is indeed peculiar. Or was it merely my imagination? She has always harbored animosity towards me. First, she desires a grandson, yet all I bear are daughters, which has left her dissatisfied. Secondly, she disapproves of her son's attachment to me. Whenever Mingjian displays affection in her presence, she claims to feel unwell. At such times, Mingjian rushes to attend to her. Chapter 13. The Scoundrels. Mother's sorrow regarding Union today is starkly different from her usual demeanor. Moreover, the events of this morning leave me with an unsettling feeling. She herself could not articulate why she brought those long needles to find Union. Her behavior today has been so atypical that it compels me to consider the worst. Luo Xueyun nestled in Lu Xiaoxi's embrace, her mind echoing Lu Xiaoxi's silent thoughts. Just hearing Lu Xiaoxi briefly recount Su Donghua's usual attitude towards her was nearly unbearable. A mother, engaging in such petty rivalry with her daughter-in-law under the guise of illness, what mindset could justify such actions? She found it incomprehensible, yet was deeply astonished. Nevertheless, I have no evidence to prove that mother intends harm towards Union. I must continue to observe. It would be unfortunate to accuse the wrong person. The moonlight, like liquid silver, poured into the room, cloaking the tranquil night in a shimmering veil. Lu Xiaoxi gazed tenderly at the slumbering Luo Xueyun. In the cool moonlight, Luo Xueyun's delicate features appeared strikingly pale, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like the wings of a butterfly in a breeze. Lu Xiaoxi reached out, softly caressing Luo Xueyun's cheek, the warmth of her touch spreading through her palm, filling her with a sense of comfort. Union always nestles in my arms like this, calling me mother in her sweet, innocent voice. Truly a sight that tugs at the heartstrings. Yet simultaneously, a chill spread within Lu Xiaoxi's heart. Whether it be today's near-drowning incident or Su Donghua's bizarre conduct, everything exudes an eerie sensation. At present, the only person she could trust was herself. Others seemed untrustworthy. She remained vigilant by Yunyan's side, observing whether these occurrences were the result of human malice or mere misfortune. As long as she breathed, she would spare no effort to protect her daughter. This time, she would not allow past tragedies to repeat. After watching Luo Xueyun for a while longer, Lu Xiaoxi pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead and whispered, "With your mother here, nothing shall befall you." Before long, silence enveloped the room, and shortly after, Luo Xueyun heard Lu Xiaoxi's rhythmic breathing. She turned to glance at the woman behind her, noting that she appeared considerably more haggard than the previous day. Luo Xueyun's heart tightened, as if it had skipped a beat. The words of the little furball resurfaced in her mind. While killing her might avenge the lost infants and provide a sense of retribution, had she considered that Su Donghua was not the only one in this household who despised girls? She knew well that aside from Lu Xiaoxi, the others were far from benevolent. Did she intend to eradicate them all, leaving only Lu Xiaoxi behind? Had she contemplated the consequences of such actions? Had she thought about Lu Xiaoxi's plight afterwards? At the time, she had been unable to fully grasp the little furball's words, but today they resonated within her. Everyone in the Luo family, aside from Lu Xiaoxi, was hypocritical and cruel. Lu Xiaoxi remained oblivious to this. Yet if one day she were to discover the truth, that everything was a facade, a carefully constructed illusion, how utterly shattered she would be. Such despair was a burden no one else could bear. Moreover, Luo Xueyun could not bear to witness Lu Xiaoxi's sorrow whenever her face displayed sadness. It pierced Luo Xueyun's heart. To put it more plainly, should anyone cause Lu Xiaoxi distress, Luo Xueyun would not hesitate to eliminate them. As for love, Luo Xueyun struggled to comprehend its essence. Her understanding of the term was simplistic, having never been taught how to love or having experienced love herself. Thus, her perception of love remained pure and untainted. The system's side quest required her to reveal the true nature of the Luo family to Lu Xiaoxi. But this revelation could not be rushed. After all, lies do not inflict harm. It is the truth that is a swift blade. In Lu Xiaoxi's case, Luo Xueyun was willing to take her time, guiding Lu Xiaoxi step by step towards that harsh reality. The following day, Luo Mingjian was to meet with a woman named Jiao Yu, precisely during the time Lu Xiaoxi would be at the temple praying. What a contemptible man he was, pretending to be deeply affectionate and pure-hearted when he was nothing but a scoundrel.
Disgusting.
Tomorrow, let us see how I will deal with this pair of scoundrels. As dawn broke and warm sunlight streamed into the room, Lu Xiaoxi had already prepared Luo Xueyun. Sitting before the mirror, Luo Xueyun gazed at her own reflection, her eyes resembling those of a panda, making her reluctant to venture outside. The excitement of being able to confront the scoundrels kept her awake all night.
Now,
not only had her energy diminished significantly, but she also bore the comical appearance of panda eyes. This fragile child's body truly is weak. A moment's carelessness leads to various issues. It seems late nights must be avoided from now on, as this body is already in a delicate state. If she did not take care, she might find herself in no condition to punish the Luo family, and in the end, she would unwittingly fulfill the wishes of that deceased old woman. Lu Xiaoxi voiced her concern. Yunyun, did you not sleep well last night? If you are fatigued, stay home and rest. Look, you have dark circles under your eyes. Luo Xueyun shook her head, her soft voice replying, I'm fine. Yunyun can manage. Yet she shook her head again, insisting, no, I want to go with you, mother. As she spoke, she tugged at Lu Xiaoxi's sleeve, playfully demanding, take Yunyun with you. Take Yunyun with you. Faced with her daughter's adorable antics, Lu Xiaoxi could not resist. With a resigned smile, she pinched Luo Xueyun's cheek and said, all right. Mother promises to take you along. Luo Xueyun's face immediately blossomed into a sweet smile as she opened her arms to embrace Lu Xiaoxi's feet, exclaiming that her mother was the best. Chapter 14. Unable to restrain herself, Lu Xiaoxi crouched down and lifted Luo Xueyun into her arms, her gaze filled with affection. Then let us set off now. Luo Xueyun replied eagerly. The distance from the mansion to the temple is a bit far, Lu Xiaoxi continued. So you can take a nap in the carriage. I will wake you when we arrive. Is that all right? Luo Xueyun nodded repeatedly. As Lu Xiaoxi carried Luo Xueyun out of the mansion, they spotted Luo Mingjian standing there, seemingly waiting for quite a while. Lu Xiaoxi furrowed her brow slightly. When did Mingjian become so eager to accompany me to the temple? In the past, I had to urge him to go with me. Is today the day the sun rises from the west? Luo Xueyun scoffed inwardly. This is not the sun rising from the west. He's preparing for a rocket launch. Jiyue is waiting for me. I will see her shortly, Luo Mingjian said, unable to conceal the smile on his face, as if he feared Lu Xiaoxi would notice his unusual demeanor. Lu Xiaoxi approached him while carrying Luo Xueyun, giving him a scrutinizing glance. Why are you so eager today? Usually, I have to plead with you to accompany me. Luo Mingjian smiled, his heart racing yet composed. Yesterday, Xueyun nearly drowned. Thankfully, the servants discovered her in time. Otherwise, she would have lost her life.
And?
Lu Xiaoxi prompted. Thus, it was not merely the timely discovery by the servants, but rather your sincere prayers at the temple for Xueyun that brought about this miracle. Otherwise, how would the servants have found her so promptly? Luo Mingjian asserted confidently. Upon hearing his words, Lu Xiaoxi found herself somewhat inclined to believe him. Is that truly the case? She wondered. It cannot be, mother. Do not believe his words. He is deceiving you. Luo Xueyun felt an urgent anxiety within, yet she was somewhat powerless in the current situation. Everything depended on Luo Mingjian seeking out the woman named Jiyue before she could take action. All right, it's getting late. Let us hurry and board the carriage, Luo Mingjian suggested. Lu Xiaoxi nodded. Once they boarded the carriage, Luo Mingjian sat inside, his heart already brimming with delight. While Xiaoxi prays for blessings, I shall go to Yunxiang to find Jiyue. How delightful. Though this may seem unfair to Xiaoxi, what man in this world is not entitled to multiple wives? However, if Xiaoxi discovers this, I will surely face dire consequences. Yet, Xiaoxi is easily appeased. Even if discovered, I can simply change partners afterward without her noticing. If I switch locations, she shall not find out. I truly wish to eliminate him. This was Luo Xueyun's immediate thought. Her gaze turned toward Luo Mingjian as she muttered to herself, "You are fortunate. Had it not been for my prior agreement with the little fur ball, I would have long since dealt with you." Once the opportunity arises, she would cross names off her list one by one, leaving no one unscathed, ensuring that the methods of demise would be left to their choosing, and even those with decision-making difficulties would find solace in her guidance. After about half an hour, they arrived at the temple for blessings. Lu Xiaoxi gently shook the sleeping Luo Xueyun awake. "Xueyun, we have arrived." Luo Xueyun stirred from her beautiful dream, rubbing her sleepy eyes, her gaze still somewhat hazy. "Mother, have we arrived?"
she asked.
"Yes, we have. Come, let me carry you down," Lu Xiaoxi replied. Luo Xueyun opened her arms, eagerly awaiting Lu Xiaoxi's embrace, her drowsy appearance utterly adorable, melting the hearts of those who beheld her. "Come, Xueyun, be good. Let mother carry you down," Lu Xiaoxi encouraged. Luo Mingjian was the first to alight from the carriage, cautioning Lu Xiaoxi to take care not to trip. Lu Xiaoxi acknowledged. After disembarking, Luo Mingjian remarked, "I happen to have a charitable consultation to attend here. You may go pray for blessings while I tend to my duties." Lu Xiaoxi did not question Luo Mingjian's words, for he often went out for charitable endeavors, and she typically accompanied him. However, in her absence, he would head directly to the brothel, where he had met Jiyue. Moreover, Luo Mingjian had utilized funds from the pharmacy to redeem Jiyue and had even arranged for her a small courtyard. He had engaged in such dealings numerous times without hesitation. Given that no one was willing to accept her, no one would provide her with work, and she could not afford food, she naturally returned to her old profession. Those who had been sweet-talked by Luo Mingjian now harbored deep resentment toward him. They were mostly women who had been trafficked into the brothel, and in an environment where they encountered a gentle, affluent, and handsome man, how could they resist? All the sweetness had turned into mere illusions, and those promises made in passion became exceedingly cheap in the face of reality. Jiyue was no exception. When Luo Mingjian grew tired of her, she too would learn the meaning of being given a glimmer of hope only to be plunged into despair. Luo Xueyun secretly rolled her eyes at Luo Mingjian, coldly huffing to herself, "If the rocket's fuel accumulates too much and fails to launch, it will inevitably explode." She had never witnessed a rocket explode due to an excess of fuel preventing ignition. It seemed she was fortunate enough to witness such an occurrence today. Thus, Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi parted ways. Luo Xueyun calmly began plotting her strategies, knowing she had ample methods to deal with someone like Luo Mingjian. Chapter 15. The despicable man. Hearing Luo Mingjian mention that there were many delectable treats in Yunxiang, she could use this as an excuse to persuade her mother to take her there. It would be a splendid opportunity to indulge in delightful food while observing that despicable man perform. The distance from the temple to Yunxiang was not far. They would arrive shortly by carriage. There was no rush. Luo Mingjian would take some time. Moreover, she had placed a small paper doll on him, allowing her to discern any sounds or steps he took with clarity. And she need not fear losing track of him. That despicable man. Today, I shall ensure he receives his due reckoning. Lu Xiaoxi inquired, "What are you thinking so intently about, Xueyun?" She yawned as she spoke. Lu Xiaoxi smiled. "Shall I carry you to the carriage for some rest?" Luo Xueyun clutched Lu Xiaoxi's sleeve. "No, Xueyun wants to be with mother." "All right, then when we enter the temple, you must behave and not run around, understood?" Xueyun is very obedient. Hearing Luo Xueyun's soft voice nearly melted Lu Xiaoxi's heart. Lu Xiaoxi carried Luo Xueyun into the temple and then set her down, holding her hand as they walked toward the prayer area. Before long, they arrived at the Hall of Blessings, where a statue of Guanyin sat majestically. The Bodhisattva, dignified and serene, occupied a lotus throne, exuding compassion. Outside the hall, the aroma of incense wafted thickly, and the smoke curled around them, as if they were in a realm of immortals. Lu Xiaoxi led Luo Xueyun forward, and at the entrance stood a young monk. Upon seeing Lu Xiaoxi, he greeted her, "Madam Lu, good day. Shall we proceed as usual today?" Lu Xiaoxi nodded lightly, "Yes. The usual will suffice." I nearly forgot. I brought Xueyun with me today. Could you kindly help me request a safety talisman for her from the abbot? Certainly. I shall go and ask the abbot for a safety talisman for your esteemed daughter, the young monk replied. Thank you very much, Luo Xiaoxi expressed. It is my duty, the monk assured her. Luo Xueyun blinked at Luo Xiaoxi. Mother, I think you should get a talisman for that scoundrel, so he can fend for himself later. Luo Xiaoxi lowered her head. Yun, once we enter, you mustn't be mischievous, understand? Luo Xueyun nodded. I understand. Luo Xiaoxi gently ruffled Luo Xueyun's hair, and the latter's face lit up with delight. She cherished these tender moments, finding them immensely comforting. Kneeling before the statue of Guanyin, Luo Xiaoxi clasped her hands together and closed her eyes, silently whispering her wishes. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow upon her face, enhancing its gentleness. Around them, people knelt or bowed, each immersed in their own prayers. The distant chime of bells intertwined with the chanting, creating an atmosphere of reverence and mystery. For many present, including Luo Xueyun, this moment felt like a purification of the soul, as if all their worries and troubles were dissolved in the sincerity of their prayers. However, Luo Xueyun had always held skepticism towards deities. If prayers truly garnered protection from such lofty beings, how could calamities like droughts, floods, disasters, wars, and plagues persist? If the divine truly listened to the sufferings of the world, why would they remain aloof? Worshipping deities and seeking blessings seemed merely a means for mortals to find solace. Instead of beseeching the gods, it would be more prudent to seek her assistance. She was willing to undertake any task, no matter how perilous, as long as the reward was substantial. Yet, she maintained her principles. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Lord Luo, I've been waiting for you. I have arrived, haven't I? Luo Ming's conversation with Jiao Yu echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind through her paper effigy. A sly smile crept upon her lips. You scoundrel, you will soon face consequences. She glanced at Luo Xiaoxi, who was engrossed in her prayers, a fleeting doubt crossing her eyes. Luo Xueyun had always presented herself as a dutiful child. If she were to act out of character, would it raise Luo Xiaoxi's suspicions? After contemplating, she figured that a normal person would never suspect their child had transformed into another being. Besides, it was natural for children to be a bit mischievous at times. Taking a deep breath, she leaned closer to Luo Xiaoxi's ear, her small hand cupped delicately, and whispered, Mother, I'm hungry and I feel a bit dizzy. Luo Xiaoxi immediately opened her eyes, concern etched upon her face. Are you unwell, Yun? Luo Xueyun, feigning innocence, rubbed her belly. I'm hungry. I want to eat. We left in such a rush today that I forgot to feed you, Luo Xiaoxi lamented. It's normal for her to feel weak due to hunger, especially since her health is still recovering, she thought. Such a well-behaved child. If it weren't for her discomfort, she wouldn't have come to me. With a heart full of affection, Luo Xiaoxi gazed at her. Silly Yun, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell your mother. You are more important than anything else. Understand? Luo Xueyun replied. Yun will listen to mother. Luo Xiaoxi smiled. Good girl, let us go get something delicious. Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled at the mention of food. Host, I see you desire to eat. The voice of the little furball echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind. Little furball? She inquired internally. Yes, it's me. I'm here to inspect your progress. How did it go? Not bad. Have you finished?
Yes.
Then you may leave. Just as the little furball was about to depart, a mischievous smile played on Luo Xueyun's lips. I wonder, little furball, are you avoiding showing yourself because you're afraid I'll strike you down with a thunder sword? The little furball's voice faltered. And no, that's not it. Luo Xueyun interrupted. Rest assured, I won't do such things. Besides, I've already tried and failed. I have no desire to waste my energy and time on it. Gradually, Luo Xueyun began accepting her current reality. All right, you may go. I don't wish to repeat myself, she stated. The little furball replied, I'm sorry, host. It's not that I don't trust you. Luo Xueyun understood the little creature's fear. She had indeed harbored thoughts of harming it, but the barrier had protected it. Now, she found some amusement in its presence. As the little furball departed, a breeze brushed past her. Turning to Luo Xiaoxi, she said, Mother, Daddy says there are delicious things in the clouds. I want to eat in the clouds. Luo Xiaoxi paused, momentarily bewildered, before realizing where Luo Xueyun meant. You mean the Cloud Alley, right? Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled as she nodded eagerly. All right. Let us go there now. They have all sorts of delicious food. Tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you. Luo Xueyun nuzzled Lu Xiaoxi's hand and sweetly said, Mother is the best. After they boarded the carriage, they set off towards Cloud Alley. Luo Ming observed that the tussle between him and Jiao Yu had not yet escalated into fierce competition. You scoundrel! You won't get away easily. Before long, they arrived at Cloud Alley. Upon disembarking, Luo Xueyun was instantly captivated by the myriad of street food vendors. Her initially drowsy eyes now sparkled with excitement. Wow! So many delicacies. Lu Xiaoxi chuckled. It's food, not delicacies. Delicacies. It's food. Delicacies. Hee. Lu Xiaoxi pinched Luo Xueyun's cheek playfully. Little foodie. Go see what you like. Just as Luo Xueyun was about to dash off, Luo Ming's intense battle with Jiao Yu echoed in her mind. She lightly tapped her forehead, realizing she had nearly forgotten the main matter. Noticing Luo Xueyun pause, Lu Xiaoxi inquired, What's wrong, Yun? Luo Xueyun jogged to Lu Xiaoxi's side. Mother, there are so many delicious foods here. I want Daddy to come with us. Lu Xiaoxi patiently reassured her. Good girl. Daddy is currently attending to a charitable clinic. We shouldn't disturb him. But Daddy said that if I miss him, I can go find him. Luo Xueyun pleaded with wide eyes. Lu Xiaoxi felt powerless against her daughter's earnest gaze. All right, I'll take you to find Daddy. Luo Xueyun nodded obediently. Okay. Lu Xiaoxi continued. Let me ask the coachman where he is today. No need. I heard Daddy tell the coachman where he would be, Luo Xueyun replied. Still, I should check. If we go the wrong way, you'll need me to carry you, Lu Xiaoxi cautioned. Luo Xueyun pouted. Does Mother not want to carry me? That's not what I meant. I just worry about you, Lu Xiaoxi explained. But Luo Xueyun interjected, Can you trust me this once? I won't forget. Faced with Luo Xueyun's insistence, Lu Xiaoxi reluctantly agreed. Under Luo Xueyun's guidance, they ventured deep into Cloud Alley. Lu Xiaoxi, Yun, did we take a wrong turn? There seems to be no path ahead, and there is no one around. Luo Xueyun shook her head with determination, saying, No, I remember clearly. We did not go wrong. In the next moment, she spotted the marks left by the little paper man, indicating the presence of Luo Mingjian and Jiao Yu. Excitedly, Luo Xueyun pointed at the door before her, exclaiming to Lu Xiaoxi, We've arrived. Father is inside. Lu Xiaoxi gazed at the wooden door, saying, Yun, you must be mistaken. How could Father be here? Come quickly. We wouldn't want to disturb this household. At that moment, Luo Mingjian and Jiao Yu were nearing a decisive conflict, and Luo Xueyun could no longer heed Lu Xiaoxi's warnings. She turned and forcefully knocked on the wooden door, shouting, Father! Father! Lu Xiaoxi hurried forward to pull Luo Xueyun back. Yun, what if you disturb someone? Luo Xueyun pouted, but Father is really inside. I am not mistaken. She turned back and knocked on the door again. Father! Lu Xiaoxi hastily grabbed her small hand, while Luo Xueyun remained undeterred, continuing to call out, Father! Father! Lu Xiaoxi covered Luo Xueyun's mouth with her other hand. Yun, she raised her voice slightly. Only then did Luo Xueyun quiet down and cease her struggles. Do not make a scene. Be obedient, Yun. Luo Xueyun nodded, and Lu Xiaoxi finally released her hand that had been covering Luo Xueyun's mouth. However, no sooner had Lu Xiaoxi loosened her grip than Luo Xueyun shouted again, Father! Father! Yun! Outside, Luo Xueyun was shouting with glee, while inside, Luo Mingjian and Jiao Yu were drenched in cold sweat from fright. Particularly when Luo Mingjian was about to ignite the rocket, his trembling hands hesitated to press the launch button. The two inside quickly separated, hurriedly putting on their clothes. Within just a few minutes, the pair of illicit lovers managed to tidy themselves up, indicating that such affairs were not uncommon for them. Just as Lu Xiaoxi was about to pull Luo Xueyun away, the wooden door swung open. You've come, said Luo Mingjian. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback for a moment upon seeing Luo Mingjian emerge. You are really here? Luo Mingjian smiled. Where else would I be? And that troublesome child keeps wailing. I nearly suffocated without making the last move. With a cheerful smile, Luo Mingjian's heart was already cursing Luo Xueyun. His silent thoughts echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind perfectly. She desired nothing more than to see him in such a state of frustration. Otherwise, she would not have timed her actions so impeccably. Lu Xiaoxi noticed that Luo Mingjian's expression was not quite right. Mingjian, are you okay? Chapter 17. The troublesome child ruins my plans. Luo Mingjian maintained his false smile. I'm fine. It's just that I've seen too many patients today, and I'm a bit fatigued. Lu Xiaoxi believed him without a hint of doubt, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead with her handkerchief. Look at you, sweating so much from exhaustion, and you didn't even notice to wipe it off. Luo Mingjian's heart instinctively quivered, a typical fear of being discovered for his misdeeds. They can't stay here. If they come in, it'll definitely be a disaster. It would be impossible to handle if things escalated. Just as Luo Mingjian was about to ask Lu Xiaoxi to take Luo Xueyun away, she had already pushed open the door and dashed inside, exclaiming, Yunyan wants to see how father treats patients. Yunyan wants to learn. In that instant, Luo Mingjian felt his heart plummet. Every drop of blood seemed to freeze, and his limbs grew somewhat numb. Seeing Luo Xueyun run in, Lu Xiaoxi hurried after her to bring her back. Luo Mingjian quickly blocked Lu Xiaoxi, stating, Xiaoxi, you shouldn't go in. There are patients inside. And your health is fragile. It wouldn't be good if you caught something. I will bring Yunyan out. His words were flawless, leaving Lu Xiaoxi no room for suspicion. All right, but quickly bring her out. She just recovered and cannot handle any more trouble. Understood. Luo Xueyun muttered softly, Humph. Trying to deceive me. I won't fall for it. She dashed straight to the room where Jiaoyu was, and despite Luo Mingjian's frantic pursuit, he was still a step too late. She forcefully pushed open the door to find a stunning woman sitting on the bed, looking at her with a hint of fear. However, Jiaoyu quickly regained her composure, wiping the surprise from her face and adopting a sickly, wan expression. Little sister, you... Luo Xueyun merely glanced at her before pretending to trip over a chair beside her, letting out a shriek. Aw. Upon hearing Luo Xueyun scream, Lu Xiaoxi disregarded Luo Mingjian's prior warnings and rushed towards the source of the sound. Luo Mingjian, in the nick of time, seized Luo Xueyun by her collar, yanking her outside. He swiftly closed the room door behind him and bolted away with her in his arms. As Lu Xiaoxi spotted Luo Mingjian carrying Luo Xueyun, she quickened her pace towards them. Is she all right? What just happened? Breathless, Luo Mingjian replied, Xiaoxi, let me catch my breath first.
All right.
Once Luo Mingjian regained his composure, he explained, Yunyan ran into the patient's room and tripped over a chair, so I quickly pulled her out.
Ah.
This Luo Mingjian truly had a knack for spinning tales. He was almost successful. Lu Xiaoxi looked down at Luo Xueyun, somewhat annoyed. Yunyan, how could you run around like that? Do you not realize? Luo Xueyun shrugged off Luo Mingjian's hand and rushed to Lu Xiaoxi. Mother. There's a beautiful sister inside. The pretty sister doesn't look sick at all. After speaking, Luo Xueyun glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Her expression growing, a bit disappointed. But father said there were many people here. Why haven't I seen anyone? With her big, innocent eyes, she gazed up at Lu Xiaoxi, asking mother, did they all hide away? At that moment, Luo Mingjian's inner turmoil reached its peak, his tightly wounded nerves threatening to snap. Does this troublesome child think she will die if she stops talking? And Lu Xiaoxi, why did you bring her here to pray? This troublesome child ruins my plans. Being a girl is one thing, but now she has made me suffer time and again. Don't blame me for wishing you ill. Damn it, I can't vent my frustration. I'm about to suffocate. Luo Mingjian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, desperately wanting to touch something cold to quell his frustration. However, Luo Xueyun's incessant chatter made his heart race with anxiety, fluctuating wildly. All of Luo Mingjian's discontent was transmitted into Luo Xueyun's mind, precisely the effect she desired. Today, she would not let him off the hook without driving him insane. Yet, with the questions Luo Xueyun posed, Lu Xiaoxi could not help but ponder. Shouldn't Mingjian be seeing patients in the streets? Why is he in an alley? Moreover, when I wiped his sweat earlier, there was a strong scent of powder on him. If the individuals in the room are indeed patients as he claims, How could a sick person apply such a heavy layer of makeup? Moreover, he is drenched in sweat, and there are no others present here. Once the seeds of doubt are sown, regardless of the outcome, the accusation has been established. Luo Xueyun has achieved her objective. As long as Lu Xiaoxi harbors suspicion towards Luo Mingjian, she possesses the means to unravel his deceit. Lu Xiaoxi's skeptical gaze turned towards Luo Mingjian. The patient you mentioned is in that room, isn't she? Luo Mingjian nodded. Yes, so Xiaoxi, you should quickly take Yunyan away. It would be unfortunate if you caught something. Lu Xiaoxi inquired. What illness does she have? This question momentarily stumped Luo Mingjian. His expression faltered. Panic evident on his face. She is a cold, yes, a cold. Observing Luo Mingjian's guilty demeanor only solidified Lu Xiaoxi's suspicions. Lu Xiaoxi responded. Is that so? Luo Mingjian nodded repeatedly. Yes, how could I possibly deceive you? Lu Xiaoxi suggested. How about I stay to care for her? It might be inconvenient for you. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxi's intention to remain, Luo Mingjian felt his legs weaken in fear. Lu Xiaoxi reassured. Yunyan will wait here. As long as we do not enter the room, there should be no issue. Chapter 18. Why does my heart hurt so much? Just as Luo Mingjian was about to speak, Luo Xueyun interjected. Yes. Yunyan will sit here obediently. Lu Xiaoxi remarked. See? Yunyan has agreed. Luo Mingjian hesitated, but Lu Xiaoxi pressed. Your behavior is truly suspicious, leading one to wonder if you have done something to betray me. The moment those words left her lips, Luo Mingjian knew he was in trouble. Yet, refusing to give up, he retorted, Xiaoxi, why have you suddenly come to suspect me? I am only trying to protect you and Yunyan by keeping you from going in. Is it really my fault? He even raised his voice at Lu Xiaoxi. She responded, whether it is true or not, I will know once I enter. Luo Mingjian grasped Lu Xiaoxi's arm as she attempted to enter. If it is not as you think, what then? You are being unreasonable today. Lu Xiaoxi replied. If it is not as I suspect, I will apologize to her. This woman truly cannot remain calm. Yet, it is precisely such a woman who is easier to manipulate. Today truly is a splendid day. It seems I may finally turn the tides and assume the position of Lady Luo. The seductive thoughts of Jiao Yu echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind, prompting a cold snort. Such an unfaithful man. Does he think he can hold your heart forever? Once he tires of you, he will simply cast you aside. If Luo Mingjian were to truly abandon Lu Xiaoxi for you today, then Lu Xiaoxi's fate would become yours in the future. Luo Xueyun's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold disdain passing through them. Simultaneously, she had a premonition that Luo Mingjian would not abandon Lu Xiaoxi for Jiao Yu. As Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi continued their heated argument, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Jiao Yu, with her alluring and graceful steps, approached them. A breeze carried a fragrant scent, instantly recognizable to Lu Xiaoxi as the same heavy perfume that lingered on Luo Mingjian. Lu Xiaoxi's body trembled with anger. Her fists clenched tightly, and a chill coursed through her. In that moment, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy pool, the coldness insurmountable by any warmth. She could not fathom that her husband, who once cherished her so dearly, would be involved with another woman. Luo Mingjian was taken aback the moment Jiao Yu emerged. He had not anticipated her exit. Luo Xueyun, however, sat composedly at the side, watching the unfolding drama. Yet, when she glanced at Lu Xiaoxi, witnessing her disappointment, her heart ached for her. Jiao Yu approached Luo Mingjian, casually linking her arm with his. Lady Luo, what brings you to my humble abode today? I apologize for my simplicity. I cannot offer you tea. The moment Lu Xiaoxi witnessed that heavily made-up woman entwining Luo Mingjian's arm, her heart sank completely. She stood frozen, her eyes filled with shock and disappointment. In an instant, she felt her once happy home collapse, the sweetness and joy of their past now rendered ironic and trivial. Memories of the time spent with Luo Mingjian flooded her mind, recalling their promises of eternal love. Those tender moments, once beautiful, now felt like sharp blades piercing her heart. It dawned upon her that she had been ensnared in Luo Mingjian's web of lies and betrayal. Though she had harbored doubts before, she ultimately chose to believe in him. She thought that a shared life demanded mutual trust for longevity. Moreover, Luo Mingjian had treated her with such kindness, enviable by all women in Yuming City. Yet today, she finally saw the true nature of the man she loved. Lu Xiaoxi couldn't help but display a self-deprecating smile. The false love and sweetness had transformed her once bright eyes into vessels of disappointment. Her heart raced, breaths came in short gasps, as if an invisible hand were choking her throat, making it hard to breathe. A tumultuous feeling lodged in her chest, as if her heart were being torn apart. She was unwilling to accept this reality, yet she was forced to confront the cruel truth before her. Tears of grievance and disappointment welled in her eyes, her last shred of stubbornness preventing them from falling. Faced with Lu Xiaoxi's disappointed gaze, Luo Mingjian's heart ached. Regret and guilt surged within him, causing a sharp pang in his throat. In the next moment, he violently shook off Jiao Yu's arm, rushing towards Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, I realize my mistakes. Can you? Lu Xiaoxi slowly closed her eyes, striving to speak in the calmest tone possible. Luo Mingjian, let us part ways. Luo Mingjian grasped Lu Xiaoxi's hand tightly. No, I do not want to part ways with you. Xiaoxi, I was wrong. I truly understand my error. Please give me one more chance. I promise I won't falter again. Just once more, please. You know I cannot live without you. Luo Mingjian cried, clinging to Lu Xiaoxi's hand, desperate to prevent her from leaving. Luo Xueyun scoffed at Luo Mingjian's actions. Infidelity can only occur once or countless times. How long could his feelings of guilt and regret endure? With time, would he not forget everything? Men's words are untrustworthy, especially those of a scoundrel. Luo Xueyun's gaze turned towards Lu Xiaoxi, awaiting her decision, though she had already surmised what choice Lu Xiaoxi would make. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes drifted towards Luo Xueyun, who looked at them with confusion. Yunyun, you are still so young. If you were to witness your father and mother parting, it would surely sadden you. Moreover, the Luo family has never been particularly attentive towards Yunyun. If she cannot stay with me and is left alone in the Luo household, she will undoubtedly suffer greatly. Just a few simple thoughts were enough to pierce Luo Xueyun's heart. She instinctively placed her hand over her chest, where a sharp pain throbbed. Simultaneously, she looked at Lu Xiaoxi with a puzzled expression. Luo Xueyun could hardly comprehend why Lu Xiaoxi would still choose to remain with him despite his betrayal. Why would she continue to endure such hardship? Why allow herself to be trapped for the sake of their child? Is it not the case that a person should first think of themselves? Chapter 19. Indeed, mother cannot bear to see Yunyun in distress. At this moment, the expression on Lu Xiaoxi's face, filled with disappointment and sorrow, gradually transformed into a faint smile as she approached Luo Xueyun with determination. Though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, the resolve and joy upon her face grew ever more steadfast, hastening her steps toward Luo Xueyun. Before Luo Xueyun could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Xiaoxi enveloped her in a tight embrace. The delightful fragrance enveloped them, instilling a sense of tranquility in Luo Xueyun, who relished the warmth of Lu Xiaoxi's embrace, an affection she had long yearned for. Just as Luo Xueyun was lost in the comfort of Lu Xiaoxi's arms, Lu Xiaoxi's inner voice resonated within her mind. Mother truly cannot bear to see our union in sorrow. These words struck Luo Xueyun's heart heavily, evoking an indescribable pang of bitterness that she had never before experienced. She was unsure of what was happening to her, only aware of the sharp pain in her chest, as if countless thorns were mercilessly pressing against her heart. Luo Xueyun lifted her gaze, stunned, to look at the person before her, her lips trembling slightly, her small hands clutching Lu Xiaoxi tightly. Lu Xiaoxi sensed something amiss in Luo Xueyun's demeanor and gently patted her back. Did mother frighten Yunyun? She endeavored to infuse her voice with cheerfulness, yet the tremor of sorrow was undeniable. Luo Xueyun buried her head in Lu Xiaoxi's embrace and shook her head. No. Lu Xiaoxi asked, then what is troubling our Yunyun? Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. Lu Xiaoxi lifted Luo Xueyun into her arms, and upon seeing them about to leave, Luo Mingjian hastily stepped forward, grasping Lu Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi, could you truly be so heartless? Can you not grant me one chance? I genuinely recognize my mistakes. Xiaoxi, I implore you, please do not leave me. As Luo Mingjian spoke, his emotions escalated, and in the next moment, He knelt before Lu Xiaoxi, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. However, to Lu Xiaoxi, all of Luo Mingjian's actions were inconsequential the moment he betrayed her. Her love for him had come to an end. She wished for Yunyan to grow up healthy and strong, and when the time came, she would take Yunyan away from the Luo family. Yet, should Yunyan desire to stay with the Luo family, she would allow it. For her, Yunyan had never been anyone's possession. She was free. Thus, no matter what choices Yunyan made, Lu Xiaoxi would offer her unwavering support. Lu Xiaoxi gazed coldly at the kneeling Luo Mingjian. Very well, I shall grant you one chance. Luo Mingjian's head shot up, his eyes alight with joy. Blood streaming from the gash on his forehead, the crimson trickling into his now fervent gaze. Observing his current state, Lu Xiaoxi suddenly felt that the man she had loved for 15 years was not the one before her, but rather the person he had once been. Luo Mingjian joyously lifted Lu Xiaoxi into his embrace. Wonderful, Xiaoxi. I knew you would forgive me. Rest assured, I shall never err again.
Today,
I will sever all ties with that wretched woman, and from this moment forth, I shall have nothing to do with her. I will never commit such wrongs again. Xiaoxi, I truly understand my mistakes. Lu Xiaoxi replied. I understand. She had never looked at him with such disappointment. In that moment, Luo Mingjian vaguely sensed that he had lost something immensely significant. Lu Xiaoxi stated, Yunyan has not eaten all day. I must take her out to buy some things. Her gaze swept over Jiaoyu before she directed her attention back to Luo Mingjian. You will clean up this mess. Come find us when you have done so. Luo Mingjian tossed a pouch of silver to Jiaoyu, declaring, Today, we draw the line. From now on, there shall be no connection between us. Jiaoyu bit her lip in frustration. But I am pregnant. It is your child, Luo Mingjian. Luo Mingjian replied. I have said that regardless. I have no connection to you. I have given you enough money, and I can provide you with a packet of abortion pills.
just take them.
Jiaoyu could hardly believe such words were spoken by Luo Mingjian, who had always presented himself as a gentleman before her. Now, he resembled the vile patrons of brothels. Jiaoyu exclaimed, Luo Mingjian, are you truly so heartless? Luo Mingjian retorted coldly, You were originally a courtesan. Who knows whose child you carry? Jiaoyu cried, Luo Mingjian. Luo Mingjian shot back. What of it? Am I wrong? If you spread this matter, who do you think people will believe? Me or you, a lowly prostitute? His words pierced Jiaoyu's heart like a sharp blade. Her complexion turned pale, her eyes flashing with a volatile mix of anger and despair. She clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms, yet the physical pain could not mask the humiliation boiling within her. She had once believed she had found her light, only to discover she had merely fallen from one abyss to another. Jiaoyu's alluring eyes now burned with rage as she glared at Luo Mingjian. Her voice icy. You decry me as lowly, yet you know I was forced into this plight. You promised to marry me, but failed to fulfill that promise. Why must you further humiliate me? If you truly cared for the one you loved, why would you conjure such discord and lead to this awkward situation? Ultimately, it is you, Luo Mingjian, who is unfaithful. You have not only betrayed your love for her, but also the expectations I had for you. Chapter 20. Unable to harden her heart toward her. Do not speak of things you cannot fulfill, lest you leave others with ungraspable fantasies. Luo Mingjian, you are a scoundrel. Luo Mingjian was momentarily taken aback by Jiaoyu's words. The usually docile girl now revealed sharp fangs, piercing him with her accusations. He instinctively glanced toward Lu Xiaoxi, who slowly spoke. Some of what she says, I must acknowledge. Luo Mingjian replied, Xiaoxi, do not listen to her lies. She is only saying these things to drive a wedge between us, because she cannot obtain the wealth she desires. Do not fall for her schemes. Jiaoyu scoffed. Today, I have truly witnessed something remarkable. You are quite the rogue. Luo Mingjian's face darkened, disbelief etched in his features as he stared at Jiaoyu. Unable to fathom her direct confrontation, Lu Xiaoxi regarded Luo Mingjian with a gaze sharp as a blade, chilling him to the core. He dared not unleash his fury upon her, instead directing his wrath toward Jiaoyu, who continued to hurl insults at him. Yet, when he stood before her, he hesitated, his raised hand faltering, for he knew that a single blow would shatter his image in Lu Xiaoxi's eyes forever. Ultimately, Luo Mingjian could only vent his pent-up fury through empty curses. Lu Xiaoxi stood to the side, observing the farce with furrowed brows. She could not comprehend how Luo Mingjian, the one who had acted, was the one who had been unfaithful. Jiao Yu, merely a courtesan seeking to ascend, was not to blame. It was Luo Mingjian, who had given her the opportunity to rise, who was the true architect of this calamity. Lu Xiaoxi struggled to comprehend why Luo Mingjian harbored such anger towards Jiao Yu. Nor could she fathom how Jiao Yu could face everything with such composure compared to herself. However, there was one thing she seemed to grasp. Luo Mingjian's ire towards Jiao Yu stemmed from the latter's unadorned revelation of the truth, which incited Luo Mingjian's indignation. Luo Xueyun observed this farce in silence. According to her previous nature, everyone present, herself included, could merely be pawns in the game. Yet, the principal strategist remained her. She was the one orchestrating the chessboard, with Lu Xiaoxi merely a piece at her disposal, manipulated as she saw fit to exacerbate the prevailing conflicts. This was how she had envisioned herself, yet she found it impossible to treat Lu Xiaoxi as a mere pawn. She could not betray her own heart. Instead, she sought to gently awaken Lu Xiaoxi, leading her to recognize the true nature of the Luo family, those treacherous and sinister figures. Even the arduous journey of uncovering the truth was, in her mind, the most gentle means available to help Lu Xiaoxi embrace reality. This wretched woman speaks far too much. Why not adhere to our prior agreement? If your actions prevent Xiaoxi and me from reconciling, I shall have you killed. If I cannot find peace, neither shall you. A courtesan vainly aspires to rise above her station. She ought to assess her own worth. However, should she indeed be pregnant, if it is a boy, my mother would accept the child even upon learning of her profession. Then my mother will deal with this harlot far more decisively than I could. If she bears a daughter, both she and the child shall be disposed of. Luo Mingjian cast a glance at Luo Xueyun, held in Lu Xiaoxi's embrace, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, it is because of this cursed child. Had I known she would lead to such a consequence, it would have been better to acquiesce to my mother and have that child terminated back then. Upon hearing Luo Mingjian's innermost thoughts, Luo Xueyun could not help but feel a bitter amusement. Although he had not explicitly acknowledged whether he knew Su Donghua was harming his daughter, Luo Xueyun had her suspicions. His authentic attitude toward her and his attempts to absolve Su Donghua of blame indicated that he was likely aware and complicit in her actions. They say that physicians possess benevolence, yet she saw no trace of compassion in either Luo Mingjian or Su Donghua. She wondered if, when they perused medical texts bearing the words benevolent healer, they ever felt a twinge of guilt. Lu Xiaoxi stood there quietly, her fists clenched, seemingly wanting to voice something but finding herself choked with emotion. Her gaze darted between Luo Mingjian and Jiao Yu, as if searching for an opportune moment to shatter the current impasse. This stalemate could not continue. The air was thick with tension, poised to erupt at any moment. Luo Mingjian's face displayed displeasure. He snorted and turned to take Lu Xiaoxi away. Jiao Yu, unyielding, glared at him as if to say, "Is this the man you truly are, Luo Mingjian? Bold enough to act but cowardly enough to face the consequences?" Luo Mingjian turned to Lu Xiaoxi. "Come, Xiaoxi, let's ignore her. She is but a lunatic." Once they exited the alley, Luo Mingjian seemed rejuvenated, his face aglow with a cheerful smile. "It is already noon. Yunyun must be starving. Let me treat you to something delicious." He feigned affection, reaching out to caress Luo Xueyun's face, yet inwardly he had unleashed a torrent of curses upon her. Luo Xueyun paid no heed to Luo Mingjian's vitriol. The more he cursed, the more it indicated the depth of his frustration. Besides, with Lu Xiaoxi present, Luo Mingjian dared not act openly against her. She relished the sense of power his impotent rage evoked. With a radiant smile, she looked at Luo Mingjian's fabricated facade. Yes, Yunyun wishes for father to take her out for a delightful meal. Beneath his genial guise lay a twisted visage and a profoundly dark soul. Very well. I shall take you now. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoxi placed her hand in Luo Mingjian's palm. Chapter 21. The Object of Desire Appears. Luo Mingjian noted Lu Xiaoxi's willingness to accept his touch, and his smile deepened. Yet, Lu Xiaoxi understood that this smile harbored not a trace of affection. Within it, she saw only his secret glee. As she gazed at their clasped hands, an unsettling wave of nausea surged within her. It felt as though her entire being recoiled from his touch, her body trembling uncontrollably. Luo Mingjian sensed her shivering but misinterpreted it. "Xiaoxi, are you feeling cold? The wind is indeed brisk today. Allow me to drape my coat over you. Do not catch a chill."
Lu Xiaoxi nodded, yes.
Bystanders who witnessed Luo Mingjian's attentiveness cast envious glances towards Lu Xiaoxi, unaware of the torment and anguish she bore within. Only Luo Xueyun, privy to Lu Xiaoxi's heart, comprehended the immense psychological strain she was enduring. Lu Xiaoxi now felt revulsion towards everything associated with Luo Mingjian. Such loathing had escalated to a point where sharing the same air with him felt akin to inhaling knives. Once, when Luo Mingjian gently held her hand, his warmth bestowed upon her a profound sense of safety and happiness. His presence seemed to dispel all her troubles and shadows. On that moonlit night, their intertwined shadows reflected love and unity. Lu Xiaoxi could feel the warmth radiating from his fingertips, a warmth that penetrated to the depths of her heart. He had vowed that he would marry no one but her. She had promised her unwavering faith in him. In declaring their love, Lu Xiaoxi felt as if only the two of them existed in the world. Her doubts and anxieties dissipated in the wake of his promises. She had always believed that as long as Luo Mingjian was by her side, she could bravely confront any difficulties that lay ahead. Yet, today, she finally recognized the true nature of the man before her. The vows of eternal love were not but a facade, a mere deception made in a moment of impulse. He had uttered these words not only to her, but to other women as well. How could she possibly remain unscathed by such betrayal? A wave of indescribable sorrow engulfed Lu Xiaoxi. She had once envisioned him as her lifelong support, a companion to weather the storms of life. Yet reality proved cruel. His betrayal pierced her heart like a dagger. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying with it a chill. A complex emotion flickered in Lu Xiaoxi's eyes as she lowered her gaze. Despite her overwhelming aversion to his touch, she endured the nausea and allowed Luo Mingjian to guide her along. Luo Xueyun looked on with concern, longing to comfort her friend, but felt powerless to do so. The taste of helplessness and the inability to resist the current situation was a sensation that Luo Xueyun had never experienced before. It was an uncomfortable feeling, and her heart was a tumult of emotions as she silently followed Lu Xiaoxi, her gaze filled with concern. Lu Xiaoxi, with her head down, smiled at Luo Xueyun and said, "Yun Yun, be good. We will soon have something delicious to eat, just bear with it a little longer." Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. Whenever she was with Luo Xueyun, Lu Xiaoxi always made an effort to appear cheerful, as she did not wish to impose any negative influence on her. Matters between parents should not involve their children. In front of Luo Xueyun, she strove to suppress her inner anguish, although the smile she managed was somewhat forced. Luo Xueyun could sense her efforts. Luo Xueyun wanted to reach out and offer her a gentle comfort, but she feared her clumsiness might inadvertently touch on Lu Xiaoxi's sensitive wounds. All she could do was accompany her quietly. Judging by Xiaoxi's demeanor, she is no longer angry with me. I knew Xiaoxi was easy to soothe. Truly, you shouldn't fault me, as every man is like this. If it weren't for that troublesome child causing a ruckus today, Xiaoxi might not have noticed. If she had known, life would have continued as usual. Ugh. That troublesome child is quite the nuisance. Does she not love me as much as I imagined? With such thoughts, Luo Mingjian surreptitiously glanced at Lu Xiaoxi's face. Observing her expressions, Luo Xueyun felt exasperated yet amused by his thoughts. She was nearly shattered, and he still believed she loved him less than he had envisioned. What was he thinking?
Silly.
Attention! Attention! The target, Shen Yiling, is approaching. Approaching! The system's voice suddenly echoed in Luo Xueyun's mind, causing her to pause momentarily and scan her surroundings. As a key figure in the main quest, his presence and aura were undoubtedly the most striking in the crowd. However, after searching for a while, she failed to spot such a person. Warning! The target is now 1,200 meters away from the host. Warning! The target is now 800 meters away from the host. Luo Xueyun remarked, "Why shout when it's still 1,000 meters away?" She had thought that if he were nearby, she would have noticed. As Luo Xueyun approached the restaurant they intended to dine at, the system continued to announce her diminishing distance to Shen Yiling. She attentively observed the people around her, fearing she might miss this pivotal character. Moments later, upon reaching the Dui Xiaopu, the system chimed in again. Warning! The target, Shen Yiling, is now 10 meters away. 10 meters? Luo Xueyun glanced around the street, but still did not see any sign of the target. If he was not outside, he was likely within. Finally, her gaze fell upon the interior of Dui Xiaopu, and indeed, in a nearby corner, she spotted the figure that dazzled her. She had considered whether the target's appearance was either extraordinarily unattractive or exceptionally handsome, despite having prepared herself mentally. She was still taken aback by Shen Yiling's striking looks. Chapter 22. Yun wants to go over there. His exquisite features seemed as though they had been meticulously sculpted, and Luo Xueyun thought of Shen Yiling as a rare masterpiece crafted by the goddess Nuwa. Such beauty at such a young age. What would he be like when he grew up? However, there was an undeniable chill emanating from Shen Yiling. This icy demeanor could easily keep others at bay, presenting an aura that seemed difficult to approach. She placed her index finger against her lips, seemingly deep in thought. There is a saying that those who appear cold and taciturn often harbor a passionate side. She wondered if this adage held any truth. Nevertheless, she decided not to dwell on it too much. She would learn his true feelings in due time. Young master, what are you looking at? Is something following us? The servant asked fearfully, glancing around but finding nothing amiss. The events of last night were still vivid in his mind, and he could not forget the visage of the female ghost. Shen Yiling replied coldly nothing. The servant continued, then, young master. Silence while eating and sleeping, Shen Yiling interrupted.
Yes.
Shen Yiling had never held any fondness for those who feared him. He despised the way they looked at him with unease, sometimes even feeling a violent urge to rid himself of their presence. After the servant seated Luo Xueyun and the others, Luo Mingjian began to order dishes, all of which were favorites of Luo Xueyun and Lu Xiaoxi. The intention to please was evident. Lu Xiaoxi, think again if there's anything else you wish to eat. Order whatever you desire, Luo Mingjian urged. Lu Xiaoxi shook her head. No, besides, you just ordered what I and Yunyan like. Why not order something you want? What you enjoy, I will enjoy. No need to worry about me, Luo Mingjian insisted. All right then. After exchanging just a few words with Luo Mingjian, Lu Xiaoxi felt a wave of nausea rising within her. She struggled to suppress the urge to vomit, but no matter how hard she tried, the discomfort persisted. Her complexion turned pale, and she stood up, addressing Luo Mingjian. Yunyan loves honey. I will go buy some. Let's wait until after we finish eating, he suggested. But honey is in high demand. If I wait too long, there might not be any left, she replied. Then I will accompany you. I can go alone. If you come with me, what about Yun? Ultimately, Luo Mingjian had to concede. Fine, but be careful on your way. Lu Xiaoxi gently ruffled Luo Xueyun's hair. Good child. Luo Xueyun gazed anxiously at Lu Xiaoxi's receding figure, knowing she was not merely going to buy honey. She understood that Lu Xiaoxi was unable to contain her nausea any longer. Soon, Lu Xiaoxi hastily exited Dui Xiaopu and found a secluded alley, where she could no longer hold back the urge to vomit. Leaning against the wall, she expelled violently, feeling as though she might purge her very insides. Her head grew light from the exertion, and her face flushed deeply. After a while, she finally regained her composure and left only when she felt emotionally stable. Upon seeing the honey, Luo Xueyun beamed. Mother is the best. Mother, let me try a piece of honey. Lu Xiaoxi smiled. All right, let's let our little sweet tooth have a taste. Hee hee. Every time Lu Xiaoxi beheld Luo Xueyun's innocent smile, no matter how grim her mood was, that smile could dispel the shadows in her heart. Once the dishes arrived, Luo Xueyun blinked her large, watery eyes, looking utterly eager. She had always been powerless against such delectable offerings. Luo Mingjian chuckled. Yun, eat up. You must be starving. Luo Xueyun nodded. Yun is ready to dig in. Just take your time. Be careful not to choke, Lu Xiaoxi cautioned. I know, mother. At that moment, Luo Xueyun had completely cast aside thoughts of Shen Yiling.
Eat.
Eat day in and day out. It's all about eating. Why don't you just choke to death? Your existence brings no benefit to our Luo family. Living is merely a waste of our resources. Only your death would serve a purpose, allowing you to partake in a ghost marriage and earn a little profit. Mother doesn't even know where she found a match for a ghost marriage. Well, at least it is a use of waste. Had Luo Xueyun been privy to the sentiments expressed by Luo Mingjian earlier, she would undoubtedly have been incensed to the point of losing her appetite for the delectable treats before her. However, that is no longer the case, for she has meticulously devised a flawless strategy to deal with Luo Mingjian. It is merely a matter of time before she addresses him. For now, she allows him to revel in his arrogance, waiting for the opportune moment when he will truly comprehend the essence of suffering. Once satiated, Luo Xueyun gently tugged at Lu Xiaoxi's sleeve.
What is it?
Lu Xiaoxi inquired. With a hint of shyness, Luo Xueyun stammered, I wish to go over there. Her cheeks flushed, revealing her genuine embarrassment, as this matter was indeed somewhat difficult for her to articulate. Observing Luo Xueyun's hesitation, Lu Xiaoxi asked with curiosity, Where do you wish to go? Luo Xueyun pointed towards the corner where Shen Yiling sat. I wish to make friends with him, she declared. Following her gesture, Lu Xiaoxi spotted an exceptionally handsome boy seated in that direction, and her understanding dawned instantly. A smile broke across her face. Would it be all right if your mother accompanied you? Luo Xueyun shook her head, feeling bashful. I want to go by myself. Her voice grew softer with each word. Yet Lu Xiaoxi could clearly discern her intentions. Rubbing Luo Xueyun's head affectionately, she encouraged, Go ahead, your mother will be right here waiting for you. Luo Xueyun nodded enthusiastically. Her joy uncontainable. You're the best, mother. With that, she scampered off. As she neared Shen Yiling, she slowed her pace, walking deliberately. Host, please note that the affection level of the target, Shen Yiling, is currently at 0. Earlier, the little ball of fluff had mentioned that affection could indeed be negative. Luo Xueyun did not expect to drastically elevate Shen Yiling's fondness for her today, but at the very least, she hoped it would not be in the negative range. Shen Yiling observed Luo Xueyun's approach, his initial reaction being that she was not seeking him out. Even if she were, given their past interactions, he anticipated she would eventually distance herself like the others had. Rather than endure such indignities, he preferred to ignore her altogether. Alas, our young master is so cold at such a tender age. What will become of him as he grows? This demeanor will surely offend many. How terrifying. Our young master is intelligent, yet his icy demeanor makes him akin to an unmelting iceberg. Listening to the remarks of Shen Yiling's attendants, Luo Xueyun gleaned some insight into his character, at least better than being completely oblivious. She approached him with purpose, capturing the attention of a nearby servant, who was momentarily entranced by the adorable girl before him. He had encountered many beautiful young ladies from affluent families, but compared to her, they seemed utterly mundane. Curiosity piqued. He wondered from which family she hailed. As Shen Yiling's peripheral vision caught Luo Xueyun by his side, he was about to dismiss her when a sweet feminine voice echoed in his mind. At that moment, Luo Xueyun gazed intently at him, marveling at how he appeared even more handsome up close than from afar. Help, I'm dying. How can someone be this good-looking? I swear, he is undoubtedly the most beautiful person I have ever encountered. Oh my, I'm so nervous. I hardly know how to speak to him. If only I could ask him to marry me, brother. Shen Yiling's pupils widened in surprise, as if he had heard something utterly incomprehensible, causing him to choke. Cough, cough. His servant, witnessing Luo Xueyun's mesmerized gaze, paid no heed to his master's predicament. Oh my heavens! Even when he chokes, he looks so handsome. That delicate and fragile demeanor is truly endearing. I'm utterly smitten. Could he choke again, please? Shen Yiling abruptly turned. His eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and apprehension as he regarded Luo Xueyun. Her bashfulness only intensified under his gaze. Is he looking at me? Oh no. He is even more handsome up close. No, Luo Xueyun. Maintain your composure. Do not fawn over him. A woman must always be poised. It is essential. Shen Yiling furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why he could hear her thoughts despite her silence. A glance at the nearby servant revealed a foolish grin directed at Luo Xueyun. Shen Yiling thought, that simpleton must not be able to hear her thoughts. Given the circumstances, He tentatively concluded that he could indeed hear the heart of this little girl named Luo Xueyun, yet further testing was necessary for confirmation. What does it mean that he looks at me without speaking? His constitution attracts spirits. That's fortuitous. If he could summon some for me, my cultivation speed would surely increase. But those are mere trifles. My primary objective is to make him fond of me. It's rare for me to feel such an instant affection. It must not solely be due to his looks. The fact that he can attract spirits makes me adore him even more. We are practically a match made in heaven. Luo Xueyun's heart raced with excitement. However, she soon noticed something peculiar. She could hear the thoughts of everyone around her, save for Shen Yiling. This inability to perceive his thoughts promised complications ahead. Nevertheless, having reached Shen Yiling, she resolved to press forward. Lifting her gaze, she regarded Shen Yiling with earnest determination, causing him to feel an unexpected tension. Shen Yiling instinctively swallowed, his eyes fixated on the little girl before him. In the next moment, Luo Xueyun grasped the collar of Shen Yiling's garment and tugged him toward her, before standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his right cheek. This bold action astonished Shen Yiling, and even Lu Xiaoxi, who had been observing from a distance, was taken aback. The nearby servant could scarcely contain himself, emitting a sharp exclamation. Lu Xiaoxi hurried over to Luo Xueyun, just as she released Shen Yiling. Lu Xiaoxi swiftly pulled Luo Xueyun to her side, urgently apologizing to Shen Yiling. I am truly sorry. Please consider this meal as an apology. It is my failure as a mother that has led her to behave in such a manner. I hope you can forgive us. Turning back to Luo Xueyun, she admonished. Xueyun,
How could you do such a thing?
do you understand how impolite that is? Quickly apologized to the young master. Yet Luo Xueyun merely smiled sweetly at Lu Xiaoxi, her demeanor disarming any anger. But I like him. I like this young master. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Shen Yiling. I like you. Will you be my friend? Still reeling from the unexpected kiss, Shen Yiling found himself enchanted by the innocent smile and sweet voice of the little girl before him. Before his mind could fully process the situation, his body reacted, and he found himself nodding in response.
Yes.
Luo Xueyun joyfully grasped Shen Yiling's hand, her radiant smile reminiscent of a little sun, brimming with vitality. My name is Luo Xueyun, but you can call me Yin Yun. What is your name? Chapter 24, A Small Door, a small household. Shen Yiling stared at her in a daze. By some strange twist of fate, he found himself following the rhythm set by this little girl before him. The way she laughed was utterly enchanting. It seemed he could glimpse a universe of stars within her sparkling eyes. It was at that moment he unexpectedly realized that he could not tear his gaze away from her. The sensation was akin to someone who had never before encountered light and warmth, suddenly being enveloped by a beam of soft illumination that pierced through an abyss of darkness. How could he possibly look away? Luo Xueyun's smile deepened as she tightened her grip on Shen Yiling's hand. What a beautiful name. By the way, you are taller than Yun Yun. Can I call you Brother Shen? Shen Yiling nodded slightly, as if he would acquiesce to any request made by this charming little girl. Upon releasing Shen Yiling's hand, a sharp pang shot through his heart, as if the light and warmth he had just discovered were about to vanish. In a reflexive motion, he reached out to grasp Luo Xueyun's departing hands, but instead, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. Shen Yiling froze, slowly lowering his gaze to meet the smiling girl in his arms. At that moment, she looked up at him and called out, Brother Shen. Her voice resonated deeply within him, igniting the first stirrings of youthful affection. Luo Xueyun continued, Yun Yun lives at the Luo residence and my father, Luo Mingjian, is a renowned doctor. Brother Shen, you can come visit me anytime. Shen Yiling replied. His servants had never witnessed their young master in such a distracted state. For a brief moment, one of them questioned whether his vision had betrayed him. Thus, he turned to Luo Xueyun and stated, Our young master is the 7th prince of Lingxian Kingdom. If Miss Xueyun is willing, I can come to your residence tomorrow to invite you to play. Shen Yiling did not protest the suggestion. Rather, he felt a flicker of anticipation at the thought of Luo Xueyun's visit. Without a second thought, Luo Xueyun agreed, okay. Yun Yun wants to. Lu Xiaoxi, standing nearby, could not dissuade Luo Xueyun, having never seen her so invested in anyone before. To Lu Xiaoxi, As long as it was something her daughter enjoyed and did not infringe upon her boundaries, she would allow her to pursue her desires. However, a hint of concern lingered in Luo Xiaoxi's heart, given that he was the seventh prince of Lingxian Kingdom. Yet, observing the way Shen Yelin looked at Luo Xueyun, her worries dissipated entirely. Luo Xiaoxi smiled and said, "Today, my daughter has caused quite a ruckus. I hope the seventh prince can forgive her." Shen Yelin replied, "It is of no consequence." Luo Xueyun released her embrace and dashed to Luo Xiaoxi's side, playfully asking, "Mother, can Yunyan go play with Brother Shen tomorrow?" Luo Xiaoxi looked up at Shen Yelin. Shen Yelin assured her, "It is fine. Let her come." But would that be appropriate? Moreover, Yunyan has been a bit mischievous lately. What if she inadvertently offends the seventh prince? Before Luo Xiaoxi could finish her sentence, Shen Yelin interjected, "If we are to speak of offense, could there be anything more offensive than what just transpired?" Luo Xiaoxi replied, "It is my fault for not teaching my daughter properly. I hope the seventh prince will not hold it against her." Shen Yelin responded, "I have already stated it is of no concern, thus I shall not dwell on it." Luo Xiaoxi expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, seventh prince." Shen Yelin nodded. The seventh prince of Lingxian Kingdom was the most favored among the emperor's sons and was known for his intelligence and martial prowess. Rumors claimed he was capricious, exuding an intense aura of authority even at a young age, causing ministers to sweat nervously in his presence. Luo Xiaoxi had never believed such tales until today. Shen Yelin was indeed more formidable than the rumors suggested. For a moment, she thought the accounts were far too conservative. Luo Xueyun tugged at Luo Xiaoxi's sleeve. "Mother, please agree to Yunyun's request, okay?" Luo Xiaoxi looked down at her daughter and consented. "All right, mother agrees. But you must promise me not to upset the seventh prince." Her voice was sweet, so sweet that it made Shen Yelin feel as if he were floating on clouds. He replied. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, the once steady rhythm now erratic due to her every smile and frown. "Okay. Yunyun promises, mother." Luo Xueyun exclaimed. "Good," Luo Xiaoxi said, ruffling Luo Xueyun's hair, which made her squint her eyes in delight. Suddenly, Luo Xueyun seemed to remember something and opened her eyes. Walking up to Shen Yelin. "Brother Shen, we have a deal. You will come to pick me up tomorrow." She made a gesture to seal the promise. Shen Yelin had never engaged in such childish antics before. He had always deemed them beneath him. Yet, in the presence of Luo Xueyun, he could not resist her every request. Clearing his throat, he raised his hand, and before he knew it, Luo Xueyun had entwined her pinky with his. Luo Xueyun nodded obediently. Before leaving, she waved goodbye. "See you tomorrow, Brother Shen." Shen Yelin nodded in return. Luo Mingjian furrowed his brow and quietly asked Luo Xiaoxi,
"Whose child is that?"
"She appears to come from a wealthy family. If our Xueyun befriends him, we shall never have to worry about food and clothing again." Luo Xiaoxi chuckled. "He is not from a wealthy family, just a small workshop in the neighboring town." Chapter 25. A quarrel. Upon hearing that he was from a humble background, Luo Mingjian's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. "A small household, and you allowed Xueyun to chat with him for so long?" "It is unnecessary," Luo Xiaoxi replied. "Xueyun wishes to make friends with him. I see nothing wrong with that." "What's wrong with a small household? You also rose from humble beginnings, did you not? Moreover, I did not marry you because you were from a small household. Our Luo family supported you with thousands of taels. If we did not believe in your capabilities, we would not have invested so much in you, would we? If I had looked down upon you, you would not have married me, nor would there be the Luo Medical Hall and pharmacies we see everywhere today. And for all these years, our Luo family has continued to support Luo Mingjian." Luo Mingjian retorted, "Xiaoxi, why are you bringing this back to me?" Seeing the expression on Luo Mingjian's face, Luo Xiaoxi did not wish to engage further. Sensing the tension in the air, Luo Mingjian quickly smiled and said, "All right, I will settle the bill. You two wait for me in the carriage." Luo Xiaoxi replied. "I have finally managed to appease Xiaoxi. I cannot afford to provoke her again. Moreover, if this matter were to spread, it would tarnish my reputation. Truly despicable. This creature not only lacks any reflection on his infidelity, but is also solely concerned with his own interests." Luo Xueyun seethed with anger in her heart. Once outside the Drunken Shrimp Tavern, Lu Xiaoxi felt a significant alleviation of pressure now that Luo Mingjian was absent. Inside the tavern, Xun Yelin's gaze lingered on the spot where Luo Xueyun had departed. Xun Yelin's gaze shifted to the servant before him. Under the weight of Xun Yelin's stare, the servant felt an unsettling chill creep over him. "And master, why are you looking at me like that?" Xun Yelin's inky eyes swept over him with a coldness that nearly suffocated the man with its intensity. Trembling, the servant asked, "So, will I still be picking up tomorrow?" "Of course, why would you not?" Xun Yelin replied. "Once a promise is made, it cannot be retracted." "But, master, what did you mean by what you just said?" The servant stammered. "Are you not capable of concocting a reason for me to invite her to my residence?" Xun Yelin questioned. "Yes, I understand," the servant replied. Xun Yelin shook his head in exasperation. The man was simply too dim-witted, unlike Wen Fong. "Go settle the bill," he commanded. "Yes, sir." As the servant went to settle the account, Xun Yelin instinctively reached to touch the spot where Luo Xueyun had just kissed him, as if her warmth still lingered there. She had embraced him moments ago, and now he could still detect her fragrance enveloping him. Far from being repulsed by the scent of Luo Xueyun, he found it rather delightful. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as his fingers tenderly caressed the residual warmth. At that moment, Xun Yelin was certain that he could hear Luo Xueyun's innermost thoughts. From her heart, he discerned that she was aware of his ghost-attracting nature. Although he was unclear how she had come to know, he was assured of one thing. She was unlike anyone else. She would not shun him, nor would she resent him for attracting spirits. In fact, she seemed to take pleasure in his peculiar trait. Since she liked it, he resolved to capture a ghost for her tomorrow. As the servant returned after settling the bill, he spotted his young master standing there, lost in a daze with a smile gracing his face. Am I dreaming, or is my master truly capable of such expressions? Noticing the servant's gaze, Xun Yelin quickly composed himself, reverting to his usual icy demeanor. The servant nodded in understanding, muttering to himself, "It seems I was indeed imagining things." In the carriage, Lu Xiaoxi was resting with her eyes closed, while Luo Mingjian was playfully entertaining Luo Xueyun. His antics drew peals of laughter from her, his own face beaming with joy. "Father, your story is so funny," Luo Xueyun exclaimed, clutching her belly in mirth. Luo Mingjian affectionately ruffled her hair, laughing. "Our Xueyun is truly adorable when she smiles." The atmosphere inside the carriage was one of familial warmth, a scene that would evoke fondness in anyone who beheld it. Yet, the true sentiments of Luo Mingjian and Luo Xueyun were quite different. "Ugh, Xiaoxi's favorite is this insufferable child. To placate her, I must indulge this wretched brat. If not for this detestable creature, Xiaoxi would never have discovered my affair with Jiaoyu. If there is blame to be assigned, it lies squarely with you." Still here, laughing and laughing. "I should have my mother sew your mouth shut like the last one, and then we'll see if you can still laugh. You don't have much time left to live. Does this scoundrel really think he has a right to complain? What nonsense is being thrown my way? You would even harm your own flesh and blood. There's no one else like you. I've never encountered such a peculiar individual before. It's quite an eye-opener. You even want to sew my mouth shut? You and your mother must be tired of living, right? You foolish idiots, just because you can curse. Does that make you superior?" The exchange between Luo Mingjian and Luo Xueyun was filled with harsh words, yet in reality, they were laughing joyfully in the carriage, while their inner thoughts were heated enough to spark a fight. Luo Xueyun, perhaps too enraged by Luo Mingjian, murmured in her sleepy haze. Lu Xiaoxi's eyes widened in alarm, fearing that Luo Xueyun might awaken Luo Mingjian. She certainly did not wish to be in his company. It was only by swiftly covering Luo Xueyun's mouth that the potentially foul words were stifled. Having read in a book that a woman pursuing a man only needed to take a slight initiative, she believed that a gentle kiss could secure his affection. Chapter 26. A tender moment at that time, she had thought it to be fanciful that such things could not be so easily achieved. However, after attempting it today, the results far exceeded her expectations. In her dreams, Luo Xueyun's lips subtly curved upwards. Even in slumber, she envisioned teasing Xun Yelin. In the hazy night, she stood before him, her eyes fixed on his. Under the gentle moonlight, Xun Yelin's fierce visage softened. his gaze filled with longing, as if he awaited her arrival. As a soft breeze caressed her, she bit her lip, summoning her courage to draw closer. Luo Xueyun took a deep breath, rising onto her toes as she approached his cheek. With her eyes gently closed, she leaned forward, her lips brushing lightly against his skin. That kiss, as delicate as a feather, stirred ripples within his heart. In that moment, Luo Xueyun's own heart was in disarray. He seemed taken aback by her sudden gesture, his striking eyes widening in surprise. She blushed instantly, retreating a few steps in a fluster, only to stumble and fall to the ground. Seeing her tumble, he wasted no time and rushed forward, offering his hand to help her up. Their eyes met, his filled with concern, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. Luo Xueyun, dreaming of such a scene, couldn't help but laugh aloud in her sleep. Lu Xiaoxi, observing her daughter's blissful expression, felt her own lips curl into a smile. She reached out to gently stroke Luo Xueyun's hair and planted a soft kiss upon her forehead, her gaze brimming with affection. Upon arriving at the Luo residence, Lu Xiaoxi carefully cradled Luo Xueyun and carried her down from the carriage, not wishing to awaken Luo Mingjian, whom she could not bear to look at for even a moment longer. When Luo Xueyun awoke, she found someone asleep beside her. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she hazily recognized the familiar and gentle face of Lu Xiaoxi lying next to her. Listening to Lu Xiaoxi's soft breaths, her smile deepened. Sunlight streamed through the half-drawn curtains, casting dappled patterns across her face, enhancing her already gentle features. Yet, there was an undeniable weariness etched upon her countenance, even in sleep. Seeing Lu Xiaoxi like this tugged painfully at Luo Xueyun's heart. She instinctively reached out, wishing to smooth away the frown on her brow. Luo Xueyun carefully shifted, nestling closer to Lu Xiaoxi, relishing the comfort of her presence. This inexplicable sense of security was an experience she had never known until she entered this world and met her. As she moved cautiously, trying not to disturb Lu Xiaoxi, her head inadvertently brushed against Lu Xiaoxi's chest. The frown on Lu Xiaoxi's brow tightened slightly, yet her eyes remained closed as she instinctively wrapped her arms around the girl. Pulling her closer, Lu Xiaoxi's hand gently patted Luo Xueyun's back, as if to soothe her into a deeper sleep. Luo Xueyun's heart raced, feeling the warmth emanating from her and the faint, familiar fragrance that belonged solely to Lu Xiaoxi. If only time could freeze at that moment, she wished for nothing more. Her heart raced incessantly. No amount of self-soothing could quell her emotions or steady her heartbeat. An inexplicable warmth and feeling took root within her. After a considerable time, Lu Xiaoxi finally regained consciousness. Since the moment Lu Xiaoxi embraced her, Luo Xueyun had been blinking at her in awe, fearing that if she closed her eyes, everything before her would vanish, and that perhaps this was merely a fleeting dream before her demise. Yet, when the other person earnestly called her name, the warmth of her breath brushing against her face confirmed the reality of it all. This was no dream. Luo Xueyun's spirits lifted instantly, her eyes sparkling as she beamed at Lu Xiaoxi, her soft voice chiming, "Mother, you're awake." Lu Xiaoxi smiled gently, pinching Luo Xueyun's cheek. "Yes, Mother is awake. Are you hungry, my dear?" Luo Xueyun shyly patted her stomach, letting out a bashful chuckle. "I'm hungry." Lu Xiaoxi ruffled Luo Xueyun's hair. "Why didn't you wake Mother if you were hungry? What if you starved?" Luo Xueyun looked at her with a pitiful gaze. "Mother, I didn't want to wake you." With that, she playfully nudged her face against Lu Xiaoxi's. A genuine smile spread across Lu Xiaoxi's face. "Silly girl. Next time you're hungry, you must call for me, understood?" Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. "Yes, I understand." Lu Xiaoxi said, "Come, let Mother take you to dinner." Luo Xueyun replied, "Okay." After adjusting their clothing, Lu Xiaoxi took Luo Xueyun's small hand and strolled toward the dining hall. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, enhancing the tenderness of the moment. Inside the dining hall, the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Lu Xiaoxi gently placed Luo Xueyun on a chair and sat beside her, meticulously serving her dishes. "Yun Yun, this is your favorite braised pork. Give it a try." Lu Xiaoxi said tenderly, placing a piece of succulent pork in Luo Xueyun's bowl. Luo Xueyun picked up her chopsticks, carefully lifting the morsel to her mouth. Instantly, The rich flavor enveloped her senses, prompting her to close her eyes and smile in satisfaction. So delicious. Luo Xueyun exclaimed happily. Lu Xiaoxi replied, I'm glad you like it. If you want anything else next time, just tell Mother and I'll make it for you. Luo Xueyun beamed, yes. Mother is the best. Such a heartwarming and serene scene would have been perfect had it not been for the arrival of Luo Mingjian. Why didn't you call me for dinner? His voice broke the tranquility as he approached, still rubbing his eyes, resembling someone just awakened. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaoxi involuntarily trembled, her body radiating resistance towards him, yet she had to endure for Luo Xueyun's sake. Luo Mingjian looked at Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, why didn't you call me when you got off the carriage? It seems I still haven't managed to placate her. She used to be so easy to appease. What a hassle. Chapter 27. Timely Arrival. What must I do to avoid holding grudges? To put it another way, doesn't Lu Xiaoxi have any faults? If she hadn't forbidden me from taking a concubine, would I have acted this way? Luo Xueyun had been enjoying her meal until she heard Luo Mingjian's unpleasant voice, which suddenly rendered her food tasteless. However, she realized that Lu Xiaoxi could not possibly converse with Luo Mingjian amicably, so she took it upon herself to mediate. With a smile, Luo Xueyun addressed Luo Mingjian. Mother didn't wake you, as she feared disturbing you, father. Hearing her words, a smile broke on Luo Mingjian's face. Oh, is that so? I thought, what did you think? Lu Xiaoxi's icy gaze fixed upon him. Luo Mingjian was caught off guard by her question, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Su Donghua approached, her keen eyes immediately detecting the tension between Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi. With a light laugh, Su Donghua commented, I could smell the delightful aroma from afar. Although I've already eaten, I couldn't resist coming over for a taste. This must be your cooking, Xiaoxi, right? It smells wonderful. The flavor is so different from the servant's cooking. Indeed, your dishes are what mother prefers. However, there was something peculiar about her statement. One might not sense the issue at first, but given the events of that morning, it was clear she was directing her words at Lu Xiaoxi. Luo Mingjian truly is careless. How was he discovered? Now I have to clean up this mess. The apothecary's earnings have recently declined, and we need the Lu family's assistance. But Lu Xiaoxi is generally soft-hearted. I'll have a private chat with her later, and it should be fine. The atmosphere at the dining table was awkward, with each person harboring unspoken concerns. Luo Xueyun bore the burden of eavesdropping on their inner thoughts. Su Donghua was truly an insufferable woman. What twisted values did she possess, leading to such a son? Truly, dragons beget dragons, and a mouse's offspring will dig holes. She longed to hurl her chopsticks at Su Donghua's face, but such an act would frighten Yunyun. So she restrained herself, her fingers growing pale with tension. Luo Xueyun watched with a pang of sympathy. At that moment, her mind was filled with the voices of Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, while Lu Xiaoxi's inner voice was muted. It wasn't that she couldn't hear her, rather, Lu Xiaoxi had become numb from Su Donghua's earlier remarks. She had completely vacated her mind, unable to express her anger or frustration, leaving her feelings stifled. Finally, Luo Mingjian, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, spoke slowly. Mother, let me tell you, today a child from a humble family invited our Yunyun to their home to play. Can you believe it? Does he think he is a frog wishing to eat swan meat? Su Donghua asked whose child. A boy. Luo Mingjian replied, yes, a boy. Xiaoxi said he is the son of a small workshop owner from the neighboring town. Upon hearing this, Su Donghua's expression soured instantly, and she turned to Luo Xueyun. Yunyun, you are not to go anywhere tomorrow. You must stay at home. Understood? How dare that old hag command me? I could slay her with a single strike if I wanted to. Luo Xueyun's left hand, hidden beneath the table, began to glow faintly with purple light as the thunder sword gradually formed in her grasp. Just as it was about to fully materialize, the little furball tapped her hand, causing her to frown. Master, please hold back. Besides, didn't you promise me not to kill easily? Calm down, calm down. This insufferable old hag dares to order me around. Who does she think she is? Master, please don't let her get to you. A small workshop. Even if we cultivate a good relationship, what dowry could we gain? It wouldn't be worth as much as the betrothal money earned from the wealthy Li family in East City. They offered 50 taels of gold. Their method of securing a marriage is quite torturous. In the end, will this little wretch be able to endure it? You are my current source of income. I want to allow you to associate with any random cats or dogs. If you ruin my plans, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you. Luo Xueyun, little furball. In the next moment, a violet halo reformed in Luo Xueyun's hand, but little furball quickly intervened. Calm down, my esteemed host. You must remain composed. Do not act impulsively. Luo Xueyun suppressed her fury once more, stating, I have always adhered to principles and maintained integrity in my actions. However, if my restraint reaches its limit, I will do my utmost to refrain from harming her, but I kindly ask you to intervene promptly if needed. To be candid, had little furball not been present today, Su Donghua would likely have been torn to shreds by Luo Xueyun. Given her temperament, it would have been utterly impossible for Su Donghua to survive. Although her heart seethed with rage, the performance must continue. Luo Xueyun blinked at Su Donghua, asking why. Su Donghua replied, there is no reason. Men and women should not engage in close contact. It is best not to spread rumors. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxi interjected. But they're still so young. What rumors could possibly arise? I believe you are viewing them through your own lens. They are merely two naive children. What mischief could they possibly conjure? Just as Su Donghua was about to counter Lu Xiaoxi's words, Luo Xueyun burst into tears. Yun wants to find Brother Shin tomorrow. Mother, I don't want to stay at home. She tugged at Lu Xiaoxi's sleeve, her tear-streaked face evoking profound sympathy. Chapter 28. The Diary. Luo Xueyun wept. Her eyes glistening with tears, her delicate face adorned with shimmering droplets. She clutched Lu Xiaoxi's sleeve tightly, her pleading gaze fixed upon her. Mother, I wish to seek Brother Shin. I have already made an appointment with him, and I do not wish to break my promise. Luo Xueyun's voice trembled with emotion, filled with grievance. Observing her daughter's distress, Lu Xiaoxi felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. She gently wiped away Luo Xueyun's tears and comforted her softly. Be good. My dear, how could your mother prevent you from going? With tear-filled eyes, Luo Xueyun looked at Lu Xiaoxi. Really? Is it true?
No.
I won't allow it. Su Donghua interjected bluntly. Yun is my daughter. If she wishes to go, she shall go. They are merely children. What harm could there be? Su Donghua furrowed her brow, astonished, as Lu Xiaoxi rarely spoke to her in such a manner. Lo Mingjian, sensing the tension, hastily intervened. All right, let us not quarrel. If Yun wishes to go, let her go. What could possibly happen between two children? Mother, you're being unreasonable. Su Donghua scoffed, casting a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoxi before sweeping away angrily. Lo Mingjian turned to Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, you too. Why argue over such trivial matters? Moreover, he is merely an outsider. If they do not meet, what of it? Your mother's words do hold some merit. Hearing Lo Mingjian's words, Luo Xueyun pouted, on the verge of tears once more. Lu Xiaoxi, noticing this, hurriedly embraced her, whispering soothingly, Do not cry, my dear. Their words do not matter. Mother has said you may go tomorrow, and no one can stop you. Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. She then took Lu Xiaoxi's hand and left the dining hall, leaving Lo Mingjian standing alone, his expression darkening to an extreme, his forehead furrowed with lines of frustration. His cold, piercing gaze fixated on the direction where Luo Xueyun and Lu Xiaoxi had departed. If it were not for this wretched child, I would not be in this predicament. Xiaoxi would not turn against me, and my affairs would not be exposed. Xiaoxi actually argued with mother over this little brat. It seems this child must not be allowed to live. I must find a way for mother to eliminate her. Indeed, having a daughter brings misfortune. Had it been a son, he would surely comprehend a father's heart. Tisk, mother has employed various methods. I wonder if this one will prove effective. Lo Mingjian's inner turmoil was fully perceived by Luo Xueyun, as they had not yet distanced themselves. Cradled in Lu Xiaoxi's arms, Luo Xueyun rested her head on her shoulder, her gaze fixed upon the dining hall, her eyes burning with intense animosity. Had it been her former disposition, news of a massacre at the Luo residence would surely have spread throughout the city by the following day. That night, Luo Mingjian remained alone in his empty quarters, while Luo Xiaoxi slept in Luo Xueyun's room. He was already seething with pent-up frustration, unable to vent it, which only intensified his discomfort. Luo Mingjian decided to occupy himself by copying medicinal recipes to soothe his mind. Sitting alone at his desk, his brow furrowed, he mindlessly scribbled on paper with increasing force, leaving chaotic marks on the yellowed parchment. He attributed all his ire to Luo Xueyun. The flames of Luo Mingjian's anger raged within him, akin to a caged beast seeking an outlet for release. He stood abruptly, seizing the marred paper and crumpling it fiercely before hurling it to the ground. As if the paper were Luo Xueyun herself, the crumpled ball bounced a few times before resting quietly on the floor. At that instant, Luo Mingjian felt an overwhelming impulse to stab Luo Xueyun with a knife. He had always harbored disdain for her as a girl, and today her interference had compounded his resentment to an unbearable extent. Luo Mingjian gasped, his face flushed with fury, and after a moment, he sat down again. His brow furrowed as if to imprison all his displeasure within those deep furrows. Whenever he recalled Luo Xiaoxi's stubborn countenance and her anger, his rage intensified. Taking a deep breath, Luo Mingjian endeavored to quell his anger. If it were not for the recent need for the Luo family's assistance, I would gladly strike you and that wretched child. What is wrong with seeking companionship outside? Is that not a common pursuit among men? Why must I be bound to you alone? What are you, a mere woman? Merely a vessel for my lineage. You cannot even produce proper offspring, only bringing forth ill-fated brats. Wait, if Jiaoyu claims she is pregnant and bears a son. At this thought, a sinister smile crept across Luo Mingjian's face, tinged with cruelty. His lips parted as he slowly articulated, to leave a son after the mother is not out of the question. Moments later, his mood lifted, and the room echoed with his somewhat deranged laughter, resonating eerily and chaotically in the stillness of the night. Within the Shun residence, Shun Yelin sat at his desk, a pleasant smile gracing his lips, and his typically cold eyes seemed to hold a hint of warmth. Before him lay a pristine diary, and he dipped his pen in ink, inscribing the blank page. 7th day of the 5th month in the Yuan year, midsummer. I encountered a peculiar little girl at the Drunken Shrimp Pavilion. She always gazes at me with a smile, her clear eyes seemingly holding the stars of the night sky. Just a glance at her makes it difficult to look away. Her hands are like delicate petals, her skin as smooth as cream, her neck like a swan's, her teeth like ivory, and her brows like willows, with a charming smile and captivating eyes. Her beauty eclipses the ages, and even the lotus flowers seem to pale in comparison. As he penned these verses, Shun Yelin's smile nearly reached the heavens. Her adorable visage filled his mind. She was unlike anyone else. She understood my ghostly nature, yet was unafraid, and even seemed to enjoy my company. My feelings for her differ from those for others. Upon seeing her, my heart races. If this is what the tales refer to as love, then I believe I am indeed enamored with her. Chapter 29. Exorcising spirits. For her I know not why I can hear her thoughts, and only her thoughts alone resonate within my mind. This is truly marvelous. The underlying principle remains unknown, yet it matters not. Tomorrow, I shall welcome her into my abode, since she has a fondness for spirits. I shall procure a few for her delight. It will be a surprise. The sound of his heartbeat resonated clearly in the tranquil room, each thump reverberating through his chest. And merely recalling her visage sent his heart into a tumult. Strangely, he relished this sensation. Rather than suppressing the emotions that blossomed within him, he embraced and savored them. Once Shun Yiling completed his writing, he examined it with satisfaction and gently blew on the ink, waiting for it to dry completely before closing the notebook. Subsequently, he picked up an exquisite mechanism box, unlocking it to place the notebook inside. After securing it, Shun Yiling concealed it in a hidden compartment of his study, then departed to capture spirits for Luo Xueyun. However, just as he stepped outside, a sudden realization struck him. He paused, contemplating. If Luo Xueyun were to discover he could hear her innermost thoughts, would she perceive him as frightening? Would she choose to distance herself from him? Clearly, he must devise a means to present her with the spirits without raising her suspicions. The cool moonlight bathed his upright figure, casting a long shadow. The gentle light highlighted his deep-set eyes and sharply defined features, revealing a hint of concern within his inky pupils. Standing in the courtyard, his dark attire fluttering in the night breeze, he seemed to merge with the chill of the night. An idea soon materialized. He had found a solution, granting him the ease to pursue spirits for her. Moments later, Xuanmen arrived at a place teeming with spirits. His gaze swept coldly over the surroundings, and upon seeing him, the spirits fled in panic. The reason was simple. Whenever he faced troubling matters or felt irked, he would come here to vent his frustrations by vanquishing them. Initially, they were baffled that a mere child could overpower them, but their collective retaliation resulted in their utter annihilation. Eventually, they learned that at the sight of Xuanmen, they would scatter like leaves in a storm, terrified of being captured. As for why they did not seek refuge elsewhere, it was rather absurd. This was the only area within 100 miles dense with Yin energy, allowing them to enhance their powers more rapidly than by preying on humans. Aside from Xuanmen, there were no substantial threats. One spirit lamented, "What have we done to provoke him?" Another replied, "I truly fear him. Last time, he nearly beat me to death. In the end, he inquired if I had ever consumed a human, to which I shook my head, only to be punished further for my honesty. Such a dreadful fate. At least I'm still alive." Another spirit chimed in. "Have you heard about that spirit from the neighboring town that devoured 18 people?
Indeed.
But I haven't seen it in quite some time. No clue where it has gone. Where could it have gone? To the netherworld, perhaps. Let me tell you, Xuanmen only kills spirits that have feasted on humans. Those who haven't face only a beating. That spirit who consumed 18 was beaten for 3 hours, its soul shattered.
Terrifying, isn't it?
Is he truly that formidable? If you doubt it, try your luck. I think I'll pass. I've consumed one person. Then you'd better be cautious. If he catches you, you'll be in for a world of suffering." As a spirit emitted a sharp, explosive sound and fled, it realized its doom was imminent. Xuanmen stood behind it, and before it could react, he knocked it unconscious with a single punch, subsequently securing it within his spirit pouch as he continued his search for the next target. After walking for a while, he halted abruptly, inhaling deeply as he listened intently to the sounds around him, confirming the likely escape routes of the spirits for later capture. Then, Xuanmen drew forth a gleaming sword, its blade etched with intricate runes, emanating an aura of mystery. The sword shimmered with a chilling radiance under the moonlight. With a gentle sweep, the tip sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle, as if invisible blades were cleaving the atmosphere. The surrounding air seemed drawn towards the sword's trajectory, coalescing in accordance with Xuanmen's command. His gaze remained icy and resolute, surveying everything around him. He then closed his eyes slightly, focusing his energy, as a faint golden light began to emanate from him, as if a divine force were gathering. A strange wind swept through the mountains, growing in ferocity, resembling a colossal hand capturing the fleeing spirits one by one. They found no opportunity to resist against such terrifying power and forceful gusts. Xuanmen stood firm, his figure appearing increasingly tall and imposing amidst the tempest. "Why run?" he called out. As his voice echoed, the spirits seemed frozen in place, their fear palpable as they glanced at him before hurriedly averting their gazes, filled with dread and despair. None dared to meet his eyes, fearing that a mere glance might draw his attention. Those who had not consumed humans faced only a beating, while those who had would find themselves utterly obliterated. Xuanmen's gaze swept over them, observing their palpable trepidation. Chapter 30. The Living King of Hell. His eyes were as frigid as ice, capable of freezing the very essence of life. The weight of his imposing gaze traversed the myriad of malevolent beings, each one feeling as though struck by an invisible hammer. Involuntarily trembling, some spirits stood on edge, their fur bristling, while others turned pale, nearly collapsing under the weight of their fear. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, as if even the winds had ceased to breathe. Xuanmen's steps, though slow, resonated with an unprecedented pressure, each footfall echoing in the hearts of the demons. When he passed a female ghost clad in red, he paused. His gaze locked onto the trembling figure attempting to hide. It quaked in terror, on the verge of tears, as the aura of death loomed ominously. Typically, those garbed in red are formidable, vengeful spirits, harboring immense resentment from their lives, unable to reincarnate due to their heavy grievances. Such intense hatred transforms them into vengeful apparitions. Once transformed, they either await their enemies at the Niha Bridge to devour their souls or seek revenge, needing a sorcerer's exorcism to dissipate their resentment for rebirth. However, with such profound enmity, they seldom relinquish it easily. Many crimson-clad spirits refuse to reincarnate after seeking vengeance. They harbor jealousy and hatred towards those who live blissfully. Their own suffering compels them to wish for the happiness of others to be stripped away, rendering these spirits exceedingly perilous. As they claim more lives, the hue of their garments darkens and their power intensifies. Their combat style is among the most reckless in the underworld, showing utter disregard for their own wounds, seeking only to inflict harm upon their adversaries, even at the cost of their own lives. Generally, few spirits dare to provoke them, and even demon hunters tend to avoid them when outnumbered. Yet, upon encountering Xuanmen, these formidable red-clad spirits became surprisingly docile. However, Xuanmen paid no heed to their compliance. In a swift motion, he incapacitated one and stowed it away in his spirit pouch. The surrounding malevolent beings were paralyzed with fear, dreading that they might be next. Even the most deranged among the crimson spirits feared him, let alone those of lesser cultivation. Xuanmen's gaze fell upon the trembling entities, a wicked smile curling upon his lips, sending chills down their spines. Soon, a series of anguished wails erupted from the woods of Wangyue Mountain, piercing the silence like cries from the depths of hell. The once tranquil forest was disturbed, leaves rustling as if in trepidation. The birds, startled by the sudden cacophony, took flight, tracing frantic arcs against the moonlit sky. An unsettling atmosphere enveloped the air. Any passerby at that moment would certainly be terrified, convinced that something sinister lurked within. The screams intensified, echoing through the mountain, and the malevolent beings once again grasped the meaning of absolute power and helplessness. Every inch of Wangyue Mountain seemed shrouded in this chilling chorus of despair, instilling fear in all who listened. After what felt like an eternity, Xuanmen, satisfied with his capture of 6 spirits, finally departed. The malevolent beings stood frozen, watching his figure vanish from sight, sighing in relief only after he was completely gone. At that moment, they collectively mourned for the unfortunate spirits taken. Before long, discussions ensued among them. A diminutive spirit, radiating a faint green glow, furrowed its brow and remarked in a shrill voice, "That boy is truly a living nightmare. Every time he comes, we face a beating. What wretched luck." A nearby fox spirit, its fur mottled and eyes full of sorrow, gently swayed its nearly bald tail and chimed in, "Indeed. Each time he strikes me, he plucks a bit of fur from my tail. Look at me. My tail is nearly bare. It's utterly disgraceful, and I dread facing others. As a vixen, how could he dare to pluck my fur? If no male foxes find me appealing, I shall take my vengeance." Another spirit interjected, "Oh, come now. Before you talk of vengeance, perhaps you should focus on safeguarding your own fur." A timid spirit added, "Let me tell you, every time that boy strikes me, I feel my cultivation regress. It dawns on me, this human lad is a living embodiment of Yama." Others quickly concurred, "Yes, yes. Xuanmen is indeed a living Yama, striking with such ferocity, as if intent on our demise." One remarked, "I must say, he is a true terror. Regardless of whether he captures us, he still finds a reason to strike us all." Another lamented, "What a pity. Sometimes, I find myself questioning how a mere child possesses such formidable strength. Could he truly be the heir of Yama?" Nods of agreement rippled through the gathered spirits. "You raise a valid point," another spirit continued. "It would be wise to keep our distance and avoid direct confrontation. There's no advantage for us in that." They reasoned that as long as they did not provoke Xuanmen, they would remain unharmed. Moreover, given that he only harmed malevolent beings, those who had refrained from causing human suffering should avoid wrongdoing to stay safe. Chapter 31. Tantrum. As long as they cease their malevolence, there may be a chance for survival even if captured. They resolved to tread the righteous path, lest they face Xuanmen's wrath. Their sentiments resonated with one another. Soon a spirit proposed, "Why not follow him? If anyone dares to provoke him, We shall deal with them. The others applauded this notion. Yes, yes. That's a splendid idea. The spirit elaborated. If we keep him in good spirits, we may avoid his wrath. If he is pleased, perhaps he might even reward us with elixirs to enhance our strength. Thus, those who had never harmed a human gathered together, pursuing Xin Yelin in the direction he had departed. Not long after, they caught up with him, cautiously trailing behind like a gaggle of mischievous children, both curious and anxious. Xin Yelin had long sensed their following, but chose not to chase them away, as he felt no hostility emanating from them. He surmised that they merely wished to deter those who might anger him, thus sparing themselves from punishment. A smirk crept across his face at this realization. If they desired to accompany him, so be it, as long as they caused no disruption. To prevent these spirits from being detected by ordinary folk or demon hunters, he subtly cast a concealment barrier around them, unbeknownst to them as they reveled in their successful stealth. A small tree spirit whispered, "Look, there are so many of us following him, and hasn't he noticed? If we were to strike him now, would he even realize?" Upon hearing this, silence fell over the group, as they all recalled the dire consequences they faced the last time they attempted such folly. The little tree spirit, still new to their ways, was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Before long, another spirit explained the circumstances to it. The next morning, a carriage from the Shun residence awaited at the door of the Luo family. The interior was lined with soft silk cushions, exuding a faint scent of sandalwood. Outside, sunlight glinted off the intricately carved carriage, casting dazzling reflections. All of this was prepared for Luo Xueyun. Xin Yelin sat nervously inside the carriage, unconsciously clutching his sleeves. Soon, he began to wonder if he appeared too haughty by waiting inside. Perhaps it would be better to step out and await her arrival. Xin Yelin rose and lifted the curtain of the carriage. Just as he was about to descend, the door of the Luo residence slowly opened. A little girl clad in a pale pink gown joyfully dashed out. He maintained the posture he had while seated, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Yet, his mind was filled with the image of her as she had just emerged, the sunlight cascading upon her, radiating a golden shimmer. As she ran, the hem of her dress swayed, resembling a blossoming peach flower. Before Luo Xueyun arrived, her voice echoed in Xin Yiling's mind. How wonderful. Thankfully, Mother is here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out today. I don't even want to say anything about Su Donghua. As soon as my mother mentioned that our Xin brother comes from a humble background, she turned hostile. She talks a good game, claiming that it is improper for men and women to have close contact, but isn't she merely playing her own cards? Intending to send me to marry someone on the 15th of July? Furthermore, do I really only hold the value of 50 taels of gold? How absurd. In such a vast East city, the Li family is the wealthiest. How can they be so stingy? Xin Yiling smiled upon hearing the earlier words, especially when he heard Luo Xueyun refer to him as our Xin brother, which nearly brought a laugh to his lips. However, upon hearing the latter part regarding Su Donghua preventing Luo Xueyun from leaving and intending to send her to marry, his expression darkened significantly. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his deep black eyes, and his features, which had softened with affection, now bore an air of aggression. Silently, Xin Yiling repeated these keywords in his mind. Su Donghua, humble background, marriage, 50 taels of gold, the wealthy Li family of East City. With merely this information, he could surmise the current predicament of the Luo household. The coachman, noticing Luo Xueyun approaching, hurriedly lifted the carriage curtain. Luo Xueyun smiled at him and said, "Thank you." The coachman, seeing the sweet smile on the little girl's face, couldn't help but smile back. "Miss Luo, take care, be careful not to bump into anything." She slightly bowed her head and lightly stepped inside. The moment Luo Xueyun boarded, the gloom on Xin Yiling's face vanished without a trace. Luo Xueyun smiled at him. "Good morning, Brother Xin." Xin Yiling nodded slightly. Although his expression remained cold, his gaze towards her was unusually gentle. "Morning." He then turned to the coachman outside and commanded, "Let us depart." "Yes." Just as the carriage was about to move, Su Donghua's voice rang out. "Wait. Oh no. The old hag is coming." She instinctively shrank beside Xin Yiling, gripping his sleeve tightly. Xin Yiling glanced at her and gently patted her hand, as if to comfort her. Mother, what are you doing? Didn't I make myself clear yesterday? I won't allow Luo Xueyun to go out. She is my daughter. No one but me has the right to govern her. If I permit her to go, she will go, and your words hold no weight. Lu Xiaoxi had also made her stance clear. Su Donghua was infuriated by Lu Xiaoxi's words. That wretched Lu Xiaoxi, if you ruin my plans, just wait and see how I will deal with you. I see she has truly turned rebellious, daring to retort against my words. As Su Donghua was about to continue her tantrum, Shen Yiling lifted the curtain of the carriage and cast a cold glance at her. Why can't she be with me? His tone was neither heavy nor light, yet it exuded a formidable pressure. Su Donghua, struck by that frosty gaze, felt her anger douse significantly. She opened her mouth, intending to say something, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Shen Yiling ceased speaking, his cold eyes fixed on Su Donghua. The intensity of his aura caused Su Donghua to stumble back a step, utterly taken aback by the immense pressure emanating from the small figure before her. Lu Xiaoxi stepped forward, saying, I will clarify things with her. You all may leave. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxi's intention for them to depart, Su Donghua immediately objected. When it came to matters of money, her courage swelled.
Leave?
Let me tell you, Luo Xueyun isn't going anywhere today. If you insist on leaving, you will have to trample over my body. With that, she angrily ran to the front of the carriage and sprawled on the ground. The coachman was taken aback by Su Donghua's antics. He lifted the carriage curtain and peered inside, asking, "And master this?" Shen Yiling slowly turned his gaze towards him. You need not concern yourself. I will handle this.
Yes.
Can this shrew truly be the mother of Luo Mingjian? It is hard to believe. With such a temperament, how could she possibly raise a benevolent and virtuous son like Luo Mingjian? Luo Xueyun, upon hearing the coachman's thoughts, could not suppress a cold laugh. That hypocritical scoundrel, Luo Mingjian, puts on an act of benevolence in front of others, appearing kind-hearted and devoted to his wife. Yet, in reality, he sells medicine that could cure patients quickly but refuses to do so. He insists on prescribing slower-acting remedies, deliberately prolonging recovery to around 7 days. The most despicable part is that Luo's family possesses the only effective formula for treating the prevalent wind heat illness in Yuming City. Clearly, one could see results within 2 days, yet he insists on stretching it to 4 days, and on top of that, he subtly manipulates the formula. He revels in the profits from this unscrupulous business. And that old hag is willing to go to any lengths to send me, without any issues, to a ghost marriage, for her 50 taels of gold. Ugh, if only the coachman could run her over. She is just so vexing. Luo Xueyun's thoughts echoed in Shen Yiling's mind without restraint. After leaving that word behind, Shen Yiling stepped out of the carriage, his sword in hand. Luo Xueyun instinctively reached out to grasp his sleeve. Feeling the man before her stiffen momentarily, she sensed her fingers gently clutching the edge of his garment. He slightly turned his head, his deep-set eyes reflecting her current appearance. His once stern features softened slightly as he looked at her. Apart from Luo Xueyun, Shen Yiling had never revealed such a demeanor to anyone else. She was the sole exception. He gazed down at her, his voice low and melodious. What is it? His words seemed to carry a hint of unnoticeable concern. Luo Xueyun looked up, meeting his profound gaze. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within her. She hurriedly released her grip on Shen Yiling's sleeve, her face flushing faintly. Shen Yiling's brow furrowed slightly, and then he heard her thoughts at that moment. Speak up. Hurry. Why are you shy at a time like this? Luo Xueyun. Why do you always falter at critical moments? Quickly tell him to be cautious. Are these few words truly life-threatening? Will saying them lead to death? He looked at her, a fleeting smile flashing in his eyes, followed by a gentle curve of his lips, as if the icy facade had been shattered entirely at that moment. In her presence, his coldness always softened. Luo Xueyun tilted her head slightly, her eyes meeting his, the warmth within her gaze seemingly capable of melting the ice within his heart. In an inexplicable turn of events, she nodded, her gaze intensely following his departing figure. She stood there in a daze, as if her very heart had been spirited away by him. Hey, dear host. Dear host. The accursed system chose this moment to intrude upon the atmosphere she had just begun to cultivate. Luo Xueyun's expression darkened instantly, and she retorted in her mind. Spit it out. System. Dear host, are you the one pursuing him, or is he pursuing you? It seems your soul is nearly drawn away by him.
Ha ha ha.
The system's mocking laughter only served to deepen the frown on Luo Xueyun's face. She replied sullenly, if it's taken, then so be it. I can always gather my spirit anew. As long as my body remains intact, I shall not perish. System. Dear host, you needn't take this so seriously.
I was merely jesting.
Luo Xueyun, are you done? If so, be gone at once. Considering my current mood, it would be quite generous of me not to end you. System. Just the other day you claimed you weren't a psychopathic killer, yet now you wish to end this one and that one. Thankfully, the heavens foresaw this and placed a protective barrier around Xin Yiling, restraining you, dear host. Otherwise, on the first day, you would have slaughtered both the guilty and the innocent without hesitation. Once the system departed, Luo Xueyun felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted. Xin Yiling leapt down from the carriage, striding directly towards Su Donghua. Upon noticing him, Su Donghua snorted disdainfully, continuing to sprawl carelessly. She let out a cold chuckle. What's this? Do you think I fear you just because you wield a sword? What are you, a mere child pretending to be brave? Am I to be frightened by a child? I am decades old. I have seen far more than you can imagine. Chapter 33. To live or to die. A disdainful smile crept upon Su Donghua's lips, her murky eyes flashing with contempt. She mockingly exclaimed, what is he? Just the son of a small workshop. What right does he have to take someone from the Luo family? Not even a servant of the Luo family would be beneath him. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoxi hurried forward, but as she opened her mouth, Shen Yiling signaled for her to remain silent. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to comply. Su Donghua grew more emboldened in her words, sitting upright and straightening her back, as if to assert her fearlessness before Shen Yiling. She was resolute in opposing him. With an eye roll, Su Donghua sneered. What are you looking at? I'll tell you this. Either you crush me to pass, or leave Luo Xueyun behind. Otherwise, none of you shall leave. Let us see who can outlast the other. She muttered under her breath, I truly wish to give her a sword. Su Donghua scrutinized Shen Yiling, her acerbic voice ringing out again. You look like you hail from a noble lineage, yet your fate is akin to that of a mere workshop. What a waste of such a fine facade. Her gaze then landed on Shen Yiling's sword. Humph, little brat, do you think a mere broken sword can intimidate me? Su Donghua laughed derisively, her tone dripping with arrogance, showing no regard for Shen Yiling. Just as she prepared to speak again, Shen Yiling's sword moved swiftly, pressing against her neck. The cold steel sent a shiver coursing through Su Donghua's skin. One moment she had been brimming with bravado, and the next, she was rendered meek. The chill spread from her neck throughout her body. Observing her once defiant expression freeze in place, Shen Yiling couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Su Donghua's previously defiant eyes widened in terror, fixating on the blade glimmering ominously before her. In that moment, she dared not move an inch. This was no jest. A child could wield the sword with ruthless intent. Should she truly be harmed, the consequences would be dire. Shen Yiling's eyes were as deep as the night, his countenance remaining starkly unyielding beneath the sunlight. He lowered his head slightly, the sword tip grazing her skin. The flesh of her neck was delicate, and Shen Yiling's blade was extraordinarily sharp. A mere touch left a faint trace of blood. It seemed that with the slightest pressure, he could penetrate her fragile skin. The air around them felt thick, heavy with silence, broken only by Su Donghua's labored breaths. She felt as if her heart were gripped by an invisible hand, its every beat a Herculean effort. Lu Xiaoxi, watching from the side, furrowed her brow, eager to intervene, yet restrained by Shen Yiling's command. Thus, even in her desperation, she hesitated to plead for Su Donghua. Shen Yiling's gaze was icy as he observed Su Donghua, the tip of his sword shifting slightly against her neck. His expression betrayed no emotion, yet it was this very calmness that instilled the most fear, for at any moment he could sever her fragile skin. Su Donghua's complexion paled in fright, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breathing becoming rapid, her eyes revealing boundless terror. She had not anticipated a child to possess such audacity. All around was silence, save for the gentle breeze stirring the dust. Shen Yiling's sword trembled slightly, each quiver carving a deep mark into Su Donghua's psyche. The shallow bloodstain on her neck glistened in the sunlight, a vivid reminder that it could burst forth at any moment. Su Donghua's body was stiff, immobilized by fear, her gaze locked on Shen Yiling, awaiting his words. In this moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely, each second painfully prolonged. After a long pause, Shen Yiling spoke languidly. "I thought you were unafraid of death." Su Donghua stuttered. Aye. Her mind was a chaotic whirl, fear clouding her thoughts, rendering her speechless. Shen Yiling interrupted her, his voice low and chilling, as though it emanated from the depths of hell. "Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? Choose one." His tone was eerily calm, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Su Donghua hastily replied, "I want to live." With a gentle flick of his wrist, he withdrew the sword from her neck, leaving a lingering coolness in its wake. Shen Yiling commanded, "Leave." Her escape was chaotic, perhaps the first time in ages that she had been so thoroughly cornered. Luo Xueyun, peering through the carriage window, found amusement in Su Donghua's disheveled retreat. The grand doors of the estate loomed ahead, and Su Donghua summoned every ounce of strength to burst through. She turned to the two servants standing at the entrance, panic-stricken, and urged quickly, "Lock the door. Hurry." The servants were taken aback by Su Donghua's frantic demeanor. "Why are you standing there? Are you deaf?" Su Donghua exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. However, upon noticing Luo Xueyun still outside, they hesitated. Su Donghua, infuriated by their inaction, shouted, "I commanded you to close the door. Why have you stopped? Do my words hold no weight?" Simultaneously, the two servants replied, "But the lady is still outside." Su Donghua retorted, "Let her remain outside. You can open it for her later. If you don't shut the door this instant, I'll sell your contracts to a brothel." This threat spurred the servants into action, hastily slamming the door shut. As Su Donghua watched the heavy doors close with a thunderous boom, she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. She closed her eyes, attempting to calm the turmoil within her heart. In that moment, she finally felt a sense of security, yet she was profoundly aware of an unprecedented humiliation and helplessness. Su Donghua's hand clenched into a fist. Everything that boy had done to her today, she vowed to repay him in kind in the future. If she could not retaliate directly against him, she would unleash her frustration upon Luo Xueyun. After all, was it not all because of her? Chapter 34. Why is your face so red? Luo Xueyun glanced at the tightly shut door of the Luo residence, then turned to face Shen Yiling. "Seventh young master, my mother." Shen Yiling interjected. "Endurance is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is not always good either. She treated you that way. Why should you plead for her?" Luo Xueyun took a deep breath. "I will handle the matters that follow. You should leave first, young master." Shen Yiling slowly closed his eyes and said, "Why not reveal my identity to her? If she knew, she would not be so difficult." Luo Xueyun replied, "If she were to learn your true identity, she might devise even more schemes. I do not wish for her to cause you trouble. Yun is innocent. I fear that when I am not around, my mother might teach her some undesirable things. I do not want Yun to be led astray. Hence, I have refrained from disclosing your true identity to them. It would be better for you to accompany me to the Shun residence. You can evade for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Besides, I am accustomed to her temperament after all these years." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Shen Yiling nodded slightly. "If matters become unmanageable, simply inform me of your identity." Luo Xueyun responded, "But if it adds to your troubles?" Shen Yiling reassured her, "It is of no consequence." Luo Xueyun expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, seventh young master." Shen Yiling replied courteously, "You are too kind." As Luo Xueyun turned to leave, Shen Yiling's gaze darkened slightly. The reputation of the Luo family's medical skills and the public image of Luo Mingjian were both highly regarded. Yet today, he realized that the Luo family was not as virtuous as rumored. Instead, it exuded a sense of malevolence. Luo Mingjian accepted bribes, and Su Donghua sought to sell her own granddaughter into a ghost marriage, a fact Luo Mingjian was aware of. Not only did he not oppose it, but he also fervently supported it, His heart was truly reprehensible. Even a tiger would not harm its young. Luo Mingjian was unworthy of the title of a parent. Lu Xiaoxi was oblivious to these matters. Had she known, she would undoubtedly stand against them. However, Xin Yiling still harbored some doubts. On the surface, Luo Xueyun appeared naive. Yet she seemed to possess much knowledge. How could she be privy to things that even Lu Xiaoxi was unaware of? But it mattered not how she knew. What mattered was that he could ensure her safety. She hurriedly sat up, her eyes filled with concern as she awaited him. When Xin Yiling lifted the curtain, he was met with her gaze, which was brimming with worry. A ray of sunlight streamed into the carriage, illuminating her clear, water-like eyes, which now held a depth of concern. "Brother Xin, are you well?" The moment the soft and melodious voice of the girl reached him, Xin Yiling's heart was thrown into disarray. Like a spring breeze caressing the lake's surface, it stirred ripples throughout his heart. He was momentarily stunned, forgetting his words. His heart raced furiously, as if each beat were in response to her presence. A warmth spread across his ears and face, and without needing to look, he knew his cheeks were flushed. Xin Yiling lowered his head slightly, wishing to conceal his reddened face from Luo Xueyun. Yet her worried eyes seemed to possess a magnetic pull, captivating his gaze. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the tumult within his heart, then slowly raised his head to meet the gaze of the one who stirred such emotions within him. The word captivated took on a tangible meaning for Xin Yiling in that moment. Seeing that he remained silent, Luo Xueyun wore a look of confusion. "Brother Xin?" Luo Xueyun still seemed somewhat uneasy. "Did grandmother allow me to leave?" Xin Yiling affirmed, "Yes." At his words, a radiant smile spread across Luo Xueyun's face as she clapped her hands. "Wonderful. Brother Xin is so impressive. You managed to persuade grandmother." To be precise, it was not persuasion. Xin Yiling calmly explained, "I spoke to her earnestly. She likely found my reasoning acceptable, which is why she allowed you to come out today." Luo Xueyun gave Xin Yiling a thumbs up. "Brother Xin is truly remarkable. Thanks to you, I can go out to play today." With that, Luo Xueyun leaped up, her eyes sparkling with joy, as if the stars themselves had descended into her gaze. Xin Yiling watched her, a smile unconsciously spreading across his lips, his expression gentle and filled with affection. Luo Xueyun cheerfully declared, "Then let us set off now. I am eager to see what her family is like." Xin Yiling closed his eyes for a moment, responding, "Indeed." Zhang Yi chimed in, "All right then." In the next moment, the carriage began to pick up speed. Luo Xueyun excitedly ran to the window, pulling aside the curtain to let the fresh air flood into the carriage. She poked her head out and took a deep breath, as if trying to inhale all the joy around her. Xin Yiling stood quietly behind her, watching her carefree figure, and his mood lifted in kind. "All right, come sit over here. Be careful not to catch a cold," he said with a smile. What a refreshing feeling. That old lady was scared to such a degree today. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. As she thought this, the smile on Luo Xueyun's face deepened, and she couldn't help but glance at Xin Yiling, who sat opposite her. "Brother Xin is simply too impressive. What should I do? I feel like I love him even more. He is so handsome and acts decisively without much talk. Who could resist that? Especially his lips. They always evoke an irresistible urge to kiss him." Upon hearing this, Xin Yiling's eyes widened slightly, and a deep blush crept onto his cheeks. He raised his hand, half clenching it against his lips, clearing his throat a few times to mask his discomfort. The more he tried to conceal it, the more Luo Xueyun noticed. "Could it be that you have a fever?" Luo Xueyun asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Brother Xin, why is your face so red?" Chapter 35. For you, is something wrong? Xin Yiling struggled to suppress his excited emotions. Despite the chaos within, he maintained a cool demeanor. "Nothing is wrong." Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow slightly. "Then why is your face so flushed?" "Hot." Luo Xueyun inquired. "Hot?" She attempted to feel the temperature and realized that the carriage was indeed a bit warm. Dressed in a skirt, she was naturally cooler than Xin Yiling. "It seems a bit warm, so let me fan you, Brother Xin. It will feel better," she said with a sweet smile. As she leaned closer to him, Xin Yiling quickly interjected, "It's fine. You do not need to worry about me." Upon hearing his words, A trace of disappointment spread across Luo Xueyun's eyes, and she lowered her head. All right then. That shouldn't be. I haven't said anything wrong. Have I? Or is it because of Su Donghua that he now dislikes me? Hearing Luo Xueyun's thoughts, Shen Yiling felt even more anxious. He wanted to tell her that it was not the case, that he did not dislike her, nor would he ever let Su Donghua affect his feelings towards her. But he could not bring himself to say it. Suddenly, he remembered the hairpin he had chosen for her at the accessory shop earlier that day. Now seemed the perfect moment to present it to her. Shen Yiling retrieved an exquisitely crafted wooden box from his sleeve and extended it toward Luo Xueyun. The box emanated a subtle scent of sandalwood, adorned with intricate and exquisite carvings. When Shen Yiling selected the ornaments, her gaze was instantly captivated by this splendid wooden box, within which lay a finely crafted hairpin. She would look breathtaking wearing it. The owner of the jewelry shop proclaimed it to be their prized possession, and without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yiling purchased both the box and the hairpin. At that moment, Luo Xueyun was lost in her own thoughts and failed to notice Shen Yiling's outstretched hand. Observing her obliviousness, Shen Yiling brought the box even closer. Yet, Luo Xueyun remained unaware. Shen Yiling cleared her throat slightly, prompting Luo Xueyun to lift her gaze. Brother Shen, what's wrong? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the wooden box being offered to her. Surprised, she gazed at the box in his hands. What is this? She tilted her head slightly to look at him. Shen Yiling replied, It's for you. Instantly, an inexplicable emotion surged within her. Luo Xueyun seemed incredulous. For me? Yes, Shen Yiling affirmed. She reached out to receive the wooden box he presented, its carved patterns vividly lifelike, and she immediately perceived that its craftsmanship must be quite valuable. The earlier look of disappointment vanished, replaced by a newfound sparkle in her eyes. Observing her renewed joy, Shen Yiling felt his heart finally ease. Open it and see, he urged. With a smile, Luo Xueyun responded, All right. This was her first time receiving a gift from someone. Previously, the gifts she received had been lethal weapons and poisons, gifts that could cost her life. She had never been bestowed with something so wholesome. Despite saving countless lives, she had never even received a simple thank you. Instead, they feared her. Taking a deep breath, she studied her somewhat agitated emotions and cautiously glanced at Shen Yiling. May I open it? Yes, he replied. What is given to you belongs to you. You may decide for yourself. As she opened the box, she revealed an exquisite pink hairpin. The delicate peach blossom was so lifelike that it seemed to be a real flower. Delight illuminated her eyes as she gazed at the hairpin nestled within the box. Seeing her elation, Shen Yiling felt his heart settle. He had been anxious, fearing she might not like it, but it was evident now that she did. Just as Shen Yiling was about to speak, he noticed tears slipping down her cheeks. In an instant, he was taken aback. Why are you crying? He moved swiftly to her side, concern etched upon his face. Luo Xueyun was unaware of her own tears until Shen Yiling pointed it out. She then wiped her face, surprised at the realization. I don't know, she stammered, astonished. I just felt a bit wronged earlier, but upon seeing the hairpin you gifted me, the discomfort and grievances in my heart seemed to dissipate. Perhaps it was a sense of release. Luo Xueyun spoke of her past life, and Shen Yiling mistakenly assumed she referred to grievances endured in the Luo family. He gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears. His previously indifferent gaze now softened with tenderness and concern for her. It's all right, it's all right. Luo Xueyun clutched the hairpin tightly, using her other hand to dab her tears, then smiled up at Shen Yiling. Thank you. Instantly, he felt his cheeks flush with warmth. Just then, Lu Xiaoxi approached the door and knocked lightly. It's me. The two servants inside hurriedly opened the door. As the grand entrance swung open, the cacophony from within became palpable. Lu Xiaoxi could foresee the impending storm. Although she claimed to be accustomed to it, each time she saw Su Donghua in a frenzy, a twinge of fear gripped her heart. In truth, when she first entered the Luo family, Su Donghua was not like this at all. However, as time passed, her true nature gradually revealed itself. The amiable demeanor she once displayed was merely a facade. Her current behavior, characterized by raucousness and obstinacy, was her true self. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoxi summoned her courage and stepped inside. Within the residence, the atmosphere was tense, with Su Donghua seated at a table in the courtyard, her expression dark. The earlier noise had been her venting her frustrations at the servants. 7 servants knelt before her, being berated mercilessly. Upon seeing Luo Xueyun's arrival, she dismissed them, exclaiming, "Don't you care about your mother's well-being?" Chapter 36. The Past. She then sneered coldly. "After all, I am not your biological mother. That is why you are so indifferent. If I were your real mother, would you still act this way?" A disdainful smile curled her lips. Su Donghua's voice pierced the silence, like a sharp blade, shattering the stillness. "If I were your real mother, you would rush to rescue her without a second thought. How ungrateful of you! I have treated you like my own daughter, yet at a crucial moment, you turn against me. Heartless ingrate. Besides, everything I do is for Xueyun's sake. What if her reputation is tarnished? Why can't you understand me? I must have lost my conscience. From now on, I will not concern myself with Luo Xueyun's matters. You handle it yourself. You've said she is your daughter. I, as a grandmother, need not interfere. I am merely trying to love and protect her, yet you insist on opposing me. If her reputation is ruined, I will hold you accountable as the greatest culprit. Should she grow up to blame you, I shall not bear the Su surname." Su Donghua dared to make such a vow because she was certain Luo Xueyun would not grow up, as she planned to marry her off soon. Su Donghua vented her displeasure in a sarcastic tone, each word dripping with malice and bitterness. Luo Xueyun found it hard to believe Su Donghua's claims. Su Donghua had only been kind at the beginning. Once her marriage to Luo Ming was secured, her true colors began to emerge. Especially during the time of her first childbirth, she had caused a scene outside the delivery room. When Su Donghua learned that Luo Xueyun had given birth to a girl, her initially joyful expression turned dark, her brow furrowing and her mouth twisting in dissatisfaction. "How can it be a girl?" she exclaimed, plopping down outside the delivery room and wailing, "Oh, how has the Luo family sinned to deserve this? How can we be blessed with a daughter? Is this truly our fate? With all the sour and spicy dishes consumed, how could we still produce a daughter? This child is such a disappointment."
Su Donghua,
Sitting on the ground, slapped her thighs, her voice sharp and grating. Her face flushed red, her eyes bulging as if they might burst into flames. The surrounding servants cast strange glances. Some whispered among themselves, while others shook their heads in pity. They all felt that encountering such a mother-in-law was a stroke of misfortune. "Is heaven trying to cut off our Luo family's future?" Su Donghua cried, pointing at the delivery room door as if Luo Xueyun were the culprit behind it all. Tears streamed down her face, mingling with her wrinkles, creating a grotesque sight. The midwife stepped forward to console her. "Madam, do not be too distressed. Mother and child are safe, and that is what matters." Su Donghua shot her a fierce glare. "What do you know? I see it as your fault for delivering a daughter." The midwife, angered by Su Donghua's words, retorted, "Madam, how could the birth of a son or daughter be within my control? You cannot speak so carelessly." Su Donghua pointed at the midwife, her voice trembling with fury. "Am I speaking nonsense? What have I said that is untrue? I shall announce to everyone tomorrow that you, the midwife, bring ill fortune upon childbirth." The midwife nearly laughed in disbelief. "Madam, I approached you out of goodwill to offer comfort, and you threaten my livelihood? Is this how one conducts business?" Su Donghua retorted, "I speak nothing but the truth, lest others remain unaware of your unfortunate reputation." "You?" Su Donghua continued. "What do you mean by you? Come here. Hurry up and remove this ill-fated creature." Upon hearing her command, a servant stepped forward to escort the midwife away. She shrugged off their grasp. "Do not pull me. I know how to leave on my own. But first, settle my payment." Su Donghua chuckled lightly. "Payment? With your reputation? Do you still dare to ask for money? Bring forth a girl, and it would be a privilege for me not to demand payment." The midwife's anger flared further. "Now I understand how your husband met his demise. I did not believe the rumors before, but today I see the truth. It is no wonder you remain a widow. With a tongue so venomous, you must have cursed him to death. I shall not accept a penny from a wretched widow like you." Su Donghua was incensed by her words. She slammed her palm on the ground, rose to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if they could incinerate the midwife where she stood. With a trembling finger, she pointed directly at the midwife's nose. Her voice sharp and piercing. Dare to repeat that? Who do you think you are to speak such slander? I know how my husband died, without your input. By what right do you claim I caused his death? The midwife, undeterred, replied with a smirk. You know the truth in your heart. You old crone. If you dare utter another word of nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. Su Donghua glared fiercely at her, unyielding. The midwife, equally defiant, responded. Go ask around in the streets, see if others do not share the same sentiment. You are quite amusing. This is common knowledge, and there is no need for debate. I am indeed curious how a wretched woman like you could raise such a fine child as Luo Mingjian. I even question if he is truly your own.
Su Donghua.
Her eyes filled with fury, shouted, Bring someone. Have them kill her. The midwife, sensing the malice in Su Donghua's heart, knew she was not one to be trifled with. As she attempted to flee, several thugs blocked her path. Su Donghua commanded, Strike her. Beat her senseless. If she dies, I will compensate. I will silence their family with my wealth. The midwife, intimidated by Su Donghua's fierce demeanor, stumbled back, her face paling. She pointed a trembling finger at Su Donghua, but could not muster a coherent sentence. The onlookers, startled by Su Donghua's sudden outburst, began to murmur amongst themselves. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an oppressive weight. The midwife trembled, drained of the strength to speak. Just in time, Luo Mingjian arrived to intervene, or else the midwife would have been beaten to death that very night. Seeing Luo Mingjian let the midwife go only fueled Su Donghua's frustration. No one dared to speak. Even Luo Mingjian remained silent, watching her intently. He understood Su Donghua's temperament. Any words would be futile, better to let her vent. Chapter 37. Young and Reckless. When her fury subsides, she will be appeased. As for Luo Xueyun, giving birth is a natural process. What danger could there be? Moreover, the delivery went so smoothly that there was no cause for concern. His mother's well-being was paramount. At her age, she could not withstand much turmoil. Her voice rose in pitch, sharp and piercing, as if to release all her pent-up dissatisfaction and rage. Her body trembled with emotion, the entire scene heavy with tension. Oh, my precious grandchild, why do you not come to our Luo family? What shall we do now? Su Donghua continued her tirade outside the delivery room. Luo Xueyun, having just given birth, was weak and needed peace to recover. Yet Su Donghua's loud cries shattered any semblance of tranquility, causing her a headache. Despite everyone's attempts to reason with Su Donghua, she refused to leave, insisting on causing a scene outside the delivery room. Anyone who dared to approach her was met with harsh words, deterring others from intervening. Su Donghua clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, as if to expel her inner turmoil through sheer force. At that moment, Luo Xueyun was in pain after childbirth, requiring a quiet environment to heal. However, Su Donghua's ruckus, coupled with the incessant cries of the baby, exacerbated her discomfort. She longed to comfort her child, but lacked the strength to rise. All her energy had been spent during labor. She wished to call for assistance, but her voice was drowned out by Su Donghua shouting. What chilled her heart the most was Luo Mingjian's delay in entering. Later, she learned that Su Donghua had dragged him away, preventing him from coming in.
Yet,
Luo Xueyun remained unaware that the truth was Luo Mingjian's own reluctance. He believed the birthing room to be inauspicious, fearing he might carry ill luck upon himself. Thus, he chose to stay away, especially with his mother in such a state. As for why no servant informed Luo Xueyun, it was due to the fear instilled by Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua. No one dared utter a word. From that moment on, Luo Xueyun's feelings towards Su Donghua shifted. She no longer regarded her with the same warmth. It was then she began to perceive Su Donghua's true nature. Now, as Luo Xueyun observed her, she could not claim her heart was untouched. It was a complex mix of emotions. Each time she witnessed Su Donghua's true colors, her heart felt a tumult of conflicting feelings. She never anticipated that the kind-hearted woman she once knew could transform into someone so harsh. Luo Xueyun often found herself bewildered, unable to comprehend the change. Coming from a prestigious family, she believed her status would never intertwine with that of a small-town merchant.
yet,
Luo Mingjian had treated her with kindness, and she was moved by his sincerity. Su Donghua had also cared for her attentively, and Lu Xiaoxi's parents deemed Luo Mingjian a worthy match, impressed by his medical skills. They believed that with some financial support, he would thrive. Luo Mingjian did not disappoint the Lu family's expectations, which further solidified Lu Xiaoxi's belief that he was indeed a man worthy of her devotion. But then everything changed. Lu Xiaoxi contemplated leaving, yet the cost was too great for her to bear. A divorced woman finding normalcy in this world would be exceedingly difficult. The first blow came from the malicious gossip that surrounded her. She was not a particularly strong person and could not withstand the venomous words. Moreover, having given birth, she felt an increased sense of attachment, making it even harder to leave. Yet she never viewed her child as an obstacle. Rather, she blamed herself for bringing them into the Luo family, a place that favored sons over daughters, where they would be overlooked. Thus, she resolved to love her child even more, realizing that if she did not care for them, she could not expect others to. Time passed, and hearts changed. The once unwavering sincerity of Luo Mingjian seemed to fade with the passage of time. The meticulous care and affection he once bestowed upon her had now transformed into a faint sense of estrangement and indifference. At times, Lu Xiaoxi could sense that Luo Ming's affection for her had significantly diminished. The once thoughtful care from Su Donghua had also vanished. Noticing Lu Xiaoxi standing there in silence, Su Donghua felt a surge of displeasure. What's wrong? Have you lost your voice? Or do you simply agree with me so much that you no longer wish to retort? Lu Xiaoxi's heart tightened, yet she strove to maintain her composure. She approached gently and said, "Mother, it is not as you think." As she spoke, she deliberately avoided Su Donghua's discontented gaze, silently enduring the oppressive atmosphere. Standing before Su Donghua, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon her soft features, revealing hints of fatigue. Su Donghua sat at the edge of the bed, her expression stern, her eyes sharp as swords, piercing Lu Xiaoxi's heart. Lu Xiaoxi lowered her head slightly, evading that piercing gaze, her hands intertwined tightly, her fingertips turning pale. "Mother, I know how to handle the situation with Yun. You need not worry about it. I am her biological mother, and I am more concerned about her reputation than you are. But they are merely two children. How could anything they do affect their reputations?" Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled as she inhaled deeply, raising her head to meet Su Donghua's gaze. "Therefore, you need not trouble yourself with this matter. I can resolve it myself." Su Donghua retorted, "I see you have grown wings, daring to speak to me in such a manner. I have walked more paths than you have tasted salt. What qualifications do you possess to converse with me? Do you think my actions are excessive? I assure you they are not. If you continue to indulge Luo Xueyun as you do now, who knows what sort of person she will become?" Lu Xiaoxi instantly comprehended Su Donghua's implication. Her brows furrowed tightly as she glared at Su Donghua. "What nonsense are you uttering? By what right do you speak of Yun in such a way?" Su Donghua desired precisely the effect of Lu Xiaoxi's anger, smiling faintly. "Running around with men at such a young age. What do you think will become of her as she grows older? Am I wrong in saying this?" Chapter 38. One more absurd than the last. Yun is not only my daughter, she is also your granddaughter. How can you speak of your own granddaughter in such a manner? Su Donghua scoffed. Granddaughter? She ought not to be one. Her words struck Lu Xiaoxi like a heavy hammer, causing her to raise her head abruptly, her eyes ignited with fury. This was the first time Su Donghua had provoked such intense anger within her. "By what right do you speak of Yun in this way?" Her chest heaved violently, as if an uncontrollable fire of rage burned within her. Yet Su Donghua remained unfazed, a smirk curling her lips as if observing a farcical performance. What value does a granddaughter hold compared to a grandson? A grandson can bring in considerable wealth, while a granddaughter is merely a financial burden. She leaned back leisurely in her chair, her gaze laced with provocation. Lu Xiaoxi's face flushed with indignation as she sprang to her feet, the chair screeching in protest. She glared at Su Donghua, her eyes brimming with fury, as though she wished to obliterate her with her gaze. Su Donghua remarked, "Your fierce look does nothing. The truth remains unchanged. Go out and ask on the street, how many prefer grandsons over granddaughters? Lu Xiaoxi retorted vehemently, your patriarchal mindset is fundamentally flawed. Moreover, the people on the street are not like you. They cherish both grandsons and granddaughters. It is only you who harbors such deep-seated prejudice. Su Donghua shrugged dismissively. So what? I do not like you, and what can you do about it? You are too narrow-minded to see the greater benefits. In this world, men are valued more than women, do you understand? This is simply a fact. The truth is laid bare. What is there to argue with me about? Lu Xiaoxi trembled with rage at Su Donghua's words, pointing a finger at her. What you say is utter nonsense. Do you believe your opinions represent the world's beliefs? Do you think your prejudices are the truth? Let me tell you, only those who devalue themselves are not normal. What does it matter if one is male or female? After all, are we not all human? Furthermore, times have changed. Everyone's views are evolving. Girls, too, can stand tall and achieve great things. Your patriarchal views are long outdated. Su Donghua laughed. Outdated? That is the most amusing thing I have ever heard. You think this financial burden can earn money or achieve success. The quickest way to wealth lies in the brothel, or perhaps by seducing some wealthy young master. Besides, how many women have managed to establish a business based solely on their own merit? You could count them on one hand. Do you believe Luo Xueyun possesses such capability? Lu Xiaoxi frowned deeply. Is Yun of so little worth in your eyes? Have you always thought this way? With the mask of civility torn away, Su Donghua saw no need to hide her disdain any longer. Yes, I have detested her from the very beginning. I despise every girl you bear. Why can't you produce a boy? Without a boy, how can the Luo family continue its lineage? What will become of the Luo family's medical practice? Lu Xiaoxi responded, every word you utter is utterly ridiculous. My parents never regarded me as a burden for being a daughter. I have no idea where your twisted reasoning comes from. She had been raised in a prestigious family, receiving an education far superior to most. Thus, she could not fathom Su Donghua's actions or rhetoric. Lu Xiaoxi's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of several servants passing by the door. They leaned in to eavesdrop, curious as to why the usually gentle and approachable lady was expressing such fierce anger towards Su Donghua. However, they soon concluded that it was only a matter of time before she would confront Su Donghua, for the old hag was not a good person. For a moment, Su Donghua felt overwhelmed by Lu Xiaoxi's intensity, opening her mouth to retort, but finding herself drowned out by Lu Xiaoxi's voice. I truly misjudged you, thinking you were a decent person. Now I see your vile nature. Had I known you were of such character, I would never have married into the Luo family. Su Donghua toyed with a string of glossy prayer beads, letting out a cold laugh. A gust of wind swept through, lifting her hair and revealing her wrinkled face, creating an eerie impression. Since you have married into the Luo family, you are one of us now. Leaving is not so simple. Do not forget what will happen to Luo Xueyun if you leave. So, you will listen to everything I say. Otherwise, I will ensure Luo Ming sees you divorced. You should know that very few women who are divorced can live peacefully. She chuckled softly, a smug smile curling at her lips. Lu Xiaoxi was unafraid of her threats, for she had long contemplated these matters. Having chosen to oppose Su Donghua, she was prepared to face all challenges head-on. Lu Xiaoxi declared, if you divorce me,
It would suit me just fine.
I will certainly take Yun with me. The Luo family has no say in this matter. Moreover, let us not forget, I must comply with your threats. The Lu family is about to allocate funds to support the medical clinic. That is no small sum. And it is precisely what you need right now. So, who is truly threatening whom? With that, Lu Xiaoxi turned and exited the room. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from outside, the servants all fled in fear of being discovered, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Donghua found herself at a loss for words in response to Lu Xiaoxi's remarks, for the Luo family indeed required this infusion of capital to stabilize their finances. The Luo family's medical practice, managed with unscrupulous intent, was certainly profitable, negating any concerns of inadequate returns. Even when purchasing medicinal materials, financial constraints were not an issue. Lu Xiaoxi had also scrutinized the accounts, finding no discrepancies, though the records she examined were not entirely truthful. Luo Mingjian had a penchant for gambling, in addition to his frivolous expenditures. Chapter 39. A dog cannot change its nature. The claim of needing funds for medicinal purchases was merely a facade, concealing the truth that he had squandered the clinic's finances at the gambling tables. Luo Mingjian had engaged in such reckless behavior numerous times, and despite Su Donghua's reprimands, he always vowed to reform, only to return to his vices. Su Donghua felt powerless to restrain him any longer. However, should Lu Xiaoxi refuse the financial assistance from the Lu family, Luo Mingjian's indiscretions would inevitably come to light, leading to disastrous consequences. No, it was imperative not to provoke Lu Xiaoxi. Su Donghua sat uncomfortably in the dimly lit room, sunlight streaming through the window onto her taut face, revealing the fear in her eyes. Yet, her gaze quickly sharpened, filled with resentment and malice. Su Donghua believed that Lu Xiaoxi, relying on her family's wealth, sought to dominate them at every turn. Once her son's clinic became even more profitable, she would ensure that the Lu family was subjugated in return. Her hands clenched tightly, fingertips digging into her palms, as if to channel her inner fury. She rose unsteadily, approaching the window and gazing at the bustling servants outside, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. The Lu family's wealth undoubtedly surpassed that of the Luo family. Yet if she were to seize control of the Lu family, all their riches would be hers. She murmured to herself, her voice soft but laced with venom. Already, her malevolent thoughts were directed toward the Lu family, embodying the adage that greed knows no bounds. The midday sun filtered through the partially drawn curtains, casting a glow upon her sullen face, accentuating the glint of greed and ruthlessness in her eyes. She gently caressed the Buddhist beads in her hand, as if she could feel the immense wealth of the Lu family within her grasp. A sinister smile crept across her lips, her eyes sparkling with fervor. As she envisioned the day she would become the matriarch of the Lu family, she imagined herself seated in the grand hall of the Lu estate, surrounded by mountains of gold and silver, all that once belonged to the Lu family now submissive at her feet. Taking a deep breath, she imagined inhaling the stench of money. At that moment, Su Donghua's resolve to execute her plan solidified. She understood that her objective was to gradually undermine the Lu family until she completely controlled it. A fierce light flickered in her eyes as she envisioned her triumphant moment. Meanwhile, Luo Mingjian sat at the gambling table, his face flushed, hands trembling as he clutched the banknotes. His eyes were fixated on the shaking dice, as if he could discern the numbers hidden beneath the cover. Luo Mingjian was now devoid of funds, yet he could not suppress his urge to gamble. He had exhausted his own resources and was relying on high-interest loans, which were nearly maxed out. He fished a slip of paper from his pocket, inscribed with the Lu family's address. Should he fail to repay the gambling house on time, the lenders would come seeking payment from the Lu family. Driven to madness by gambling, Luo Mingjian contemplated dragging the Lu family into his predicament. He deftly placed his money on the table, a smug smile appearing on his face. Confidence surged within him, convinced that this time he would surely win. In the fleeting moment when the dice settled, his smile froze. He had bet on low numbers, yet the outcome revealed high ones. Within the dimly lit casino, the flickering lights cast a tense atmosphere filled with the acrid scent of tobacco. He lost everything, his bets evaporating into nothingness. His widened eyes reflected the stacks of chips on the table, mocking his incompetence. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his body trembling with rage. He pounded the table with his fists, producing a dull thud with each strike, accompanied by a stream of curses, his voice hoarse and filled with venom. Surrounding gamblers recoiled, some wearing expressions of fear, while others whispered among themselves about the frenzied gambler. The casino operated with masked entry, allowing only core personnel to know each individual's identity, unless a mask were to fall away. After losing all his borrowed chips, Luo Mingjian pinned his last hopes on the slip of paper containing the Lu family's address. The dealer glanced at him, asking if he intended to continue gambling. If not, he should step aside and not obstruct others. Soon someone chimed in, urging him to move along. Luo Mingjian hesitated, aware that if he surrendered the paper, he would face dire consequences for failing to repay on time. He could only pray that the Lu family would quickly provide the funds he required. At that moment, uncertainty clouded Luo Mingjian's mind. A well-dressed young man standing beside him observed his distress, a glint of mockery in his eyes. He stepped forward, blocking Luo Mingjian's path, and loudly inquired, "My good sir, how is it that you have run out of money so soon? Is the betting too trivial for your taste?" Luo Mingjian stopped, glancing up at the young man, acutely aware of the derision in his tone. He was not winning, he was losing. "What do you mean?" he retorted. The young man chuckled lightly, "Nothing much, just curious about you. What's the matter? Have you lost everything?" "That shouldn't be the case," he continued, frowning slightly. "Those who can enter this establishment are typically individuals of means. Surely, you cannot have lost so much so quickly? Or have we allowed a pauper to infiltrate our ranks?" Luo Mingjian's vanity was deeply wounded by the insinuation, and his face fell at the young man's words. "Who says I have no money? I merely wish to change my betting strategy. Is that so?" The young man smirked, scrutinizing Luo Mingjian from head to toe. "Yet you seem rather ill at ease. Not the demeanor of someone with funds to spare. Your perception is merely clouded. I assure you, I will place a substantial bet that will astonish you." "Very well. I am keen to witness how you will impress me." Chapter 40. Caught in a trap, Luo Mingjian felt uncomfortable under the young man's gaze. His hands instinctively clutching the hem of his clothing, internally lamenting his misfortune at encountering a troublemaker. Yet, he was unwilling to sacrifice his pride and reputation. Despite being utterly broke, he felt compelled to maintain a facade of dignity. The young man, observing Luo Mingjian's hesitance, chuckled lightly. "Brother, just admit if you're out of funds. There's no need to put on a show. Your inability to wager only serves to diminish your own standing." His words elicited laughter from everyone present. Luo Mingjian lowered his gaze, attempting to mask his panic, his voice dry as he retorted, "What is there to laugh at? Who are you calling poor? Who farms?" I am not hesitating. As I ponder my current state of mind, I cannot help but question what I truly desire. The laughter of the onlookers grows louder as one remarks, "Did you not derive your earlier strategies from your own thoughts? And yet, you lost everything. Even a dog could outperform you in this game." He raises his gaze, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet the words he speaks leave Luo Mingjian at a loss for rebuttal. "You should not be so disrespectful." Luo Mingjian retorts, "If you utter another word, I swear I shall strike you down." Nevertheless, his adversary remains unfazed, a smirk of mockery playing at the corners of his lips. "Feeling agitated, are we?" The man steps closer, his voice low and resonant. "Could it be that I have struck a chord deep within you, leaving you feeling ashamed and embarrassed? Is that why you are so irritable? If you lack funds, then depart. Your presence here is nothing but a waste of our time." A lavishly dressed woman interjects. "Could you please leave? You have already delayed us for far too long. How dare you come here and act as if you are affluent? If you truly possess wealth, then prove it. What are you so afraid of?" Her face is adorned with a derisive smile, as if she is observing a farcical performance. Luo Mingjian grits his teeth, his complexion pale as he clenches his fists, yearning to counter their taunts but finding no suitable words. Taking a deep breath, he contemplates turning away. Yet he feels that would be far too humiliating, a blow to his pride. "If you linger here any longer, believe me, I shall have someone drag you away." A burly man waves his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. At that moment, Luo Mingjian's patience reaches its breaking point. He slams his hand on the table and declares to the dealer, "I wager 100,000 taels." The dealer glances at him with indifference. "Young master, you are currently out of funds. What will you wager?" Luo Mingjian produces a slip of paper from his bag, exclaiming, "This." As he reveals the white paper, all eyes turn toward him. When the dealer reaches out for it, Luo Mingjian cryptically states, "I will only show this to you, and I shall not disclose it to anyone else." The dealer nods in agreement, and upon opening the note, his eyes gleam with excitement. Instantly, the dealer's demeanor shifts, and he begins to flatter Luo Mingjian. Young master, I must confess my earlier ignorance. Please forgive my previous oversight." His face is beaming with smiles, and he bows deeply, exuding utmost respect. As he cautiously approaches Luo Mingjian, his voice trembles with sycophancy. Curiosity fills the air as everyone wonders what could be written on that paper. Luo Mingjian is somewhat taken aback by the dealer's sudden change in attitude. In the past, He had been quite wealthy, yet the dealer treated him like any other commoner. However, the mere mention of the Luo family has transformed the dealer's demeanor dramatically.
Indeed.
The Luo family's influence is formidable. With this experience, Luo Mingjian's vanity swells. The timid and awkward persona he once displayed has vanished entirely. A self-satisfied smile creeps onto his lips, believing that it is the dealer's newfound respect that has sent his earlier adversary fleeing. As he surveys the room, he notices the change in the gazes directed at him. He relishes this sense of vanity. Standing at the gambling table, he feels the palpable shift in the atmosphere. A surge of indescribable emotions swelling within him. He lifts his chin slightly, his eyes radiating pride and triumph. Once again, he marvels at the Luo family's power. Their mere mention is enough to command respect. This newfound elevation fills Luo Mingjian's vanity to the brim. He envisions a day when the Luo family might belong to him, granting him endless glory and respect. The thought of looking down upon others from such heights ignites his ambition. The dealer, with utmost deference, inquires, "So, young master, you wish to wager 100,000 taels, correct? A small bet to start?" "Indeed," replies Luo Mingjian. The dealer smiles, but unbeknownst to Luo Mingjian, a sinister grin flits across his face, as if he is plotting something. Alas, Luo Mingjian remains blissfully unaware of the perilous situation he has unwittingly entered. Under the dealer's beguiling smiles and flowery words, Luo Mingjian feels an invisible force pulling him, compelling him to push his chips further forward. His vision blurs, and the dealer's enthusiastic calls transform into an incantation he cannot resist. The chips on the table accumulate into a mountain. Yet that mountain seems to possess a life of its own, slowly being consumed by the dealer. The dealer's smile grows ever brighter, his greedy eyes glinting with triumph. He caresses the chips in his hands, as if already savoring the sweetness of victory. Meanwhile, Luo Mingjian feels as though his very soul has been siphoned away, helplessly watching his wealth dwindle, powerless to intervene. In less than half an hour, having won the initial round, Luo Mingjian finds himself utterly defeated in subsequent games, culminating in a final wager of 200,000 taels. As the dice are cast, despair washes over him. Reality crashes down, and he becomes acutely aware of the gravity of his situation. The dealer grins at him. "Young master, you now owe our establishment 324,000 taels. If you fail to settle this debt within the stipulated time, we shall be compelled to seek you at your residence." Despite the dire circumstances, Luo Mingjian forces himself to maintain his composure. "Rest assured, I will deliver the funds on time. You need not worry." The dealer responds with a smile that is reassuring. Thus, Luo Mingjian exits the gambling house in disgrace, knowing of a secret passage that leads to a clothing store where the staff are also affiliated with the establishment. Exiting through this route ensures he will not be suspected of visiting the gambling den. Once outside the shop, he wanders aimlessly through the bustling streets, his mind vacant. He can only pray that the Luo family's funds arrive on time. Otherwise, everything will come crashing down. He intends to inquire with Luo Xiaoxi about the arrival of the money. If there are delays, he may be left with no choice but to allow his sister, Luo Xueyun, to be sold to a family for a marriage alliance. 50,000 taels of gold constitutes a significant sum. Suddenly, a frown creases Luo Mingjian's brow as he belatedly realizes the peculiarities of the gambling house. He recalls that the individual who had been incessantly taunting him was, in fact, an operative of the establishment, intended to provoke him into losing even more. While changing clothes, the gambling house staff must have seen the note he had written. Otherwise, they would not have acted as they did. Luo Mingjian's realization comes too late, and his face flushes with anger as he seeks an outlet for his frustration. As he continues walking, he finds himself amidst a myriad of shops and bustling crowds. Having been out for quite some time, hunger pangs begin to gnaw at him. Yet, his pockets are utterly empty, devoid of even a single coin. Luo Mingjian has always been sensitive to the perceptions of others, acutely aware of how they view him. In truth, no one pays him any mind. It is all a fabrication of his imagination. He fears that his current lack of funds will render him the object of scorn, convinced that passers-by can discern his financial woes. He sought to conceal his own embarrassment, unwilling to let anyone see through him. Drawing a deep breath, He straightened his back and feigned nonchalance as he entered a seemingly upscale restaurant. The air was thick with delectable aromas and filled with the sounds of laughter and cheer. Luo Mingjian found a corner seat and ordered a few of the least expensive dishes. Upon recognizing him, the waiter's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Yet he courteously served the dishes. Previously, Luo Mingjian had always ordered the most extravagant items. Why, today, did he opt for such humble fare? Luo Mingjian quickly noticed the waiter's gaze, which stirred discomfort within him. He glanced at his meal, clearly of a much lower caliber than what he had previously indulged in. He contemplated the substantial amount of money he had left, sufficient for a meal, but he worried about how he would manage if Luo Xueyun decided to dine here later with him, and he found himself out of funds. Yet, at this moment, his insecurities and desire for dignity clouded his judgment. With a forced smile, he instructed the waiter to bring out the dishes he usually ordered. The waiter complied with a cheerful of course. Once he departed, Luo Mingjian felt a sigh of relief escape his lips. He picked up his chopsticks, pretending to savor the food, while internally, a tumult of emotions raged. He continuously reassured himself that this was merely a temporary setback. Once the Luo family's funds arrived, he would rise again, earning the respect of those who looked down upon him. However, for now, he could only muster the courage to maintain that fragile semblance of dignity. The carriage carrying Xin Yiling and Luo Xueyun arrived at the gates of the Shun residence after half an hour. The coachman halted the carriage and announced, "Young master, we have arrived." It's not easy. Our young master finally has someone willing to accompany him. Moreover, this is the first time he is playing with a young lady, and she is quite adorable too. Though her grandmother is rather eccentric. As long as it's our young master in charge, everything can be handled. Listening to the coachman's praises, Luo Xueyun felt a blush creep onto her cheeks. Xin Yiling turned to her and said, "Let us go." She nodded obediently, all right. The moment she disembarked and caught sight of the Xin residence, she gasped in awe. Wow, this is incredibly luxurious. Goodness, the exterior of the Xin residence is so extravagant. I can only imagine what lies within. Her sparkling eyes roamed over the grand entrance, where magnificent stone lions flanked the imposing gates, seemingly guarding this stately abode. The distant pavilions peeked through the trees, their eaves arching gracefully. As Xin Yiling guided her inside, Luo Xueyun walked along the cobblestone path, marveling at the opulence within. If I were to marry Xin Yiling, would I be able to reside in this exquisite mansion every day? Thankfully, at that moment, her thoughts were of marrying Xin Yiling rather than harming him. Otherwise, if he overheard her, her mission would be in jeopardy. Xin Yiling, sensing her unspoken thoughts, felt a flush rise to his cheeks, momentarily caught off guard by her words. Luo Xueyun turned to him, her brow furrowing with concern. "Xin Gij, are you all right?" He shook his head. "I'm fine." Yet, she gazed at him with puzzled eyes. Xin Yiling could not meet her gaze, feeling his cheeks and ears heat up once more. "Take your time to look around. Don't mind me." "All right then. Since you've said that, I won't hold back." In an instant, she dashed off, leaving Xin Yiling bewildered. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of her figure. Where did she go? At that moment, he regretted telling her not to worry about him. He wanted to call out her name, but found the words stuck in his throat, unsure of what he was shy about. Chapter 42. The curious baby emerges. Luo Xueyun excitedly darted around the Shun residence, her curious eyes scanning every corner. She vowed this was the most luxurious mansion she had ever seen. Initially, she thought the Luo residence was grand, but the Shun residence exuded an even more formidable air, practically radiating wealth. In comparison, the Luo residence paled in insignificance. The more she explored, the more she adored her surroundings, grinning foolishly as she took in the splendor. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she skipped along the grass, resembling a joyful fawn. The flowers seemed to nod in her direction, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves enveloped her in a golden glow. Her spirit soared, and even the air felt sweet. Since arriving in this world, she had never felt so carefree and joyful. Life at the Luo house had been far from pleasant, aside from her moments with Luo Xueyun. She often felt a burning desire to rid herself of the burdensome two entities that plagued her existence. With a deep sigh of relief, she inhaled deeply. savoring the tranquility of the moment. A gentle breeze swept past her, and she spread her arms wide, basking in the serenity. Her delighted demeanor was utterly charming, exuding a soft, endearing quality. It was then that Shen Yiling found her. Standing in the corridor, his gaze fell upon her, and her radiant smile appeared like a rare white lotus, pure and sacred. It was as if all the beauty in the world converged in her smile. In that moment, his heart melted, and an overwhelming desire to protect her surged within him. He could almost see her crystal-clear soul, and for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to care for and shield Luo Xueyun. He approached her slowly, each step firm and resolute, his eyes filled with tenderness, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the dim corridor, his presence seemed to shine brighter, illuminated by her very existence. Luo Xueyun sensed a gaze fixed upon her, yet she discerned no malice in it. Her smile deepened, and the brightness in her eyes intensified. "Shengij, you're here." In the next moment, Shen Yiling halted. A faint blush had crept onto his cheeks, reminiscent of the first light of dawn, revealing his youthful innocence. His eyes lowered, long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, obscuring his emotions. The atmosphere thickened, enveloped in an unspoken tension. Shen Yiling's chest rose and fell, each breath heavy and powerful as he struggled to steady his emotions. Yet the blush danced across his cheeks like a playful child, refusing to fade. His heart raced, as if plucked strings of a lute, chaotic yet vigorous. Luo Xueyun bounded in front of him. "Shengij, what's wrong? Your face is so red." "Humph. He must have been sneaking glances at me. But he looks so handsome when he blushes. I adore it." Just as Shen Yiling was on the verge of suppressing his excitement, Luo Xueyun's thoughts only served to deepen the crimson hue on his face. He feigned calmness, clearing his throat. "It's warm. It feels a bit stuffy today." Luo Xueyun nodded obediently. I feel the same way." Brother Shen is really stubborn." He clearly turned red while looking at Yun, but still wouldn't admit it. Shen Yiling was caught off guard by this remark and began to cough. Luo Xueyun hurriedly stepped forward, gently patting his back. As her hand made contact with Shen Yiling's back, he stiffened entirely, and the heat on his face intensified. Quickly, he took a few steps forward, coughing. "I see there are many places you haven't seen yet. Let me take you around." Brother Shen. "Your shy demeanor is quite charming," she said, standing behind him, her eyes eagerly fixed upon him. As Shen Yiling listened to Luo Xueyun's heartfelt words, he found it increasingly difficult to calm his heart. He wished to conceal his shyness from her, so he endeavored to maintain a cool demeanor. "Follow me," he instructed. "All right," she replied, following closely behind. Although there was some distance between them, the delightful fragrance from her earlier closeness lingered faintly in the air, a scent unique to Luo Xueyun, fresh and intoxicating. Inhaling this aroma brought Shen Yiling a sense of comfort and tranquility. He glanced back at Luo Xueyun, only to find his brows knitting together slightly. Why is she keeping her distance? Did my earlier behavior frighten her? A wave of inexplicable worry surged within him. He feared leaving a negative impression on her. Consequently, Shen Yiling slowed his pace, attempting to bridge the gap between them. However, Luo Xueyun seemed oblivious to his actions, continuing to walk leisurely behind him, genuinely admiring the scenery around them. Seeing that she had not noticed, he opened his mouth to call her name, but his voice was swallowed by the night breeze, failing to escape. A strange mix of shyness and anxiety welled up inside him, making his voice barely audible when he finally attempted to whisper her name. Yun, he murmured softly, his tone akin to a whisper of a mosquito, laden with tension. Fortunately, Luo Xueyun did not hear him, allowing Shen Yiling to breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly jogged forward, asking, "Brother Shen, why do you seem so strange today? If you're feeling unwell, we should see a doctor." "It's just that the weather is too muggy today," Shen Yiling replied. In the 43rd chapter, the scene of double standards unfolded. The girl's eyes brimmed with concern. Once she stopped, she raised her hand, seemingly wishing to check Shen Yiling's forehead, but hesitated, fearing to overstep. Shen Yiling's gaze momentarily lingered on Luo Xueyun as she spoke softly. "Brother Shen, Yun is worried about you, but Grandma says that it's inappropriate for men and women to have close contact, so I dare not touch your forehead." Her voice was gentle, filled with worry tinged with a hint of grievance. Whenever Yun had a fever, her face would turn red and hot, prompting her mother to check her forehead. In that moment, she appeared exceptionally endearing. Xuanmen cleared his throat, struggling to suppress a smile. Even though he tried to maintain an icy exterior, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a subtle smile. I'm fine. Perhaps I just didn't sleep well last night. Please don't worry. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns upon his face. Like fragments of gold, each ray resembled intricately woven golden threads, dancing lightly before Luo Xueyun's eyes. The light played upon the youth's features, ebbing and flowing, as if bestowing a beautiful halo around him. His eyes, illuminated by the sunlight, appeared particularly profound, concealing endless stars and secrets. Luo Xueyun gazed at him in silence, a tide of inexplicable emotions swelling within her. It felt as though the sunlight had pierced her heart, allowing her to forget everything in that moment. The surrounding world seemed to freeze, leaving only him and the dappled sunlight, creating a stunning tableau that was deeply etched in Luo Xueyun's memory. In that instant, she found herself somewhat entranced. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Xuanmen became increasingly nervous.
What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Brother Shen, she replied. At that moment, regardless of how much he tried to suppress his excitement, it was futile. Xuanmen smiled and affectionately ruffled Luo Xueyun's hair, remaining silent but gazing at her with tender eyes. Just then, a servant approached. Upon witnessing their master smiling so gently, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had seen a ghost. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, glancing again, only to find Xuanmen still smiling sweetly, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Has the young master been possessed? Why is he smiling so tenderly? Am I the one who has gone mad, or is my end approaching? After observing further, he saw Xuanmen affectionately ruffling a little girl's hair. This sight startled him, and he thought, I can't be seeing things. But why does it feel so eerie to see the young master smile like this? After all, Xuanmen had always maintained a cold and distant demeanor. It was only natural for him to find this unexpected happiness strange. Luo Xueyun, overhearing the servant's thoughts, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Why do the servants of the Shen residence look so shocked to see him smiling so happily, as if they've seen a ghost? Ha ha. Xuanmen, upon hearing this, turned to glance at the servant who was staring at him from a distance. The moment their eyes met, the warm smile on his face abruptly froze, turning icy. Though Xuanmen did not utter a word, his gaze conveyed a clear message: get lost. The servant, caught in Xuanmen's gaze, stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. He awkwardly rubbed his sore hand and fled in a flustered manner. Meanwhile, Luo Xueyun appeared to be enjoying the spectacle. Brother Shen, why did he run off so hastily? Luo Xueyun inquired, tilting her head curiously, her clear eyes sparkling with intrigue. What could have made him so anxious? He even stumbled. I wonder if he's hurt badly. As Xuanmen observed her concern for others, a brief chill swept through his expression, dimming the smile on his face. He seemed displeased with her attention directed towards someone other than him. However, gazing at her innocent and kind demeanor dissipated his mild annoyance. After all, it was only natural for someone as pure-hearted as her to worry about others. Recalling how Luo Xueyun had previously shown concern for him, a warm sensation surged within Xuanmen. He reached out, gently ruffling her hair once again, and chuckled, I'll have someone send him some ointment shortly. Luo Xueyun beamed. Brother Shen, you truly have a kind heart. A gentle breeze wafted by, causing the hems of their garments to ripple lightly. Let us go. I'll take you for another stroll, Xuanmen said. She replied eagerly. If we get tired of walking, I'll take you to the market to buy something. All right. Luo Xueyun followed closely behind Xuanmen as they strolled along the paths of the residence. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows that added warmth to the serene afternoon. After they completed their tour of the Shen residence, Xuanmen led her to the bustling streets. In fact, they had barely scratched the surface of the residence, as Xuanmen had only shown her a few of the most picturesque spots. To explore the entirety of the Shen residence in one day was simply impossible. The streets were lined with shops, brimming with an array of goods that dazzled the eye.
Wow.
This is so beautiful. This one is adorable too. What should I do? I want them all. Who could have imagined that the once formidable figure of the cultivation world was, in truth, a person brimming with youthful affection? Shen Yiling would occasionally pause, mentally noting the things that Luo Xueyun expressed a fondness for. He delighted in introducing her to various intriguing items and the unique offerings of Night Ming City. His voice, deep and gentle, was like a spring breeze caressing the heart, instilling an unparalleled sense of comfort in Luo Xueyun. As they strolled past a stall selling candied hawthorns, Shen Yiling suddenly halted, turning to Luo Xueyun and saying, "I recall that this stall's candied hawthorns are the most popular among the patrons. Would you like to try some?" Luo Xueyun nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Yes. I absolutely adore candied hawthorns. I want to have some." With a subtle smile, Shen Yiling reached for a vibrant string of red candied hawthorns and presented it to her. Chapter 44. Brimming with the heart of a young girl despite her previously indifferent demeanor, which seemed to suggest a disinterest in the world around her, she was, in fact, intrigued by nearly everything that did not provoke her ire. Her outward coldness was merely a fade. She believed that by being prickly, others would be deterred from causing her harm and would fear to oppose her. Yet, she yearned for one or two individuals who would not shy away from such a persona. Regrettably, in her former world, such souls were conspicuously absent. To claim she felt no pangs of disappointment would be disingenuous. When not engaged in cultivation or demon-slaying, her thoughts mirrored those of an ordinary 16-year-old girl. After all, in her previous life, she was simply a young maiden of that age. A prodigy like her appeared once in a million years, and her background and experiences were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Reflecting on her brief 16 years, one might question how many days she truly experienced joy. The answer is painfully few. However, since arriving in Lingxian country and becoming a 4-year-old child, she found her outlook transformed, her demeanor increasingly resembling that of a young girl. When she saw Shen Yiling approaching with the candied hawthorns, her eyes sparkled, and her cherubic face radiated a sweet smile. Candied hawthorns were her favorite treat, and she relished their delightful balance of sour and sweet flavors. Whenever she was feeling down, she would indulge in candied hawthorns, and after consuming several, her spirits would invariably lift, as if the world itself brightened with the sweetness of the treat. She extended her delicate little hand, carefully accepting the candied hawthorns Shen Yiling offered, the vibrant red glistening in the sunlight, exuding an allure so sweet it seemed to overflow with nectar. "Oh, my beloved candied hawthorns, I searched high and low for you, only to find you hidden here," she exclaimed eagerly, taking a bite. The crisp candy shell shattered in her mouth, revealing the tart sweetness of the fruit within, a flavor that instantly delighted her palate, causing her to squint her eyes in pure bliss. This is the very essence of that irresistible sweet and sour sensation. Indeed, a world without candied hawthorns would be unimaginable, Shen Yiling observed, unable to suppress a smile as he watched her relish the treat. Having heard her unspoken desires, he silently committed her preferences to memory. Standing quietly beside her, his gaze soft as water, he cherished this moment, which was rendered exceptionally beautiful by her smile. If only time could freeze at this instant. As Luo Xueyun wandered while eating, her laughter was uncontainable. Although the street was bustling, filled with the cacophony of voices, she discovered that by channeling her spiritual energy to her forehead, the noise dissipated. Suddenly, she stopped, her attention captivated by a small shop filled with ornaments. The store showcased a variety of handcrafted items, each radiating creativity and the essence of life. Noticing her interest, Shen Yiling inquired, "Shall we take a look inside?" "Yes, yes," Luo Xueyun replied eagerly. Upon entering the shop, a quaint and elegant fragrance enveloped them. The interior was adorned with an array of exquisite jade artifacts, glistening and resplendent. The shopkeeper, beaming with hospitality, approached swiftly, bowing slightly as he said, "Young Master Qi, it is truly an honor for our humble shop to have you today. Please forgive our lack of proper reception." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Luo Xueyun standing beside Shen Yiling, marveling internally. Could it be that this reputedly aloof young Master Qi would bring a little girl with him? He pondered, setting aside everything else. This girl's beauty is extraordinary. Her demeanor ethereal. She seems to be a perfect match for young Master Qi. Although the shopkeeper was unaware of the reason for her smile, the sight of her sweet expression brought him joy. He finally understood why young Master Qi would choose to accompany her. Who wouldn't be enchanted by such a delightful little girl? Should you desire to see anything, please do not hesitate to inform me. I will present whatever we have. The shopkeeper said. I will cover the expenses, Shun Yiling responded. The shopkeeper smiled, then turned to Luo Xueyun, asking, Is there anything that has caught your eye? With her eyes sparkling, Luo Xueyun replied, I want shiny, pastel decorations. Very well, please follow me. The shopkeeper beckoned, leading them deeper into the store. Soon, they arrived at a section filled with pastel-hued handcrafted items. Luo Xueyun's eyes widened with excitement. Wow, this area is even organized by color. The shopkeeper chuckled, explaining, This is the unique feature of our store. We offer a wide variety of colors and styles. Rarely do customers fail to find their preferred designs and hues. If they do, we also offer customization options. Can the customized products match what I envision? Luo Xueyun inquired. That will depend on what you wish to customize. The shopkeeper replied with a smile, adding, however, customization does come at a higher price, and the timeline will depend on your chosen design. Generally, our lead time starts at 1 month. For urgent orders, the price will increase accordingly. He glanced at Shun Yiling as he spoke. Shun Yiling nodded subtly, indicating that the pricing was acceptable and all matters could be discussed. The shopkeeper continued to introduce various items to Luo Xueyun. As she explored, he closely followed, frequently highlighting the unique features of each piece. Whenever Luo Xueyun lingered on an item, the shopkeeper would promptly retrieve it for her to admire. While the ornaments were indeed beautiful, none captured her attention until she reached the next display. Her fingers brushed against a particularly cool wooden rack, drawing her gaze to the ornaments it held. A flicker of curiosity sparked in her eyes. Unlike the previous warm shelves, this one felt as though it had emerged from an ice cellar. Her attention was instantly captured by a blue and pink glass hairpin, which seemed to hold her gaze entirely. Observing her interest, the shopkeeper hurried to the wooden rack and retrieved the glass hairpin for her to see. Luo Xueyun accepted the glass hairpin handed to her by the shopkeeper. The moment her fingertips grazed its surface, a frigid sensation coursed through her skin. Why is it so cold? She inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked towards the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper replied with a mysterious smile, Miss, your discerning eye is commendable. This piece is the treasure of our establishment, and it is the only one of its kind. Luo Xueyun expressed her skepticism. Only one? The shopkeeper reassured her. Indeed, this glass hairpin is the last adornment crafted by my father before his passing. It is his most cherished creation. Noticing her doubt, the shopkeeper gestured toward Shun Yiling. If you are skeptical, you may inquire with the 7th young master. Luo Xueyun blinked at Shun Yiling, who slowly affirmed, What he says is true. This hairpin is indeed the finest work of Master Li during his lifetime. Its powerful aura is such that no one has been able to bear it for long. Those who wore it would inevitably encounter misfortune. Over 1,000 people have attempted to possess it, yet none could withstand its energy, leaving it here. He continued, In truth, this glass pin is not merely ornamental. It is a formidable artifact. Those who handled it before were not its destined owners. Shun Yiling pointed to the wooden stand. The stand itself is made from a special type of wood. Ordinary materials would shatter under its coldness. Even a mere half-hour would suffice to freeze them to pieces. The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. The 7th young master is correct, and this special wood was provided by him. Without the 7th young master, I would not have been able to showcase this treasure. However, miss, while this glass hairpin is indeed beautiful, it is excessively dangerous. Perhaps you should consider other options? Luo Xueyun tilted her head slightly, a puzzled expression clouding her features. But why does it feel warm in my hand? The shopkeeper, taken aback, thought to himself, Warm? How could this glass hairpin be warm? It was crafted from ancestral ice stones combined with ice deity stones. It should be cold. Hearing his inner thoughts, Luo Xueyun reflected, but it truly is warm now. It was only cool when I first picked it up. The shopkeeper chuckled. Perhaps your hands were simply too cold from its chill, creating a false impression. Many have experienced the same sensation. She then handed the hairpin to Xuanmen. As he accepted it, the intense heat scorched his fingertips, causing him discomfort. He looked at Luo Xueyun, asking Yun, "Don't you find it hot?" Luo Xueyun shook her head. "Not at all. This warmth is just right." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly reached out to touch the hairpin and let out a shriek. "My goodness! It truly is hot. Hot enough to boil an egg." Acknowledging the shopkeeper's thoughts confirmed to her that he was speaking truthfully. She grew curious as to why it felt warm in her grasp, and she noticed a faint trace of spiritual energy within it. But they said it was made from ice stones and ice deity stones. Logically, this should be an artifact of a divine grade. Its spiritual energy should not be so weak. Could it be that only with spiritual vision could one truly perceive its uniqueness? In the next moment, a glimmer of gold flashed in her eyes. Upon looking at the hairpin again, she indeed discerned its formidable power. A pink aura enveloped the entire shop, potent enough to send shivers down her spine. It truly is an artifact of divine caliber. After sensing its genuine power, she understood how to harness it. She infused some of her own spiritual energy into the hairpin, and instantly, it turned refreshingly cool. Now it makes sense. No wonder so many have failed to tame you. It seems you are destined to be mine. Xuanmen, having heard her thoughts, furrowed his brow in curiosity. He was intrigued by what Luo Xueyun meant. In the next moment, she turned to him with excitement. "Brother Xin, you must feel it. I've made it cool." Xuanmen reached out and confirmed that it indeed felt cool, though the chilling sensation was still quite intense, leaving his fingertips pale from the cold. The shopkeeper also touched it, yelping again. "Why has it become so cold?" He scratched his head in confusion, looking at the glass hairpin in Luo Xueyun's hand. Luo Xueyun shook her head. "I haven't done anything. It just feels this way when I hold it." The shopkeeper was even more perplexed. "I have never encountered a situation like this." Xuanmen asked, "Has it never happened before?" "Not once," the shopkeeper replied, suddenly exclaiming in delight. "Ah, this means, miss, you are the chosen one for this hairpin." He clapped his hands in excitement. "Before my father passed, he instructed me to find the rightful owner of this hairpin. But I had yet to discover anyone suited for it. It only exhibits this behavior in your hands." Luo Xueyun gently caressed the delicate texture of the hairpin, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I like this. I will buy it." Xuanmen replied calmly. Excited, Luo Xueyun looked at him, a hint of worry creeping in about whether the price would be too steep. After all, this was an artifact of divine caliber, and thus its cost would be considerable. However, she had no means to produce such a sum. Her fingers danced over the hairpin, the unique icy blue and soft pink hues shimmering in the sunlight, evoking the depth of the ocean and the clarity of peach blossoms. Just gazing at it filled her with joy. Xuanmen recognized her genuine affection for the hairpin. He would procure anything that made her happy. As his gaze followed the movements of her fingers, he noticed a shift in her demeanor as his eyes met hers. His voice, though soft, held an undertone of affection. "What troubles you? Why the sudden frown?" Luo Xueyun lifted her gaze to Xuanmen, and after a moment, she slowly articulated, "Brother Xin, won't this be too expensive? Sigh, if only I could buy it myself, but the problem is I have no money. Would it be inappropriate to have him cover the cost? Today alone, he has already bought me numerous outfits, nearly enough to purchase the entire store." Suddenly, an idea struck her mind. This glass hairpin must be bought by him. In doing so, I will owe him more, providing me with further opportunities to draw closer to him. Ideally, I will cling to him every day. Xuanmen, I refuse to believe that with such proximity, you won't come to like me. I am quite clever. Upon hearing Luo Xueyun's thoughts, Xuanmen could hardly contain his smile. "There are 10 gold pieces here. If it is insufficient, come to the Shun residence." To his surprise, the shopkeeper shook his head. "I cannot accept this payment." Luo Xueyun and Xuanmen both exclaimed in unison, "Why not?" The shopkeeper explained, "Before my father passed, he instructed me that if I were to encounter the destined owner of this hairpin, I must not accept payment. Taking money would bring misfortune." He continued, "The materials used to create this hairpin were gifts from an immortal encountered by our ancestors in mountains. This is indeed a rare treasure among ancient artifacts, imbued with an inexhaustible and formidable power. My father has stated that only the most exceptional craftsmen within the Li family can carve these materials, and we must seek out the destined owner of this glass hairpin. The sage further proclaimed that should we encounter the predestined owner, it would be a matter of fate, and we must never accept payment. Doing so would bring misfortune. Conversely, refraining from accepting money would bestow upon the Li family immense wealth and the opportunity for ascension, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Nevertheless, it is wiser to believe in its possibility than to dismiss it. Hence, I cannot accept any payment. Previously, I accepted money from those who were not the rightful owners of the hairpin, as they were not destined for it. My child, the wealth from this glass hairpin cannot be taken. Losing fortune is trivial, but losing one's luck is grave. Li Ju has always held his father's words close to his heart and never forgotten them. He glanced at Xuanmen and Luo Xueyun, assuring them that they need not worry about any losses. He had acquired many before and had profited immensely. Upon finding the destined owner of the glass hairpin, Li Ju was filled with joy, a smile adorning his face. However, Xuanmen and Luo Xueyun felt disheartened. One sought to leverage this opportunity to make the other indebted, while the other aimed to create a bond of obligation. Merely due to the proprietor's declaration of no payment, a sense of disappointment spread across their faces. Xuanmen felt a twinge of frustration. He longed to forcefully offer the proprietor money, but alas, no amount would sway him. Accepting payment could jeopardize the Li family's fortune, a matter far beyond the resolution of mere gold. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "If you both have no further inquiries, I shall wrap up this glass hairpin for you." Luo Xueyun shook her head. "No issues here." Xuanmen affirmed, "Indeed." Li Ju cheerfully responded, "Very well." He then turned to Luo Xueyun. "Miss, kindly pass me the glass hairpin." Luo Xueyun hesitated, "But won't that hurt your hand, proprietor?" Li Ju smiled. "Now that the glass hairpin has acknowledged you as its master, you may freely control its temperature." Luo Xueyun nodded. "All right, I shall give it a try." She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gently raised the glass hairpin, waving it lightly through the air. Instantly, an invisible ripple seemed to emanate from it, surrounding the hairpin with a soft blue-pink glow, shimmering like water. As Luo Xueyun concentrated, the temperature of the glow transformed from a cool chill to a warm embrace, eventually becoming as hot as fire, before settling into a pleasantly cool state. She opened her eyes, excitement sparkling within them as if she had discovered a new world. Gently caressing the glass hairpin, she reveled in the sensations it conveyed, her heart brimming with affection for it. Turning to Li Ju, she declared, "It is ready now."
Li Ju arablia, excellent.
He reached out cautiously, mindful of his previous encounters with the hairpin's sharpness. Tentatively, he tapped it with his fingertip, initially mistaking the cool temperature for the previous biting cold that had caused him pain. Instinctively, he yelped, "Ah." Luo Xueyun inquired, Glancing at his finger, he saw no signs of frostbite. It truly was harmless. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly. "My apologies, that was merely a reflex." Having been injured before, Li Ju did not finish his thought, opting instead to laugh off his discomfort. "How embarrassing. Thankfully, there aren't many witnesses." Luo Xueyun, catching his inner thoughts, couldn't help but smile. After Li Ju swiftly wrapped the glass hairpin, he carefully handed it back to Luo Xueyun. Chapter 47. Xueyun is hungry. Luo Xueyun accepted the exquisite wooden box from Li Ju, saying, "Thank you." Li Ju wiped the sweat from his brow. "No need for such formality. Mississippi heaven knows how anxious I was while wrapping the glass hairpin. I was genuinely fearful it would suddenly become cold. This glass hairpin has found its destined owner, fulfilling our family's legacy. I wonder if the opportunity for ascension is genuine. But ascension surely requires death. Perhaps it is best to delay that, as I wish to live a few more years. As for the immense wealth, that may arrive sooner." Luo Xueyun chuckled inwardly. "I never imagined the shopkeeper would also be a little money-minded. Ha ha ha, compared to ascension, making money is far more important. How amusing." Her laughter resonated in Xuanmen's mind, lifting his spirits considerably. It was still midday, with ample time for her to owe him. A deep smile graced Xuanmen's lips, his dark eyes softening with affection when gazing at Luo Xueyun. Li Ju offered, "Allow me to escort you." Xuanmen replied, "Certainly." Luo Xueyun added, yes. Li Ju stood behind Shen Yelin and Luo Xueyun, his face beaming with warmth. Young master, miss, take care. Shen Yelin responded with a nod. As they exited the accessory shop, Luo Xueyun addressed Shen Yelin, Brother Shen. He replied, yes? Do you think Xueyun is exceptionally fortunate? This item chose me. She smiled sweetly. Each time she smiled, Shen Yelin felt his own mood uplifted. He slightly turned his head, admiring Luo Xueyun's radiant smile, a flicker of tenderness crossing his features. Gently, he reached out to ruffle her hair, the faint scent of her tresses wafting to him. In that moment, his heart softened further, and he murmured, indeed, quite remarkable. Luo Xueyun beamed even more brightly, looking up at him. Hee, I think I am quite remarkable too. They exchanged smiles, as if time had paused, and the world around them fell silent, leaving only the sound of their racing heartbeats. Shen Yelin inquired, is there anywhere else you wish to explore? Luo Xueyun shyly rubbed her stomach. I am hungry. Her eyes reflected a hint of vulnerability as she looked at him. Moments later, a series of grumbles erupted from her stomach. Shen Yelin couldn't help but laugh. Luo Xueyun's face flushed crimson, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, nearly bursting with color. She shyly glanced up at him. Brother Shen, are you mocking me? Clearing his throat, Shen Yelin replied, let us go. I shall take you to dine. First it was the shopkeeper embarrassed, now it's Xueyun. Upon hearing her thoughts, Shen Yelin's smile widened. He led Luo Xueyun to a restaurant. Luo Xueyun gazed up at the sign. Fengwa Lu Shen Yelin nodded. Their cuisine is the finest in Yeming City. Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I must try it every time. Shen Yelin responded, let us go. Shen Yelin had become a frequent patron of this establishment. Upon his entrance, the waiter promptly approached him. Greeting, young master. You have arrived.
Please, this way.
Would you prefer your usual seat? Shen Yelin nodded, and soon he noticed Luo Xueyun standing behind him. The waiter smiled. You have brought a friend today. How delightful. It was indeed a rarity for him to be accompanied, as he usually preferred solitude. The little girl appeared remarkably adorable and well-behaved. Luo Xueyun was basking in the compliments from various patrons, her spirits lifted tremendously. She couldn't help but reminisce about her days in the Luo residence, where aside from Lu Xiaoxi, she was often met with scorn or threats. Indeed, the absence of comparison dulled the pain. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoxi, she might have wished harm upon them all. Yun Yun? Shen Yelin called softly, noticing her lost in thought. What occupied your mind so deeply? Luo Xueyun shook her head. It's nothing, just that Yun Yun has had a splendid morning. Taking this opportunity, Shen Yelin cautiously inquired, is it the same when you are at home? In an instant, her cheerful demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. Shen Yelin, unable to bear her sorrow, quickly reassured her. Forget I mentioned it. If you enjoy yourself, you may come whenever you wish. I shall come to fetch you personally. In a flash, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Indeed, he replied. Let us make a pact. With that, Luo Xueyun hooked her pinky around his. In the privacy of the room, they found themselves more at ease. Though he felt a hint of childishness and embarrassment in this act, he found himself powerless against her whims. Before her, he had truly surrendered. With a giggle, she declared, then Shingij will come for Yun Yun tomorrow. Yun Yun enjoys playing with Shingij. Very well, Shen Yelin replied, unable to suppress a smile as he relished the newfound reason to keep her by his side. However, soon his thoughts turned to the impending issue concerning Su Donghua's intentions regarding Luo Xueyun. Until that matter was resolved, his heart would remain uneasy. Keeping her in the Luo residence posed too great a risk. Perhaps he should reveal his true identity tomorrow. Chapter 48. Investigation. Luo Xueyun tilted her head, observing Shen Yelin. Shingij, what troubles you? He turned to her with a smile. Nothing. Yet, Luo Xueyun was not convinced, for she could discern a subtle hint of worry in his eyes. Furrowing her brow, she pointed at his furrowed brow. But Shingij, your brows are knitted together. Shen Yelin blinked in surprise, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. He turned to gaze out the window at the azure sky. A gentle breeze wafting through the half-open window, caressing his clothing. The sunlight illuminated his profile, adding warmth to his deep-set eyes. What is it? Luo Xueyun asked. Xin Yelin murmured. I was reminded of certain matters. What matters? She queried, her curiosity piqued. Can Yunyan listen? If not, I shall cover my ears. As she spoke, she playfully placed her hands over her ears, though she kept them poised to move aside. Despite her jest, her beautiful eyes brimmed with curiosity. Xin Yelin found her silly antics amusing. I will handle it. Once resolved, I will share the details with you if that pleases you. His voice was soft and soothing, reminiscent of whispers in the wind. Luo Xueyun blinked her bright eyes, though unaware of the specifics troubling Xin Yelin. She decided to wait for his outcome. Very well. She nodded, gradually lowering her hands from her ears. Observing her demeanor, Xin Yelin felt an urge to tease her. Did you not just cover your ears? How can you still hear me? Luo Xueyun's eyes widened in surprise at his inquiry. However, upon noticing the playful grin on his face, she quickly realized he was teasing her. A slight flush of embarrassment crossed her cheeks as she pouted, resembling a kitten caught in a prank. She opened her mouth to retort but found herself at a loss for words, for indeed, she could not refute him. Xin Yelin gazed at her. Luo Xueyun turned her head away, attempting to evade his teasing gaze. At that moment, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. How could he still tease me? How mischievous. Yet, she was aware that she had no rebuttal against Shingij's words, which only heightened her frustration. I was so discreet, yet Shingij noticed. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Xin Yelin, observing her flustered state, couldn't help but smile wider. Hearing his laughter, Luo Xueyun turned to him with a pout. Shingij is mocking Yunyun. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a mottled glow upon her youthful face. Her lashes creating soft shadows. Her cheeks, slightly puffed, resembled ripe peaches. Xin Yelin, captivated by her playful demeanor, felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't resist pinching her cheek gently. As he did, her cheeks flushed a deeper shade. She shyly lowered her head, her bashfulness akin to a peach blossom blooming in spring, vibrant and enchanting. Xin Yelin, watching her, felt a surge of affection, and a tender smile graced his lips. He gently patted her head, as if comforting a startled kitten. I apologize. I shall not tease you any longer. Why does Shingij tease Yunyun? She asked, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. Did he truly wish to confess his fondness for her? Clearing his throat, Xin Yelin shifted the subject. Regarding what I mentioned earlier, there will be results soon. You shall not have to wait long. Luo Xueyun looked up at him, her clear eyes shining with a sparkle of hope. She nodded, a sweet smile gracing her face. Yunyun will wait for you. As Xin Yelin beheld her innocent smile, warmth flooded his heart. A servant entered to take the order, hastily retreating afterward. Xin Yelin imagined the surprise on Luo Xueyun's face upon receiving gifts, and a smile crept onto his lips. The radiant sunlight bathed his face, casting a golden halo around his profile. Suddenly, Luo Xueyun burst through the door, her joy evident as she approached him. Shingij, Yunyun is here. How was it? Was the peacock beautiful? Luo Xueyun nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. It is truly magnificent. I would love to keep one. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. Luo Xueyun gasped in surprise. Really? But soon, she shook her head. Perhaps not. Grandmother would never allow me to keep one. It wouldn't thrive in the Luo household. It's much better here, with Shingij. As she spoke, a shadow of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Xin Yelin was acutely aware of the circumstances at home, and seeing her display such a pitiful expression tugged at his heartstrings. To send his own granddaughter to the family for a marriage proposal must have been a tremendous blow for her. She understood the truth of the situation, yet felt powerless to change it. Xin Yelin sensed that Luo Xueyun was currently engulfed in fear and trepidation regarding the Luo family. If you cherish it, it belongs to you. You are welcome to stay here, he reassured her. She gazed intently into his eyes, seeking to glean more information from them. The surrounding world seemed to freeze, with only their breaths intertwining in the stillness. Luo Xueyun's heart raced, an inexplicable emotion washing over her. She could not comprehend why she felt this way. Almost instinctively, she nodded, affirming her resolve not to cause him worry. I understand, she said, reflecting on her own predicament. The Luo family is truly a dreadful place. That old hag plotted my demise daily, disrupting my sleep at night. The bitterness in her thoughts revealed the depths of her despair. Listening to Luo Xueyun's inner thoughts, Shen Yiling's brow furrowed, shadowed by a thick cloud of concern that silently enveloped his gaze. He attempted to mask it, yet the subtle creases of his forehead seemed to harbor unfathomable secrets. To kill her? Su Donghua harbored such intentions? How cruel must one be to resort to such measures against her, merely for being a girl? Shen Yiling found it perplexing, believing both boys and girls were equally deserving of life, which should never be trampled upon. He vowed that Su Donghua would pay dearly for this transgression. Noticing Shen Yiling's persistent frown, Luo Xueyun reached out, gently smoothing his furrowed brow. Her delicate fingers brushed against his skin, their warmth seemingly casting a spell that quickened his heartbeat. As he gazed into her clear, water-like eyes, he felt as though he could see his own reflection, and the concealed worry within him was laid bare. He coughed lightly, trying to disguise his embarrassment, yet the flicker of panic in his eyes was as fleeting as a shooting star, brief yet brilliant. Seeing my brother Shin frowning, "I thought perhaps if I helped smooth your brow, it might lift your spirits," she said innocently. Observing her playful demeanor only intensified his protective instincts for her. "It is rather strange. I can hear everyone else's thoughts, yet Shin Yiling's elude me," she mused. If only I could understand his worries. Shin Yiling's brow, which had only just relaxed, creased once more. She can hear everyone's thoughts? This question lingered in his mind for merely a second before he found himself believing her. Previously, he had been curious about how this small girl managed to evade Su Donghua's assassination attempts. During their first encounter, she had already known about his ability to attract spirits, undoubtedly having overheard the servants' musings at the time. A smile soon graced Shen Yiling's face, realizing that they were indeed a remarkable pair. A warm sensation blossomed within him. How curious! Why has Brother Shin suddenly begun to smile? She pondered. Could it be that he has been possessed by something? After all, with his ability to attract spirits, that would not be entirely surprising. I was too preoccupied with fun to notice. At that moment, Shen Yiling released the spirits he had captured the previous night, and Luo Xueyun watched as several dark figures shot forth from behind him. Indeed, there are malevolent entities, she thought. However, if I pursue them now, it will certainly draw Brother Shin's attention. Yet if I do not eliminate them, they may create chaos within the estate, attracting more people, making it even harder for me to act. What to do? Shen Yiling said, "Xueyun, I still have an assignment to complete. If you find yourself bored in the study, you may go out and play." How wonderful! That is truly a timely statement. Luo Xueyun feigned calmness as she nodded. "Then I shall not disturb Brother Shin any longer." With that, she dashed outside. "Spirits, wait for me. I am coming to find you. With this, my abilities will surely grow. How splendid!" Shen Yiling stood at the study's entrance, smiling as he watched Luo Xueyun run off. It was an opportune moment, allowing him to release the spirits without raising her suspicions. It appeared she possessed some magical skills. He found himself curious about where she had learned such arts. After glancing around, he incinerated the paper in his hand. Soon, a black-clad guard entered at his behest. "Young master, what are your orders?" "Investigate the accounts of the Luo family and gather details on its members. Also, find out whom Su Donghua has been associating with recently." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Shen Yiling's mind conjured the sinister visage of Su Donghua, juxtaposed with the innocent smile of Luo Xueyun. He knew he must act swiftly, despite her ability to protect herself. She remained in danger as long as she was with the Luo family. She might evade Su Donghua numerous times, but should he succeed even once, it could spell her doom. Thus, Shen Yiling was not at ease. Outside, a cold wind brushed past, causing the window panes to tremble, as if shivering in anticipation of the approaching storm. Inside the study, Su Donghua's brow was tightly knit, her teacup trembling slightly, ripples forming in the liquid. Her gaze pierced through the window, fixated on the sky. The matter of that young girl was being delayed incessantly. Though the day of the dark marriage had yet to arrive, she was now seen with the boy. If this were to reach their family's ears, it could spell disaster. How vexing. This insolent girl has been a flirt since childhood. She has no decorum, learning to entice others at such a tender age, truly disgraceful. If only I had a grandson, this would not be a problem. The thought of keeping her confined to the house became paramount in her mind. As Su Donghua contemplated, she recalled Luo Xueyun. That Luo Xueyun has been acting strangely, shouting at me without restraint. No matter what I say, she counters me. Such a lack of respect. I must wait for the Luo family to bring money, yet cannot afford to offend her.
What a predicament.
Ultimately, she could only blame herself. Had she given birth to a grandson, there would be no such troubles. What a useless womb, she lamented. Had it not been for your powerful family, I would have long seen you divorced. Keeping Luo Xueyun in the Luo residence posed too great a risk. The Shun residence was currently the safest place, where no one dared to act against them. Naturally, Xueyun would be safest there. However, for her to reside in the young master's estate would require the seventh young master's consent. Observing the seventh young master's gaze upon Xueyun today, she sensed affection. Thus, convincing him would not be difficult. As Luo Xueyun finished sealing the letter, she heard the creak of the door opening. The Luo family steward, Zhou Quan, stood there, his expression awkward. In that instant, Luo Xueyun realized he had been eavesdropping on her. Her heart raced, and she quickly concealed the letter in her sleeve, striving to maintain her composure. The appearance of Zhou Xuanmen was akin to an unexpected chill that shattered the tranquility of the room. His gaze flitted over Luo Xueyun, as if he sought to uncover some hidden secret. He cleared his throat, attempting to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. "Madam, the old lady wishes to speak with you." Luo Xueyun's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of unease passing through her mind. She understood that being summoned this time likely heralded no good tidings. Yet, she feigned composure, rising from her seat, lightly adjusting her dress before slowly making her way toward the door. Each step felt burdensome, as if laden with boundless apprehension. Zhou Xuanmen was a trusted confidant of Su Donghua. Whether in matters great or small, Su would always entrust them to Zhou. His presence here signified that Su had indeed sent him to monitor her, rather than to invite her to meet with Su. It was his own slip that had revealed his true intentions. The more Luo Xueyun pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. Yunyan was merely off playing with children her age. Why was Su Donghua reacting with such exaggerated concern? Now a spy had even been dispatched to watch over her. What was her true motive? Luo Xueyun was resolute in her belief that this was not a genuine concern for Yunyan's welfare. She turned to Zhou Xuanmen. "Steward Zhou, might I inquire what the old lady wishes to discuss?" Zhou Xuanmen was already drenched in cold sweat, beads forming on his forehead as he feigned calmness in response. "I cannot say why the old lady has summoned you. You must go to find out." Luo Xueyun nodded slightly, observing Zhou Xuanmen's anxious demeanor, further solidifying her conviction that he was indeed sent by Su Donghua to surveil her. She speculated that Su must have some ulterior motive regarding Yunyan. Otherwise, her agitation would not have reached such heights. No matter her intentions, Luo Xueyun was prepared to confront them. No one would harm her Yunyan. For Luo Xueyun's sake, she could summon the strength to be resolute, shedding her former fragility. A glint of determination flickered in her eyes. After a moment, Luo Xueyun spoke slowly. "Steward Zhou, you have been lingering at the door for quite some time. Haven to you?" Zhou Xuanmen's heart jolted. "Ah, madam, what do you mean? I am aware that you are here to keep watch on me at my mother's behest. But do not forget who disperses your monthly wages. Consider whether you would prefer to eat with her or with me. What I can offer you, I can provide in abundance. I do not require your full allegiance. I simply need you to inform me of her intentions. You may continue to serve her, and I will cooperate as needed. Your collaboration with me would be advantageous, with no risk involved. On the contrary, should you refuse, I could easily have you expelled from the Luo family. Remember, when it comes to matters of finance, it is I who holds the final say." Zhou Xuanmen, driven by a strong instinct for self-preservation, merely wished to earn a stable living. Thus, a strategy that allowed him to avoid offending either party seemed ideal. Without hesitation, he acquiesced. Moreover, if he collaborated with Luo Xueyun, he would assuredly not lack for compensation. Reflecting on the years spent serving Su Donghua, he realized he had received little remuneration and frequently endured wage exploitation. Anger simmered within him, though he dared not voice it, for fear of losing his livelihood. Zhou Xuanmen inclined his head slightly. "I assure you, Madam, I will inform you promptly of any actions the old lady intends to take. One more thing. I must caution you, madam. However, you must promise to remain composed upon hearing it. Luo Xueyun replied. Speak. I shall heed your words. Luo Xueyun continued. You must keep a close watch on the young miss. Do not allow her to be alone. Upon hearing this, Luo Xueyun's expression remained largely unchanged. Luo Xueyun, noticing her demeanor, could not help but inquire. Madam, do you already suspect something? Luo Xueyun nodded. I merely surmised that my mother may have some scheme involving Yunyun. However, the specifics elude me. She turned to Luo Xueyun. You have spoken, which implies you know something. What exactly does my mother intend to do with Yunyun? Luo Xueyun sighed, hesitating to respond. Luo Xueyun urged, do not hesitate. Regardless of her intentions, I am mentally prepared. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. Golden sunlight filtered through the garden like a delicate veil, casting dappled shadows that danced in the wind, as if whispering secrets. Luo Xueyun's figure appeared increasingly burdened under the sun's rays, his brow furrowed, as though he bore countless unspoken truths. He slowly turned to face the anxious Luo Xueyun, revealing the information could provoke her to confront Su Donghua, jeopardizing his position as steward. Yet, seeing the deep concern etched on Luo Xueyun's face for Luo Xueyun, he found himself torn. Su Donghua had caused too much suffering, particularly to innocent infants. After watching Luo Xueyun grow for 4 years, how could he bear to remain silent? That child so gentle always greeted him with a cheerful Grandpa Zhou. Ultimately, Luo Xueyun resolved that if he lost his position as steward, so be it. He could no longer assist Su Donghua in perpetuating deception. Although he had not directly participated in the tragic fate of those infants, aiding Su Donghua in her concealments felt no different. Drawing a deep breath, he seemed to reach a decision. Moments later, he spoke softly, Madam, the old lady intends to send the young miss away. Luo Xueyun was nearly driven to despair. Send her away for what?
Do speak quickly.
Luo Xueyun replied, the old lady wishes to arrange a marriage for the young miss with the Li family, the wealthiest in East City. They have promised her 50 taels of gold. At those words, Luo Xueyun's countenance drained of color, as if she had received devastating news. Her voice trembled as she questioned, does she truly intend to do this? Luo Xueyun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I would not dare speak carelessly. The old lady seeks to bind Yunyun to the Li family through a ghost marriage. The golden sunlight was abruptly obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only faint remnants of light to filter through the garden, mirroring Luo Xueyun's tumultuous emotions. She felt as though a great weight pressed upon her heart, rendering her breathless. Luo Xueyun's words struck her like thunder, freezing her in place. Visions flooded her mind. Her Yunyun, adorned in eerie red, bound within a crimson sedan chair, surrounded by an unsettling silence, save for the distant, mournful sound of a suona. She envisioned Yunyun forced to sit beside a corpse, its features hidden beneath a white cloth, leaving behind an abyss of silence. Luo Xueyun's body trembled involuntarily, sensing the encroaching chill of malevolence threatening her Yunyun. The profound terror penetrated her very bones, nearly overwhelming her, let alone a mere 4-year-old girl. She bit her lip fiercely to conceal her vulnerability, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. She could hardly fathom that Su Donghua harbored such intentions for Yunyun. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by countless barbs, bleeding profusely. Luo Xueyun, concerned, inquired, Madam, are you all right? Luo Xueyun waved her hand, forcing a semblance of calm. I am well. As long as Su Donghua has not summoned me, I shall not go. Regardless, that was merely an excuse you found. Zhou Quan. Very well then, my lady. Take your time alone. I shall take my leave.
Luo Xueyun.
Once Zhou Quan vanished from her sight, Luo Xueyun felt her entire body soften, collapsing onto the ground, her eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably. The wind around her seemed to carry a hint of chill. After a moment, she mustered the strength to rise, knowing that in her current state, she could not be seen by anyone else. She could not afford to raise Su Donghua's suspicions. The instant the door closed behind her, she could no longer contain the emotions swirling within her heart. Silent tears streamed down her face as she stifled her cries with her hands. Her tears cascaded like pearls strung on a broken thread. She had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet she had never imagined that it was Xueyun she wanted to harm. Her disheveled hair clung to her cheeks, her tears long dried, leaving only traces of sorrow. Everything around her blurred, while the pain in her heart remained glaringly vivid. She felt as though she were adrift in a desolate wasteland, surrounded by unending darkness, utterly alone, grappling with an inexpressible anguish. Su Donghua was known for her cunning and deep schemes. At this moment, it was imperative not to confront her openly. Otherwise, Yun's situation would grow even more perilous. Luo Ming was no longer a reliable ally. He might have once stood by her side, but now he was firmly aligned with Su Donghua. If a rift were to form between them, Su Donghua would undoubtedly resort to forcefully selling Yun to the Li family. Even if they were to settle accounts later, with the Li family allied against them, the Lu family would be at a disadvantage. The Li family, the wealthiest in the East City, had the backing of imperial relatives, while the Lu family, though connected to the royal city, held a lower official rank. Thus, a direct confrontation was unfeasible. This matter entangled too many elements. She could not afford to make a misstep. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Shaoxi's eyes. What appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma seemed to present a potential turning point. This opportunity lay with the seventh young master, Shen Yilin. He was the most cherished son of the current emperor and a rare prodigy in the realm of spiritual cultivation. His innate regal demeanor harmonized splendidly with the exceptional talents of the Ling Xian kingdom. Should he choose to extend his assistance to Yun, she would undoubtedly overcome her challenges. Meanwhile, Luo Xueyun, who was busy chasing spirits throughout the Shen residence, was filled with delight. She was overjoyed, but the spirits were not so fortunate. After several pursuits, all the spirits captured by Shen Yilin the previous night had fallen into Luo Xueyun's grasp. She had no intention of harming them. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "I can smell my brother Shen's essence on you. You must be his friends. So, I shall not harm you." However, her expression darkened as she added, "But should I discover that you intend to harm my brother Shen, your fate will mirror that of your companions." With that, the spirits she had captured were instantly crushed into crimson spirit crystals, resting in the palm of her hand. Before their very eyes, she consumed these crystals with an air of satisfaction. The spirits and demons were nearly rendered unconscious from fear. Luo Xueyun clapped her hands and declared, "Humph," before skipping away, radiating joy. One of the cat demons stuttered, "So, the king of hell came to capture spirits just for this little ancestor?" Another spirit trembled as if struck by lightning, speaking in a quavering voice, She is far more terrifying than the king of hell." A fox demon timidly suggested, "I believe we should keep a low profile." The others nodded in agreement, accepting this proposal. However, when she darted into the study, she abruptly halted. "Brother Shen said he was doing his homework, so I mustn't disturb him." But thanks to Brother Shen's unfinished work, I was able to catch so many spirits. Absorbing these spirit crystals feels wonderfully refreshing. How splendid! Chapter 50. Discovery. If I could stay in the Shen residence every day, wouldn't I have an endless supply of spirit crystals? And I wouldn't even need to venture outside. They come to me willingly. This is truly a free buffet. Under the gentle sunlight, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with delight, her face unable to conceal her joy. In her hand, she held a transparent spirit crystal, shimmering with a captivating crimson glow. In the sunlight, it resembled a priceless ruby. Her eyes twinkled with glee. This spirit crystal is of exceptional quality. It would make a splendid decoration and a protective shield for Brother Shen. The cool touch is so comforting. If I had a room filled with spirit crystals during summer, I can only imagine how refreshing it would be. However, it seems unlikely that anyone would be reckless enough to use such precious spirit crystals for cooling. Indeed, it appears that I can only dream about it. Sighing softly, she pressed a spirit crystal against her cheek, relishing its icy sensation as if the summer heat dissipated in that moment. The air was infused with a faint floral fragrance, intertwining with the refreshing chill of the spirit crystal, creating an atmosphere that was both mysterious and serene. Luo Xueyun closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. as if the entire world had come to a standstill. A pure smile graced her lips, one that belonged solely to her, a unique happiness. Xuanmen stole glances at her through the pages of his book, sunlight illuminating her smooth hair, casting a golden shimmer that softened the contours of her face. Her lips curled slightly, her comfortable demeanor resembling that of a lazy and contented kitten, quietly enjoying the peaceful beauty of the afternoon. In that moment, he found himself utterly entranced. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he could not tear his gaze away. There was an enigmatic allure about her that captivated his attention, drawing him in entirely. Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow slightly. Was that just my imagination? Why do I feel as though Brother Shen is watching me? With a sense of curiosity, she cautiously approached the study. Xuanmen's heart leaped with each step she took, as if she were walking upon his very heart. The warmth flooding his face returned, and a blush crept upon the youth's cheeks. He cleared his throat, pretending to be engrossed in his reading. Perhaps due to his anxiety, he had even turned the book upside down. When Luo Xueyun noticed the book in Xuanmen's hands was reversed, she covered her mouth and chuckled. Did you become flustered upon seeing me, Brother Shen, and hurriedly pick up your book? She tilted her head, gazing at him. Xuanmen's face turned a deeper shade of crimson. However, he was quick-witted, conjuring an excellent excuse. He pretended to ponder and remarked, indeed. This line of poetry must be read backwards to grasp its meaning. Luo Xueyun leaned closer. What is it? I want to see too. She hopped excitedly, trying to glimpse the book in Xuanmen's hands. However, her height was no match for the table, and she could not decipher a single word. Xuanmen closed the book and placed it on the table, his expression remaining calm. You're here. Luo Xueyun pointed at the book on the table. Brother Shen, I want to see too. Xuanmen gently shook his head. The content is quite complex. You wouldn't understand. When you grow a bit older, I will show it to you, all right? Seeing that Xuanmen had said so, she nodded. All right. Then you must promise me. Xuanmen. Brother Shen won't let me see it. I'll sneak a peek later when he doesn't know. I really want to find out how difficult the poems inside are to decipher. Xuanmen, upon hearing her words, was momentarily choked. Luo Xueyun, anxious, swiftly used her magic to levitate a kettle and a cup from another table, pouring water into the cup with graceful precision. Brother Shen, are you all right? Quickly, have some water. Xuanmen's gaze momentarily froze upon seeing the kettle and cup before him, though Luo Xueyun remained oblivious to his expression. He soon regained his composure. Nodding slightly, he lifted the cup and drank deeply, feeling his throat ease somewhat after the water. After Luo Xueyun spoke, her entire body stiffened. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows on her face as she bit her lip, panic filling her eyes. The magical energy in her hand still trembled slightly, as if it had not completely dissipated. Hastily, she concealed her hand in the shadows behind her, striving to calm her breath, fearful that her racing heartbeat might betray her. Her gaze wandered around the room before finally settling on Xuanmen's face. His expression remained unchanged, just as it had been moments before. Yet, Luo Xueyun's heart could not find peace. It was a chaotic flurry, like ants on a hot pan. Nervously, her hands rubbed against the hem of her clothes, seeking to alleviate her inner tension. However, the cold fabric only heightened her awareness that her previous actions had fully exposed her secret. This is it, I'm done for. He must have seen me using magic. Now, he will certainly harbor suspicions about me. Does this mean my image as a refined lady in his eyes is ruined? I had finally managed to get close to him. I certainly do not want Brother Shen to dislike me. But everything was so obvious just now. He is too clever not to have noticed. This is truly a disaster. Luo Xueyun hung her head, looking dejected. Xuanmen, understanding her silent turmoil, could not help but smile inwardly. Every time he saw her in such a state, he felt an irresistible urge to tease her. The more anxious she became, the more he refrained from speaking. Yet if Brother Shen had seen, he should have shown surprise, shouldn't he? Why does he show no expression at all? Could it be that he didn't see anything? But I'm not tall enough to reach the table. Surely that invites suspicion. Or has Brother Shen figured it out, but thinks I am dangerous, thus afraid to speak? After all, he has a physique that attracts spirits. He might even perceive me as one. What if I continue speaking to him? Will I frighten him into screaming? However, upon gazing at his exquisite face, she felt certain that such a reaction would never grace Xuanmen's features. The incongruity was too strong. It simply was not a reaction he would exhibit. Brother Shun is best when he remains calm and composed. But his smile is also utterly charming, especially when directed at me. I adore it. Despite her anxiety about whether her magical abilities had been revealed, Luo Xueyun found herself entranced by Xuanmen's face. Even as he sensed her thoughts, a smile crept onto his lips, which he had to suppress, fearing she might notice. The struggle was a torment he could hardly endure. Xuanmen knew she was astute. If she caught a glimpse of his expression, she would undoubtedly discern his thoughts. Thus, he ensured no trace of his amusement surfaced. Yet, no one understood how uncomfortable it was to suppress such feelings. The more he restrained himself, the more his lips seemed to curl upward, as if an invisible force were battling against him, preventing full control of his facial expressions. Though his heart brimmed with joy, he could only feign indifference. He recalled the time before meeting Luo Xueyun, when his emotions were easily manageable. Her presence had completely disrupted his equilibrium. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing against Luo Xueyun's hair as she stood beside Xuanmen, her heart fluttering with unease. Forget it. If I'm seen, so be it. With a clear conscience, I fear no shadows. I will ask whatever I wish. Brother Shen, interrupted Xuanmen, had you not promptly brought me the kettle and cup, I would have certainly succumbed to a fit of coughing.
Ah?
Luo Xueyun's mind nearly short-circuited at his words. Xuanmen reached out, ruffling her hair as he chuckled. You must have exerted quite a bit of effort to bring the kettle and cup, didn't you? Did you step onto my books to reach them? He pointed to the pile of books stacked on the floor before her. Luo Xueyun paused for a moment before eagerly nodding. Yes. I climbed on these books to reach. I apologized for dirtying Brother Shen's books. Xuanmen smiled gently. It's not your fault. You were simply concerned for me. Luo Xueyun had braced herself for a reprimand, yet Xuanmen's unexpected response left her momentarily speechless. Brother Shen truly did not see. If it weren't for his own words, I would have thought I was imagining things. Who would have thought that a clever person could have foolish moments? Ha ha ha. I'm not laughing at Brother Shen's folly. I just find it amusing that someone like him didn't notice my earlier actions. Could it be that my movements were too swift for him to perceive? Moreover, he was coughing violently at that moment, making it easy for him to misremember. With this thought, Luo Xueyun's spirits lifted, her sweet smile returning. Observing her joy brought a smile to Xuanmen's face that he could no longer suppress. As she gazed down at the pile of books, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. But I seem to recall that there weren't any books here before. If there had been, I could have easily stepped on them to see the books on Brother Shen's table. How peculiar. Why did I not notice them before? Oh well, as long as Brother Shen doesn't discover my use of magic, everything will be fine. Just as Luo Xueyun's heart began to calm, an odd sensation washed over her. It felt as though she had revealed her magical abilities long ago, yet she could not pinpoint when. After pondering for a while, she decided to let it go. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She tugged at Xuanmen's sleeve. Brother Shen. Xuanmen turned to look at her. Chum? Luo Xueyun raised her head to gaze at him. Brother Shen, have you finished your homework? Xuanmen nodded slightly.
Yes.
Luo Xueyun glanced around, wearing a mysteriously playful expression. She beckoned Xuanmen to come closer. He couldn't help but chuckle. Why so secretive? Luo Xueyun placed a finger on her lips, making a shushing gesture.
Sure.
This is something I found. It looks quite valuable, and I've been hiding it carefully all along, afraid someone might discover it. Xuanmen was aware of what she was referring to, yet he feigned interest. So, what is it that you wish to give me? Luo Xueyun pulled out a blood-red ghost crystal and handed it to him. Xuanmen's eyes sparkled for a moment as he beheld the exquisite ghost crystal. Its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. Yet, she, who desired the ghost crystal to enhance her own strength, was so willing to gift it to him? Did this mean he held more significance in her heart than the crystal itself? With this thought, the smile on Xuanmen's lips deepened. Seeing Xuanmen smile, Luo Xueyun leaned closer and asked, Does Brother Shen like it? Yes, he replied, and then added, However, such a precious gift is too much for me to accept. Luo Xueyun blinked earnestly. Whether it is precious or not, I cannot say. Besides, I found it in Brother Shun's residence. It might actually belong to you. Shun Yiling pretended to hesitate. But, oh, there's no need to hesitate, Brother Shun. Just accept it. The innocent light in Luo Xueyun's eyes shone brightly as she leaned forward, her small hand outstretched, revealing the ghost crystal glimmering in golden light. Look how beautiful the color of this gem is. The patterns on it are just like clouds. She looked up, her clear eyes filled with anticipation. She felt it complemented Brother Shen perfectly. Wearing the ghost crystal would surely enhance its beauty. As Shen Yiling observed her innocent and charming demeanor, warmth surged within him. He smiled softly and gently accepted the ghost crystal from Luo Xueyun, his fingertips gliding over the smooth surface. A chill immediately coursed through his fingers. He turned to Luo Xueyun. Why is this stone so cold? Luo Xueyun pressed her hand against her lips, pretending to ponder. Could it be a gem imbued with spiritual energy? Brother Shen is knowledgeable and will surely identify its nature. Later, I will consult some texts, and I shall inform you of my findings tomorrow, Shen Yiling replied. Okay, I will wait for Brother Shen's response. Luo Xueyun giggled, curious about the nature of the object. In truth, Shen Yiling already knew everything. He simply enjoyed indulging her and relished the sight of her smile. As he lightly rubbed the ghost crystal in his hand, for a fleeting moment, he felt her lingering warmth upon it. Realizing this thought, a faint blush crept onto Shen Yiling's face. Fortunately, at that moment, Luo Xueyun's attention had shifted to the books in his study, oblivious to the flush on his cheeks. After a while, Shen Yiling composed himself. Luo Xueyun was seated amidst a pile of books, intently examining her carefully selected volumes. Xueyun, he called her several times, but she did not respond. Shen Yiling furrowed his brow, curious about what had captured Luo Xueyun's attention so completely. He approached her, leaning closer to see what she was engrossed in. Hearing footsteps behind her, Luo Xueyun instinctively turned to look back. In that instant, the distance between them diminished to mere millimeters. Their warm breaths brushed against each other's faces, and in that moment, both their faces flushed as red as ripe apples. Shen Yiling quickly straightened up, averting his gaze. Luo Xueyun grasped her book, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Brother Shen, do you need something from me? Shen Yiling cleared his throat, suppressing his inner excitement. No, nothing in particular. I just noticed you were so absorbed in that book. I called you several times, and when you didn't respond, I came to check. Luo Xueyun blinked her eyes. Did Brother Shen call me many times? Yes, he affirmed. I was so focused on reading that I didn't hear you call, she replied. Shen Yiling smiled. I understand. Being so engrossed is a good thing. So, what book are you reading? Luo Xueyun lifted the book in her hand. This one. Shen Yiling took the book from her. Glancing at it, a fleeting surprise crossed his dark eyes, but it quickly vanished. He looked at Luo Xueyun. You enjoy reading ghost stories? Luo Xueyun nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I find them fascinating. Are you not afraid? Though he knew Luo Xueyun wouldn't be scared, he couldn't help but ask. No, she shook her head. I believe it is Brother Shen who might be frightened. After all, you have a ghostly constitution and must have encountered many frightful things since childhood. Yet, those spirits are indeed ruthless. How could they dare to harm someone as handsome as Brother Shen? The more Shen Yiling listened to Luo Xueyun's innocent musings, the more his smile broadened, though she remained unaware of it. To him, Luo Xueyun was the most adorable and unique person in the world. As long as she was present, his gaze would inevitably find her. Xueyun, you truly are brave for not fearing even this, Shen Yiling remarked. Luo Xueyun shyly smiled. I suppose I am just a little bold. When she heard that she could dine here, her eyes sparkled with delight. Great. I shall stay here for dinner. These past few days at the Luo residence, I've only had medicine or porridge. I haven't tasted anything delicious. There was a feast. But as soon as that old hag arrived, she claimed all the good dishes for herself. The bowl they served her was enormous, larger than a dog bowl, akin to a pig's trough. She continuously berated Su Donghua in her mind. Meanwhile, Shen Yiling quietly committed the name to memory. The mere thought of Su Donghua soured his mood. After a moment, Shen Yiling seemed to recall something and turned to Luo Xueyun. Xueyun, I have some matters to discuss with the household. All right, I will wait here for you and won't go anywhere, she replied. Upon exiting the study, Xuanmen strode purposefully toward a secluded corner of the courtyard. The bright sunlight illuminated his stern features, yet the warmth of its golden rays did little to soften the chill on his face. Only in Luo Xueyun's presence did his expression soften. He gazed at the willow tree in the distance, contemplating how to deal with Su Donghua later that evening. Just then, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the faint scent of fresh grass. On ordinary days, Xuanmen would savor such moments. But with thoughts of Luo Xueyun occupying his mind, he found it difficult to relax. His thoughts were tangled like a chaotic web. Closing his eyes, the image of Su Donghua's sinister face flashed through his mind, igniting within him a sudden urge to eliminate her. Meanwhile, the innocent and pure smile of Luo Xueyun surfaced in his mind. The moment he thought of her, Xuanmen's expression softened considerably, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He felt a strong urge to protect her, ensuring that no harm would come her way. He vowed that anyone who dared to threaten her would face dire consequences. In the next moment, a guard clad in black appeared before Xuanmen. What progress has been made with the investigation into the Luo family's hidden guards? Xuanmen inquired. That is excellent news, he added. The black-clad figure then asked, Is there anything else you require, young master? Xuanmen replied, The matters concerning the Luo family can be entrusted to them. However, I need you to personally investigate the Li family, the wealthiest in East City. The guard responded, What exactly should I be looking into? A cold smile spread across Xuanmen's face, his dark eyes growing steely. Whatever may bring them to their knees, that is what you shall uncover. Upon hearing these words, the guard furrowed his brows in surprise. He knew that Xuanmen was not one to cause trouble without reason. Yet, given the considerable distance between the Li family and Yeming City, it was puzzling why the young master would suddenly target them. Despite his myriad questions, he nodded and said, Understood, I shall take care of it. Wait, Xuanmen interrupted. What is the reason for targeting the Li family? You will know after your investigation.
Now go.
A flicker of astonishment crossed the guard's face. He had concealed his emotions well, yet the young master still perceived them. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, as such occurrences were common, albeit always surprising. After the guard departed, Xuanmen inhaled deeply and turned towards his study. His stride was steady and resolute, each step echoing like a strategic move on a chessboard. Later that afternoon, after a delightful meal at the Shun residence, Luo Xueyun leaned back contentedly in her chair, gently patting her belly. I am so full, but truly, this food is exquisite. Everything is to my liking. She blinked up at Xuanmen. Brother Shun, all these dishes are my favorites. I never expected you to enjoy them too. Hee, this only proves that we are truly meant for each other, even in our tastes. She secretly reveled in this thought, unaware that Xuanmen had heard her every word. He merely smiled softly, internally affirming her sentiments. We shall rest for a while before heading to the carriage, he announced. Upon hearing this, Luo Xueyun felt a tinge of reluctance. Here, she was surrounded by delightful food and entertainment, free from harm and troubles. The only one capable of protecting Lu Xiaoxi within the Luo family was her. Although the Lu family was affluent, the distance was too great. It would take 4 days to reach them. After a brief respite, Xuanmen and Luo Xueyun proceeded towards the entrance, where the carriage awaited. I will only take this glass hairpin, Luo Xueyun declared. Do you not wish for anything else? Xuanmen asked. She quickly shook her head. No. Very well, I shall keep these items for you and prepare a room to store your belongings, he assured her. Brother Shen, why are you so kind to me? I am growing fonder of you. She leaned closer, nuzzling her cheek against his, resembling a playful kitten. Xuanmen's body stiffened, his cheeks flushing crimson, feeling as though they could ignite. His heart raced, pounding as if it were about to leap from his chest. Unaware of the effect she had on him, Luo Xueyun played with her glass hairpin in the carriage. Throughout the journey, Xuanmen struggled to contain his inner turmoil and excitement, a task that proved exceedingly challenging. As dusk settled in, they had been seated for nearly half an hour, the moon emerging from behind the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon her slightly weary face. Recent events had unveiled the true nature of some individuals. causing her to feel an unsettling dread regarding Su Donghua's intentions towards Luo Xueyun. Lu Xiaoxi feared that if she did not keep a watchful eye, her dear friend might fall prey to Su Donghua's schemes. Her anxious gaze frequently drifted to the gates of the Luo residence, her heart heavy with unease. The atmosphere felt thick, broken only by the distant chirping of insects and the occasional whisper of night winds. Clutching a talisman she had procured from a temple, she found solace in its presence during times of fear and anxiety. Yet tonight, despite its comforting aura, fear enveloped her heart. Though Luo Xueyun was safest with the seventh young master, their interactions had been limited to 2 brief encounters. Lu Xiaoxi knew she would need to rely on Luo Xueyun's description of him to make an informed decision. If not for her own precarious situation, she would never have entrusted her beloved friend to another for protection. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoxi's expression grew serious. Why the urgency? Has something happened to the young lady? Chapter 52. A quick agreement. As Lu Xiaoxi spoke, her heart raced with anxiety. She felt her hands tremble as she stepped closer, gripping the maid's shoulders tightly. Her voice trembling as she implored, "What has happened? Speak quickly." The maid, startled by Lu Xiaoxi's sudden agitation, was taken aback. The usually gentle mistress rarely exhibited such impatience. Seeing the maid hesitate to respond only heightened Lu Xiaoxi's anxiety. The maid's heart raced. She stared blankly at Lu Xiaoxi, still processing her unexpected urgency. Lu Xiaoxi's grip tightened painfully on the maid's arms, her fingers nearly turning white from the pressure. Her voice quivered with urgency, almost laced with tears. "Please tell me, what has befallen my Xueyun?" Finally realizing Lu Xiaoxi had misunderstood her, the maid hurriedly replied, "Madam, it is not what you think." Furrowing her brow, Lu Xiaoxi pressed speak. Even after hearing this, Lu Xiaoxi remained unconvinced and continued to question, "If that is the case, why were you so flustered earlier? This is the first time the young lady is out on her own, and you are aware of the concerns I hold for her. I should have conveyed the message better, and it is my fault for causing you to worry unnecessarily. Punish me as you see fit." As she spoke, the maid knelt before Lu Xiaoxi. With the weight of worry lifted from her heart, Lu Xiaoxi exhaled deeply, her face brightening with the warmth of her usual kindness. "Do not fret. You are only concerned for me. However, next time, please communicate more clearly to avoid misunderstandings. Do you understand?" The maid nodded. "Yes, I understand. By the way, has the young master disembarked the carriage?" Lu Xiaoxi inquired. "Yes, they are currently at the entrance, preparing to enter," the maid replied. "Is the young master coming in as well?" Lu Xiaoxi asked. "Indeed." Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly adjusted her attire, urging, "Quickly, come with me to greet them." Though the maid was somewhat puzzled as to why the lady would go to such lengths to meet a young master from a humble background, she also believed that the lady must have her reasons. Thus, she refrained from further contemplation. After all, the seventh young master would not have accompanied Yuanyuan to the Luo family otherwise. The concern lay in whether Su Donghua would disapprove, as any discord could lead to unnecessary turmoil. It was imperative to finalize the arrangement regarding Yuanyuan's stay at the young master's residence promptly. Ideally, it should be resolved at this moment. Once Yuanyuan resided there, no one would dare speak against it. With this thought in mind, Lu Xiaoxi quickened her pace to find Yuanyuan and the others. The maid, infected by Lu Xiaoxi's anxious and excited demeanor, felt a rising tension within her. Her gaze remained fixed on Lu Xiaoxi, sensing that the lady seemed different today. Although she had resolved not to dwell on it, curiosity compelled her to speculate on what could have caused the usually composed lady to be in such a flurry. Lu Xiaoxi was typically gentle, like a magnolia quietly blooming in the courtyard, maintaining an air of serene elegance despite wind and rain. Yet at this moment, the anxiety and urgency in her eyes resembled a lightning bolt piercing through the night sky, shattering the tranquility of her face. Pondering the situation, the maid felt something was amiss. The young lady was merely out playing with companions. No matter how much the lady adored her, such urgency seemed unwarranted. She sensed that a secret lay hidden beneath the surface. Resolving not to think further, her intuition warned her that knowing too much could place her in a precarious situation. Soon, Lu Xiaoxi and the maid arrived at the entrance of the Luo residence. Upon arrival, Lu Xiaoxi spotted her Yuanyuan conversing animatedly with the seventh young master. She was laughing and chatting, while he listened intently, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Witnessing this, Luo Xueyun felt her heart settle with reassurance. Yun Yun, Luo Xueyun called gently, using Luo Xueyun's name. The moment Luo Xueyun heard Luo Xueyun's voice, she turned to the grand entrance of the Luo residence. Locking her gaze onto Luo Xueyun, a sweet smile graced her lips, her eyes curving adorably. "Mother!" she exclaimed, rushing into Luo Xueyun's embrace. Though they had only been apart for a day, Luo Xueyun felt as if centuries had passed. Luo Xueyun opened her arms to envelop Luo Xueyun, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Did you have fun today?" she asked. Luo Xueyun nodded enthusiastically, "Yes. I had so much fun. Brother Shin bought me everything," she continued, "and we love the same food. I ate a lot for lunch and dinner." Luo Xueyun chuckled, playfully pinching Luo Xueyun's nose. "Our little gourmand. But don't overindulge, or your tummy will hurt. Later, I'll give you some digestive medicine." Upon hearing the word medicine, Luo Xueyun's face shifted to one of fear and resistance. With pleading eyes, she looked up at Luo Xueyun. "Mother, can I skip the medicine? It's so bitter." Luo Xueyun shook her head. "No, if you wish to enjoy delicious food, you must listen to your mother. You wouldn't want a tummy ache tomorrow that would keep you from playing, would you?" Ultimately, Luo Xueyun conceded. "All right, I promise, mother." "Good girl," Luo Xueyun said, gently stroking Luo Xueyun's head. As Luo Xueyun gazed into the hazy moonlight, her heart remained clear and resolute. Given Su Donghua's avaricious nature, it is likely that the seventh young master's identity would not serve him well. If she were to cause a scene, it would bring trouble to the seventh young master. Before she arrives, I must convey this request to him. I will never allow Yun Yun to be bound in that harmful relationship. Gradually, Luo Xueyun's brow furrowed, as everything unfolded too suddenly, leaving her bewildered. Having sensed Luo Xueyun's thoughts, Shen Yiling understood that Luo Xueyun was aware of the arrangement concerning Luo Xueyun's impending betrothal. In her current predicament, Luo Xueyun could not stand against the entire Luo family alone. The Luo family, being far away, could not provide timely assistance. By the time they arrived to comprehend the situation, everything might already be settled beyond alteration. Thus, he became her lifeline, the only one she could rely on. "Yes, I understand, my lady," the maid responded. Luo Xueyun set Luo Xueyun down and crouched to smile at her. "Yun Yun, did you enjoy your time at the young master's place?" Luo Xueyun nodded slightly, her smile radiating warmth akin to the sun in spring, illuminating every corner of Luo Xueyun's heart. No matter her fatigue or discomfort, seeing Luo Xueyun's smile dispelled all worries. This was the child she had fought so hard to protect, who was so understanding and obedient. She would never allow her to fall into Su Donghua's hands. It was fun. Brother Shen's house is so big, and there's even a peacock. I love it. Mother, you should come visit too, Luo Xueyun said, a hint of reluctance in her voice as she tugged at Luo Xueyun's sleeve. "But I don't want to be apart from you, mother." "Why can't you come with me?" Brother Shen would surely agree. Luo Xueyun shook her head with a smile. "Mother has many matters to attend to and cannot come. But I can make time to see you. Whenever you miss me, just ask Brother Shen to bring you to find me." While Yun Yun longed to be at Brother Shen's side, she also worried for her mother. What if they mistreated her mother? What if she faced difficulties? With Yun Yun present, she could protect her mother. But Yun Yun couldn't let her mother know she possessed magical abilities. "Yun Yun?" After a moment, Luo Xueyun looked up at Luo Xueyun. "Mother, I will miss you." Luo Xueyun reassured her. "Silly child, I said if you miss me, just have Brother Shen bring you to find me." "Okay, I remember," Luo Xueyun replied. Luo Xueyun smiled at her. "You wait here for mother. I need to speak with the seventh young master." "All right, I'll wait here for you, mother," Luo Xueyun said obediently. Luo Xueyun quickly approached Shen Yiling. "Greetings, seventh young master. I hope you won't mind the trouble Yun Yun has caused today." Shen Yiling shook his head. "I have never minded her." Luo Xueyun continued. "Seventh young master, I have one more favor to ask." Shen Yiling, aware of Luo Xueyun's intent, feigned ignorance. "Please, speak freely, my lady. If the young master wishes to know the reason, I regret that I cannot divulge it at this moment. There are matters for which I lack sufficient evidence to speak openly. Once I procure the necessary proof, I will recount the entire situation to you. Seventh young master. Very well, Shen Yiling replied. Lu Xiaoxi expressed surprise. You do not inquire as to why? Since you have said so, I shall trust you. Moreover, anyone capable of raising such a well-behaved and understanding child cannot be lacking in virtue. Lu Xiaoxi expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your understanding, young master. I shall go gather Yunyun's belongings. There's no need. Today, while I took her out shopping, I acquired everything she could possibly need. I intended to deliver it to the Luo residence tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxi felt a surge of joy within her. How wonderful. These items shall remain with you, young master. Today, Yunyun has caused you some expense. If you do not mind, please accept this money. Lu Xiaoxi handed Shen Yiling a heavy pouch of coins. Shen Yiling shook his head. The money was given willingly for her sake. Besides, my family does not lack such small change. So there is no need for you to concern yourself with these trifles. Lu Xiaoxi replied, but Shen Yiling interjected, since I invited her to the Shen residence. All expenses naturally fall upon me. What sense is there in having a guest pay for their host? Seeing Shen Yiling's insistence, Lu Xiaoxi could only express her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Just a small matter, he replied. I shall go fetch Yunyun now, Lu Xiaoxi announced. Very well, Shen Yiling responded. At that moment, Shen Yiling felt elated. With Luo Xueyun staying in his residence for an extended period, he could gaze upon her every day. He gently closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, her clear, water-like gaze, filled with a gentle smile, appeared before him. An involuntary smile graced his lips, forming a tender arc. That warmth felt akin to a spring breeze, comforting and soothing. The coachman, noticing the smile on his master's face, felt an inexplicable chill creep upon him. What does the young master intend? He pondered. Whenever his master bore such an expression, it often preceded misfortune for someone. He could not fathom who had drawn the ire of Shen Yiling this time, unaware that the smile on Shen Yiling's face stemmed from genuine delight. Chapter 53. Reluctant Shen Yiling observed the tender scene between Lu Xiaoxi and Luo Xueyun, a smile unconsciously curving his lips. Luo Xueyun's laughter in Lu Xiaoxi's presence appeared far more delightful than when she was with him. He instinctively desired to approach and pinch her cheeks, yet hesitated, fearing he might shatter this beautiful moment. Thus, he remained still, his gaze fixed on Luo Xueyun. Her dark eyes sparkled with joy and warmth, an expression reserved solely for her. In that moment, it felt as though it was he, not Lu Xiaoxi, standing before her. Yet, this cannot continue indefinitely. I must take care of matters at the Luo residence while Yunyun is away. Only then can she be safe. Su Donghua seeks to exchange Yunyun's life for money. Logically, the medical clinic's profits should be considerable. Why is she so eager to marry Yunyun off to a ghost? Could it be that the clinic is suffering losses? Yet I verified the accounts just a few days ago, and there were no discrepancies. If the clinic is not at fault, then it seems Su Donghua has truly lost her mind, willing to harm her own granddaughter. Su Donghua is a formidable opponent. I must write a letter to my father and mother. Only their arrival can truly resolve this matter. However, they are far from Yuming City, needing at least 4 or 5 days of travel to reach here. With the time needed to send the letter, they won't arrive for at least half a month. During this time, I must continue to contend with Su Donghua. Her urgency indicates that the time for Yunyun's ghostly marriage is drawing near. Otherwise, she would not be so agitated. It would be wise to send Yunyun away now, as long as she is safe. I will bear the consequences of whatever follows. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxi's thoughts, Luo Xueyun's initial reaction was one of concern. If Lu Xiaoxi intended to confront Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian alone, it would be utterly unwise. Mother has always been gentle and soft-hearted. Against Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, she will surely be no match. Furthermore, that mad old woman might do something terrible to my mother. Though I long to go to the young master's residence, my worries for my mother's safety prevail. The soft moonlight bathed Lu Xiaoxi's gentle visage, yet her always smiling eyes brimmed with unshed tears for reasons unknown. A gust of wind rustled the rose petals in the courtyard, sending them gently cascading onto Luo Xueyun's head. Lu Xiaoxi smiled softly, reaching out to pick up the rose petal that had landed atop Luo Xueyun's hair. Mother? Luo Xueyun inquired. Every time Lu Xiaoxi gazed into Luo Xueyun's bright, clear eyes, it felt as though she was seeing her younger self. Back then, her eyes sparkled with dreams and expectations for the future, even before the trials that awaited her. She had shared that same light, yet merely a few days had transformed her countenance into one of weariness. It was not the passage of time that had worn her down, but the fickleness of human nature. She had never imagined reaching such a day, nor could she have foreseen someone being so cruel as to harm her own granddaughter. The sorrow and helplessness within Lu Xiaoxi could only be understood by Luo Xueyun, who could hear her thoughts. Lu Xiaoxi had endured far too much. In the Lu family, she was cherished like a precious jewel. During her relationship with Luo Mingjian, she had also been adored, treated like a princess. His affection for Lu Xiaoxi had been renowned in Yuming City as that of a devoted husband. Yet, this love had begun to sour at some unknown point. The pampered daughter, once sheltered in the embrace of love, had recently faced a harsh blow from reality. Yet, these trials did not break her spirit or cause her to falter. Though she was a flower grown in a greenhouse, her heart was remarkably resilient. She was far more capable and strong than she perceived herself to be. All these experiences had forged her into a more steadfast and formidable individual. Even when confronted by the despicable Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, she had not allowed their malevolence to twist her spirit. Her kind heart remained unchanged, and whenever she encountered those in need, she extended her hand without hesitation. Her kindness and warmth illuminated even the darkest corners of the world, once kindling a light within Luo Xueyun that had never existed before. "Mother, why are you crying?" Luo Xueyun asked, reaching for Lu Xiaoxi's hand with a worried expression. Lu Xiaoxi forced a smile, fully aware of how unconvincing it appeared, yet she wished to present her happiest self before Yunyun, ensuring her emotions did not affect her daughter. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Despite her tear-streaked face, a resolute expression had taken hold. She gently patted Luo Xueyun's head. "Mother is just very happy." "Happy?" Luo Xueyun echoed. Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath. "Indeed, our Yunyun has grown and made friends of her own. Mother feels great comfort in that." Luo Xueyun regarded Lu Xiaoxi's stubborn demeanor, and her heart skipped a beat, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over her. Though she herself felt unwell, she prioritized her mother above all else. In that moment, Luo Xueyun truly grasped the essence of Lu Xiaoxi's love. She realized that those who are loved can experience such a multitude of emotions, such warmth, emotions she had never known before. She could feel it. She truly loved Lu Xiaoxi, deeply and profoundly. Wiping her nose, her eyes began to sting with unshed tears, unable to contain her emotions any longer. She slowly approached Lu Xiaoxi and embraced her. The cool night breeze gently tousled her hair, alleviating the discomfort in her heart. Inhaling the faint, comforting scent of Lu Xiaoxi, Luo Xueyun found solace, the aroma calming her turbulent emotions. She gently closed her eyes, reveling in the warmth enveloping her. Each whisper of the cool breeze and the faint fragrance emanating from Lu Xiaoxi lingered at the tip of her nose. Lu Xiaoxi reached out to embrace her, and to Luo Xueyun, Lu Xiaoxi's presence felt like a gentle current, gradually flowing into her frozen heart. Luo Xueyun could distinctly hear Lu Xiaoxi's steady breathing, a soothing sound akin to the melodious notes of a flute, calming her inner turmoil. Yet, in truth, it was Lu Xiaoxi who needed solace the most. She desperately wished to comfort Lu Xiaoxi, but was constrained by her own burdens. Within the gaze of Shun Yelin, Luo Xueyun and Lu Xiaoxi appeared to be enveloped in a soft halo. In that moment, their world became serene and beautiful, with all disturbances and anxieties dissipating. "Mother." Yunyun will be obedient. Her voice trembled with emotion. Lu Xiaoxi's heart quivered, taking a deep breath as if to inhale all difficulties and challenges, transforming them into motivation to move forward. She knew her Yunyun had always been the most sensible and well-behaved child. Even without words, the child likely sensed something. Suppressing her own pain and torment, she managed to smile and said to Yunyun, "Yes, Mother knows Yunyun is the best. You must listen to the 7th young master while at the young master's residence, understand?" Luo Xueyun replied, Yunyun remembers. Mother must take care of herself too. Yunyun will worry about you." Lu Xiaoxi affirmed, "Yes, mother will." As their conversation reached this point, Lu Xiaoxi's gaze turned resolutely towards the Luo residence, her eyes shimmering with determination. She reminded herself that although she had previously lived in the warmth and comfort of the Lu family, like a flower nurtured with care, it did not mean she would fear difficulties and challenges, or the malice of human hearts. Life's journey would inevitably encounter storms, and in the face of these adversities, avoidance was not a solution. Despite being alone now, she would exert her utmost effort to do her best. As long as Union was safe, everything would be fine. Lu Xiaoxi inhaled deeply, silently urging herself to be strong. No matter what transpired next, she would face it unflinchingly. Lu Xiaoxi reached out to gently ruffle Luo Xueyun's hair before setting her down. "Yunyan, be good and hurry along. Do not keep the seventh young master waiting." Luo Xueyun nodded, and Yunyan understands. In truth, she longed to stay at the Luo residence with Lu Xiaoxi, fearing that Lu Xiaoxi might face grievances or bullying. Yet from Lu Xiaoxi's perspective, she was unaware of her daughter's abilities to protect herself. All she knew was that her Yunyan was a fragile 4-year-old child, whom she had carefully shielded for 4 long years. While facing Lu Xiaoxi, Luo Xueyun wore a joyful smile. However, the moment she turned away, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her heart heavy with unexpressed emotions. Unbeknownst to her, the tears fell silently. Upon witnessing Luo Xueyun's weeping, Shen Yelin's previously bright expression vanished without a trace.
Zhang Yi,
standing beside him, felt a chill run down his spine from Shen Yelin's icy glare. What's wrong with the young master? He was just smiling a moment ago. Though his smile was frightening, this expression is even more terrifying. Beneath the night sky, Shen Yelin's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting with cold light. He understood the reason behind Luo Xueyun's tears, and his resentment towards Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian reached a boiling point. If it weren't for his concern for Luo Xueyun's feelings, he would have dealt with those two beasts right then and there. His fists clenched tightly, as if he aimed to squeeze out all his displeasure and dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Zhang Yi hurriedly stepped back, averting his gaze from Shen Yelin's terrifying stare. He dared not meet that fearsome look directly. Zhang Yi couldn't help but reflect inwardly, "I wonder which audacious immortal has provoked our young master to this extent. I've never seen the young master this angry before. I hope it's a one-time occurrence. This is too terrifying." Though the young master is usually cold, one grows accustomed to it. But when he gets angry, his temper is as fearsome as a thunderstorm. Just thinking about it is frightening. I wonder if that Luo girl will be scared into tears by the young master's demeanor. As Luo Xueyun approached Shen Yelin, he inhaled deeply. Turning to glance back at his mother, his eyes filled with reluctance and concern. Lu Xiaoxi smiled and waved at her. Luo Xueyun smiled back and waved. But just as she turned to speak to Shen Yelin, a shadow burst forth from the Luo residence with astonishing speed, catching even Lu Xiaoxi at the entrance off guard. "I won't let you leave. If you go, who will give me my gold bars? This brat has come at just the right moment. I intend to settle the score for today. Even if the King of Heaven comes, Luo Xueyun must stay with me. This brat is merely from a humble background. What harm is there in teaching him a lesson? When the time comes, I'll spread the word that I struck him for trying to seduce my granddaughter. That it's improper for a man to be so familiar with her. In this way, public opinion will turn in my favor. What good outcome can you expect from opposing me? If I don't eliminate you, I'd be doing you a favor. You truly are fortunate to be a boy. Unlike my daughter, who is a pure money pit." Su Donghua's inner thoughts echoed like noise in Luo Xueyun's mind. Why is that old hag everywhere? What mischief is she plotting now? Before Luo Xueyun could react, Su Donghua rushed forward and scooped her up. Caught off guard, Luo Xueyun winced in pain. Before she could respond, Shen Yelin raised a sword and traced a black talisman in the air, then lightly touched it. The black talisman shot towards Su Donghua, who, unaware of its nature, did not evade. The next moment, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. Su Donghua's hands were engulfed in excruciating pain, as if something were gnawing at her bones. The instant she released Luo Xueyun, Shen Yelin stepped forward to catch her steadily. Luo Xueyun's pupils widened in shock as she stared at the person before her, her mind blank for at least 10 seconds. He can perform magic? Xin Yelin was unperturbed by Luo Xueyun discovering his abilities, for he had already devised an excuse to placate her later. Thus, he dared to cast spells in her presence. Lu Xiaoxi rushed over, her first concern to check if Luo Xueyun was injured. She had heard Luo Xueyun's muffled groan from a distance when Su Donghua had lifted her. Yunyan, are you alright? Lu Xiaoxi asked anxiously. Chapter 54, Why Cry? Lu Xiaoxi's eyes were filled with worry. Although Luo Xueyun had only been slightly hurt by Su Donghua's embrace, seeing Lu Xiaoxi and Xin Yelin so anxious stirred a thought in her mind. Luo Xueyun concocted a scheme that would not only enhance Xin Yelin's favor towards her, but also reveal Su Donghua's true nature to Lu Xiaoxi. Su Donghua, just wait. If you dare to hurt me, I will make you pay dearly. Little Snowball did not permit me to take action against you. Yet she never explicitly forbade me from utilizing a knife to enact my vengeance. Luo Xueyun immediately turned to Lu Xiaoxi with a pitiful expression. Mother, it hurts. Yuan is in pain. She pointed to her arm, indicating that Su Donghua had just held her too tightly. Lu Xiaoxi gently rubbed the area where Luo Xueyun complained of pain, soothingly saying, There, my dear, mother is here. A little massage, and the pain will subside. Luo Xueyun nodded, her complexion slightly pale, yet she managed to force a faint smile, her voice barely above a whisper. Mother's touch will make it all better. Standing nearby, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with guilt as she witnessed Luo Xueyun suffering, her heart pierced as if by a needle. It is all my fault. I should have intervened when I had the chance to stop Su Donghua. She must have exerted considerable strength to hold Yuan so tightly. Yuan is such a sensible child, always so considerate of others. If she hadn't truly caused Yuan pain, she would never have cried out. In that moment, she felt utterly disillusioned with the entire Luo family. From the instant she witnessed Su Donghua inflicting pain upon Yuan, Lu Xiaoxi's heart had turned to stone. With tears of concern, she continued to massage Luo Xueyun's arm. Are you feeling better now, my dear? Luo Xueyun sniffled, tears streaming down her face. Her soft voice tinged with sorrow, breaking the heart of anyone who heard her. Why does grandmother always hurt Yuan? What have I done to upset her? Last time. She had sobbed with red-rimmed eyes, recalling how grandmother had used such a long needle to prick her. As she spoke, she gestured, her face a picture of grievance. Yuan could not comprehend her transgression. Why did grandmother treat her this way? With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Lu Xiaoxi. Mother, why does grandmother dislike me so much? What have I done wrong? She continued to weep uncontrollably. Lu Xiaoxi's tears welled up, for she knew full well that her Yuan had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Su Donghua and her distorted perceptions. Yuan had never erred. Even if everyone insisted she was a useless daughter, Lu Xiaoxi would not share that sentiment. To her, Yuan was the most charming child in the world, deserving of all the finest things life had to offer. In Lu Xiaoxi's heart, Luo Xueyun represented her entire world, the sole source of strength in her battle against the Luo family. She fought to keep her tears at bay. Gently stroking Luo Xueyun's head, her tender gaze revealed profound sorrow. Yuan, you have done nothing wrong. Lu Xiaoxi's voice was low and resolute as she clasped Luo Xueyun's small hand. Grandmother's attitude towards you is not due to any fault of yours, but rather her own twisted prejudices and stubbornness. You need not concern yourself with her opinions. In my heart, you are the most precious child, my beloved jewel. You are my child, and Su Donghua's views are irrelevant. Even if the world criticizes you, know that I will always love and cherish you. For you are my greatest treasure. Luo Xueyun looked up, her tear-stained eyes shimmering with an indescribable emotion. She grasped Lu Xiaoxi's hand tightly, as if seeking answers to the turmoil within her heart. Lu Xiaoxi's voice trembled with emotion. In the next moment, Luo Xueyun threw herself into Lu Xiaoxi's embrace, weeping as if to purge all her grievances. Her cries were heart-wrenching, as though she bore the weight of immense injustice. Luo Xueyun, typically cheerful and radiant like a lively sun, had never before exhibited such emotional collapse, leaving Lu Xiaoxi taken aback. In that instant, her heart felt ensnared by countless thorns, the pain making it difficult to breathe. There, my dear. Mother is here with you. Su Donghua scoffed disdainfully, spitting to the side. Humph. Such pretense, just a girl. What is there to fuss over? I refuse to believe you, Luo Xueyun, have never resented or blamed her. Surely you wished for a son. Who are you trying to impress? I am not your son. I see right through your facade. Crying in front of my Luo residence is truly a misfortune. Indeed. Having a daughter brings nothing but trouble, and this Luo household is in chaos thanks to this pair of wasteful mother and daughter. Inside the Luo residence, the servants whispered among themselves, their faces betraying their animosity towards Su Donghua. They had long harbored discontent towards her, and her treatment of the young lady and madam only intensified their disdain. Luo Xueyun and Luo Xueyun treated the servants with utmost kindness, and in return, they genuinely cared for them. Except for one ungrateful maid, whom Luo Xueyun had treated well, yet she became Su Donghua's accomplice, a hidden executioner. The servants murmured, unable to tolerate Su Donghua's behavior. One remarked, Su Donghua is truly despicable. How could she treat such a well-behaved young lady in this manner? Others chimed in, indeed. How could the grandmother of the young lady treat her this way, even resorting to needles? Witnessing the young lady's sorrowful state tugged at their hearts. They all echoed, I feel the same. The guards at the door sighed. Alas, the young lady has always been so cheerful. Though standing here is dull and tiresome. Her smiles and greetings always brighten my day. She is so considerate, even sneaking us breaks, and ensuring we stay refreshed with green bean soup during the heat. That wretched Su Donghua is nothing but a monster. Absolutely. She is truly inhumane. They whispered, expressing their disdain for Su Donghua. Noticing Luo Xueyun still crying, Su Donghua, having already severed ties with Luo Xueyun, decided to burn all bridges. If the Luo family refuses to pay, no matter. The little brat is worth a fortune. I'll simply have the servants drag Luo Xueyun away and take the little brat with them. I fear no repercussions from the Luo family. The Li family's influence surpasses that of the Luo family. Their higher rank can crush anyone. Moreover, the Li family has just lost their beloved son. They will not hesitate to protect their interests. The Luo family knows the weight of this matter. They would never offend the Li family over a worthless girl. Such a decision brings them no benefits. If I were to claim that Luo Xueyun had gone mad from losing her daughter, suspecting us of harming Luo Xueyun and demanding retribution, I could easily inflict some injuries on myself, leaving her with no defense. My son's beloved will echo throughout the entire Yueming city. Luo Xueyun has no substantial evidence to cause a stir. Driving her to madness would be a simple task. What of the Luo family's daughter? Now that my Luo family has the Li family backing us, do we need to fear the Luo family? Killing or driving the Luo family's daughter insane. Do you truly believe you can pit your career against mine? Su Donghua had already devised a plan in her mind for managing the aftermath of this entire situation. Her thoughts were so malevolent that she even contemplated bringing harm to Shun Yelin. How troublesome this insufferable boy was, had it not been for his appearance. I would not have to deal with so many issues. I suspect he is the only son in his family, thinking that having a son makes him significant. He dares to flaunt himself before me during the day. If I do not eliminate him, who else can I target? If blame is to be assigned, it rests with your son for having such poor fortune to encounter that wretched girl. Otherwise, he would not meet his end at my hands. However, just moments ago, that insufferable boy utilized some form of magic that caused me considerable pain. Dealing with him is indeed troublesome. Yet, I observe that he is quite invested in that wretched girl. If I threaten him using her, I wonder what means he could possibly employ to oppose me. After all, he is merely a young child, barely out of his infancy. Crying in front of my residence is truly an ill omen. A middle-aged man emerged from within the courtyard, his face contorted with rage. His voice was sharp and piercing, slicing through the stillness like a knife. Have I been too lenient with you all, emboldening your audacity? What is there to cry about? Is there anything worth such tears? Luo Ming stepped outside, his mood further soured by the commotion after losing a considerable sum of money. He staggered out of the residence, his expression grim and dark, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol. The scent of liquor was palpable from a distance, and his bloodshot eyes revealed the toll of continuous losses at the gambling tables. He irritably tugged at his collar, seeking air, yet the weight on his chest only intensified. With an abundance of pent-up anger with no outlet, he seized the opportunity to unleash his frustration upon the source of the noise. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld Luo Xueyun sobbing softly while cradling Lu Xiaoxi. Luo Ming's brows knitted tightly as he strode over, gripping Luo Xueyun's collar, demanding, crying. Is that all you know how to do? Were you born just to weep? Aside from crying, do you possess any other talents? Believe me, if I do not end you today, I shall not be called Luo. Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback by Luo Ming's overwhelming reaction, trembling at his outburst. Luo Xueyun's tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Lu Xiaoxi hurriedly pried Luo Ming's hand away, retreating Luo Xueyun behind her while instinctively shielding Xinyelin with her other hand. Seeing the terror in Lu Xiaoxi's eyes only intensified Luo Ming's agitation and fury. He pointed a menacing finger at Luo Xueyun and bellowed, "Try crying one more time. If I do not kill you today, I shall not be called Luo." Luo Xueyun's sobs abruptly ceased. She covered her mouth with her hand, though occasional hiccups still escaped.
Yet,
there was no trace of fear in her eyes directed at Luo Ming. Instead, they glimmered with mockery and disdain, cold enough to instill fear. "Kill me?" Luo Xueyun could not help but smirk internally. Her head rested on Lu Xiaoxi's shoulder as she cast a cold glance toward Luo Ming and Su Donghua, her gaze sharp as a drawn sword. "Warning, warning, summon the little furball back immediately. The host's murderous intent has reached critical levels." The little furball, just about to settle down for the night, immediately dashed to Luo Xueyun's side upon hearing the alarm. If her host truly lost control, no one would be able to stop her, especially not someone who could provoke her to such an extent. Just imagining the deadly gaze Luo Xueyun would cast upon her adversaries sent shivers down its spine. It recalled the scene it had witnessed when the heavens observed Luo Xueyun, showcasing her massacre in the demon realm. On an autumn evening, the slanting sun bled across the horizon, casting a crimson hue. Luo Xueyun sat atop a high mountain, delicately caressing a guzheng on the table, and as her fingers danced, a melodious tune arose. At first glance, the scene seemed imbued with artistry. However, upon pulling back the camera, one would find the ground littered with the dismembered corpses of demons, none intact. The entire mountain was stained with their blood as a thick crimson flow cascaded from the peak, the ground cluttered with lifeless bodies. Luo Xueyun had fought her way from the foot of the mountain to its summit. These demons deserved their fate, having abducted human children for sale, treating them like livestock to be consumed by their kind. When Luo Xueyun uncovered their heinous acts, she wasted no time, wielding a peachwood sword and charging alone into the demon realm. Within the demon realm, none dared to obstruct her. Those who stood in her way faced certain death, a fate no demon would willingly court unless they wished to end their own existence. Her figure darted through the capital of the demon realm like a shooting star, her azure attire glowing under the moonlight, exuding a chilling aura. Luo Xueyun's gaze was sharp and frigid, fixated on the demon mountain not far ahead.
Moments later,
a bolt of black-purple lightning descended from the heavens, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the haze cleared, Luo Xueyun stood before the demon mountain, her body still enveloped in crackling black-purple lightning. She advanced swiftly, her sword in hand, and the air around her trembled with the howling of demonic winds, startling the flora and fauna. Those demons daring to impede her, upon sensing the cold aura radiating from her, retreated in terror. This mountain housed the most notorious demon group, heavily sought after by the Demon Extermination Association for their heinous deeds. They wreaked havoc on the remote villages nestled in the mountains, their presence also felt in the cities, albeit with more restraint. Yet the villages they tormented lay in ruins, strewn with corpses. They were beasts who relished in the torture and slaughter of humans for entertainment. Clutching a long sword, an ordinary peachwood blade in appearance, it shimmered with a cold light in her grasp, as if capable of consuming all darkness. Whenever a demon foolishly attempted to approach, the sword would emit a low hum, warning those who dared to seek their demise. The surrounding demons, eager to pounce on Luo Xueyun, recoiled in fear upon sensing her formidable presence, unwilling to draw near. Those undaunted souls who attempted to obstruct her, meeting her icy gaze, instantly dissipated into wisps of smoke, vanishing into the night sky. Upon reaching the entrance of the mountain, the demons finally launched their assault. The curtain of slaughter had been drawn. The little furball trembled at the memory of that scene. Although its master appeared so gentle and harmless, beneath that facade lay a ruthless and decisive killer. When she declared she would end you, it was done without hesitation. The image of her in azure attire had become the most terrifying nightmare for countless demons. Yet today, something felt different. Her murderous intent had surged beyond all limits. This would not do. It needed to hasten its pace. Upon receiving the oppressive glare from Luo Xueyun, Su Donghua and Luo Ming instinctively felt their legs weaken. How could I possibly fear such a wretched girl? Su Donghua once again shifted her gaze towards Luo Xueyun, but the moment her eyes met Luo Xueyun's, an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled her to avert her gaze instantly. In that fleeting moment, she experienced an absurd sensation, as though lingering any longer in their gaze might place her life in jeopardy. Luo Mingjian shared the same sentiment as Su Donghua. However, his fear was far more acute, for he was inherently a person who feared the strong and bullied the weak.
Terrified, he took a step back.
Just as Su Donghua was about to speak to Luo Xueyun, her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand. With widened eyes, she gazed at Luo Xueyun in disbelief.
It cannot be.
This wretched girl must have done something to me.
But why?
Who taught her this? Seeing his mother clutching her chest and collapsing, Luo Mingjian rushed forward to support her. Mother, what is wrong? Are you alright?
Please don't scare me.
He anxiously checked her pulse, which revealed nothing amiss. In a flash, a thought crossed Luo Mingjian's mind, and he turned to glare fiercely at Luo Xueyun.
It's you.
You did something to my mother. He pointed an accusing finger at her. Just moments before, Luo Xueyun's gaze had unsettled them, and now Su Donghua was in such agony. However, Lu Xiaoxi, unaware of Luo Xueyun's gaze, thought Luo Mingjian was addressing her. She held Luo Xueyun with one arm and shielded Xin Yelin with the other, feeling a surge of fear in the face of Luo Mingjian's rage. Yet, with two children present, she felt compelled to protect them. Luo Xueyun offered a taunting smile towards Luo Mingjian. Given the abhorrent actions of both Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, Lu Xiaoxi would never believe their claims. Thus, Luo Xueyun feared nothing in confronting them, knowing no one would trust their words. She pretended to be frightened by Luo Mingjian's voice, crying out, yet a mocking smile lingered on her lips. Upon seeing that smile, Luo Mingjian became even more convinced that Su Donghua had fallen victim to some sinister magic conjured by Luo Xueyun. A cold laugh echoed in Luo Xueyun's heart. What does it matter if you know? I can eliminate you in an instant. The moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. And beneath this interplay of light and shadow, a chilling atmosphere began to permeate the air. Just as Luo Mingjian was about to charge at Luo Xueyun, an intense pain surged from deep within his body. It felt as though his very organs were being gnawed upon, causing him to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall, dripping onto the earth. The pain was unbearable, akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, leaving Luo Mingjian in a state of torment as he knelt, trembling violently and screaming in anguish. His hands clutched at his chest, as if trying to expel the anguish consuming him. His eyes widened in terror, filled with confusion and dread. An eerie scent filled the air, and within the blink of an eye, the two individuals who had seemed normal just moments ago were now incapacitated. His vision began to blur, and his strength ebbed away. The sensation of death loomed ever closer, marking the nearest encounter with mortality he had ever faced. Su Donghua fared slightly better, upon witnessing her son in such distress. She disregarded her own pain. She raised her head to look at Luo Xueyun and staggered toward her, her face pale as a sheet. Lu Xiaoxi, taken aback by the scene before her, was perplexed by the condition of Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua. However, as Su Donghua approached her, fear compelled her to retreat with the two children. Taking a deep breath, Su Donghua declared, "Do you think this pain is enough to defeat me? I dare you to kill me." Lu Xiaoxi, realizing Su Donghua was addressing them, was bewildered by her words. Meanwhile, Luo Xueyun continued to feign a pitiful demeanor, burying her head in Lu Xiaoxi's embrace and whining, "Mother, I am scared." Lu Xiaoxi rushed to comfort her. "Be good, my dear. Don't be afraid. Mother is here with you. Luo Xueyun, her voice still quivering with suppressed sobs, replied affirmatively. Luo Mingjian felt that they deserved this fate. They ought to be dealt with. Had Luo Xueyun not acted first, he would have taken matters into his own hands. What if that wretched girl possesses sorcery? I, too, am not without means to handle her. With this thought, Su Donghua produced a talisman from her sleeve. Uttering an incantation, the talisman shot towards Luo Xueyun. I never noticed the old hag could wield a talisman. No matter, I shall endure this strike. It is just as well. My thunder sword requires nourishment for my blood. Previously, she had struggled to find a suitable excuse for her injuries. Now, it seemed fortuitous. She awaited the impact of the attack with anticipation. Lu Xiaoxi, caught off guard, could not discern what was happening, lacking spiritual energy to perceive the talisman's trajectory. Just as Luo Xueyun relished her impending pain, it unexpectedly did not arrive. Instead, a muffled groan escaped Xin Yelin behind her, followed by a sudden, overwhelming scent of blood. In an instant, Luo Xueyun recognized the source of the blood. She whipped around to face Xin Yelin, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment and confusion. Her heart skipped a beat, and a rush of indescribable emotions surged within her. It was Xin Yelin who had rushed to intercept Su Donghua's attack aimed at Luo Xueyun. Lu Xiaoxi hastily set Luo Xueyun down and reached out to grasp her hand, then crouched to assist Xin Yelin. Seventh young master. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoxi refer to the boy as the seventh young master, the smile that had just graced Su Donghua's face froze instantly. Zhang Yi rushed to Xin Yelin's side, and Luo Xueyun looked on anxiously. Why did he block for me? Why would he take that blow for me? Why does my heart ache so fiercely upon seeing him injured? Xin Yelin spat blood, and upon hearing Luo Xueyun's concern for him, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled into a faint smile. He casually wiped the blood from his lips, his dark eyes meeting Luo Xueyun's. Are you hurt? Luo Xueyun's heart jolted, then raced wildly. She stared blankly at Xin Yelin. I'm fine, but Xin Geyu. Xin Yelin smiled, the bloodied corner of his mouth curving with a hint of mischief. As long as you're unhurt, that is what matters. He glanced down at his abdomen, where his shirt bore a deep gash, realizing that the talisman had indeed left a mark. To his surprise, Su Donghua could manipulate hidden weapons and talismans. He had underestimated her abilities. In the haste of delivering Luo Xueyun, he had failed to review the messages from the dark guards. Fear and despair flickered in Su Donghua's eyes. A chill crept up from her feet, tightening around her heart. That brat is actually the seventh young master. The most beloved seventh young master of His Majesty? Su Donghua, you are the seventh young master? Her voice trembled as she uttered this question. Luo Ming watched as someone writhed in pain nearby like a maggot. He instinctively wanted to cry out for help, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him silent. His limbs began to tremble uncontrollably, as if bound by an unseen force.
Scum.
Just suffer over there. Luo Xueyun thought bitterly. She then reached out to support Xin Yiling, her eyes filled with concern. Brother Xin, I will take you to the medical hall now. Tears were welling in her clear eyes. A faint smile gradually appeared on Xin Yiling's icy face, as if all his anger dissipated under Luo Xueyun's heartfelt worry. Su Donghua's strike was meant to take my life. But at least I have some cultivation. I won't be gravely injured. However, Brother Xin is different. That powerful attack must have inflicted significant harm upon his body. I must use my spiritual energy to heal him. Brother Xin cannot suffer any mishap. But before tending to his wounds, I must deal with these two. Her petite figure exuded a formidable aura at that moment. Her gaze towards Su Donghua resembled that of a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. The thunder sword gradually materialized in her hand. Luo Xueyun planned to render the thunder sword invisible and manipulate it to eliminate these two vile creatures. Just as she was about to strike, the little fur ball rushed over. Little fur ball, Master, calm down, calm down. Luo Xueyun, I cannot calm down at all. They must die tonight. If I do not kill them, my heart's hatred will not be assuaged. How dare he grab my collar? I will chop off his hand right now. Little furball, Master. The agreement. The agreement. How could you forget our agreement? Only then did Luo Xueyun's thunder sword halt midair. Seeing this, Little Furball knew there was still room for negotiation. Master, I have understood the entire situation, but I must reiterate, now is not the time to kill them. While killing them would bring you satisfaction, you must also consider Luo Xueyun. Chapter 56. If you have the ability, come to the young master's manor after a long pause. She took a deep breath to calm her inner turmoil. Just as Luo Xueyun was about to speak to Little Furball, Su Donghua launched another concealed weapon towards her. Little Furball's eyes widened in terror. Master, be careful. The next moment, a hidden dart pierced her arm with a soft thud, causing blood to flow freely. Xuanmen hurriedly examined the injury on Luo Xueyun's arm, his eyes filled with anguish, as if the dart had struck his own arm. Luo Xueyun noticed that Luo Xueyun was hurt. Yun, your arm, this. Quickly, she turned to Su Donghua. Su Donghua, what are you doing? Mother, it hurts. Yun hurts. The innocent little face turned pale. Her delicate, fair arm had been pierced by a hidden dart, blood flowing incessantly. The pain was so intense that she lacked the strength to cry, only tears streamed down her cheeks. Xuanmen promptly took out some hemostatic powder from his sleeve and sprinkled it on Luo Xueyun's wounded arm. It hurts, Brother Shen, Yun hurts. She whimpered, her tear-filled expression breaking Xuanmen's heart. This is a hemostatic powder, just apply it for a while, and the bleeding will stop. He then turned to Luo Xueyun. Yun, take care of her. I will handle this. Luo Xueyun nodded quickly. Thank you, seventh young master. As Xuanmen faced Su Donghua, his gaze transformed into a piercing coldness, like a bottomless icy pool, frigid and sharp. Su Donghua couldn't help but shiver. Why do these two children have such terrifying gazes? Is it just my illusion? Luo Xueyun's gaze was also fixed on Su Donghua. Earlier, she had not paid attention to Su Donghua's actions, thinking that upon discovering Xuanmen's identity, Su Donghua would refrain from further action. But who would have guessed she would dare to strike again? If that brat really is the seventh young master, he cannot be left alive. Having offended him so many times today and openly declaring my intent to kill him, if he survives and leaves the Luo residence, it would spell doom for the Luo family. It would be better to eliminate them all and pin the blame on Luo Xueyun and that little wench. Claiming the Luo family wishes to annul the marriage, and she is unwilling. Just right, the seventh young master comes to take Luo Xueyun out to play. Luo Xueyun goes mad with a dagger to stab the seventh young master, thinking he is in cahoots with us, wanting to take Luo Xueyun away and force her to sign the divorce papers. Then she believes even Luo Xueyun is on our side. She first stabs Luo Xueyun, then aims to stab the seventh young master, and Mingjian and I step in to protect him, only to be injured by her. At that point, we could draft a divorce letter, and Luo Xueyun would have no connection to the Luo family. If anyone is to blame, it can only be the Luo family. The reason for the divorce could be that she recently encountered something unclean and has become neurotic. Mingjian has always remained loyal to her, but tonight she started her madness again by injuring him and attacking me, hence the need for divorce. Su Donghua's mind raced, concocting a solution, but after much contemplation, it still felt precarious. Framing Luo Xueyun for the murder of the seventh young master was a gamble, for the Sacred Heart is inscrutable. If they held the Luo family accountable, it would be a dead end. Conversely, failing to kill the seventh young master could lead to him seeking revenge against the Luo family. This too was a path to ruin. However, when comparing the two options, the latter presented a glimmer of hope. If he were truly killed, there would be no retreat left. The stakes were too high, and the risks were immense. Listening to Su Donghua's internal scheming, Luo Xueyun's eyes grew even colder. She lowered her gaze to her injured arm, where the pain should have been a familiar sensation. Moreover, this small dart was not something she took to heart. Yet, gazing at the dart embedded in her arm, the sting ignited her fury. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon her usually gentle face, creating a stark contrast that sent chills down the spine of anyone who beheld it. Slowly, she drew a delicate dagger from her waist, its blade glinting with a cold sheen under the moonlight. However, she did not charge directly at Su Donghua. Holding the dagger behind her back, she faced Su Donghua with an enigmatic smile. Little Furball hastily exclaimed, "Master, what are you planning to do? Did you not just promise me not to strike at Su Donghua? You must not be untrustworthy." Little Furball suddenly fell silent. This seventh young master. I apologize for any past offenses. I am merely concerned for her reputation. However, I must convey this to the seventh young master. Family matters are family matters. State matters are state matters. The affairs of the Luo family need not concern you. If this gets out, it would not reflect well on you. Seventh young master. Xuanmen chuckled softly. I will take charge of this matter today.
What can you do about it?
Family matters, state matters, matters of the world. So long as you are a citizen of Lingxian Kingdom, I can intervene. I am always impartial. Once I uncover the truth, I will summon you all to the young master's manor to clarify right and wrong. Upon hearing Xuanmen's intention to investigate the entire situation, Su Donghua immediately panicked. Little Furball's heart, which had been in suspense, slowly began to settle down. He let out a long breath.
Ha!
Luo Xueyun couldn't help but chuckle.
Look how scared you are.
Little Furball chimed in. Master, you're nearly scaring me to death. Thank heavens Xuanmen has stepped in, otherwise you would have had to take action. Luo Xueyun replied, I merely intended to frighten her. Since I promised you I wouldn't harm her, I won't shed blood. Master, you hardly look like someone devoid of murderous intent, and your argument lacks any persuasive power. Luo Xueyun smiled. Little Furball, some thoughts are better left unspoken. Appearing overly clever is not always advantageous. Little Furball, observing her cheerful demeanor, was drenched in cold sweat.
I
understand. It could only timidly respond to Luo Xueyun. Su Donghua, anxious that Luo Ming's gambling and her connection with Luo Xueyun might be uncovered by Xuanmen, immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. Seventh young master, this matter is not significant. We will handle it ourselves, so there is no need for your intervention. I believe there is no longer any issue. She then turned to Lu Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, I was impulsive earlier. Please don't hold it against me.
I was merely vexed by you.
I don't want Union so young to be too close to boys. It's detrimental to her and her reputation.
But you never listened to me.
However, I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. I too am at fault. Will you forgive me? Su Donghua's attitude was sincere, as if everything were truly as she claimed. Yet, Lu Xiaoxi could not bring herself to trust her. The fear was etched across her small face, and her gaze towards Su Donghua grew increasingly vigilant. Why does that little wretch always ruin my plans? Crying, crying, crying. All you know is how to cry. Can't you do anything else? You better not fall into my hands. Should you, I will make you suffer terribly. Luo Xueyun chuckled inwardly. Dreaming of killing me? That's not even a possibility. Xuanmen stated, you can see their attitude toward you. There's no possibility of communication. If you continue this way, it will only lead to further chaos. Dr. Luo has repeatedly threatened to kill her own daughter, and as the grandmother, you have attacked your own granddaughter twice with hidden weapons. How much do you truly despise her, or how intolerable is she to you? This matter is under my control. I will take Luo Xueyun away. If you wish to reclaim her, come to the young master's residence. As for Lu, should anything happen to her in the Luo family, neither you nor your son will leave the Luo residence alive. Lu Xiaoxi looked at Xuanmen with gratitude. Seventh young master, we owe you a great debt. If it weren't for you, Union would. Her voice faltered as tears began to swell. Xuanmen nodded lightly. As long as I am here, I will ensure her safety. Lady Lu, you must be cautious. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. I will send a shadow guard from the young master's residence to protect you. Lu Xiaoxi nodded and bowed to Xuanmen. Thank you, seventh young master. Xuanmen quickly helped her up. Lady Lu, please rise. Lu Xiaoxi proclaimed, the kindness of the seventh young master is beyond what I can repay. If there is ever a time when I can assist, I will not hesitate. Understanding Lu Xiaoxi's sentiments, Xuanmen nodded lightly. I will entrust Union to you for now. Very well, I will take good care of her. Luo Xueyun grasped the sleeve of Lu Xiaoxi. Mother, when will you come to fetch Union? Lu Xiaoxi replied. Once I have dealt with matters at home, I will come to get you immediately. Luo Xueyun nodded. Then do come quickly. I will miss you dearly. Lu Xiaoxi gently caressed Luo Xueyun's face. I promise. However, blood began to seep from the wound on Luo Xueyun's arm once again. Luo Xiaoxi, noticing this, quickly addressed Shen Yiling, "Young master, Yunyun's wound has reopened. Please, hurry and take her to be treated. Once she is safe, do let me know." "Of course," Shen Yiling assured. "I will send someone over afterward. Lady Lu, please do not worry."
All right.
Shen Yiling swiftly picked up Luo Xueyun and headed for the carriage.
Zanki.
"Let us go."
Yes.
Zhang Yi shot a fierce glare at Su Donghua before departing. Su Donghua, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. "It's over, it's really over. If I had known he was the seventh young master, even with all the courage in the world, I wouldn't have dared to speak to him like that." Her gaze shifted toward Luo Xiaoxi in the distance, her eyes filled with venomous resentment. Undoubtedly, she would place all the blame on Luo Xiaoxi. However, with Shen Yiling's warning in mind, she truly dared not act against Luo Xiaoxi any longer. In Shen Yiling's arms, Luo Xueyun's heart raced, her breathing slightly quickened, and her fair complexion flushed a bit. "My heart races so quickly, I can't tear my gaze away from him." Upon hearing her thoughts, Shen Yiling momentarily froze, his dark eyes widening. Little Furball, noticing Luo Xueyun's mood had stabilized, quietly slipped away. This was the perfect moment for Shen Yiling and Luo Xueyun to cultivate their bond, and it dared not interrupt.
Quickly.
Yes. Luo Xueyun's wound continued to bleed profusely, prompting Shen Yiling to furrow his brows in concern. The bleeding from her arm was relentless. It seemed that the hidden arrow had retractable barbs. Once lodged in flesh, the mechanism relentlessly pierced her wound. Su Donghua's intentions were indeed malicious. Luo Xueyun had just taken advantage of Shen Yiling and Luo Xiaoxi's focus on Su Donghua to nourish the thunder sword with her blood. The blade, now imbued with her essence, gleamed brighter, and the surrounding electrical energy intensified. However, the advancement of the thunder sword had drained nearly half of her spiritual power. Coupled with the exhaustion from healing Shen Yiling earlier, her condition was dire. She felt feeble, akin to a dandelion, as though a mere breath could scatter her. With the continuous blood loss and her frail state, she was struggling to endure. Although the thunder sword had achieved a breakthrough, her situation was far from optimistic. If the hidden arrow remained unremoved and the bleeding did not cease, she might succumb to excessive blood loss. Chapter 57. The crimson-eyed Shen Yiling sensed something amiss with Luo Xueyun and anxiously urged, "Just a little longer. We are almost at the young master's residence." The carriage was permeated with the metallic scent of blood, a heavy aroma that indicated her severe blood loss. Luo Xueyun, her consciousness fading, nodded weakly, her response barely audible. Her voice was so soft that a light breeze could easily drown it out. Shen Yiling felt her body temperature dropping, realizing her condition was critical. Luo Xueyun's robes were drenched in blood, resembling a crimson lotus blooming in the dark. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, fragile like a porcelain doll. The air within the carriage seemed to stagnate, leaving only Luo Xueyun's faint breaths, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. As the carriage jostled, each bump aggravated the hidden arrow, piercing her wound with increasing intensity, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. She bit her lip, striving to suppress the agony. Shen Yiling's anxiety escalated.
Zanki.
"How much longer until we arrive?" Shen Yelin called out loudly to the outside.
Zanki replied.
"There is less than half an hour left, young master." Shen Yelin urged. "Faster." "Yes." In a state of fading consciousness, Luo Xueyun, on the verge of losing her grip on reality, detected the scent of blood emanating from Shen Yelin, causing her irises to turn crimson. Yun. Before Shen Yelin could react, Luo Xueyun forcefully pushed him down onto the carriage. The back of Shen Yelin's head struck the wooden floor of the carriage with a heavy thud. Despite this, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist to protect her. He did not have time to consider whether he had injured his head. His gaze was fixated on Luo Xueyun, whose condition appeared peculiar, her pupils now tinged with blood. For a brief moment, Luo Xueyun lost consciousness. In her weakest state, upon catching the scent of Shen Yelin's blood, a powerful yearning surged within her, a craving for his blood. The spiritual energy he possessed and the warmth radiating from him. The clarity and purity that once characterized her eyes were now veiled by a shadow of desire. In the next instant, Luo Xueyun sank her teeth into Shen Yelin's shoulder, the sweet metallic taste of blood spreading across her palate. Her hands firmly gripped his wrists, pinning his arms to the ground, rendering him immobile. Shen Yelin let out a muffled groan from the pain of her bite. His dark, ink-like eyes gazed at her, devoid of fear or terror, only filled with concern and confusion. Yun Yun, what is wrong with you? He gently called her name, enduring the pain in his shoulder. He sensed that she was merely drawing his blood. After consuming Shen Yelin's blood, Luo Xueyun felt her body grow warmer. Shen Yelin noticed this too, her temperature steadily returning to normal. Could it be that my blood is the reason? If that is indeed the case, then it is for the best. From the very beginning, Shen Yelin did not resist. He allowed Luo Xueyun to manipulate him. Fearing that he might inadvertently harm her, he chose to acquiesce. After a while, Luo Xueyun lifted her head, her blood-colored irises now deeper than before. A devilish smile curved her blood-stained lips as her gaze fixated on the blood at the corner of Shen Yelin's mouth. He immediately grasped her intentions but offered no resistance. Instead, he smiled faintly, Yunner. Before he could finish his sentence, her lips met his, sealing his words. As their lips touched, Shen Yelin felt his strength gradually being siphoned away. He understood that she needed his power at this moment, so he deliberately released more energy to entice her. This would prolong their kiss. Congratulations, host. The affection level of the target, Shen Yelin, has risen to 100. Please continue to maintain this state. As long as it persists for over 24 hours, the mission will be deemed successful. But soon, the system continued. The affection level of the target, Shen Yelin, has dropped to 1. Abnormal record of affection levels detected. Suspected system malfunction. Undergoing self-inspection. Inspection complete. System functioning normally. Determination of the cause for abnormal affection levels of the target. None. Yet, Luo Xueyun was unaware of any of this, as she was in a state devoid of memory and consciousness. Thus, the system's reports fell on deaf ears, and the small creature had departed, leaving her oblivious. Only the system and the Dao of Heaven, which existed beyond the 3 realms and the cycle of causation, were aware of all that transpired. The system only reported once, and there were no past records to consult, so even if Luo Xueyun remembered, she would have no way of retrieving that information. Go summon Wang Qianji, Shen Yelin instructed. Yes, Zhang Yi replied. In no time, Zhang Yi returned with a man of about 40 years of age. This man was Wang Qianji, the appointed physician of the Shen household. He had originally been a wandering doctor. Lacking connections, his exceptional skills went unrecognized. To avoid his medical skills atrophying, he sought out places afflicted by plagues. Many outbreaks were quelled under his care. When Shen Yelin was traveling, he recognized Wang Qianji's potential and invited him to serve in the Shen household. Shen Yelin provided him with all necessary resources, while Wang Qianji dedicated himself to the study of medicine. Whenever there was an outbreak, someone from the Shen household would notify him, and he would personally attend to the afflicted. Under his treatment, the most significant outbreaks in Lingxian Kingdom were subdued. Wang Qianji sought neither fame nor fortune, only the well-being of the common people, hoping for a world free from suffering. He preferred to let his medicine gather dust rather than step into the royal court for accolades. Shen Yelin advocated for him in the court, becoming his only loyal supporter. Wang Qianji, Shen Yelin stated plainly, she has been struck by a concealed weapon, a spring-loaded arrow. The mechanism repeatedly pierces her wound. You must determine how to extract it. First, remove the hidden weapon and then stop the bleeding. Young master, I request that you wait outside, Wang Qianji replied. All right. While Shen Yelin was deeply concerned for Luo Xueyun, he also trusted Wang Qianji's medical expertise. Approximately an hour later, Wang Qianji's voice echoed from within the room. Young master. She is unharmed. Shen Yelin, who had been pacing anxiously outside, rushed in, heading straight for Luo Xueyun. Her arm was wrapped in a circle of white gauze, and Wang Qianji had already tended to her injury. Luo Xueyun's complexion had regained some color. The wound on her arm was serious. The design of the spring-loaded arrow was malicious, and had it penetrated any deeper, it could have damaged the bone. Leave no trace, Wang Qianji cautioned. During her recovery, her arm must not be injured again. She must rest. Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Shen Yelin replied. After Wang Qianji packed his medical kit, he added, I will prepare her medicine. I will change her dressings regularly, every 3 hours for the first half month, then every 6 hours for the next month, after which we can switch to ointment. Having said this, Wang Qianji departed with his kit. Zhang Yi, Sun Yelin called. Zhang Yi, who had been waiting outside, promptly entered. What orders does the young master have? Summon the shadow guards to protect Lady Lu and inform them that Luo Xueyun is safe. Understood. I will attend to it at once. Once Zhang Yi left, Sun Yelin cast a glance at the closed door, his deep-set eyes finally resting on Luo Xueyun. The moment he learned she was all right, the worry that had gripped his heart began to ease. He lingered by her side for a while before stepping out of the room, though he did not stray far, remaining just outside the door. Young master, a shadow guard addressed him. How goes the investigation? Sun Yelin inquired. Everything you commanded has been clarified.
Speak.
The shadow guard, aware of the basic circumstances regarding the Luo family, chose not to waste Sun Yelin's time. Luo Mingjian presents himself as a devoted husband in Yuming City, yet he is merely a frequenter of brothels and gambling dens. He has kept at least 20 to 30 mistresses and is deeply in debt to the gambling houses, awaiting funds from the Lu family to bail him out. The Lu family remains unaware that Luo Mingjian intends to use this money to settle his gambling debts. He deceived Lu Xiaoxi, claiming the medical expenses were too high and requiring financial assistance, which led the Lu family to consent to provide the funds. Lu Xiaoxi's previous female infants did not perish by accident. They were murdered by Su Donghua. Unbeknownst to her, she had learned of various cruel methods to eliminate these infants, believing that the next child she bore would be a son. Thus, she sought the help of charlatans and followed their methods to bring about the demise of those female infants. A maid in the household assisted her, each time creating the illusion of accidental infant deaths. Luo Mingjian also aided Su Donghua, keeping Lu Xiaoxi oblivious to the entire affair. Luo Xueyun has always been closely guarded by Lu Xiaoxi, ensuring that no one could take advantage of her until she grew up. Recently, Su Donghua reached an agreement with the Li family of Dongqing to sell Luo Xueyun for the sum of 50 taels of gold, with payment to be made upon their first meeting 3 days hence. The Luo family's medical clinic, far from being a benevolent establishment, operates as a deceitful enterprise. Patients are denied effective remedies and instead are given treatments that prolong their ailments, often with added substances that lead to adverse side effects, compelling them to purchase more medicine. While the prices may seem affordable, the cumulative cost far exceeds that of the Royal City's pharmacies due to repeated purchases. Many patients remain oblivious to this deception, enchanted by the persuasive words of the clinic's staff, who skillfully manipulate them with flattery and empathy. The clinic's reputation for reasonable prices attracts many impoverished citizens, yet it is also frequented by wealthy families. Whenever a patient claims they cannot afford the treatment, the clinic staff promises to waive the current and next fees, only to later assert that they must charge for their labor. They instill a sense of urgency, making patients believe that the clinic's personnel are compassionate, while in reality, they exploit the naivety of the populace for profit. For those in dire financial straits, the clinic provides hastily concocted prescriptions. However, should a patient perish, it would also tarnish the clinic's reputation. The Luo family clinic stands as the largest in Yuming City, entwined with others in a web of collusion. Everyone desires a share of this lucrative enterprise, and anyone daring to reveal the truth risks a grim fate. As the report continued, an informant recounted how Luo Mingjian, despite his genteel facade, transformed into a different person after consuming alcohol. In recent years, he has frequently lashed out at Lu Xiaoxi and the servants when intoxicated, unleashing his rage indiscriminately. This behavior escalated to the point where he would physically assault his subordinates, and when Lu Xiaoxi attempted to intervene, he turned his ire upon her as well. Su Donghua watched with amusement, reveling in Lu Xiaoxi's embarrassment. After sobering, Luo Mingjian would prostrate himself before Lu Xiaoxi, swearing his apologies, especially with Luo Xueyun present, which prompted Lu Xiaoxi to forgive him for the sake of their daughter. Su Donghua, however, harbored a peculiar aversion to her son's affection towards Lu Xiaoxi, often feigning illness to divert her son's attention, only to smirk provocatively at Lu Xiaoxi. When Lu Xiaoxi first married into the family, these flaws were concealed, but over time, their true nature emerged. Recently, Lu Xiaoxi caught Luo Mingjian indulging with a courtesan, yet she quickly forgave him, influenced by her concerns for Luo Xueyun's childhood. As the transaction with the Li family approached, Su Donghua grew increasingly anxious about Luo Xueyun causing complications. Both Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian were deemed more despicable than animals, prompting the informant to curse them in frustration. Chapter 58. Warmth. Shen Yiling's lips curled slightly, his deep, dark eyes inscrutable. Allow them to linger a few more days. Now is not the time to ensnare them. Continue to observe the Luo family. I shall send word should anything arise. The informant nodded, acknowledging the command, and withdrew. That evening, the night enveloped the surroundings like thick ink, suffocating in its depth. Shen Yiling stood before the door, the moonlight casting a cold glow upon his stern features, accentuating the sharp contours of his face. His gaze, directed toward the distance, was laden with restraint and forbearance. Each time he witnessed Luo Xueyun being scolded and harmed by Su Donghua, he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and end her suffering. This murderous intent was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Had he not feared scaring her, Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian would likely have met their demise long ago. He was acutely aware of the Luo family's circumstances. Rather than granting them a swift death, he preferred to dismantle them piece by piece. Watching as they unwittingly walked into the trap he had meticulously laid out, a cold smile emerged on his lips. Indeed, it was slow torment that provided the most satisfaction. He must not tarnish his image in Luo Xueyun's eyes, thus every action required utmost caution. This was the lone occasion when the hunter acted with such care, dreading discovery by his true quarry and fearing that she might flee in terror. He turned slowly, his silhouette elongated in the darkness, his voice low and chilling, echoing as though from the depths of hell. In 3 days, fate shall be sealed. None who have wronged Luo Xueyun shall escape. Moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating Luo Xueyun's pale countenance. The pain in her arm caused her to clench her fists even in slumber, her fingertips turning white from the strain. Within the room, only her slightly hurried breaths and the occasional muffled groan of discomfort could be heard. Upon hearing movement from within, Shen Yiling hurriedly entered. Yun Yun. He instantly appeared at her side, his heart tightening at the sight of her furrowed brow and tightly shut eyes. Wang Qianzi had advised her to rest quietly, and he could not afford to awaken her. Yet, her tense posture was untenable. The freshly treated wound must not be disturbed. Unsure of what to do, an image flashed through his mind. On several occasions, Lu Xiaoxi had comforted Luo Xueyun by gently patting her back and shoulders, softly uttering words of praise that always lifted her spirits, regardless of her mood. Inspired, Shen Yiling mimicked Lu Xiaoxi's soothing tone and gestures, cautiously attempting to console her. In her deep slumber, Luo Xueyun found herself in a pitch-black realm, where the only sound was the rhythm of her heartbeat. Suddenly, an eerie voice whispered near her ear, "Luo Xueyun, there are those who wish to end your life in every world. What meaning does your existence hold? Surrender to death. It is your best refuge. In this world, or the one you left behind, no one desires your survival." Luo Xueyun could not identify the speaker, yet the voice seemed hauntingly familiar, though she could not recall its origin. As the words resonated, an invisible force pressed upon her, making it difficult to breathe. She slowly closed her eyes, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within her. In the darkness, she sensed countless eyes fixated upon her, their gazes sharp and piercing like daggers, chilling her to the bone. This overwhelming sensation bound her with invisible cords, rendering her unable to escape. She understood that she was disliked and even hated in every world, yet she yearned to know what she had done wrong. What had she failed to do well enough to incite such animosity? Despite her inquiries, no one could provide a satisfactory answer, leading her to conclude that the fault lay not with her but with them. However, Luo Xueyun quickly realized that in this world, there still existed those who cared for her. The person in question is Lu Xiaoxi. As this thought crossed her mind, a sinister voice followed. "Lu Xiaoxi, ha ha." The voice erupted into laughter. "Don't be naive, Luo Xueyun. She doesn't love you. You are not her own child. Her Luo Xueyun has long since drowned. If she were to discover how you came into being, do you think she would continue to treat you with kindness as she does now? You believe Lu Xiaoxi loves you? Wrong. Her affection has never been for you, but for the real Luo Xueyun. Just as Luo Xueyun was about to rebut, the relentless barrage of words silenced her. For the voice spoke the truth. The reality was indeed as it claimed. A heavy weight pressed upon her chest, suffocating her spirit. Amidst this oppressive burden, the fragile emotions she had managed to muster began to be eroded by a dark force. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted in the darkness, prompting Luo Xueyun to instinctively shut her eyes. The dazzling brilliance was almost painful, rendering her unable to open her eyes for a moment. Yun Yun. A boy's voice resonated in her mind. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her gaze momentarily taken aback. Shen Yiling? For reasons unknown. A single tear slipped from the corner of her eye, crystalline and shimmering, reflecting her feelings of grievance and unease amidst the white light. Shen Yiling, I almost forgot about you, the mocking voice resumed. He is merely your target. You approach him with such fervent intent. Ask your own heart. Do you truly care for him? Even if you do, did you not initially draw near him for your own gain? If he were to discover the truth of it all, do you think someone like him would continue to treat you well? No, he would not. Luo Xueyun. Deep down you know the truth. Once these two individuals you believe care for you learn the reality, you will find yourself utterly alone. The truth cannot remain concealed forever. The day will come when you reveal your flaws. In the end, you will be left isolated. If you cannot bear it, you can always.
Yunea.
Shen Yiling's voice echoed in her mind once more. Strangely, upon hearing him call her name, a sense of security and peace enveloped her. A warm force within her dispelled the darkness clouding her heart. This warmth resembled the strength emanating from Shen Yiling. Soon, Luo Xueyun regained her composure and indifference. Uncertain of the entities she conversed with, she coldly addressed her surroundings. Regardless, I am Luo Xueyun now. My matters will be clarified in due course. There is no need for your meddling. Do not let me discover who you are, and certainly do not let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Furthermore, who told you my feelings for him are merely transactional? Do you understand the concept of love at first sight? So, what if no one loves me? I love myself just fine, and I have survived all these years in this manner. I have never seen myself fail to live simply because no one loves me. Having suppressed her anger for too long, she finally found her voice and unleashed it upon the surroundings, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, the intermittent echo of Shen Yiling calling her name lingered, that sensation oscillating between near and far. Yet, this feeling was not unwelcome. Hearing his voice conjured images of him standing protectively before her, recalling the times he shielded her. It was a wondrous sensation. Previously, the only being to guard her was a stray dog she had adopted. Should anyone approach her with ill intent, the dog would attack, standing resolutely in front of her. It was a Chinese rural dog, and she had named it Anshin. She adored it, and Anshin cherished Luo Xueyun in return. With her presence, he was no longer a stray. He had found a home, receiving love and care. Every day, he enjoyed warm meals, unlike the 7 years of wandering, where he suffered hunger and cold, scraping by in a life of scavenging. Unfortunately, due to Anshin's age, he could only accompany Luo Xueyun for 3 years before departing from this world. He would sit in front of her, gazing at her, listening as she spoke. Regrettably, his life was fleeting, leaving her with little time together. Yet, if one were to speak of regrets, Anshin bore none. He felt fortunate to have met such a kind-hearted being as Luo Xueyun in his final years. His only concern was for Luo Xueyun. In his last moments, there were no signs of impending departure. While changing her shoes, she recounted the events of the day. The pair, one person and one dog, made their way to the living room. Luo Xueyun reclined on the sofa, with Anshin nestled in her arms, his big, watery eyes fixed upon her. Everything seemed as normal as ever until she sensed a sudden chill of death emanating from Anshin in her embrace. Her gaze faltered for a moment, then turned to the little white dog sleeping peacefully in her arms. In that instant, the bittersweet taste of parting surged within her. Her throat tightened painfully, as if she were submerged in a vessel filled with shards of glass, crushed repeatedly. In time, perhaps due to the frequency of farewells, she grew numb to the pain. Yet, Upon arriving in this world, she encountered emotions and sentiments she had never experienced before. These feelings were extraordinary. They made her feel truly alive for the first time. The presence of Xin Yiling and Luo Xiaoxi shielding her rendered her unable to look away. At that moment, she realized that someone could indeed protect and love someone like her. Even if this protection was transient, it was enough for her. As night descended, the candle flickered in the gusts of wind and rain, casting mottled shadows. Luo Xueyun's furrowed brow and clenched fists gradually relaxed. Xin Yiling let out a sigh of relief. He wrung out a cloth and gently wiped the sweat from Luo Xueyun's face, attending to her with utmost care, cautious not to disturb her slumber. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxi, upon learning that Luo Xueyun was safe, felt her anxious heart finally settle. She turned to the dark guard before her. "Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the seventh young master on my behalf." Afterward, Luo Xiaoxi produced a bag of coins and handed it over. The dark guard waved his hand, declining her offer. "Madam Lu, I cannot accept this. I act on the orders of the young master. I will convey your words and intentions to him. Please rest assured." Luo Xiaoxi replied, "Then thank you." The dark guard responded, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my post." "No problem," he added, and with that, he vanished from sight. Thankfully, Yun was unharmed. With the seventh young master's care, she would recover swiftly. Su Donghua's gaze remained fixed on the contract with the Li family, lying on the table. 50 taels of gold. This sum could not be lost. Who would have thought the seventh young master would emerge midway? Outside, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured, as if the heavens themselves were enraged by the malice of Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua. Luo Mingjian's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, each tap echoing his inner turmoil and anxiety. Just then, hurried footsteps approached the door, accompanied by the trembling voice of a maid. "Master, the matter you instructed has been taken care of for tomorrow." Before she could finish, Luo Mingjian interrupted sharply. "Get out. Can't you see the situation today? Why are you here now to report this? Are you here to mock me? Go to the steward tomorrow and receive your punishment, 50 lashes." Chapter 59. The shameless. After the maid stationed at the door departed, Luo Mingjian turned to Su Donghua and inquired, "Mother, what shall we do now? He is the most favored seventh young master of our current emperor. Our confrontation with him today will undoubtedly have repercussions in the future. Perhaps we should visit the young master's residence tomorrow to offer our apologies? What of the seventh young master? Ultimately, this matter pertains to the Luo family. He is merely an outsider, and should this incident be made public, he will have no grounds to stand on. I have clearly explained to you the fabricated illness I concocted for Luo Xiaoxi. It is best to establish her as mad in a public setting, thereby creating a preemptive impression in the eyes of the masses. In this way, as long as the seventh young master lacks concrete evidence of our actions, he cannot interfere. Should he attempt to impose his authority, it may provoke public outrage. Your esteemed reputation is well known. If something were to happen to such a remarkable physician as yourself, who would not feel regret? The common folk will be on our side as long as we have justifiable reasons and sound arguments. If he cannot produce evidence, he poses no threat to us." Luo Mingjian hesitated, but he is still a young master, the beloved son of the emperor. Short-sighted. What else can occupy your mind other than thoughts of women? With such foolishness, I wonder how you learned any medical skills at all, Su Donghua scolded vehemently. But I am not incorrect. The young master is exalted, and we are but ants before him. How can we oppose him? Even the Li family bows before him, let alone us. Su Donghua sighed in exasperation. "It seems you still do not grasp my meaning."
"Huh."
"Mother, could you elaborate?" After observing Luo Mingjian's exceedingly dull expression, Su Donghua finally spoke. "The higher the rank and the more favored the individual, the more they fear negative news and ill rumors. Such matters can easily be exploited by rivals, branding them as arrogant and overconfident. A single misstep can lead to their downfall, especially when they are but children. Do you not possess the confidence to deal with a mere child?" Luo Mingjian nodded slowly. "You make a valid point." Su Donghua continued, "For our next course of action, simply follow my lead." Xiaoxi and the others remain unaware of the intricacies of familial ties, and currently, Luo Xueyun is in the hands of the seventh young master, making it difficult for us to act. We cannot afford to offend the Li family. Luo Mingjian furrowed his brow. Our situation is dire. Does this not present us with an opportunity to seize her? The Li family holds considerable influence in the court. They cherish their beloved son. If the seventh young master interferes, do you believe they will let it go? Even if they do not confront us directly, they will certainly retaliate against Xin Yelin. As for our Luo family, sacrificing Lu Xiaoxi will allow us to extricate ourselves unscathed, placing all blame upon her, ensuring that no one can touch us. Being ruthless is your only path forward. If one's heart is not resolute, it is challenging to achieve greatness. Only by surviving can one contemplate plans for tomorrow. If you cannot even protect yourself, all is for naught. Moreover, do not be intimidated by those of high rank. They are often the most fearful of meddlesome individuals. The higher one climbs, the harder they fall. No one wishes to lose their wealth and power over trivial matters. To them, we are inconsequential. But should we escalate matters with sound reasoning, it could become a matter of vested interests. Luo Mingjian inquired. Vested interests? Su Donghua replied. To silence us. They must either kill us or fulfill our demands. Is that not a matter of vested interests? If they wish to eliminate us, they must consider whether they possess the power to do so. The more we corner them, the less likely they are to act against us. Luo Mingjian began to comprehend. I think I understand now. Su Donghua remarked, your father and I are neither particularly clever nor foolish, but you, my son, have inherited none of our wit. Embarrassed by his mother's reprimand, Luo Mingjian could not counter her words, leaving him feeling even more frustrated. After a moment he asked, Mother, do you want me to provoke Lu Xiaoxi? Su Donghua sighed deeply. I knew it. Had I not devised a strategy for you? Would Lu Xiaoxi have ever looked your way? Do not forget, your initial approach to her was with ulterior motives. Furthermore, your current discord with Lu Xiaoxi has led her to write a letter home, detailing your actions. Su Donghua deliberately paused, leaving Luo Mingjian on edge. Has the Lu family already been informed? He asked, his anxiety rising. He was not concerned about the Lu family seeking vengeance. Rather, he feared losing a stable source of income. His mounting gambling debts required the Lu family's assistance to resolve. If Luo Xueyun did not arrive at the Li family on time, the Lu family would be his last resort. And he needed to ensure he had someone to help him with his debts. Su Donghua smiled wryly. Of course they do not know. Since I have shared the contents of the letter with you, it is because I intercepted it myself. Luo Mingjian opened the letter, his eyes scanning the words, causing his heart to tremble violently. If only life were as it was at first glance, why must the autumn wind mourn over painted fans? How easily hearts once familiar can change, yet I lament the fickleness of old friends. The person I loved is no longer the current Luo Mingjian, but rather the one who once saw only me. The Luo family was not the only one that had changed. Su Donghua had too. Longing for the heart is like water. It can rise and fall unexpectedly. So many events have transpired recently that my daughter cannot fully convey them in this letter. I miss you both dearly. I have little more to say about him. Besides, in this mirror of fate, the wife's visage remains unchanged. Yet the husband's heart has shifted. Beautiful promises exist because of him, and perish because of him. 15 years have allowed me to see a person clearly. It is not too late. The letter bore no further words. Even as he committed acts that betrayed her, he felt no regret or guilt. Instead, he believed himself justified. Yet, why did his heart ache so painfully upon reading the contents of this letter? Luo Mingjian sat in the study, clutching the now crumpled letter. The flickering candlelight cast a long shadow upon the mottled wall, resembling a solitary painting. Her handwriting remained elegant, yet was imbued with a sense of finality, mirroring her current heart. Each word pierced his heart like a sharp blade. He closed his eyes, unable to escape the disappointment and heartbreak those words stirred within him. Along with the deep affection he once held for her, he had failed to uphold all the sweet promises and unwavering commitments he had made. Tears silently streamed down his cheeks, soaking his face. He remembered her laughter, so innocent, and her eyes so bright. Memories of her surged within his mind, relentless and overwhelming. Despite having wronged her so deeply and feeling weary of it all, why did his heart ache so profoundly at this moment? It felt as though he were being stabbed repeatedly by a knife. Reading those heartfelt words, her resolute silhouette and disappointed tone flooded his consciousness, leaving an indelible mark. This marked the first time in a long while that Luo Mingjian felt a pang of guilt towards Lu Xiaoxi. Su Donghua immediately interjected, "Son, you must think carefully. Do you desire your future or her? With a promising future, wealth, and power, what need have you for a woman? Even if she no longer loves or likes you, does that mean there are no other women in this world? When you are out reveling under the moonlight, why do you not think of her? Why do you not feel remorse for her? This is but a letter. Why let it affect you so? I shall ask you one thing. Is your future more important than she is?" Without a moment's thought, Luo Mingjian replied, "My future." A smile finally graced Su Donghua's face. "There you have it. In this world, only your mother genuinely cares for you. Only I understand you and know what you desire. Lu Xiaoxi is ultimately just an outsider. Besides, it is quite normal for men to have multiple wives. Why should she not accept that? You have treated her well enough. You owe her nothing. This is how the world is meant to be, do you understand?" Luo Mingjian grasped Su Donghua's hand, saying, "Mother, I understand. You are right. It is only my future, wealth, and power that I should pursue. A single woman cannot offer me much. I can always find another. Once I have everything, I will not miss her." Su Donghua replied, "I am pleased you see it this way, but if you find yourself soft-hearted towards her again, leave it to your mother." Luo Mingjian waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I can handle it myself. She accuses me of being unfeeling and fickle. Yet the real culprit behind all this is she herself. What right does she have to demand so much from me? Why should I be limited by her in so many aspects? I have not spoken ill of her. I have spared her feelings, yet she says such things about me. Is it not her actions that have caused my change of heart?" At that moment, Lu Xiaoxi appeared at the door of the study where Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian were conversing. She had come to sit down and discuss matters with them, but what she overheard were words that pierced her heart. The steadfast light that usually shone in her eyes dimmed to a dull glow. She could not fathom the depths of shamelessness a person must possess to utter such words, though her heart was already riddled with wounds inflicted by Luo Mingjian. Hearing his callous remarks still caused her pain. In the storm, Lu Xiaoxi seemed even smaller, for this was no longer the Luo family that once sheltered her from the elements. It was a hell that devoured its prey without leaving a bone. A place where one could fall into an abyss with no hope of rescue. She recalled when she first arrived, everything was not as it is now. Images of her wedding day flooded her mind. Golden light bathed the magnificent glazed tiles of the Luo residence, casting shadows that added an air of mystery and solemnity to the estate. Standing before the gates of the Luo household, she clutched the jade pendant gifted by her mother, her eyes sparkling with hope and dreams for the future. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a woman clad in splendid attire watched with a venomous glare from beneath a willow tree, her eyes filled with malice. That woman was Su Donghua, who had harbored a grudge against Lu Xiaoxi from the moment she married into the Luo family. Feeling that Lu Xiaoxi had stolen her son's affections, leaving her with a profound sense of imbalance, Su Donghua observed as the evening sun cast a warm glow over Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi, creating a scene of warmth and tenderness that she wished to avoid. The sight of their affection twisted her heart, deepening her resentment towards Lu Xiaoxi. Little did Lu Xiaoxi know, the memories of those two individuals in her past remained beautiful. Outside, Lu Xiaoxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, threatening to spill over. She covered her mouth with her hand, stifling the urge to cry out in pain, while the hurtful words echoed in her mind, tearing at her heart. Inside the study, Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua exchanged barbs about the Lu family and Lu Xiaoxi. Lightning illuminated the partially open window, casting distorted shadows of Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua on the floor. Their voices were more jarring than the thunder and torrential rain, each word a cold needle piercing Lu Xiaoxi's heart. She recognized Luo Mingjian's discontent towards her and had mentally prepared herself to face such harsh words. Yet when she truly heard them leave his lips, it felt as if her heart was being violently crushed, and even the air she inhaled burned painfully in her lungs. Leaning against the shadow of the corridor, she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, striving to suppress any sounds of anguish. Her shoulders trembled, tears welling in her eyes, but refusing to fall. In moments like these, Memories of warmth and joy surged forth in her mind. Inside the study, Luo Mingjian's voice was devoid of any emotion, while Su Donghua eagerly fanned the flames of disdain. When Su Donghua struck a chord with Luo Mingjian, their laughter would ring out, intertwining with their scorn to form an invisible chain that ensnared Lu Xiaoxi's heart. It felt as though something was gripping her heart tightly, each beat accompanied by a tearing pain. Staying there any longer would overwhelm her emotions, but just as she turned to leave, her foot landed on a branch that had been blown by the wind. The snap of the twig echoed clearly in the night, particularly to cautious individuals like Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi, who would not miss such a sound. Luo Mingjian quickly strode forward and flung open the door. Lu Xiaoxi had no time to escape. The fierce expression on Luo Mingjian's face shifted to one of fear and unease upon seeing her. He was immediately filled with panic. The insults and derision he had just hurled in the room transformed into a flood of guilt at the sight of her. "Xiaoxi, what are you doing here?" he stammered, his voice faltering. As he locked eyes with her tear-filled, reddened gaze, his heart sank. She must have heard everything. He had anticipated Lu Xiaoxi would confront him with fury, and he was prepared with excuses and justifications, but he had not expected her to respond in this manner. She smiled at him through her tears. A smile that was not particularly beautiful, yet it shattered Luo Mingjian's heart. He felt something slipping away from him, something that would soon cease to exist. Her smile seemed a farewell, not to him, but to the person he once was. Luo Mingjian wanted to say something, but at that moment, his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. His lips parted slightly, then slowly closed again, as a sense of dread gripped his heart. He had never been as afraid as he was today that she might leave him. In the past, he believed Lu Xiaoxi loved him enough not to abandon him. He had grown accustomed to being loved without fear. Now, however, the feeling she conveyed was no longer the same. She was not the Lu Xiaoxi who would be easily appeased by his words. This time, he had an intense premonition that he would truly lose her. Lu Xiaoxi slowly opened her mouth, and Luo Mingjian's pupils widened in shock. He was terrified of what she was about to say. He wished to flee, to cover his ears, but he found himself utterly devoid of strength, uncertain of what was happening to him. All he knew was that a heavy discomfort weighed upon his chest. Su Donghua, observing Luo Mingjian's demeanor, furrowed her brows and stepped forward to pull him behind her. With a sharp tongue, she addressed Lu Xiaoxi. "Oh, I was unaware that the young lady of the Lu family indulged in eavesdropping. I wonder how Lord Lu and Lady Lu have raised you. You have grown increasingly audacious of late. Mother, this is the last time I shall call you so. From this day forth, you shall walk your own path, and I mine. Although we are still nominally mother and daughter, I will no longer refer to you as mother. If you wish to know why, then first reflect upon yourself. Ask whether you are deserving. After all, I have shared a bond of marriage with Luo Mingjian, and now that we are destined to part, there are words I wish to convey to him directly." Su Donghua attempted to retort, but was halted by Luo Mingjian's firm grip. "You." Su Donghua glared at Luo Mingjian, filled with exasperation. "What did we discuss inside? And how did you speak of her? Have you forgotten the moment you see her? Have you become cowardly?" As she spoke, she poked Luo Mingjian's head in frustration, lamenting, "I truly feel unfortunate to have such a foolish son. Mother, I will handle this. Can you refrain from berating me incessantly?" Before departing, she cast a venomous glare at Lu Xiaoxi. Lu Xiaoxi paid her no heed. Luo Mingjian took a step closer to Lu Xiaoxi, yet she instinctively retreated.
"Xiaoxi."
Lu Xiaoxi took a deep breath, as if gathering strength, striving to ensure her voice remained steady, devoid of quivering. "Luo Mingjian, our relationship ends here. Is this not the outcome you have longed for? If my love for you feels like a burden, I can set you free. However, you must understand, this should not be the reason for your heart's treachery. You did not always feel this way towards me, nor have I only just become your wife. Like the snow upon the peaks, as bright as the moon in the clouds, I have come to sever ties due to your fickleness. Today at the wine gathering, tomorrow at the water's edge, the water flows east and west. In sorrow and despair, marriage should not provoke tears. I wish for soulmate with whom to grow old without parting. Though I did not come with wine in hand, the storm that rages now embodies my heart. Marking our final banquet, lightning cleaves the sky, tearing apart the darkness, illuminating Lu Xiaoxi's resolute face. The torrential rain falls like tears from the heavens, striking the ground with force. The cold wind rises, causing Luo Mingjian and Lu Xiaoxi's garments to billow. After leaving those words behind, Lu Xiaoxi turned away, devoid of any lingering attachments. Luo Mingjian stood silently, allowing the storm to rage, his robe rustling in the wind. The slight rise and fall of his chest was the sole proof he had of being alive. His heart ached profoundly, as if the pain could render him unconscious at any moment. With a crack, reminiscent of shattered glass, something irrevocably broke in that instant, beyond repair. He remembered her radiant smile, her gentle gaze, and her warm embrace, recalling her anger and her preferences. It was only at this moment that Luo Mingjian realized the depth of his love for her, how profoundly he could not let go. After a long while, he trudged into the study, feeling utterly drained, collapsing into a chair, his eyes blankly gazing outside. Su Donghua observed him and remarked calmly, "My son, look at how she treats you. You have yet to voice your resolute words to her, yet she has come forth to speak them herself. Mother cannot fathom where you went astray. Seeing you like this breaks my heart." Su Donghua approached Luo Mingjian, gently stroking his head. Luo Mingjian clutched her hand, weeping, "Mother, you are all I have now. Please do not leave me." Su Donghua smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Anyone else may leave you, but I shall not." "Silly child. Enough of the tears. It is not worth it for such a woman. Once you secure a promising future, you will have ample wonderful women to choose from, and we shall no longer be beholden to her whims. Look how decisively she speaks such heartless words. She does not love you as deeply as you imagine, my son. Do not delude yourself further. I do not wish for your suffering." Luo Mingjian nodded, wiping away his tears, his gaze hardening with fierce resentment. "Yes, I understand. She is not worth my sorrow. She spoke of accompanying me forever, yet now she resolutely seeks to depart. Her words are filled with deceit, and she has placed the blame upon me. I have been forced into this predicament, and still, I cannot bear to utter harsh words to her. Yet, she stabs at my heart with every syllable. Lu Xiaoxi, you are truly, as my mother said, not as deeply in love with me as I believed. Ultimately, you are but a stranger. My only true ally is my mother." Su Donghua reassured him. "Enough with the anger. In a few days, the Li family shall arrive, and together we will devise a plan." "Very well," Luo Mingjian replied. At the door to her room, Lu Xiaoxi numbly pushed it open. Her emotions had completely unraveled, though she had yet to express them. If she continued to bottle them up, it would surely lead to illness. As she lifted her foot to cross the threshold, someone gently patted her shoulder twice. She slowly turned to see the dark guard sent by Xuanmen standing behind her. Before she could inquire, he handed her a handkerchief. "If you wish to cry, let it out. Bottling it up is not good." His brief words caused the emotions she had suppressed for so long to collapse in an instant. Lu Xiaoxi accepted the handkerchief and sank to the ground, crying heartily as if she needed to cleanse herself of every grievance. In that moment, the strong and stubborn woman revealed her most vulnerable side before a stranger, indicating that she truly could not bear it any longer. After a long while, her sobs gradually subsided. She looked up at the dark guard, her voice still choked. "Thank you." Though his face was obscured by a veil, she could not discern his features, yet through his bright and clear eyes, she knew he must be a good person. The dark guard chuckled lightly. "Evil deeds will be met with retribution. The young master will not disappoint you." Lu Xiaoxi nodded slightly. The dark guard continued. "Madam, please rest. Tomorrow, if all goes as planned, there will be disturbances. You have worked hard watching over me. It is my duty. There is no need for thanks." At the residence of the seventh young master, Shen Yelin carried the mechanism box into the room where Luo Xueyun was. After unlocking the complex mechanism, the notebook lay before him. Shen Yelin carefully extracted the notebook, ensuring it remained undamaged before feeling a sense of relief. He flipped to a pristine page, dipped his pen in ink, and began to write. "On the 8th day of the 5th month of the Yuanli year, the sky is clear. Today, I brought her to the mansion for a visit. She was very happy, her smile sweet. Each time I see her like this, my heart is filled with joy. Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, I shall not let them escape unscathed. Xin Yelin had circled their names and marked them with crosses. Anyone who harmed Yunyun would not be allowed to live peacefully. After Yunyun was injured, she exhibited peculiar behavior in the carriage, her pupils turning crimson. Although the reason for her intense craving for my blood and spiritual energy eluded me, her lips were undeniably soft. At this point, Xin Yelin found himself stiffening, questioning the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. As he glanced at the words he had written, the scene from that moment resurfaced vividly. His cheeks flushed crimson, and fortunately, no one was there to witness his embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he continued to scribble in his notebook. If possible, I wish to experience this daily. Chapter 61. Heartless at 5 years old, however, during this period, I needed her cooperation to stage a performance. Simultaneously, I must conceal my ability to hear her thoughts. I had to devise a way to communicate with her, ensuring she found everything to be quite reasonable. Yunyun was unlike other girls. She was astute, and if I were careless, she would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Hence, I must tread carefully. Upon reaching this point, Xin Yelin paused his pen, reviewing his writings, feeling that something was still amiss. Ultimately, he inscribed a final line, each stroke of his pen articulating his affection for Luo Xueyun. He lifted his gaze towards the window, where the night was as dark as ink, and the stars twinkled like his longing for Yunyun, distant yet luminous. Wang Qianji and his assistant stood awkwardly by the window, having hidden themselves the moment Xin Yelin turned his head. They had lingered there for quite some time, hesitating to enter due to the peculiar smile on Xin Yelin's face. Typically, he only smiled when he was furious, leading Wang Qianji and his aide to believe he was in a foul mood. Observing Xin Yelin scribbling in his notebook, they assumed it was an assassination manual, a list of those who had angered him, destined to be dealt with one by one. The unsettling smile on Xin Yelin's face only reinforced their suspicions. Furthermore, when his expression darkened, it became even more intimidating, emanating a chilling aura that could be felt from afar. The assistant, Wang Qinshao, was so frightened that he dared not breathe. "Master, what should we do now? If the 7th young master discovers we have seen this assassination manual, we might be silenced." Wang Qianji, his brows furrowed, remained silent for a moment. Although Xin Yelin had treated him well, granting him free access to the young master's estate and advocating for him in court, today's situation was different. This matter involved assassination, a secret that must not leak, lest it incite considerable upheaval. Given that they could only guess the names written by the 7th young master were those marked for assassination, who knew what other confidential matters might be concealed within? Wang Qinshao gazed anxiously at the silent Wang Qianji, his inner turmoil igniting like a flame.
Master?
He whispered. Lower your voice, Wang Qianji replied.
Master.
Please tell me what we should do, Wang Qinshao urged in a hushed tone. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qianji suggested, if the 7th young master does not inquire, we shall feign ignorance. If he does ask, we will tell the truth. Wang Qinshao trembled slightly. Master, is that truly acceptable? What if the 7th young master is merely testing our loyalty? Wang Qianji countered, if we disclose this, we may be silenced. If he does not suspect us, why should we reveal anything? Wang Qinshao nodded, scratching the back of his head in a not-so-bright manner. Master, you seem to have a point. Wang Qianji instructed, all right, take a deep breath and compose yourself. We must proceed normally and enter to change the lady's medicine. Understood, disciple, Wang Qinshao replied. Once they were prepared, the two strode confidently towards the door. At that moment, Xin Yelin noticed Wang Qinshao and Wang Qianji, having been lost in thought about Luo Xueyun and oblivious to their presence. Upon their entrance, Xin Yelin remarked, thank you for your trouble. Both Wang Qianji and Wang Qinshao stiffened, a chill creeping down their spines, the sensation far from pleasant. Wang Qinshao trembled visibly. However, Wang Qianji, having weathered many storms, maintained a steadier demeanor. He nodded slightly, it is our duty. Xin Yelin observed Wang Qinshao's unusual behavior and pointed, Qinshao, what is wrong with your legs? They are shaking so violently. He then smiled, have you committed some guilty act? Although it was merely a jest to the guilty Wang Qianji and Wang Qinshao, It felt like a blatant threat, as if Xin Yelin were aware of their eavesdropping. However, Wang Qianji, upon glancing at Sun Yelin's expression, sensed that he likely had not discovered their earlier actions. Otherwise, he would not appear so amiable. Wang Qinshao, oblivious to these nuances, assumed Xin Yelin was aware of their spying. Just as he was about to kneel and beg for mercy, Wang Qianji quickly grasped his arm. With a smile, Wang Qianji addressed Xin Yelin, "Young master, to be honest, I was testing a new acupuncture technique on Qinshao today. I am uncertain which step went awry, causing his leg to tremble incessantly." Xin Yelin nodded, "I see. Please attend to him swiftly. It would be inconvenient for him to be in this state." "Understood. My subordinate will do so," Wang Qianji replied as he turned with Wang Qinshao towards Luo Xueyun. Wang Qianji lowered his voice. "Did you see? I still understand him." Wang Qinshao gazed at him with admiration. As expected of the master, experience prevails. Though Wang Qianji felt flattered by the compliment, he simultaneously sensed a hint of reproach. Just after Wang Qinshao spoke, he immediately covered his mouth, realizing he had forgotten that his master detested being called old. Realizing his mistake, Wang Qinshao timidly turned to Wang Qianji. "Master?" However, Wang Qianji had not yet grasped the misstep. He frowned slightly. "What are you looking at me for? Hurry and open the medicine box." Yes, Wang Qinshao stammered. Within the room, Luo Xueyun lay quietly on the bed, her complexion considerably improved. She was gradually regaining her color, and her arm, during the second change of bandages, showed no signs of bleeding. Everything was satisfactory. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon her face. Wang Qinshao couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, this girl is remarkably well-behaved." He had been fixated on Luo Xueyun's face for quite some time, appearing rather infatuated. Wang Qianji quickly covered his mouth. "Shoo, don't speak carelessly." Wang Qinshao blinked his somewhat foolish eyes. "Huh?" It is not surprising that Wang Qianma is so captivated by Luo Xueyun, as he is merely a 5-year-old child. In the next moment, the gentle sound of Xin Yiling pushing the door open and approaching them can be heard. Wang Qianji hurriedly releases his hand from covering Wang Qianma's mouth. Xin Yiling lightly steps to the bedside, first casting a glance at Luo Xueyun. Before his gaze settles on Wang Qianma, his dark eyes stare at him with a chilling intensity. Wang Qianma's heart feels suddenly cold. It seems the young master must have overheard his words. Alas, this child truly lacks common sense. Wang Qianji intended to speak on Wang Qianma's behalf, but unexpectedly, Xin Yiling turned to glance at him. "Wang young master," Wang Qianma stammered. Xin Yiling directly interrupted him. "Is she beautiful?" His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, causing Wang Qianma to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he could not dare to declare that she was unattractive, for that would surely lead to his demise. After a pause, Wang Qianma slowly replied, "This young lady is indeed beautiful. I must admit, I was somewhat entranced." However, he faltered, unable to articulate the rest of his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xin Yiling's previously icy expression softened with a hint of amusement. "I also find her quite lovely. Now you may leave." Yes, we shall take our leave," Wang Qianma replied eagerly. "Young master, we will take our leave now," Wang Qianji added. Xin Yiling tilted his head slightly, his gaze towards Wang Qianji as cold as frost. Next time, when it comes to changing the medicine for Xueyun, Wang Qianma need not come. His legs tremble excessively. It seems he is not engaged in enough physical training. Let him spend a month sweeping the courtyard. He may cease when his physical condition improves. "Thank you, young master, for your concern," Wang Qianji expressed. Xin Yiling raised an eyebrow. "You may leave." Yes, both Wang Qianma and Wang Qianji responded in unison. As they walked away, Wang Qianji sighed helplessly, flicking Wang Qianma's forehead. "Should I call you foolish or simply ignorant? How can you speak so carelessly? Do you not see how much the 7th young master is infatuated with that girl? Moreover, when have you ever seen the young master show such concern for anyone, let alone a girl? How can you lack such discernment and still dare to speak so freely? That girl is indeed beautiful and well-behaved, but she is not one for us to discuss in that manner. You should be grateful to serve under the 7th young master. Had it been another, your tongue and eyes would have been severed for such words." Wang Qianma shivered at the thought, fully aware of the murderous intent emanating from Xuanmen. Consider this a lesson learned to sharpen your wits. Perform the tasks assigned by the young master diligently, and if he is pleased, he shall not make you sweep again. Wang Qianma nodded glumly. I understand. In the room, Xuanmen sat before Luo Xueyun, his eyes filled with concern and an indescribable tenderness. He reached out, gently stroking her hair, as if to offer her warmth and comfort. Xueyun, you must recover quickly. Meanwhile, at a certain trading point, a gentle breeze swept away the fine dust and fallen leaves, yet it could not dispel the tension and oppression in the air. In a dimly lit secret chamber, the flickering candlelight cast erratic shadows. A middle-aged man, his expression grave, furrowed his brow tightly, clutching a yellowed secret letter. This matter must be resolved swiftly, he murmured, his voice laden with urgency. Another man in black chuckled lightly. What are you afraid of? How can you be so certain that the contents pertain to an assassination list? Besides, what chaos can a 5-year-old child incite? Otherwise, why would His Majesty favor him so? Most of the corrupt officials in the court are being purged, and he has recently set his sights on me. Previously, I held a bitter rivalry with him, thinking, what fear should I have of a mere child? Little did I know that very night he dismantled 10 of my underground gambling dens, seizing everything. The next day, when I spoke to him, he acted as if nothing had happened. But that is not the most significant part. I had provoked him, and that same night, he captured my informant and had him dismembered, turning him into a human puppet, placed in a large vase, with his eyes gouged out and tongue severed. Wailing in my estate. Had you witnessed that scene, you would hardly believe he was human. He even left me a note, warning that should I have another chance, it would be my last. I was terrified. And Xuanmen is only 5 years old. How ruthless can he be at such a tender age? Chapter 62. Discussion. The man in black chuckled again. If you fear him so much, why collaborate with me? Would it not be better to keep your tail tucked and live as a coward? Are you truly intent on eliminating him, or merely seeking an ear for your grievances? If you genuinely fear him and deem him formidable, then cease your collaboration with me. Continue living in fear, and for the time being, you may enjoy your life of luxury. But it is only a matter of time before he uncovers your corrupt dealings. The question is when he will expose them. The man in black spoke with a smile, yet his words bore a palpable sense of oppression. His voice was deep and cold, akin to a messenger from hell. Each word a chilling dagger piercing the heart. He leaned closer to the trembling Zhou Ziong, his eyes glinting with the playfulness of a cat teasing its prey. Zhou Ziong's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his grip on his clothing tightening, as if it were his final lifeline. The voice of the man in black echoed in his ears, a curse akin to the whispers of demons in the depths of hell. Do you think you can hide? Those ledgers, the evidence of your collusion, those transactions you believe are well concealed, they are merely waiting to be uncovered. You will find yourself utterly alone. With a forceful shove, the man pushed Zhou Ziong, his words striking like lightning, illuminating the pale and helpless face of Zhou Ziong. The candlelight flickered in the secret chamber, elongating their shadows. The man in black reclined against a wooden chair, a smirk dancing on his lips as he turned to the silent man standing nearby. If you did not hear clearly, I can repeat myself. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, fixed intently on the quivering figure across from him. Chun Ruyang trembled as he looked at the man in black. You speak words that I, as a subordinate, fully comprehend. However, this Xuanmen is not an ordinary individual. He is capable of such deeds at the age of 5. Before Chun Ruyang could finish, the man in black replied nonchalantly, precisely because of this, we must eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, when he matures, it will be us who face his wrath. Moreover, if you collaborate with me, I assure you, there will be no losses on your part. Throughout Lingxian Kingdom, no one knows Xuanmen's temperament better than I. Chun Ruyang acknowledged. Indeed, throughout Lingxian Kingdom, none understand Xuanmen's character better than you. Zhou Ziong added. It is precisely for this reason that we wish to collaborate with you, sir. The man in black concluded, since it is a collaboration, all must heed my commands. Suppress your timid and fearful nature. Otherwise, how could one hope to achieve greatness in the future? I do not wish for my significant endeavors to be thwarted by your errors. Let me lay my words bare. Should anyone fail to heed my commands, I shall transform them into a grotesque figure, much like Xuanmen did, encasing you within a vase, allowing you to taste the bitter flavor of a life worse than death. At that moment, the two figures cloaked in heavy capes, Zhou Ziong and Chen Ruiyang, simultaneously shivered. Beneath their hoods, pale and terrified faces emerged. As the words of the figure in black resonated, the room seemed enveloped in a chilling aura. His tone was not mere intimidation. He was entirely capable of such deeds. The fear they experienced was not merely primal. It felt akin to despair rising from the abyss. Having grasped a sliver of hope for survival, they now felt as though they had leapt into another den of wolves. Chen Ruiyang, hidden beneath his cloak, clenched his hands tightly, his nails nearly piercing his palms. The sharp pain in his hands was insignificant compared to the tremors within his heart. Zhou Ziong's complexion turned even more ashen. The figure before them was no longer the jovial second master they had known, who always spoke kindly for every minister in the court. The amiable demeanor of the second master now seemed utterly transformed, resembling a ruthless arbiter of life and death. Should they defy him, with but a flick of his finger, he could terminate their lives. He longed to articulate a response. Yet the oppressive force bearing down upon him rendered him speechless. His throat felt constricted, unable to produce a sound, leaving him to gaze helplessly at the second master. In a fleeting moment, he saw a shadow of Xuanmen in the figure before him, nearly inducing a scream from his lips. However, to voice such a fear would be an embarrassment. After decades of service, he had encountered numerous individuals of all kinds. Yet, facing Xuanmen left him utterly confounded. What was most perplexing was that his adversary was merely a child, a mere 5 years of age. The fact that such a young boy had driven him to this state underscored the depth of the opponent's cunning and sophistication. Should he fall to Xuanmen, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Previously, he had mocked those corrupt officials captured by Xuanmen, yet soon, that derision would be cast upon him. Could he refrain from anxiety? Thus, he hastily contacted the second master, recalling the warning he had received to remain vigilant against Xuanmen. Ignoring it had led him to this predicament. Day by day, Zhou Ziong lived in trepidation, fearing that one day, Xuanmen would lead an assault on his estate. Noticing Zhou Ziong's desire to speak, the second master interjected, "If you have something to say, do not keep it bottled up. That would not be good for your health." Zhou Ziong stuttered, his voice faltering as if burdened by an unspeakable secret. The second master, growing impatient, chided him, "Do not waste time. If you have chosen to ally with me, then muster some courage and conviction." As he approached Zhou Ziong, each step echoed ominously against the floor, resembling the rhythmic beats of a gavel, striking at the frail chords of his heart. "Zhou Ziong, if you genuinely wish to collaborate, cease this hesitation. If you do not, I can easily end your life. My offers are ample, yet you have yet to present anything of substance. I even begin to suspect that you are a spy planted by Xuanmen." The second master's words dripped with a hint of danger. Zhou Ziong, alarmed, hurriedly replied, "Second master, how could you think such a thing? I could never be a spy for the seventh master. You must not say such things. Having pledged my loyalty to you, I shall remain steadfast. I was merely momentarily frightened, but with your support, I am now invigorated. I shall wholeheartedly pursue your directives and assist you in garnering further influence. Currently, the court is rife with officials embroiled in corruption, all of whom are beleaguered by Xuanmen. They are in desperate need of allies, and if you extend an olive branch, they will grasp it tightly." The second master scoffed, "Now that you have spoken so boldly, I will grant you one more chance. In 7 days, I expect to witness results. If not, prepare to meet your demise." "Understood." Zhou Ziong acquiesced. The flickering candlelight in the dim chamber danced, each glimmer seemingly devoured by the weighty shadows. The second master's silhouette twisted upon the wall, his eyes glimmering like twin obsidian stones, imbued with a chilling blend of ruthlessness and cunning. His fingers tapped lightly against the chair's back, each sound echoing like a countdown to death, further unsettling the figure across from him. That trembling figure was a gaunt middle-aged man, Chen Ruiyang, whose pallor resembled that of parchment, eyes brimming with terror. His hands were clenched tightly together, as if seeking the last vestiges of courage. His shoulders quivered slightly, on the brink of collapse. Yet the second master's gaze was like a blade, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Once a portly man, Chen Ruiyang had been unable to sleep soundly since Xin Yelin commenced his crusade against corrupt officials. He lived daily in the shadow of Xin Yelin, fearful of the day when soldiers might storm his home. Thus, he remained in a constant state of anxiety, unable to eat properly, let alone find rest. In less than a year, he had withered into this wretched state. If this continued, he would soon be his own demise before Xin Yelin could apprehend him. The second master turned to Chen Ruiyang. And you? Do you have nothing to say? Look at yourself. You have become a mere shadow of your former self. Chen Ruiyang trembled. As second master, I am truly at a loss with my fears. I cannot control it. Having narrowly escaped death at Xin Yelin's hands once, he had seen many terrifying apparitions in his wake, their grotesque visages haunting him. The fear left him utterly petrified, hence his dread of Xin Yelin. This secret remained unspoken. He understood the gravity of his knowledge. What if Xin Yelin's men learned of this? That would spell his utter ruin. Thus, he resolved to bury this issue deep within. The second master, mocking him, laughed heartily. You cannot control your fear? Oh, Chen, your words amuse me. Who in the court does not know of your notorious ruthlessness? Yet here you are, trembling at the prospect of a 5-year-old child. Such tales, if they were to circulate, would elicit nothing but laughter. Second master, you are unlike us. The seventh master could never suspect you, Chen Ruiyang retorted. The second master swiftly countered, incorrect. Your statement reveals your ignorance of Xin Yelin's nature. No matter how close one may be to him, he will harbor suspicion. He is undoubtedly intelligent, yet he is still outmatched when it comes to contending with me. This slight disparity could lead to his undoing, leaving him to pay with his life. Zhou Ziong, mustering his courage, ventured to ask, Second Master, I still have a matter unclear.
Speak.
The seventh young master has always maintained the best rapport with you. When you are not in contact, we all know that you hold a deep affection for him. How could you harbor such animosity towards him? The second young master coldly chuckled. Father has bestowed all his favor upon Xin Yelin, and this child is endowed with remarkable intelligence, being a rare talent in cultivation. The affection that father shows him has long surpassed that which he has for the other 6 young masters. So tell me, if you were emperor, to whom would you bestow the title of crown prince? Both Zhou Ziong and Chen Ruiyang remained silent, yet simultaneously, they harbored the same answer in their hearts. Xin Yelin. The second young master continued with a smile. Seeing your expressions, I presume you already have an answer. If I am not mistaken, you are indeed thinking of Xin Yelin. Are you not? Zhou Ziong and Chen Ruiyang nodded. The second young master elaborated. My previous fondness for Xin Yelin was merely due to his youth. I never anticipated he would pose a threat to my claim to the throne. It is worth noting that before Xin Yelin was even born, father had intended to name me crown prince. However, Xin Yelin's arrival shattered that plan. So I ask you, if you were in my position, would you not despise him? Would you not wish to eliminate him? Zhou Ziong replied, that is only natural. Chen Ruiyang added, indeed. The second young master remarked, I speak plainly. If you still do not comprehend, I may have to reconsider my choice of collaborators. Chapter 63. A source of anxiety, the second young master narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his gentle features, yet the manner in which he smiled always sent a chill down one's spine. It felt as though a sharp blade hovered above one's head, poised to drop at any moment. The atmosphere within the secret chamber became tense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. Zhou Ziong and Chen Ruiyang exchanged anxious glances, their faces betraying their unease. Particularly Zhou Ziong, whose forehead glistened with visible beads of sweat. He nervously licked his dry lips, attempting to speak, yet ultimately failed to utter a sound. Chen Ruiyang tried to relieve the tension with a smile, but his grin appeared so stiff and unnatural that even he recognized its absurdity. I hope the second young master will grant us another chance, he said. Xin Qing then resumed his smile. Since you have expressed yourselves thus, do not let me down this time. Zhou Ziong replied, understood. Chen Ruiyang echoed, indeed. Xin Qing continued at a measured pace. The Yun family is a tough nut to crack. Although they believe the current turmoil will not affect them, the future remains uncertain. Zhou Xiang tentatively inquired. Does the second young master mean for us to persuade the Yun family to join your side? Shen Qing replied with a smile. Precisely. Whosoever among you manages to sway the Yun family, I shall assist in erasing the evidence of your misdeeds. Zhou Xiang and Chen Ruoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, invigorated as if infused with fresh vigor. Chen Ruoyang declared, I will certainly persuade the Yun family to serve the second young master. Zhou Xiang asserted, I will secure the Yun family within 3 days.
Ha ha ha.
Shen Qing laughed heartily. Very well, but remember, the opportunities to erase evidence are limited. It is first come, first served. Zhou Xiang affirmed, understood. Chen Ruoyang responded, I accept the command. Shen Qing added, Chen Ruoyang, you may leave now. Zhou Xiang remain. For I have matters to discuss with you. Once Chen Ruoyang departed, Zhou Xiang, feeling somewhat apprehensive, asked, What is the reason for your summoning? Second young master? Shen Qing replied, I received a secret letter yesterday. Take a look. Zhou Xiang responded, Very well. In the dimly lit secret chamber, Zhou Xiang's trembling hands gripped the letter tightly, the chilling words seeming to pierce through his fingertips and reach his very core. This. Zhou Xiang raised his gaze, terror-stricken. To Shen Qing. Shen Qing stated calmly, This letter was obtained from your residence. Zhou Xiang, his face a mask of horror, exclaimed, How could there be spies from Xinyelin in my household? He has placed his eyes within my own abode. Shen Qing replied, This indicates that he likely has his sights set on you. You are now under Xinyelin's close scrutiny. If you truly wish to survive, you must secure the Yun family. If you lag behind Chen Ruoyang, it will be your demise. Do not underestimate Chen Ruoyang, despite his seemingly lethargic demeanor. He possesses a sharp intellect. If you wish to compete with him, you are at a distinct disadvantage. Zhou Xiang furrowed his brow, confusion clouding his thoughts. I do not quite grasp your meaning, second young master. Is Chen Ruoyang not also your subordinate? Are you implying that I should eliminate him? Such timid and hesitant individuals are the most perilous in plotting schemes, for if an enemy assures them that by divulging everything they will be spared, they may very well divulge all our secrets in a desperate bid to save themselves. Zhou Xiang asked, Then why does the second young master wish to employ him? Shen Qing replied slowly, His demise will serve a purpose, else I would not have kept him around until now. Zhou Xiang, increasingly perplexed, stated, I am dim-witted. I hope the second young master will enlighten me. Shen Qing, unperturbed, smiled. Now is not the time to eliminate Chen Ruoyang. When that moment comes, I shall inform you. Your task now is to ensure that Chen Ruoyang does not interfere with the Yun family's affairs. As long as you do not endanger his life, employing some cunning against him is permissible. After delivering these words, Shen Qing patted Zhou Xiang's shoulder. Lord Zhou, I have great trust in you. Otherwise, I would not confide in you. I hold you in high esteem, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Shen Qing's words fell heavily upon Zhou Xiang's heart, inducing a sense of oppression. In the night's darkness, his face appeared particularly pale under the dim light. Shen Qing's hand remained on his shoulder, and Zhou Xiang instinctively took a deep breath. He gazed up at Shen Qing, whose profound eyes betrayed no hint of emotion. He could not discern the thoughts of this enigmatic individual before him. Yet, at this moment, Shen Qing was his only hope. As the saying goes, it is better to believe than to disbelieve. If Shen Qing truly could aid him, what reason did he have not to place his trust in him and take the gamble? Zhou Xiang inhaled deeply once more, as if consolidating all his resolve within that moment. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice low yet resolute. Second young master, your trust in me shall be repaid with my life. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, I, Zhou Xiang, shall stand shoulder to shoulder with you, never betraying your expectations. I hope Lord Zhou can indeed follow through on his words. Zhou Xiang continued, the Yun family is an ancient lineage with profound roots. They fear no one in the court save the emperor. Their immense power has posed a threat to the emperor's safety, prompting the emperor to subtly dismantle the Yun family's influence over the years. Tomorrow I will personally visit the Yun family, employing sufficient sincerity to impress them and make them aware of the second young master's exceptional talents and our grand ambitions. Within 3 days, I will ensnare them in an elaborate net, ensuring they cannot remain uninvolved. Even if they wish to avoid my schemes, I will drag them into the fray. The unsavory deeds the Yun family has committed over the years are innumerable, akin to wildfires that cannot be extinguished. As one batch is eradicated, another emerges. This is why the emperor has found it challenging to handle them. However, I am different. I know precisely where the Yun family's vulnerabilities lie. As long as you can draw the Yun family into the fray, you shall become my right-hand man, and the glory and wealth that follow will be inseparable from you. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Xiang's face was suffused with a greed that glimmered in the dim candlelight, revealing a profound thirst for power. The flames of avarice and desire ignited within him, consuming all semblance of reason. Visions of a future danced in his mind, palatial halls adorned in gold and jade, himself clad in resplendent garments, surrounded by countless servants who bowed and addressed him as chancellor. Those who had once looked down upon him and mocked him would tremble beneath his feet, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. A smug smile crept across Zhou Xiang's lips as he envisioned himself standing at the pinnacle, wielding control over all. His heart swelled with ambition and desire. He knew that everything would unfold according to his designs. Sun Qing gazed at Zhou Xiang's twisted visage, marred by greed, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, darkening his expression momentarily. Yet, in an instant, as Zhou Xiang turned to him, Sun Qing's gaze returned to its usual composure. Zhou Xiang declared, "Your humble servant has devised a plan and will deliver good news to you in 3 days." Sun Qing replied with a light chuckle, "I hope so." Zhou Xiang said, "I shall take my leave now." Sun Qing nodded. Once Zhou Xiang departed, the smile that had adorned Sun Qing's lips faded, replaced by an icy demeanor that radiated an aura of forbidding. He rose and approached the nearby chessboard, retrieving a black piece from its jar. As the piece descended upon the center of the board, the entire game was irrevocably altered. The black piece fell like a solitary star in the darkness, quietly shifting the trajectory of the entire cosmos. The series of moves that had seemed to seal the game for white were dismantled in an instant by the black piece. The black piece slithered across the board like a serpent, each movement appearing casual yet laden with lethal intent. The constricting force was slow yet resolute, reminiscent of a great python lying in wait, poised for the moment its prey would let down its guard. At last it seized the opportunity, striking decisively, and the white pieces, once on the verge of victory, found themselves ensnared by the illusion crafted by the black piece, leading to their inevitable demise. The black piece's grip was akin to a serpent strangulation, deliberate and fatal. Sun Qing intoned, "One must never regret a move. The game is set. My victory is assured." "Have you formulated your strategy for this round, Shen Yelin?" Meanwhile, Wang Qianmo returned to the apothecary, still shaken, the visage of Shen Yelin lingering in his mind, cold and distant, eyes devoid of warmth, radiating an endless malice that sent shivers down his spine. In that moment, when Shen Yelin had called him out, he had believed his fate was sealed. Fear surged within him like a tide, and he felt his heart racing as though it might leap from his chest. Clutching himself tightly, he sought solace amidst the terror, but Shen Yelin's frigid glare was etched into his heart like an indelible brand. Wang Qianji approached and, upon seeing Wang Qianma trembling in self-embrace, clicked his tongue and delivered a swift kick, causing Wang Qianma to emit a muffled yelp of pain. "Why are you lost in such foolish thoughts again?" Wang Qianji scolded. "You seem to have too much idle time. Why act so frightened of the young master? Who bought the clothes you wear? Who orders the kitchen to prepare your favorite dishes? Who provides you with the toys you desire? And those scattered requests for comfort, who fulfills them? Try another young master as household and see if they treat you as a person at all. You dare to covet someone favored by another, and you still have the audacity to complain?" Wang Qianmo replied, "This is quite embarrassing, indeed. Master, you've made me want to dig a hole and hide." Wang Qianji's temper was known to be fiery. He had once been similarly brash when he first encountered Shen Yelin. However, he later softened his demeanor toward Shen Yelin. "Speak up. Why are you pretending to be dumb?" Wang Qianji snapped. Wang Qianma quickly scrambled to his feet, a sheepish grin on his face. "Master, I just need you to give me a good talking to." "Talking to? I thought that kick was already lenient. I ought to give you a thorough beating. How can you be so foolish?" Wang Qianma protested. "Oh, Master, I'm just a child. Please don't be too harsh on me. Harsh? Do you consider this harsh? I am teaching you how to survive. The seventh young master is kind-hearted and won't harm us. But what about others? If you venture out and meet a deadly fate, you won't even know how it happened. Wang Qianma grasped Wang Qianji's hand, pleading, "Oh, master, I understand my mistakes. Please don't scold me anymore." "Go and copy the medical text properly for your reflection," commanded Wang Qianji. "Yes, disciple will do so at once," Wang Qianmo replied. Watching Wang Qianma's retreating figure, Wang Qianji sighed in exasperation. This foolish child brings me no peace of mind. Chapter 64. Interrogation. How could someone so astute in the art of healing be so naive in social interactions? Indeed, perfection is a rarity in this world. Nevertheless, it matters not. This child, while lacking in social grace, possesses a remarkable capacity for learning. With a bit of guidance, he will surely master his studies. Seated at his desk, furrowing his brow, Wang Qianji toyed with a piece of smooth jade, an heirloom gifted by his mentor upon achieving mastery in medicine. Waves of nostalgia washed over him. He too had once struggled with interpersonal relationships, often oblivious to the anger he provoked in others. It was only after meeting Xuanyelin that he began to change, albeit with a hint of double standards, showing kindness only to Xuanyelin while offering coldness to others. One would expect a healer to embody serenity and compassion, yet Wang Qianji was the antithesis, impulsive and hot-tempered. Yet, when faced with patients, he transformed into a paragon of calm, as if two distinct personas resided within him. His gaze shifted to Wang Qianma, and he saw in the boy a reflection of his own past. Wang Qianma was a child he had rescued from the snow, a babe who would have perished had Wang Qianji not intervened. He treated Wang Qianma as his own son, even bestowing upon him a surname of his own. Wang Qianji cared deeply for him, and Wang Qianma was well aware of this, ever obedient to his mentor's guidance. As Wang Qianma sat at his desk, preparing to transcribe medical texts, his eyes dimmed slightly, and he sighed in resignation. He lifted his gaze to the window, where a bright moon hung high amidst a scattering of stars. He thought, perhaps like the night sky, the bright moon is beautiful, yet requires the stars to appear complete. Thus, no one is perfect. All things in the world are interdependent. Yet, recognizing one's shortcomings compels one to strive for change. Failure to do so is the greatest defeat. Wang Qianji, with a mere glance, discerned Wang Qianma's thoughts. He sighed softly, relinquished the jade in his grasp, rose, and approached the window. Do perfect individuals truly exist in this world? He pondered aloud. The answer eludes us, yet the absence of such individuals bears little relevance to our lives. Our foremost task is to cultivate our own selves, to surmount the challenges we face. If certain obstacles prove insurmountable at the very least, we can take solace in our efforts. Imperfection is, after all, an endearing trait of humanity. Those who are excessively perfect cease to embody the essence of mankind. Moreover, how many among us can genuinely attain perfection? Therefore, you have already performed admirably. Do not belittle yourself, nor should you lose faith in your own abilities. Wang Qianji reached out and tousled Wang Qianma's hair. From your demeanor, it appears you have resolved to tackle your most formidable challenges. Am I correct? Wang Qianma's gaze sparkled with unwavering determination. Indeed, he affirmed. I believe in you, my disciple, regardless of the outcome. All that matters is that you give it your utmost effort, Wang Qianji encouraged. Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Wang Qianma vowed. Very well, Wang Qianji replied. His words like a gentle breeze that dispelled the dust of uncertainty from Wang Qianma's heart. Turning his attention to the open medical texts on the table, he beheld the weighty Qian Chao I Ching shimmering with a faint glow in the dim candlelight. Copying the medical texts was a means for him to cultivate patience, reminding him that some matters cannot be hurried. With his emotions steadied, Wang Qianma inhaled deeply and began to transcribe the contents of the medical book. The tip of his brush glided across the paper. Though his handwriting was not particularly elegant, it exuded a tenacious resolve. His brow furrowed as he strived to comprehend each word and prescription within the text. Outside the study, the moonlight fell like water upon the ground, casting his solitary silhouette in relief. The night breeze rustled through the curtains, creating a gentle whisper that seemed to cheer him on in his late-night diligence. A resolute glimmer shone in Wang Qianma's eyes. He understood that only through relentless effort and learning could he live up to his master's expectations and become a true healer capable of alleviating his master's burdens. Observing Wang Qianma's rare seriousness, Wang Qianji couldn't help but smile. This little rascal looks rather commendable when he takes things seriously. Once I teach him to be a bit more astute, he will surely excel. Heavy clouds obscured the brilliance of the stars and moon, while lanterns swayed on the street, casting dappled shadows. Within the Zhang residence's study, the Minister of Personnel, Lord Zhang, appeared pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. He clutched a note bearing the name Xin Yelin, his fingers turning white from exertion. The mere sight of those 3 characters rendered him too fearful to even glance at the contents of the note, his entire being trembling in terror. Reflecting on it, the fact that a mere 5-year-old could exude such overwhelming pressure left him aghast. Should the child grow further, he might unleash a veritable storm of chaos upon the court. Staring in disbelief at the note he gripped, he felt as though he held not a piece of paper, but a grim reaper's decree. His hands shook violently, nearly unable to steady the feather-light note. Soon, the tranquility of the night was shattered by hurried footsteps outside the door. Zhang Xuanjiao hastily concealed the note within a scroll, rapidly adjusting his expression. The door swung open, and a servant rushed in, panting, clutching a sealed letter. "My lord, a pressing missive from the second young master." The servant's voice trembled slightly. Lord Zhang seized the letter, tore open the seal, and swiftly skimmed its contents. His expression morphed from initial anxiety to despair and finally ignited into profound anger. He sprang to his feet, crumpling the letter and hurling it to the ground. What is Shun Qing's meaning? Now that trouble has come knocking, does he intend to abandon me? He fumed. When he compelled me to follow him, he was not of this disposition. Am I now merely a pawn he no longer requires? Zhang Xuanjiao's face twisted further with each word. If I am destined to perish, Shun Qing shall not find solace either. I will expose every misdeed he has committed for all to see, revealing the monstrous visage beneath his charming facade. My lord, the servant interjected timidly. Zhang Xuanjiao shot him a frigid glare. What is it?
Speak.
The servant trembled in fear, his voice quavering. The second young master instructed me to convey a message. Zhang Xuanjiao pressed. What message? He said, My lord, upon reading this confidential letter, you are likely to erupt in fury, but do not fear losing everything as a result. Even upon receiving Shun Yelin's correspondence, exercise caution. He has his own means to deal with the situation. Confusion clouded Zhang Xuanjiao's mind. If that is his sentiment, why then pen this letter to me? Why not simply reveal his true intentions? My lord, the second young master derives amusement from tormenting others. His aim is to elicit a reaction from you, to see you teetering between paradise and perdition. Zhang Xuanjiao's forehead pulsed with tension. His malevolent sense of humor remains unchanged. Did he share anything else with you? The servant shook his head. No. The second young master merely dispatched these words. Zhang Xuanjiao clicked his tongue. Very well, you may leave. Once the servant departed, Zhang Xuanjiao finally opened the note penned by Xin Yelin. On the white paper, it read, Lord Zhang, I trust you are well. I wonder how the Bai Luo Chun tea you consumed yesterday fared. Did you experience any discomfort? Zhang Xuanjiao found himself muttering incredulously. How could he possibly know what I drank yesterday? I brewed it in my secluded chamber. How could he know? It was impossible for him to have entered, as I alone possessed the key. Yet, how could he discern what I imbibed? And judging by his words, could it be that he had placed something in my tea? But I do not feel unwell. Or is it that Xin Yelin is merely attempting to intimidate me? No, that cannot be. The odds of such a lucky guess are minuscule, and besides, he would not disclose actions he had not undertaken. A chill coursed through Zhang Xuanjiao's body as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Shun Yelin had spies within the Zhang residence. Suddenly, a wave of dread washed over him. Zhang Xuanjiao felt as though a boulder had lodged itself in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He scanned his surroundings. Every corner of the Zhang estate seemed to harbor Shun Yelin's agents. He had never anticipated that Shun Yelin's reach would extend so far, infiltrating even his own home.
Yet,
The The second young master had warned him that he might receive a letter from Xin Yelin and advised him to remain calm. It seemed the second young master had sensed something amiss. If he wished to preserve his life, he must heed Xin Qing's counsel. Otherwise,
He might not even know how he met his end.
his gaze fell upon the swaying tree outside the window, the rustling leaves whispering like secrets, mocking his impotence, as even a 5-year-old child toyed with him. Then, the sound of light footsteps reached his ears. Zhang Chuanjiao's nerves were on edge. Any noise now felt like an impending threat from Sun Yelin's agents sent to eliminate him. He spun around abruptly, eyes wide with terror, only to see servants passing by, bearing basins of water for washing and clean clothes. Zhang Chuanjiao's gaze was fixed intently on the servants, his eyes sweeping over each face in an attempt to discern any trace of the unusual. However, everyone averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Once all the servants had entered, Zhang Chuanjiao's heart remained unsettled. He scrutinized them as if he sought to penetrate their very souls. Yet the sensation of being watched intensified, as if unseen eyes lurked in the shadows, observing his every move. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows upon the mottled walls. Within the secret chamber of Sun Yelin's estate, a middle-aged man found himself bound to a cold stone chair, his eyes filled with terror and despair. His clothes were tattered, revealing ghastly scars that marred his skin. His lips were chapped, with remnants of dried blood at the corners, evidence of his prior struggles. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open, and a man clad in opulent attire, with a sinister countenance, stepped inside. His eyes glimmered with a mocking light, as though he were witnessing a meticulously orchestrated performance. He approached slowly, his fingers gliding across the middle-aged man's cheek, leaving a chilling sensation in their wake.
So,
"You are the one the young master has tasked me with interrogating? Remarkable that, despite enduring such torment, you remain tight-lipped." Sun Yelin reclined against the plush cushions, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, producing a soft sound. His eyes resembled two fathomless lakes, though his face betrayed no emotion. An inscrutable depth simmered beneath the surface. "Xianyi, the task is now yours." A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Xianye's lips, tinged with an almost frenzied gleam. "As you command. I shall surely pry open his mouth." "Please, young master, grant me but a moment." Sun Yelin replied languidly, "Granted." The bound man felt a chill surge from his feet to his heart. An oppressive atmosphere seemed to suffuse the air. Chapter 65. Utterly foolish. As Sun Yelin's voice faded, the space seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of the man's rapid breathing. He was tightly bound to a rough wooden post, the ropes around his wrists digging into his skin, reddening it, yet escape was futile. Xianye's figure flickered in the dim light, each step echoing like a hammer upon the man's heart, instilling a profound terror. The surrounding winds appeared to cease, leaving only the frigid aura emanating from Sun Yelin permeating the atmosphere. The man looked up, striving to glean some emotion from Sun Yelin's profound gaze, but was met with an abyss of darkness. He swallowed hard, a gnawing unease swelling within him, as if his fate was firmly clasped in those inscrutable eyes. The low murmurs of the guards faded into oblivion. All present understood the horrific events that would soon unfold. In such a stifling environment, even someone as fearless as Chao Qingyue felt his resolve wavering. From the moment their eyes locked, a shroud of gloom enveloped him. The burgeoning fear intensified, so much so that he contemplated divulging everything he knew before the torture even began. Stealing a furtive glance at Sun Yelin, he found the latter's gaze fixed upon him. A smirk of disdain curled at Sun Yelin's lips, his eyes regarding Chao Qingyue as one might regard an insignificant insect. In an instant, beads of sweat began to form on Chao Qingyue's forehead. His heart raced, and his entire body felt unnervingly light. No matter how he tried, he could not fathom how such a chilling demeanor could belong to a mere 5-year-old child. Xianyi approached Chao Qingyue, eyeing the array of torture instruments on the table, his fingers trailing over them lightly. "So many delightful options. Tell me, Mr. Chao, shall I employ them one by one, or will you select your preference?" The smile adorning Xianye's face was disturbingly grotesque, akin to a purple lotus blooming in the night, beautiful yet lethal. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He licked his lips gently, the motion elegant yet cruel, reminiscent of a cheetah eyeing its prey with ravenous anticipation. The oppressive presence of Xin Yelin and Xianyi bore down on Chao Qingyue, suffocating him almost to the point of asphyxiation. In the dim yellow light, Xianye's form appeared grotesquely distorted, like a warped ink painting, steeped in strangeness and peril. His fingers traced Chao Qingyue's face, deliberating where to commence his gruesome work. The manic grin on Xianye's face was unsettling, punctuated by intermittent, sinister chuckles that sent shivers down Chao Qingyue's spine. Previous tormentors had failed to instill such dread. This man was an enigma, and Chao Qingyue could not predict when he might strike. This uncertainty only compounded his terror. He found himself silently pleading for Xianyi to commence the torture. He could no longer endure the state of anxiety. His mental and emotional stability was on the brink of collapse. Currently, Chao Qingyue embodied the very state Xianyi sought to elicit from him. A man unafraid of death could not be coerced into revealing secrets through mere brutality. Rather, it was essential to dismantle his spirit and will. Once his psychological defenses crumbled, he would become nothing more than a plaything, easily manipulated.
Mr. Gao.
Why do you linger in silence? Choose one without delay. Chao Qingyue remained mute, turning his head away, his resolve unwavering. Xianyi sighed softly. Alas, it seems none of these instruments appeal to you, Mr. Chao. Thus, I shall select one for you. Xianye's gaze fell upon the array of implements, and he selected a slender, pointed needle. He brandished it before Chao Qingyue, shaking it lightly. What say you, Mr. Chao? Is this to your liking? A glance at the needle in Xianye's hand extinguished Chao Qingyue's prior urgency. The mere fact that Xianyi had produced it indicated that he intended to use it. With this realization, much of his fear dissipated, and he wore a faade of composure. Do as you will, whether to kill or to maim. It is but a death in the end. Xianyi raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Chao Qingyue's sudden shift in attitude, for he had anticipated such reactions.
Mr. Gao.
When did I ever claim that I intended to kill you? His laughter rang out, echoing with manic glee. Chao Qingyue furrowed his brow. What is so amusing? The absurdity of the situation eluded him. In the next moment, Xianyi clapped his hands lightly. Bring her in. 2 guards outside responded. Yes, Lord Xianyi. As the door to the torture chamber swung open, Chao Qingyue's gaze darted toward it. You were here. How could you be here? Did you not leave? Panic surged within him as he beheld Gong Yue being escorted in by 2 guards. Her mouth was gagged with a piece of black fabric, rendering her unable to speak, only able to emit muffled sounds. Xianyi seized Gong Yue's hand and thrust her before Chao Qingyue. You may both depart. The guards replied yes. Gong Yue's hand was gripped painfully by Xianyi, intensifying her muffled cries. Chao Qingyue glared fiercely at Xianyi. What do you intend to do? Xianyi replied with a faint smile. Mr. Chao, how could your memory be so poor? Did I not just explain? This needle is not for you. He once again waved the slender needle before Chao Qingyue, then brandished it in front of Gong Yue. Gong Yue, trembling in fear, quickly closed her eyes, her entire being quivering uncontrollably. Chao Qingyue, Xuanmen, you beast. If you have the courage, come at me instead. What sort of man takes pleasure in tormenting a woman? Xuanmen smiled and replied, but is it not you, County Magistrate Chao, who has subjected her to this suffering? Suddenly, Xuanmen thrust the long needle he held into Gong Yue's fingernail, amplifying her whimpers. Tears streamed down her face, for the pain of her fingers was unbearable, especially for a refined lady unaccustomed to such torment. Blood flowed profusely from her fingertips. Observing her anguish, Xuanmen could not help but laugh heartily.
Ha ha ha.
Xin Yelin, irritated by Xuanmen's laughter, clicked his tongue in annoyance, prompting Xuanmen to quiet down. He slowly turned to face Xin Yelin. Xin Yelin, Xuanmen. Despite Xin Yelin's silence, Xuanmen nodded at him. Chao Qingyue erupted with curses. Xuanmen, may you suffer a terrible fate. Even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. You are unworthy of being called a man. Xuanmen retorted, County Magistrate Chao, it is not I who has brought punishment upon your wife, but you. If you had confessed everything, would she still be enduring this torment? Ultimately, it is your lack of love for her that has rendered her insignificant in your eyes. After saying this, Xuanmen twisted the needle cruelly in Gong Yue's fingertip. Then, He forcefully removed the cloth ball that muffled her cries. Her heart-wrenching screams echoed sharply in the air, a sound that Xuanmen found strangely pleasurable. Ah, such a delightful sound. Chao Qingyue, you beast. Xuanmen, is that so? I share your sentiment. He picked up a metal shard, gazing at Gong Yuer with a smile. Madam, I wonder what beautiful sounds you will make as I peel away your fingernail. Chao Qingyue? No.
No.
Gong Yuer looked desperately at Chao Qingyue. Save me, my husband. With a crack, her fingernail was not completely removed. It broke halfway, perhaps due to Xuanmen's uncontrolled force, leaving her in excruciating pain. Oh dear, how careless of me. What shall I do now? She lamented, realizing the remaining half would be agonizing to extract with tweezers. What do you think, madam? When Gong Yuer gazed at Xuanmen, she felt a chilling illusion that before her stood not a man, but a creature clawing its way out of hell. Her eyes were filled with terror, her pupils constricting in fear. No.
No.
Chao Qingyue struggled fiercely, attempting to free himself from the ropes to rescue Gong Yuer, but the bindings were too tight to loosen. All he could manage were desperate, hoarse cries. Suddenly, Xuanmen recalled something. County Magistrate Chao, I've also brought your son to see you. Would you like to meet him now? At this, Chao Qingyue's heart sank, his eyes losing their luster. Xuanmen continued, however, I believe it is inappropriate for a child to be in such a bloody place. How about this? I could slice him up and bring him in. That way, he would be part of this gruesome scene, don't you think? Chao Qingyue truly panicked now. Xuanmen was mad. What wouldn't he do? His son was his only hope. Master Sun had assured him that his wife and child would remain safe. Why, then, was it like this? Had he been deceived? At that moment, Shun Yelin slowly stood up and sauntered over to Chao Qingyue's side. County Magistrate Chao, do you not wish to know why your wife and child are here? Chao Qingyue looked up in astonishment at Shun Yelin, shocked that he could see through his thoughts. You Shun Yelin replied. Enough with the stammering. The answer is simple. You have been played. Sun Qianji merely saw you as a scapegoat, and you, in your foolishness, believed his words. Consider this. That night when you drank with Li County Magistrate, did you not find it strange that he suddenly collapsed? He had always invited you at the hour of the rooster, yet that night, it was at the hour of the pig. Moreover, he was anxious and hurried. What was he in such a rush about? Perhaps he feared the poison would take effect prematurely? Think further. Shortly after his death, the entire Li family was brutally slaughtered. Why was that? Remember, when he sought you out, the Li family had all left the city. Did you not find that behavior suspicious? Chao Qingyue stared blankly at Shun Yelin. I thought he had been delayed, so I did not question it. We grew up together, so I trusted him completely. Shun Yelin chuckled softly. County Magistrate Chao, do you value your childhood friend more than the lives of the entire Li family? Only then did Chao Qingyue realize. Are you suggesting that Sun Qianji threatened him with the lives of the Li family? But why would he do that? My position is not significant. I hold the same rank as Li Shi. What could he possibly gain from me? Shun Yelin found Chao Qingyue's ignorance amusing. Did I not just tell you? You are to serve as the scapegoat. Chao Qingyue furrowed his brow. Scapegoat? Xuanmen, unable to contain himself, pushed Gong Yuer aside and approached Chao Qingyue. You are truly foolish. So much, so that you do not even realize how you will meet your end. Li Shi was merely a pawn for Sun Qianji, who has been manipulating things from the shadows. You were simply unaware. The wealth embezzled by the Li family could have purchased you 2 Tainyings. Sun Qianji is a parasite, corrupting the very fabric of Lingxian Kingdom. His influence is vast, and rooting him out is no easy task, requiring ample time to gather evidence of his crimes. Yet, in dealing with your case, he has been somewhat careless. Once we traced the matter back to Li Shi, Sun Qianji feared that he might spill crucial information, especially since the Li family's wealth is not solely theirs but also belongs to him. Those who collaborate with Sun Qianji regularly send him money. Thus, the more wealth they possess, the more he gains. Sun Qianji is well aware of the financial status of each household. If we were to seize the Li family's fortune, how devastated would he be? Hence, he resorted to threatening Li Shi with the lives of his family, coercing him to pin his death on you. In the silence that followed, time seemed to stretch unbearably, and everyone felt the weight of the tension. Chao Qingyue anxiously gazed at Xuanmen. And then, What happened next? Xuanya chuckled softly. Then Sun Qianji could draw you closer to him using Li Shi's death. It was a sudden demise. In that room, only you and Li Shi were present. The moment he died, the waiter just happened to enter with the dishes, did he not? Chao Qingyue wore a look of sheer terror as he stared at Xuanya. How do you know this? Xuanya smirked. It is quite easy to deduce. Moreover, you harbored no suspicion towards Li Shi, nor did you ever consider that he might be trying to frame you. When the waiter saw Li Shi bleeding, did he not immediately shout that a murder had occurred? Chao Qingyue nodded. He entered with the dishes, glanced at Li Shi, and began to scream, dropping the dishes he held. Soon, a crowd gathered around, leaving only Li Shi and me in the room, with no third party present. With so many eyes fixated on me at the door, I found myself at a loss for words. Everyone accused me of murdering Li Shi, claiming I was callous to human life. At that moment, Chao Qingyue's face was as pale as a sheet, his trembling hands clenched into fists, as if he were desperately trying to grasp at a thread of redemption from the air. He yearned for someone to testify on his behalf. Yet within the tightly closed door, it was only him and Li Shi. It seemed that validation would be unattainable. Xian Yi interrupted Li Shi's words. At this moment, didn't Sun Qianji step forward to speak for you? Li Shi replied, yes. He emerged from the crowd and came to my rescue, causing the gathering to disperse. Were it not for Sun Qianji's appearance, I would have been doomed that night. Reflecting on it now, I felt as though they had anticipated this outcome all along. Chao Qingyue's pupils constricted sharply, like a lake surface frozen by a sudden frost, tumultuous yet solidified into ice. A wave of dread surged within him, and in that instant, he realized that all of this was orchestrated to draw him into the fray. A chill crept up his spine. Chao Qingyue looked at Xian Yi in confusion. Still puzzled by one point, why did Sun Qianji choose me? What utility do I hold for him? If Li Shi's death was to ensnare me, then what is the ultimate objective of this entrapment? Xian Yi replied, to transfer assets. Did I not just explain this? The more wealth Sun Qianji accumulates, the richer he becomes. We have set our sights on Li Shi. If Sun Qianji does not act, all of Li Shi's assets will be confiscated. He cannot bear to lose them. Li Shi was destined to die. It is far better for him to die at Sun Qianji's hands, thus allowing his wealth to be transferred to you, rendering it temporarily secure. With Li Shi's demise, Sun Qianji comes to your aid, becoming your most trusted ally. He treats you well, does he not? Did he not bestow upon you a substantial sum? He assured you that as long as you remained loyal to him, these riches would be yours. Chao Qingyue replied, indeed. In the next moment, realization struck him, and his pupils dilated sharply. Could it be that the money Sun Qianji gave me actually belonged to Li Shi? Xian Yi confirmed, yes. He sighed softly. Finally, you have demonstrated some intelligence. For a person as oblivious as you, it is almost surprising that Sun Qianji would take an interest in you. He must have been driven to desperation. Shan Yiling added, the very person you have been assisting is, in fact, a complete parasite. With Sun Qianji's influence, he could conceal your wife and child, yet he was unable to do so. How could we still find them? Sun Qianji intended to use my hand to eliminate you. Yet, you foolishly came to cover for Sun Qianji, believing his assurances of protecting your family. Xian Yi continued, to be frank, the clues regarding your wife and child were deliberately left by Sun Qianji, which is how we were able to locate them so swiftly. His words fell upon Chao Qingyue like a bucket of cold water, awakening him to clarity. Chao Qingyue stood there, his heart a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. As images of Sun Qianji's ever-smiling face danced in his mind, yet his eyes held an inscrutable depth, as if concealing endless secrets. Xian Yi leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, akin to a cheetah stalking its prey. Chao Qingyue remained vigilant. I cannot simply take your word for it. Anyone could fabricate such claims. Shun Yiling anticipated this response and spoke softly. In this world, there are always traces to follow. The innkeeper was merely a pawn placed by Sun Qianji. His timely appearance disrupted your thoughts, preventing you from scrutinizing the circumstances surrounding Li Shi's death. In your panic and sorrow, you were naturally led by Sun Qianji into the trap he had set. While it is reasonable for you to distrust our claims, you cannot dismiss the words of your wife and child. Xian Yi pulled Gong Yuer before Chao Qingyue, Madam, please recount the truth to County Magistrate Chao in full detail. Otherwise. His gaze fell on Gong Yuer's hand, where only half a nail remained, causing her to shudder. All right, I will tell him everything, she stammered. Turning to Chao Qingyue, she said, Husband, what they say is true. We do not know who leaked our escape route, leading us to take an alternate path. Yet, halfway through, we were discovered by the 7th young master Xuanmen, and that is how we ended up here. Chao Qingyue anxiously scrutinized Gong Yuer. Is what you say truly the case? You were not coerced? She nodded. What I say is true. I have also pondered who could have betrayed our escape plans. At the time of our discussion, it was only the 3 of us, myself, you and Sun Qianji. I did suspect Sun Qianji, but considering how good he has been to us, I dismissed that thought. Yet now, after hearing the words of the 7th young master, Xuanmen, husband, it seems you may have been ensnared by Sun Qianji from the very beginning. He sought to temporarily safeguard these assets through you, and then, upon finding a suitable replacement, he would discard you. Cold sweat beaded on Chao Qingyue's forehead as he envisioned Sun Qianji's sinister smile growing clearer in the darkness, while he himself was gradually stepping toward the abyss. The night was as thick as ink, shrouding the earth in darkness. Moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a mottled glow on Chao Qingyue, adding a ghostly pallor to his already wan face. His eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed, as if enduring an unspeakable pain from betrayal.
Suddenly, Gao Chengi shouted, Damn you.
Sun Qianji, I swear I will kill you. To think you would exploit me in such a manner. You even cost my brother his life. Bound tightly to a rough wooden post, ropes constricted around his body, imprisoning him completely. His wrists were chafed raw, the veins beneath his skin starkly visible, as if protesting against this merciless restraint. Yet no matter how he struggled, the ropes held firm like iron chains, rendering him powerless. The air around him felt thick, with only his labored breaths breaking the stillness of the night, growing increasingly frantic. Each breath seemed a battle against fate, laden with helplessness and despair. Chao Qingyue's breaths quickened. The ropes seemed to tighten further, as if enchanted, each inch of his skin aware of their coarse texture. He twisted his arms with all his might, seeking even the slightest possibility of relief, but the ropes remained steadfast, cruelly binding his freedom. Sweat streamed down his forehead, stark against the chill of the night air. With every struggle, the sound of ropes rubbing against his skin echoed like mocking laughter, incessantly reminding him of the bitter truth of his deception. He glanced up at Xianyi, his eyes filled with defiance and resignation. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, bringing with it the rustling sounds of distant woods, as if nature itself whispered softly. Xin Yiling looked out the window. Dark clouds loomed ominously, suggesting an impending storm. It seemed that tranquility had once again eluded Lingxian Kingdom. Xianyi remarked, No matter how Sun Qianji schemes, there will come a day when he falls into our hands. When that time comes, he shall also experience the taste of such torment. Xin Yiling turned to Chao Qingyue. Do not struggle any longer. With your strength, you cannot inflict any substantial harm upon Sun Qianji. I can spare your lives, but I need the information I seek. Should you fail to provide it truthfully, the tortures you face will be inflicted upon your wife. My patience is limited. I shall give you 3 counts of time. As soon as Xin Yiling finished speaking, Chao Qingyue hastily exclaimed, I will speak. I will tell you everything. It was Sun Qianji who exploited me first. Now that I have uncovered the truth, I shall not continue to assist in his tyranny. Xianyi, we possess a wealth of intelligence. Should you speak falsely, we will know instantly. Chao Qingyue, rest assured. My lords, every word I utter is entirely truthful. There is no room for deception. Xin Yiling, I must inquire, to whom have you transferred your wealth? Did Sun Qianji mention anything to you? Chao Qingyue, the day before the incident, Sun Qianji approached me regarding this matter. He instructed me to transport the wealth to East City and hand it over to a man who would tap my shoulder on the streets there. Xin Yiling, who was that man? Did you see his face clearly? Chao Qingyue shook his head. I did not. He was clad in black and wore a mask. So, I could not discern his appearance. However, judging by his physique, he was likely a man slightly taller than I, robust and clearly skilled in combat. Xianyi. So, he tapped your shoulder and you relinquish the reins of the carriage to him? Shen Yiling, Xian Yi slammed the table. Once again. Sun Qianji truly is a scoundrel. Shen Yiling, do not rush. The situation in East City is unlike before. It is densely populated, and someone is bound to know the whereabouts of that convoy. If no one in East City saw anything, it only suggests that the person in charge there is in league with Sun Qianji. This will facilitate our investigation. Xian Yi. But could his brazen choice to act in the open be a ruse? Shen Yiling. Unusual circumstances often conceal ulterior motives. It appears Sun Qianji has orchestrated this deliberately. Xian Yi. What shall we do? Shen Yiling. Fear not. Let us play along and observe what tricks he may conjure. Xian Yi turned to Chao Qingyue. How do you typically communicate with Sun Qianji? Chao Qingyue. Sometimes he visits my residence. Other times we correspond through letters. However, his letters are peculiar. They incinerate upon reading, so I have no written evidence of his communications. Xian Yi. TSK, his situation mirrors that of previous individuals. There is not a shred of evidence. Shen Yiling. He has lost numerous subordinates to us. I doubt he is not anxious. When a person is in a state of panic, they are prone to leaving traces behind. Shen Yiling then addressed Chao Qingyue. Very well, I have no further inquiries. Chao Qingyue. Then, what shall happen to me now? Shen Yiling turned to Xian Yi. Find a secure location for them to stay and assign guards for their protection. Xian Yi pointed at Chao Qingyue. We do not kill him? Shen Yiling. No, we shall not. Though Xian Yi had doubts, Shen Yiling's decision to spare him was final. The seventh young master must have his reasons. Although he felt that Chao Qingyue's words were not entirely trustworthy. Night enveloped the sky of Lingxian Kingdom in ominous crimson clouds, foretelling an impending storm. The glazed tiles of the State Master's residence shimmered under the moonlight, casting a soft glow that starkly contrasted with the red clouds on the horizon. Sun Qianji stood atop the towering city wall, his gaze piercing as he stared into the distance. His silhouette appeared even more imposing against the night, emanating an indescribable authority. His hands clenched the stones of the wall, as if he wished to crush his unease along with them. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept by, lifting the corner of his robe and stirring the unnameable fury within him. Chapter 67. A longed-for dream. The wind howled violently, swirling leaves and dust into a frenzied dance. Sun Qianji's eyes blazed with unquenchable wrath, as if he could consume all living beings in his fury. His gaze pierced through the layers of darkness toward the distant East City. His fingers formed a tight fist, veins bulging, determined that his next move would ensure Shen Yiling's demise. We shall see, Shen Yiling, he seethed through clenched teeth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, illuminating his stern visage. Upon leaving, he had cast a protective barrier within the room. Should anyone attempt to intrude, he would be instantly alerted. Shen Yiling hurriedly made his way to Luo Xueyun. Upon seeing her serene sleeping face, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dispelled the barrier and examined the wound on Luo Xueyun's arm, reassured when he confirmed there was no bleeding. Her gentle breaths reached his ears, and as he gazed at her slumbering form, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Shen Yiling's cheeks flushed, as if two vibrant clouds had blossomed on his face. Red as ripened apples in summer, full and alluring. His eyes, though anxious, brimmed with affection for her. He lowered his head, too shy to meet her gaze. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the edge of the bed, producing a faint, rhythmic sound. The air around them was thick with youthful tension, as if time itself had frozen. His face grew warmer, a flame dancing upon his skin, making him appear more animated and alive. In this moment, he was both innocent and genuine, a stark contrast to the cold, relentless persona he had donned in the prison. To the unknowing observer, one might wonder if Shen Yiling were a twin, one a frosty, merciless brother, the other a tender, youthful sibling. He remained by Luo Xueyun's side, vigilantly watching over her for 2 full days and nights. During this time, Su Donghua and Luo Ming came to visit, but Shen Yiling chose not to see them. Luo Ming and Su Donghua's visit was not an acknowledgement of their wrongdoings. They merely sought to feign sincerity and express their desire to reclaim Luo Xueyun. After all, today was the day she was to be delivered to the Li family, and if Su Donghua failed to present her, the Li family would not let the matter rest. How could they not be anxious? The sight of their loathsome faces ignited a fierce desire within Shen Yiling to confront them. His gaze lingered on Luo Xueyun, initially intending to discuss the matter of their impending union, having already devised an excuse, but now, with her in a deep slumber, that plan was rendered futile. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely that Sun Qianji's operatives in East City were affiliated with the Li family, the wealthiest in the region. The Li family was meticulous in their dealings and had never made a mistake until this matter of the union, which constituted their gravest error. Once he secured evidence, he could hold the Li family accountable, uncovering further incriminating details not only regarding the union, but also their collusion with Sun Qianji. Hence, this endeavor was of utmost importance. Had it been anyone else lying in that bed instead of Luo Xueyun, he would have summoned Wang Qianji to awaken them without hesitation. But Luo Xueyun was different. She held a special place in his heart. Therefore, no matter how pressing the situation, he would not rouse her. Moreover, he had already formulated a plan of action for the night. Of course, he would ensure her safety throughout, so there was no need for concern on that front. As Shen Yiling contemplated his next steps, Luo Xueyun slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her arm felt akin to countless ants gnawing at her flesh, sharp and excruciating. "My heavens! Why does it hurt so much?" she exclaimed, her drowsiness entirely swept away by the throbbing pain. Though her face betrayed no sign of discomfort, internally she was crying out in agony. "Woe is me! This is unbearable!" she lamented. That vile old crone truly devised a wicked poison in this sleeve arrow. Luo Xueyun's complexion had turned somewhat pale from the pain, yet she still maintained her composure. Shen Yiling, attuned to her thoughts, instinctively felt compelled to inquire if she needed a doctor due to her evident distress. However, he reconsidered. After all, he was privy to her thoughts without her having uttered a word, and such a question might seem rather odd. He gazed at Luo Xueyun and cleared his throat, feigning calmness. "Are you all right?" Luo Xueyun nodded slightly. "Yes, it's just that my hand hurts." As she spoke, she indicated her injured arm with her other hand. Shen Yiling replied, "I will summon a doctor right away to alleviate your pain." "Thank you, Brother Shen," Luo Xueyun responded. "Today marks the time when I am to be given to the Li family for a ghostly marriage. Currently, I cannot move against that old crone. If I do, no one will stop me. If I don't make sure to punish the entire Li family tonight, I shall no longer bear the surname Luo." Shen Yiling's expression froze momentarily. Was Yun planning to confront the Li family? But she was currently injured, and Wang Qianji had advised her to rest. If her wound reopened, it would severely hinder her recovery. He is about to fetch the doctor, which conveniently presents a chance for me to escape. Shen Yiling's intention to leave was abruptly halted as he turned back to Luo Xueyun. It would be better to let her cooperate with him. In doing so, she would remain under his protection. Shen Yiling strode purposefully to Luo Xueyun, his gaze adopting a serious demeanor. "Yun, there is something I need to discuss with you." She replied. "Your mother informed me yesterday that your grandmother and father intend to send you to the Li family for a ghostly marriage. Her power is insufficient to prevent this, hence she has asked for my assistance." Luo Xueyun feigned ignorance about the meaning of a ghostly marriage, tilting her head and blinking innocently. What does a ghostly marriage mean? She truly did not know. Shen Yiling understood she was aware but patiently explained it again. His dark eyes filled with affection. Luo Xueyun then put on a dramatic display, trembling and crying in fear. Shen Yiling comforted her while smiling at her current state. Thus, to capture the hidden villains, Brother Shen required Yu Yun's collaboration.
Can you do that?
Heavens! This is simply a dream come true. I thought I would have to escape, but it turns out I can walk out openly. And with Shen Yiling here, even if something unexpected occurs, I need not worry excessively. How splendid! Luo Xueyun's heart was brimming with joy. "All right, I promise, Brother Shen." Her small hands clutched her clothing. "Although I am a bit scared. As long as Brother Shen protects me, I am less afraid." She offered Shen Yiling a sweet smile, one that utterly captivated him. Yet, he did not wish for her to discern his feelings for her, so he maintained a neutral expression. Shen Yiling fought to suppress his inner turmoil, striving to appear unfazed. He gently rubbed the jade pendant at his waist, the cool surface tracing erratic patterns on his palm, concealing his true emotions behind a composed facade. However, his subtle gestures could not mask the chaos within. He slightly turned his head, attempting to capture every fleeting movement of her smile, her gaze, all causing his heart to race. Yet, whenever her eyes met his, he would swiftly look away, as though evading something. Luo Xueyun was amused by Xin Yiling's demeanor. She understood his intent. He was being aloof, not wanting her to know his feelings. Xin Yiling cleared his throat. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Xueyun replied, "Oh, nothing. I just suddenly recalled something joyful." Xin Yiling, aware of her thoughts, noted that her mind held no particular ideas at that moment. "By the way, Brother Xin, weren't you going to call the doctor for me? If he doesn't come soon, I might not be able to endure much longer." The pain in her arm was indeed severe, causing tears to well in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Xin Yiling hurriedly assured her, "All right, I will fetch him right away." He dashed to the pharmacy, where Wang Qianji was located. Upon hearing that Xin Yiling had arrived, Wang Qianji was about to greet him when Xin Yiling rushed in. "Bring your supplies and come with me, quickly." Observing Xin Yiling's frantic demeanor, Wang Qianji hastily gathered his things and followed him. It was evident that the injured girl had awakened. Yet, was Xin Yiling's urgency because her arm had reopened? That should not be the case. Unless she deliberately moved her arm, the wound would not reopen. Wang Qianji, puzzled, asked, "Young master, did the girl's arm reopen?" Xin Yiling shook his head. "No." "Then what is it?" Wang Qianji inquired. "She said the wound hurts a lot and wishes for pain relief." Wang Qianji nodded. "I thought as much. The wound wouldn't easily reopen. I have prepared several types of quick-acting pain relief medicines." "How quick?" "Effective upon administration." Once Wang Qianji and Xin Yiling entered the room, they found Luo Xueyun curled up on the bed, drenched in cold sweat.
Yuyun.
Xin Yiling rushed forward, carefully supporting her. He then turned to Wang Qianji. "What are you waiting for? Hurry, administer the medicine." "Yes," Wang Qianji responded. Who would have thought that this wound would be so deadly when it hurt? As soon as Xin Yiling left to find Wang Qianji, Luo Xueyun had crumpled in pain. She had truly reached her limit. She had planned to wait until Xin Yiling returned before getting up, but the pain was overwhelming, leaving her utterly drained of strength. After Wang Qianji changed Luo Xueyun's dressing and had her take pain relief medication, her pale complexion quickly began to regain its color. Wang Qianji remarked, "That hidden arrow has repeatedly harmed her flesh. That area is severely damaged, and when it hurts, it can truly be debilitating. Thus, it is crucial to take the pain relief medication on time and to change the dressing accordingly. The pain relief can last no more than 3 hours. If you venture outside, I will place the medicine in an ice box to maintain its freshness." "Understood. Prepare it," Xin Yiling instructed. "Yes." Luo Xueyun leaned weakly against Xin Yiling, her breathing becoming labored. These injuries should not have been too painful for her, but perhaps due to the nature of this body, they felt acutely painful. It seemed she would need to strengthen herself going forward, as this body was now hers. Xin Yiling gently patted Luo Xueyun's back. "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt." His gaze was filled with compassion as he looked at her. At that moment, Luo Xueyun resembled a fragile porcelain doll, as if a gentle touch could shatter her. He intended to use that hidden arrow on Su Donghua and Luo Ming, allowing them to experience the torment it inflicted. After a while, Xin Yiling slowly spoke. "You knew now." Before he could finish, Luo Xueyun interrupted, fully aware of his intent. With a smile, she said, "Brother Xin, I know you are worried about me. However, if I do not go, you will not be able to find the evidence as smoothly. Thus, this matter can only proceed with Yuyun's involvement." Her captivating eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, mesmerizing enough to render one unable to look away. For a moment, Xin Yiling found himself entranced. Noticing Xin Yilin's dazed expression, Luo Xueyun tilted her head slightly and asked, "Brother Xin?" She pouted. Did Brother Xin not hear what Xueyun said just now? Xin Yiling hurriedly replied, "I did hear." Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow in confusion. "But why did it seem like you were lost in thought? Did you truly listen to me?" Xin Yiling nodded earnestly, his expression sincere, devoid of deceit. Luo Xueyun acquiesced. All right, Xueyun believes you. Although Xuanmen had indeed been distracted and hadn't he absorbed her words, he could easily surmise what she wished to convey. Undoubtedly, she wanted to accompany him. Luo Xueyun extended her pinky. All right, let's make a promise. Xuanmen smiled and nodded, agreed. First and foremost, your safety must be paramount. Never act recklessly. Second, you must adhere strictly to my plan. Deviation is not an option. Third, should circumstances change, immediately blow this whistle or crush this small bead, and I will appear before you without delay. As he spoke, Xuanmen produced a small red bead and a whistle from his sleeve. Let us seal our promise. Luo Xueyun obediently nodded. All right, promise sealed. She took the items he offered, examining the bead in her palm with intrigue. Is this bead truly so fragile? Xueyun wondered, concerned about her strength. The bead felt weightless in her hand, yet its appearance resembled amber, and striking it felt akin to striking stone. I'm tempted to test it. This was her first encounter with such a peculiar object, and she mused that if she could understand its mechanism, she might even create one herself. Perhaps even improve upon it. Xuanmen, catching her thoughts, smiled subtly, sensing her fascination with the object. He resolved to gift her more, allowing her to indulge in her curiosity without risk of harm. It won't break easily. Just a slight pressure will suffice, Xuanmen assured. But what if I accidentally crush it? She queried. It will only shatter if it senses your grip, he replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with wonder. Is it really that magical? Xuanmen chuckled. Do you wish to know why? Yes, yes. She nodded eagerly, her face alight with curiosity. However, the more eager she became, the more Xuanmen chose to tease her, gently ruffling her hair. I'll tell you after our mission, all right? Her eyes filled with disappointment, she implored. Can't you tell me now? Not now, he replied without hesitation. Seeing her downcast expression made Xuanmen yearn to reveal the secret. I will always be by your side, not too far away. Do not be afraid. If you feel scared, crush the bead or blow the whistle. I will handle everything else, you need not worry. I understand, she replied. Rest for a moment. We still have time. He intended to help her lie down, but Luo Xueyun shook her head. Brother Shen, I can go out now. My arm no longer hurts. But, she smiled sweetly, since you promised to protect me, I trust you. You must also trust me, right? I will follow your plan. Xuanmen found it hard to resist her request and relented. All right, let me explain the plan to you.
Okay.
Under Xuanmen's careful guidance, Luo Xueyun comprehended the tasks ahead. Brother Shen's plan is indeed more strategic than my impulsiveness. It allows us to handle Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua effectively. However, I am surprised that Mother knows about the ritual. I am curious how she found out. Hearing this, Xuanmen remained unfazed, untroubled by the possibility that Lu Xiaoxi might unveil his deception. After all, someone as astute as Lu Xiaoxi would undoubtedly grasp what had transpired. Luo Xueyun took a deep breath. Brother Shen, I am ready now. I can get out of bed any time. Xuanmen sighed. Then, let us depart. All right, she smiled, looking at Xuanmen's face. You need not worry so much about me. I will follow the plan. As they walked, he continued to remind her. You have an injury. You must not let it reopen. You know how it felt when it hurt before. So, I will definitely listen to Brother Shen and not act recklessly, she assured.
Indeed.
Remember what I have told you. If anything changes, crush the bead. Understood. If the situation truly changes or if I stray beyond your control, I will step in myself. Even if my hand is injured, I will still manage to fend them off. As if fearing Xuanmen might change his mind, he promptly dispatched hidden guards to follow Luo's carriage. The creatures lurking in his residence, upon seeing Xuanmen leave, trailed after him, maintaining a cautious distance. How thrilling! Is this a chase? Exclaimed a fox demon. Another ghost in red replied, I told you, human affairs are more complex than our own. A different demon remarked, that girl is quite formidable. I doubt those humans can match her. But she is injured, isn't she? Questioned a tree demon, who had been silent until now. From my experience, that girl is not to be underestimated. Any pain she feels is merely a tickle to her. She gives off the impression of a relentless fighter, seemingly unfazed by injuries, thriving in the chaos. A red-clad figure flying by shot at a glance. Don't speak so carelessly. That was merely a frenzied red. We are much more composed than that, the fox demon replied awkwardly. Really? Aside from you, every other red I know seems a bit off, erratic, as if they might strike me down at any moment. Suddenly, Xuanmen's voice echoed from behind them. Dozens of demons and ghosts instantly halted, realizing Xuanmen had vanished from sight, yet his voice resonated behind them. Instinctively, they all attempted to flee, only to find themselves trapped within a barrier created by Xuanmen. All the creatures lamented their plight, some weeping uncontrollably, appearing as though they were on the verge of demise. Xuanmen, overwhelmed by the cacophony, grimaced slightly. With a sharp click of his tongue, the once clamorous demons fell silent. She is injured. You need not follow me. Go protect her instead. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. If I had truly wished to end your lives, I would have acted the night you followed me. Moreover, do not mention to her that it was I who summoned you. With those words, Xuanmen vanished from their sight, and the barrier confining them dissipated. The group exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe that what had just transpired was real. Xuanmen had refrained from taking their lives. The dog demon trembled as it spoke. I feel as if I have narrowly escaped a disaster. The other demons and spirits nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. The fox demon remarked. So he was aware of our presence all along? The figure in red added, I suspected something was amiss in the area of the Shun residence. Given the abundance of Yin energy, the entire layout of the Shun Manor is a 5-yang formation, which should not accommodate us.
Yet,
we entered without incident and discovered this place brimming with Yin energy. It appears he prepared this for us. In that moment, a shared realization took root among the demons and spirits. Perhaps this young man was not so malevolent after all. Smiles began to spread across their faces. The dog demon chuckled. It's rare for him to seek our assistance. Since we have nothing better to do, let us proceed, brothers. The others replied in unison, onward. Their spirits were lifted, and under the dog demon's guidance, they swiftly located the whereabouts of Luo Xueyun. With its keen sense of smell, the dog demon assisted them in navigating paths or locating lost items. Upon entering the Luo residence, Luo Xueyun immediately sensed their presence. However, they merely observed from a distance, displaying no intent to harm her or anyone else, so she paid them no mind. She assumed these demons and spirits sought mere amusement, given their apparent idleness. The figure in red gazed at Luo Xueyun from afar and remarked, You cannot deny that this young girl is truly captivating. The fox demon interjected, It is no wonder that she has captivated that lad so thoroughly. The dog demon added, Her skills are impressive. That boy's judgment in choosing companions is undeniably sound. The peach blossom demon laughed. I doubt he is enamored with her solely for her appearance. Curious glances turned towards the peach blossom demon. You, of all creatures, are renowned for fostering connections. Pray, enlighten us with your perspective. The peach blossom demon smiled gently, Yiling's attraction to her stems not from her outward beauty, but rather her inner essence. Confused, the others inquired, Inner essence? The peach blossom demon continued, Do you really think someone like Xuanmen would easily fall for just anyone? You know well how many stunning heiresses have approached him before, yet he scarcely acknowledged them. While this girl's beauty may not rival theirs, rest assured.
Xuanmen's discerning nature transcends mere appearances.
In the end, the group found the peach blossom demon's insights quite compelling. The dog demon praised, Truly, you are an expert. They conversed merrily, while on the other side, Luo Xueyun seethed with a desire to eliminate the two wretched beings before her. Su Donghua glared at her. You little wretch. You witnessed how your father and I were humiliated that night. I shall not demand immediate retribution, but you will comply with my demands shortly. Disobey me, and I shall grip your arm with great force. With that, Su Donghua indeed seized Luo Xueyun's injured arm with a vicious grip. Even with painkillers, the agony caused beads of sweat to form on her forehead. The scabbed wound was cruelly reopened, blood quickly soaking through her bandages. Su Donghua sneered, Without your mother here, you seem quite capable of enduring pain. Let me remind you, she is unable to protect you. However, should you comply with my demands, I might spare both you and her. What will you choose? Chapter 69, One by One. They returned, the cold wind rustled through the treetops, echoing the sighs of nature. Sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting golden patches upon the ground. Su Donghua stood in the shadows, her gaze filled with malice, a cruel smile curling at her lips. She reached out, digging her fingers into Luo Xueyun's hand, leaving a deep crimson mark. "You little wretch, today you face your doom. Now that you are no longer by the seventh young master's side, he is powerless against us. When the time comes, we shall concoct a tale of your demise, preparing a corpse of similar stature to deceive him. After all, he is just a 5-year-old brat. Can he outsmart me? The world may extol his intelligence and political acumen, but it seems those are mere exaggerations. Today, no one can save you. Await your fate of being impaled and silenced. If Lu Xiaoxi refuses to reconcile with Ming Jian, we shall sever her ties, uniting with the Li family to dismantle the Lu clan and claim their wealth. Once we possess their riches, Ming Jian will have no shortage of women. We shall take multiple wives, and I doubt he will even father a single son." Listening to Su Donghua's malevolent thoughts, Luo Xueyun laughed coldly within her heart. What utter absurdity! Such venomous words directed at one's own granddaughter reveal a conscience truly devoured by dogs.
Su Donghua.
Do not revel too soon. Your laughter shall soon fade. Yet, Su Donghua did not strike Luo Xueyun. At the moment of her kick, Luo Xueyun conjured a protective barrier around her abdomen. To feign vulnerability, she acted as though she had been struck. Su Donghua, witnessing Luo Xueyun's pained expression, erupted into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Oh, how pitiful you are. Why do you not call for help? I recall the commotion that night when those people came to your aid. Where are they now? Su Donghua's laughter was grating, causing Luo Xueyun to furrow her brow. Su Donghua's malicious intent and reckless nature were alarming. She had even plotted to kill Shen Yiling that night and contemplated her actions afterward. Her ambitions and spite were formidable. If left unchecked, she could wreak havoc on the realm. Furthermore, with a renowned establishment like the Luo Medical Hall, it was only a matter of time before the emperor took notice. They merely awaited an opportunity to be summoned to the palace. Should they win the emperor's favor, their sinister plans would commence. Golden sunlight bathed the quiet imperial city. In the shadows, a cloaked spy observed intently, fixated on the brightly lit mansion where the powerful ministers held secret meetings. The spy's fingers lightly tapped the hilt of his sword, each tap resonating with the rhythm of his heartbeat, tense and forceful. He was calculating the number of dignitaries within. The emperor had dispatched him to uncover their discussions. What he overheard sent a chill down his spine. They were conspiring on how to deal with Shen Yiling, plotting to eliminate him during his visit to the East City. They were also devising strategies to gradually undermine the sacred mountain following his demise. However, what astonished him even more was the fact that His Majesty was fully aware of everything. He had merely been sent to confirm the veracity of the intelligence. Indeed, the position of emperor was not one to be taken lightly. It required both a distant gaze and an acute awareness of nearby happenings, as well as an insight into the movements of individuals and the distribution of factions. It was akin to a chess player continually adjusting their strategy. The spy observed the grotesque visages of the ministers, a cold smile creeping onto his lips, as if mocking the powerful officials who were about to fall into a trap. His Majesty was acutely aware of your every move. You were merely a gathering of vermin. A gust of wind swept through, carrying faint whispers from afar. The spy perked up his ears, capturing each word, each subtle shift. He was indeed curious. If His Majesty had known of these individuals' nefarious intentions so early on, why not eliminate them outright? He harbored doubts but kept them to himself. To strike, one must ensnare them all. These were but small fish, and eliminating them would only alarm the snake. There were far greater figures lurking in the shadows. His Majesty's true target was not them, but rather to draw out the puppet master behind the scenes. Given the current state of affairs, he sensed that the opportune moment for His Majesty was nigh. After all, these individuals had mentioned Sun Qianji. The troubles within the palace were abundant, and the same could be said for Shen Yilin's situation. Each day was consumed by schemes and machinations. The emergence of Luo Xueyun was a rare respite, yet it was thwarted by two vile creatures. As Shen Yilin contemplated this, his eyes darkened. The mere thought of standing amidst the opulence of the palace filled him with distaste. The hypocritical faces and insincere smiles had grown tiresome. His gaze was as deep and cold as a frozen pond, and the surrounding palatial splendor seemed to mirror his inner turmoil. He lightly caressed the jade railing, the cool touch reminiscent of the indifference and ruthlessness that pervaded the palace. It was only in his own residence, or in her presence, that he felt a sense of relief, realizing the world was not solely comprised of hypocrisy and intrigue. A distant peal of laughter reached his ears, clear and pure, like a refreshing stream cleansing the dust from his heart. Turning, he saw Luo Xueyun, clad in an elegant gown, gliding gracefully through the garden, her smile radiant as the sun at dawn. Yet this beauty was short-lived, shattered almost instantaneously. Blame the wretched Su Donghua and Luo Ming, those two beasts. Their gazes towards Luo Xueyun brimmed with envy, malice, and greed. Xin Yelin was truly taken aback. How could a grandmother and father, both of whom should nurture her, stoop so low for money? Moreover, they ran a medical clinic. Previously, he had assumed the clinic was commendable. Now he realized it was as dark as their hearts. Xin Yelin clenched his fists, the fury within him igniting like dry tinder, blazing fiercely. He knew he must protect Luo Xueyun. He would not allow anyone to harm her. Anyone who sought to bring her harm would meet a swift end. This is your final opportunity. I ask you one last time, will you choose or not? Su Donghua's voice was low and icy, as if it emanated from the depths of the earth. Luo Xueyun turned, her gaze fixed intently upon Su Donghua, filled with resolve. In a fit of rage, Su Donghua slapped Luo Xueyun across the face. Why are you staring at me? I told you to speak. She added, today, no one will save you. You had better behave, or you will suffer the consequences. Yet, Su Donghua's slap did not truly land. Luo Xueyun had countered it with magic. The sensation felt identical to a real slap, so it was no wonder Su Donghua was oblivious. From a distance, Xin Yelin's eyes blazed with fury. His hidden guard beside him continuously urged restraint, fearing that Xin Yelin might impulsively slay Su Donghua with a single strike. However, Xin Yelin soon observed that Su Donghua's two attempts to strike Luo Xueyun had not reached her. She had deftly deflected them with her magic. He was taken aback, realizing the sophistication of Luo Xueyun's spells, even simulating the sensation of touch so convincingly. Achieving such an illusion, allowing others to be oblivious to the presence of magic while mimicking the feel of skin, was indeed a formidable feat. Although Xin Yelin recognized that Luo Xueyun had evaded Su Donghua's blows, his disdain for Su Donghua had reached its zenith. Had it not been for the larger picture and the multitude restraining him, he might have charged forward to deliver a lethal blow. Su Donghua, seeing Luo Xueyun's apparent calm in the face of her slap, furrowed her brow slightly. Something is amiss. Why is this little wretch so quiet? No reaction at all. Could it be that I have stunned her? Su Donghua approached cautiously, noticing Luo Xueyun with her head bowed, her long hair obscuring half her face, rendering her expression unreadable. Her hands hung limply at her sides, as if she lacked the strength to even lift a finger. Su Donghua reached out, intending to touch Luo Xueyun's cheek to confirm her state. Just as her fingers brushed against the cold, smooth skin, Luo Xueyun suddenly lifted her head, a strange glimmer igniting in her eyes. In that instant, Su Donghua felt as if she were confronting a completely unfamiliar person. The indifference and resilience reflected in those eyes were a stark contrast to the Luo Xueyun she knew. Startled, Su Donghua instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find herself ensnared by Luo Xueyun's penetrating gaze. Su Donghua, gripped by fear, clenched her fists and struck out again, a faint blue light emanating from the air, accompanied by a subdued hum, the unmistakable sign of a magical confrontation. Luo Xueyun gracefully stepped back, her fingertips lightly touching the air, manifesting a transparent barrier. Su Donghua's gust of wind collided with the barrier, producing a resounding thud, akin to striking against solid jade. The surrounding air seemed to tremble, their hair fluttering in the wind, creating a tableau both still and charged with tension. Yet soon, Luo Xueyun appeared to weaken, collapsing to her knees and gasping for breath, evidently suffering backlash from the exertion of her magic. Her complexion paled, hands trembling slightly. She looked up at Su Donghua, a glint of cold defiance in her eyes. If you have the ability, kill me now. The sunlight was obscured by heavy clouds, leaving only a flickering candlelight. In the secluded room, the candle flame danced, casting shadows upon Su Donghua's distorted visage. Little wretch, I warned you that today you would meet your doom. Her shrill voice pierced the stillness of the night, accompanied by a malicious chuckle, as if to rend the darkness asunder. I had my suspicions about you. You wield magic, and it appears my conjecture was correct. While I do not know how you acquired such power, it is of little consequence now. For you are about to become a dying person, and I have no desire to delve too deeply into the affairs of the dying. You are still young and lack control over your power, which has led you to this pitiful state.
Ha ha ha.
I expected you to be formidable, but you are merely this. I advise you not to struggle. This is merely the final, desperate thrashing of a dying soul. Soon, Su Donghua bound Luo Xueyun to a pillar in the center of the room, her clothing disheveled, her face pale. Yet, within Luo Xueyun's eyes flickered an unyielding light, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if to mock Su Donghua before her. Su Donghua stepped forward, wielding a whip with a grotesque grin upon her face. The whip cracked sharply through the air, each sound echoing like an omen of death. I cannot strike you too severely, after all. I must eventually hand you over to the Li family. Fortunately, I possess ointments to temporarily alleviate your swelling. As long as I refrain from flaying your skin, they will remain oblivious. The old crone was indeed easily deceived, foolishly believing I would suffer backlash from my spiritual energy. I merely acted on a whim, unable to contain my disdain for you. Had I not recalled my agreement with the little furball, you would have been in pieces by now. Nevertheless, with Luo Xueyun shielded by her spiritual power, she would remain unharmed by Su Donghua's malice. Yet, she feigned compliance, wincing as Su Donghua struck her. From a distance, Shen Yiling watched with a heart full of anguish, his eyes brimming with concern for Luo Xueyun. An attendant by his side attempted to console him. Young master, but was swiftly silenced by Shen Yiling's interruption. I know, do not worry, I will not act rashly. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, betraying the depth of his rage. Chapter 70. Unable to endure any longer, the whip of Su Donghua struck Luo Xueyun again and again, each lash calculated to inflict pain without breaking the skin. In the flickering candlelight, Luo Xueyun appeared frail, biting her lip to suppress her cries of anguish. The whip traced silver arcs through the air, each impact causing her body to tremble. Her garments, soaked in cold sweat, clung to her form, accentuating her delicate physique. Her expression reflected defiance and resilience. Even in the face of such torment, her gaze remained steadfast. Su Donghua, perturbed by Luo Xueyun's stubbornness, felt a growing irritation. The more Luo Xueyun endured, the more agitated Su Donghua became. Let us see how long you can withstand this, she hissed, the whip slicing through the air once more, landing harshly against Luo Xueyun. Luo Xueyun thought it wise to elicit some marks from Su Donghua. Perhaps a few cries would prompt her to pause. Even if she continued, her injuries would serve as a means to garner Shen Yiling's concern, a subtle tactic to win his favor. Yet, despite her efforts, his feelings remained stagnant, frustratingly fixed at zero. Did he truly harbor affection for her, or merely consider her a friend? This perplexity lingered, leaving her to lament the ineffectiveness of the strategies from the little furball's misguided guide. Meanwhile, deep in the heavenly realm, the little furball, nestled in a cloud, stirred from a peaceful slumber, sneezing unexpectedly. The stars above twinkled, as if countless eyes were observing this tranquil world. The furball, having awoken from a distant dream, surveyed its surroundings and, satisfied that all was well, yawned and returned to its slumber, the sound of its breathing harmonizing with the cosmos. Just as Luo Xueyun dispelled the protective barrier on her back, Su Donghua's whip descended, leaving a deep gash upon her skin. Instinctively, she glared at Su Donghua, her expression fierce, as if she might break free and retaliate. Yet, she quickly realized that such emotions must be concealed. Instead, she resolved to silently endure, as if to engrave each agony into her very being. Su Donghua, elated at the sight of Luo Xueyun's blood, intensified her strikes, her face contorted with sadistic pleasure. The whip sliced through the air, each blow landing with the force of a tempest upon Luo Xueyun's fragile back. Her garments lay in tatters, revealing the intersecting scars that told tales of her tenacity and defiance. The atmosphere thickened, filled only with the sharp and cruel sound of the whip's impact. Luo Xueyun gritted her teeth, eyes tightly shut, allowing the pain to seep into her consciousness. There was no hint of fear or retreat upon her face, only determination and defiance. The blood upon her back bloomed like crimson flowers, stark against the frigid air. "Let us see if you can endure longer than I can strike," Su Donghua taunted. "I never realized you possessed such resilience. No wonder you could ensnare the soul of the seventh young master. You are truly a temptress, born for a life in a brothel, with those pitiful eyes and your woeful demeanor. How utterly beguiling." As she continued to lash at Luo Xueyun, the latter summoned her protective spell anew, tears streaming down her cheeks, her cries echoing painfully within the room. The hidden guards surrounding the Luo estate clenched their fists, fury igniting within their eyes. "Beasts! Utterly inhumane," they exclaimed. "She is but 4 years old. How can one be so cruel?" Their anger reached a boiling point, including the spectators among the demons and spirits, who could no longer bear to watch. However, they recalled Shun Yiling's prior command. Without his permission, they could not act. All eyes turned to Shun Yiling, seeking his approval to intervene. Aware of the rising tension, he realized that this could not continue. His own fury threatened to erupt. Yet he knew he must remain composed and devise a solution. In a moment of clarity, he devised a plan. He summoned a shadowy guard skilled in hypnosis to incapacitate Su Donghua, allowing the others to deliver a sound thrashing, carefully avoiding any lasting marks, for they were all adept fighters, capable of controlling their strength. Upon sharing his strategy, he received unanimous agreement. The wind howled, mourning the tragic scene unfolding. Their collective wrath blazed like an inferno, fists clenched, eyes aglow with indignation. Su Donghua stood before Luo Xueyun, wearing a triumphant smile, oblivious to the fact that the girl before her was her own granddaughter. Were her methods applied to any other child, they would surely have perished under her whip. Luo Xueyun looked up at her, tears streaming down her face. Yet her spirit remained unyielding. "I am your granddaughter. Do you not feel the slightest remorse for your cruelty?"
Su Donghua spat defiantly. "Bah!
"I, Su Donghua, have no granddaughter like you. I desire a grandson, not a wretched creature like you. You are nothing. I shall candidly inform you that all those sisters of yours were taken from this world by my hand. If blame is to be assigned, let it rest upon their own base nature. It is no fault of mine. Furthermore, your mother's unfortunate womb has borne numerous daughters without a son. It is clear that fortune has turned its back on her, and you can only attribute your fate to her. Had you been a boy, I would have cherished you dearly. Alas, it is your own lack of merit that has led us here." Su Donghua's visage bore no trace of remorse, rather. It was adorned with a peculiar smile, as if all that transpired was of no concern to her. It was as if the blame lay solely with Luo Xueyun and Lu Xiaoxi. Listening to Su Donghua's distorted views, Luo Xueyun felt her anger nearing a boiling point. Though she was accustomed to Su Donghua's explosive rhetoric, each reiteration still ignited her fury. In the dimly lit room, Su Donghua's face appeared twisted and indifferent beneath the flickering candlelight. Her lips curled into that unsettling smile, seemingly mocking Luo Xueyun for her femininity, deriding her inability to be a boy. "Little wretch, dare you glare at me? If you were truly a boy, there would be far fewer complications. Both you and your mother are utterly useless. My son's misfortune lies in encountering you." Luo Xueyun's gaze was hollow yet profound, as if she could pierce into the very souls of those before her. She struggled to maintain her composure, yet thankfully, Su Donghua remained oblivious. Su Donghua caressed the whip in her hand, a sinister smile gracing her lips. "Let us proceed thus. I shall not torment you unduly. I will strike you 20 times for my own amusement, and then I shall overlook you. However, with each blow, you must cry out. Otherwise, I shall continue indefinitely. As long as your visage remains intact, the Li family shall not press too hard." Her voice was low and frigid, a chilling current that swept through every corner of the room. Each word she uttered was akin to a razor's edge, slicing at the heart, rendering one breathless. She stood there like a demon risen from the depths of hell. To Luo Xueyun, Su Donghua's presence felt like a curse, an affliction from which ordinary souls could not escape. Her smile, her gaze, her voice were all laced with venom, slowly corroding the spirit. To coexist with such a being was to invite distortion into one's very essence. The words Su Donghua uttered were nothing short of a complete rupture of moral sensibilities. Luo Ming was no different. It was no wonder they were kin. Thankfully, her mother was pure-hearted and remained untainted by their influence. As the storm clouds above were dispersed by the wind, sunlight began to reclaim its dominion. Golden rays filtered through the window, casting mottled light upon the dim interior. The sunlight illuminated the indomitable spirit within Luo Xueyun's eyes, even as she bore the wounds inflicted by Su Donghua. Despite her bloodied state, her gaze shimmered with an unyielding strength, refusing to bow to her adversary. Luo Xueyun fixed her stare upon the middle-aged woman before her, whose visage was marred by excess flesh and whose eyes brimmed with disdain and scorn. Su Donghua's acerbic words pierced Luo Xueyun's heart like needles, yet beyond her fury, she felt naught else. For she held no affection for Su Donghua. To her, she was akin to a malevolent supporting character from a television drama. Yet, witnessing such explosive behavior firsthand was a novel experience for her. Su Donghua, feeling the weight of Luo Xueyun's scrutiny, grew agitated, pointing at her while launching into a tirade. Her words becoming increasingly frenzied, saliva flying as the whip in her hand was raised, poised to strike. "Dear sister, your emotional state is rather unstable. I, who once would have swiftly dealt with anyone daring to speak to me thus, now find my own temper has steadied." In an instant, Su Donghua stiffened, as though struck by a phantom force, before collapsing to the ground, her eyes closing in unconsciousness. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures surged in from outside, charging towards Su Donghua. They were a group of burly men, their eyes ablaze with fury. They approached Su Donghua, raising their massive fists to bring down upon her. Luo Xueyun gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. These men appeared to be affiliated with Xuanmen, unmistakably bearing the scent of the Shun residents. Yet, would such a mob truly refrain from beating Su Donghua to a pulp? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the men swiftly departed as hastily as they arrived, seemingly driven by urgency. However, it was evident to Luo Xueyun that their anger had significantly diminished after confronting Su Donghua. Clearly, they could no longer bear her behavior, and had come to her aid. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Luo Xueyun's mouth as she regarded these men, finding them unexpectedly endearing. Her gaze shifted to the prone Su Donghua, her astonishment deepening. How could such a multitude assault her without rendering her a grotesque caricature? Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that her injuries were internal. While not fatal, they were agonizing enough to provoke thoughts of demise. In no time, Su Donghua staggered back to her feet, still dazed and unaware of the events that had transpired. The searing pain coursing through her body jolted her into clarity. "Ah!" Su Donghua's wails echoed throughout the Luo estate, bringing an odd sense of satisfaction to those who heard her cries. Despite Shun Yelin's refusal to permit the supernatural beings to intervene, witnessing Su Donghua's comeuppance was a source of relief for them. Su Donghua inhaled deeply, attempting to feign composure. Yet her tightly clenched fists betrayed her body's distress. "Why does my body ache so dreadfully? Did I strike her too forcefully? Did I faint and fall? This wretched girl truly knows no bounds, bringing misfortune to the extreme. I cannot believe I struck her to the point of unconsciousness. It is simply unfathomable. It seems this little wretch truly brings me ill luck. Thankfully, her end is nigh." With this thought, a flicker of satisfaction graced Su Donghua's face. Luo Xueyun was left speechless. She had not anticipated being made the scapegoat for Su Donghua's predicament. Truly, there was no one quite like her. Su Donghua cast a cold glance at Luo Xueyun, saying, "I shall let you be for now, but rest assured, there are far more terrifying matters awaiting you this evening. I sincerely hope you maintain your current defiance. To be honest, I am rather eager to hear your screams." With that, Su Donghua exited the room. Every part of her ached, and despite her efforts to walk steadily, she inadvertently revealed her discomfort. While she was protected by magic, the incessant noise from Su Donghua was grating on her nerves. Though she possessed a fraction of her power, caution was paramount. Revealing her true strength would spell disaster. Luo Xueyun, observing Su Donghua's limping form, could not suppress her amusement. She clamped her mouth shut, stifling laughter that threatened to escape. Thankfully, Luo Xueyun was quick to regain her composure. Had she not, she might have provoked Su Donghua's ire once more. Once certain that the madwoman had departed, Luo Xueyun allowed herself to relax, though stifling her laughter had proven a Herculean task, leaving her breathless. The effort caused her wounds to throb more intensely, prompting her to remain quiet. Truly, that old hag struck with the intent to end my life. Calm yourself, Luo Xueyun. You must remain composed. Impulsiveness is the devil's ally. You cannot perish just yet. You must endure. Taking several deep breaths, she gradually regained her composure. The individuals who had just entered were undoubtedly the shadow guards of Shen Yiling. Prior to this, aside from the heartfelt musings of Su Donghua, she had heard not a whisper from anyone else. It appeared that Shen Yiling and his companions were positioned at a considerable distance from her, yet close enough to observe the happenings within the room. As those figures drew near, their cacophony of thoughts surged within Luo Xueyun's mind, hurling insults at Su Donghua, invoking her mother in a damning manner. She was left astounded, her mind reeling with the barrage of vitriol. Even now, the memory was striking. She had not anticipated that these seemingly aloof and cold shadow guards could harbor such foul language within. The stark contrast to their outward demeanor was astonishing. At that moment, Su Donghua had arrived in the study to seek out Luo Mingjian. She stood beside him, venting her frustrations, her voice sharp and jarring, slicing through the air like a blade. Luo Mingjian found her complaints bothersome, yet he was at a loss, for she was his mother, and he could only endure in silence. As Su Donghua noted his lack of response, her tirade intensified. Oh dear, I tirelessly consider the future of certain individuals, tirelessly running about just for his well-being. Sigh. Your father passed away early, and it was I who raised you single-handedly. Now, when I merely wish to share my thoughts, you ignore me. I truly wonder what sort of son I have raised. She began to emotionally manipulate Luo Mingjian, a tactic that had proven effective countless times. As she spoke, she observed his reactions, a sly smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She was certain that her words would elicit a comforting response from her beloved son. Luo Mingjian furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh, and finally set aside the medical texts he had been holding. He gently patted Su Donghua's shoulder, attempting to soothe her emotions. However, Su Donghua found his reaction unsatisfactory. She sensed his indifference, noting that when he comforted Lu Xiaoxi, he had not been so dismissive. Why did he treat her, his own mother, with such nonchalance? Her complaints grew louder, as if she wanted the entire world to hear her grievances. Luo Mingjian sighed again, knowing he should maintain his composure. But her clamor stirred his agitation. He was already burdened with a mountain of gambling debts, waiting for the proceeds from selling a daughter to settle them. Until that money was acquired, he felt a gnawing anxiety. With Su Donghua causing a ruckus, he could hardly think straight. Before Su Donghua had entered, Luo Mingjian had not been perusing medical texts. Rather, he was stubbornly contemplating his next gambling venture. He had already devised a plan for how to use the gold bars he coveted, convinced that he would inevitably win the next round. Yet, in truth, he was destined to lose everything, down to his last pair of trousers. With a soft sigh, he understood that Su Donghua's intent was to coax him into comforting her. Otherwise, she would not relent. Her gaze was filled with cunning and calculation. As her only son, she felt the need to keep him under her influence, lest her future comfort be jeopardized. By ensuring that Luo Mingjian adhered to her wishes, she could secure her own peace in her later years. She did not require the same weight in Luo Mingjian's heart as Lu Xiaoxi, as that would pose a threat to her. Tilting her head slightly, she peered through the gap in the window, observing Luo Mingjian busy in the study. A sly smile spread across her lips, as if she held all the cards in her hand. However, she suspected that her son was once again preoccupied with gambling. Though she opposed his gambling, she chose to indirectly inquire about it. She was certain of his thoughts, for she knew him well. Indeed, Luo Mingjian was lost in thoughts of gambling. Envisioning himself at the gaming table, his eyes gleaming with greed and fervor. He clutched the heavy gold bars as if they held the key to the world as hope. Each heartbeat resonated in the stillness of the night, echoing his yearning for victory. He took a deep breath and gently pushed the gold bars towards the center of the table, the crisp sound of metal striking wood filling the air, glimmering enticingly under the lights. A confident smile graced his lips as he envisioned his triumphant self, gold bars piled high like a mountain, his smile radiating brighter under the illumination. Yet, even in his daydreams, the ghosts of past losses loomed large, a stark reminder from his body, warning him to cease this reckless path. The dice on the table became a dreaded number, each instance reinforcing his fears. His expression frozen in despair as the world around him seemed to collapse. Time and again he faltered at this very point. Had Su Donghua not entered, he might have unleashed his frustration in the study, smashing objects in a fit of rage. Suddenly, Su Donghua chuckled, "Son, are you thirsty? Shall I fetch you some tea?" Reflexively, Luo Mingjian replied, "Yes, please." Yet, confusion washed over him. Why was Su Donghua suddenly so affable? Wasn't she just moments ago in a frenzy? Her unusual demeanor left him perplexed, wishing she would revert to her previous self, as at least he would know what to expect. The stark contrast in her behavior was disconcerting, shifting from complaints to smiles in an instant. Luo Mingjian regarded Su Donghua with a cool gaze. "Mother?" he queried, his confusion evident. Yet, she appeared oblivious, continuing to pour the tea. He swallowed nervously, feeling a familiar tension in the air. Soon, she approached, offering a steaming cup. Her expression filled with concern. "Mingjian, have you been troubled by something lately?" she asked softly, her voice imbued with maternal tenderness. Taking the cup from her, Luo Mingjian met her gaze, attempting to mask his unease, but the flicker in his eyes betrayed him. Did she suspect his gambling? He had covered the evidence on the table, yet he hesitated to confide in her. What if she was merely feigning ignorance? He recalled previous occasions when she had caught him off guard. After much contemplation, he donned a smile to conceal his turmoil. "Nothing much, mother. Just feeling a bit overwhelmed with recent events." However, Su Donghua was unconvinced by his explanation. She knew her son too well, the glint in his eyes, the unguarded desires. She recognized them all too clearly. With a gentle sigh, she chose to remain silent, instead sitting beside him in quiet companionship until the night deepened. Luo Mingjian's hand faltered for a moment as he felt the familiar scrutiny of her gaze upon him. He lifted his head and gazed towards Su Donghua, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Judging by her expression, she had likely guessed the truth. He understood that what lay ahead was yet another interminable argument. Before Su Donghua could speak, Luo Mingjian interjected, "Mother, if you have something to say, please say it directly instead of dancing around the issue."
Su Donghua chúc cờ sốc ti.
"Why do you think I have something to say to you?" In the blink of an eye, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by a penetrating gaze. With a mix of disappointment and anger, she exclaimed, "Luo Mingjian, do you intend to gamble again? Didn't you swear to me that you would stop? Why do you refuse to listen? You can do anything but gamble. Why can't you change? Are you trying to drive me to despair?" Her voice rang out, filled with fervor. Luo Mingjian recognized that her reaction was far from normal. He opened his mouth to defend himself. "Mother, you came in here accusing me of wanting to gamble. Do you have any proof? I cannot simply be scolded without reason." Su Donghua, fuming, pointed a finger at him. "Proof? You make me laugh in frustration. You're holding your medical book upside down. The papers on the table are blank. And do you think I am a fool who cannot see through your charade?" Caught off guard, Luo Mingjian's face flushed with embarrassment. "Let me tell you, once I acquire those gold bars, not a single cent will go to you. After you settle your gambling debts, the money will be kept with me." In a moment of desperation, he knelt before Su Donghua. "Mother, I truly believe I can win this time. Please just give me one chance." Su Donghua scoffed. "You always say that." Observing her son's gambling addiction, she shook her head in resignation, intending to firmly refuse him. Yet, unexpectedly, he began to bow his head repeatedly against the ground. Each knock softened her heart. She reached out to help him up, but he insisted, "Mother, if you do not agree, I will knock my head until I bleed before you." Left with no choice, Su Donghua relented. "All right, get up, and I will agree to your request." Upon hearing this, Luo Mingjian finally stood. Su Donghua sighed. Once the gold bars are in hand, I will accompany you to clear your debts, and then I will give you 2 more gold bars. However, if you lose this time, you must never gamble again. If you win, I will provide you with more funds for your next endeavor, but if you lose, that will be the end of your gambling. I will also contact the gambling house and ensure they deny you entry. Can you comply? At that moment, Luo Mingjian, high on excitement, readily accepted her terms. Eager to gamble. Without a second thought, he replied, "All right, I promise you. Let us seal this pact with a handshake, and I vow not to go back on my word." He nodded vigorously. "Yes, mother, you can trust me. This time, I will not falter." As they exchanged smiles, their palms met with a crisp clap that shattered any lingering doubts. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua upon the mottled walls, creating a heartwarming tableau. He stepped to the window, inhaling the fresh air, feeling the warmth of the sun, as if the shadows in his heart were slowly dissipating. It was rare to find a mother so understanding. He considered himself fortunate. With unwavering determination, he looked at Su Donghua. "Mother, trust me. If I lose this time, I will never gamble again. This is my promise to you and my commitment to my future. I know gambling is detrimental. No amount of money suffices. But this time feels different. Now that we have made this pact, I will honor it. I have wavered in the past, but I genuinely understand my mistakes and your sincere intentions." Su Donghua smiled gently. "I believe in you, but should you lose, I will enforce the conditions we agreed upon and restrict your access to gambling. Even if you plead, I will stand firm." Luo Mingjian, "I understand, mother. Just trust me one more time." Su Donghua replied, "If I did not trust you, I would not have shaken your hand." Overcome with emotion, Luo Mingjian embraced Su Donghua. "Mother, you are the only one who treats me with such kindness." She patted his back affectionately. "Silly child, you are my only son. If I do not care for you, whom shall I care for?" After sharing a few more pleasantries, Luo Mingjian recalled his duties at the pharmacy and took his leave. Su Donghua's expression remained warm until he departed. Once he was gone, her expression darkened. She knew her son all too well. His hurried demeanor was not indicative of a trip to the pharmacy, but rather a venture to gamble. The gold bars she had intentionally placed visibly at her waist were now missing, a test to see if Luo Mingjian would steal. This revelation clarified the truth behind his words. It appeared that Luo Mingjian had not changed his ways, but she had discerned the location of the gambling house he intended to visit. She resolved to confront him there and catch him in the act. The moment he took the gold bars, Su Donghua had made up her mind to rid him of this gambling addiction. Observing the situation from a distance, Xuanmen furrowed his brow, instructing, "Send someone to follow Su Donghua." A nearby shadow guard questioned, "Young master, is Su Donghua not right under our noses?" Xuanmen replied. When she spoke with Luo Mingjian, he surreptitiously took the gold bars from her waist. It is clear he intends to use them for gambling, given her love for wealth. Why would she place such valuable items in such an obvious spot if not as a test? The shadow guard remained puzzled. A test? Why would she intentionally do that? Isn't she just providing him the means to gamble? Xuanmen responded calmly. They just made a pact. They must have agreed on something. Based on their relationship, Su Donghua imposes few restrictions on him, save for gambling. What could they possibly agree on? Only gambling would suffice, vowing not to engage in it again. That gold bar served as a litmus test for Luo Mingjian's sincerity. If he truly intended to stop gambling, he would not take the gold. If he did, then it was clear he had no intentions of changing. The shadow guard inquired, "So, Luo Mingjian did take the gold bar? Su Donghua is now heading out to find him?" Xuanmen nodded slightly, "Indeed." The shadow guard sighed. Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua are truly two of a kind. They are cut from the same cloth. I increasingly admire Luo Xueyun for raising such a well-behaved child while maintaining her own principles, Xuanmen remarked. Reports indicate that their relationship was stable until a rift occurred when Luo Xueyun discovered Luo Mingjian's indiscretions with a courtesan. The shadow guard, a pervert, a gambler. Truly an oddity. Soon, he recalled that from their vantage point, they could see Luo Xueyun quite clearly, though it was a fair distance from the study of Luo Mingjian. Xuanmen, with spiritual sight, enhanced vision. Once your magic progresses, You too shall achieve this. The shadow guard sighed. Alas, I do not know when I will reach the level of mastery that you possess, young master. Xuan Yiling smiled gently, his eyes shimmering with profound light, as if he could perceive all things in the world. He patted the shadow guard's shoulder with a hint of encouragement in his tone. What does it matter if it takes a long time? As long as you hold steadfast beliefs and persevere, one day, you shall attain the realm you desire. Under the sunlight, Xuan Yiling's figure appeared increasingly upright. He gazed skyward, extending his hand to point at the vast expanse above. The sky is infinitely larger than we perceive, and your potential is as boundless as it. Therefore, do not lose faith in yourself. I have great confidence in you. The shadow guard was deeply captivated by Xuan Yiling's words. He had never imagined that his young master would speak to him in such a manner. In an instant, his eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Faced with this 5-year-old child, he often felt as though he were conversing with an adult man. Admiration sparkled in his eyes as he looked at Xuan Yiling. Xuan Yiling chuckled softly. Now, continue watching the Luo residence. I must step away for a moment. Keep an eye on things for me, and inform me immediately of any issues. The shadow guard, yes. Not long after Xuan Yiling departed, Su Donghua also left the residence. The shadow guard assigned to follow her trailed behind as she entered an underground gambling den. The den's lights flickered like bloodthirsty beasts, casting an alluring glow in the darkness. Dressed in black, Su Donghua melded seamlessly into the night. Upon entering the den, she was greeted by a cacophony of noise, the clattering of dice, the cheers of the crowd, and the occasional sighs of despair. Su Donghua's gaze swept through the throng, searching for her target. Her eyes finally settled on a gambling table crowded with people, where a golden die was spinning in the center. She knew her son's character well. In such a bustling place with high stakes, he would undoubtedly join in the excitement. Moreover, with a gold bar in hand, he was certain to gamble. Su Donghua approached slowly, her presence unnoticed by the crowd. Not far away, she spotted a familiar figure, easily recognizing her son, Luo Mingjian, despite the masks worn by others. He had exchanged the gold bar for cash and was eagerly awaiting the game to commence. Su Donghua stood silently by, observing the unfolding game, her expression darkening as she shifted her gaze from Luo Mingjian to the gambling table. In no time, she discerned the manipulative tactics at play, all relying on mechanisms to control the outcome. 2 individuals stood beside her son, seemingly fellow gamblers, but in reality, operatives sent by the den to siphon off Luo Mingjian's money. Their role was to incite him to wager more. Su Donghua's anger flared as she watched the scene. Her son had won a considerable amount, and she could imagine the glee hidden behind his mask. Yet, this was merely a setup by the gambling den to let him taste success before ultimately claiming all his winnings. Su Donghua's heart ached as she viewed her son's foolishness, nearly causing her to faint from frustration. However, she refrained from intervening, wishing for him to lose everything. Once he had exhausted his funds, she would promptly take him away. Half an hour later, the dimly lit gambling den remained shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere buzzing with energy. Luo Mingjian, however, no longer wore the jubilant expression he had at the beginning. Instead, he gazed despondently at the last remaining 1,000 taels in his possession, lost in thought. The 2 individuals beside him continued to encourage him, offering strategies, even bickering over differing opinions. Su Donghua felt a pang of sorrow for both her dwindling money and her Navi son, her heart bleeding for him, clutching the last 1,000 taels tightly. Luo Mingjian's hands trembled uncontrollably, beads of sweat trickling down his face, landing on the rough skin of his hands. Taking a deep breath, seemingly to bolster his resolve, he slammed the 1,000 taels onto the table. 1,000 taels, big. The crowd erupted in cheers and laughter, eagerly awaiting his downfall. Anyone with a modicum of sense could see that the 2 individuals beside him were part of the den. Yet Luo Mingjian, in his ignorance, failed to recognize this. As the woman shook the dice, they echoed ominously, like a harbinger of fate. When the box came down, the noise hushed as all hearts sank in unison. The previously raucous table fell silent. When the woman opened the box, the result was small. The alluring woman smiled at Luo Mingjian. The result is small, my lord. You have lost again. This 1,000 taels now belongs to me. Luo Mingjian's heart plummeted as he watched the woman take his last remaining money. His grip on the talisman of fortune tightened, nearly crushing it. He raised his gaze to the dealer across from him, despair and indignation swimming in his eyes. Trembling, he pointed at the woman opposite him. Did you cheat? Why was it small?
Why?
The woman sneered, with so many eyes upon us. You cannot merely accuse me because you lost your money. Everyone agree with me? The crowd rallied behind the woman, not a single soul standing with Luo Mingjian. His guesses were indeed poor. He always sought larger bets, never knowing when to stop. Who would suffer for his losses? The term greedy as a snake swallowing an elephant aptly described Luo Mingjian, who had won so much yet refused to walk away. Oblivious to the dealer waiting to cut him down. Though the crowd could not see his face, they all vividly remembered the way he spoke and his foolish gambling demeanor. Moreover, Luo Mingjian's voice during gambling was wild and fervent, starkly contrasting with the gentle, soft-spoken tone he employed when practicing medicine. It was nearly impossible for anyone to connect the gambler with the man they knew, as it was simply beyond comprehension. Su Donghua's steps were heavy and slow, each movement a struggle against the fury threatening to erupt within her. She could not afford to quarrel with Luo Mingjian here. His gambling escapades must remain a secret.
Calm.
She needed to remain calm. Su Donghua's face turned pale with anger, the cold sweat on her brow glaring in the dimly lit den. She strained to straighten her posture, yet her body quaked uncontrollably. Her earlier exertion against Luo Xueyun had left her physically strained, and now, with Luo Mingjian's predicament, her head throbbed, leaving her feeling unwell. A long shadow trailed behind her, swaying with her every step, as if echoing her deteriorating condition. Though her pace was deliberate, each step exuded determination, as if an unseen force bolstered her, preventing her from collapsing. Chapter 73. Deafened? Shall I treat you? Ultimately, the current state of Luo Mingjian is a consequence of Su Donghua's indulgence. She has brought this upon herself. Indeed, the adage evil begets evil rings true. Su Donghua clenched her fists in frustration, her teeth gritted beneath her mask. Her eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity under the dim light. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to suppress the fury within, forcing a stiff smile upon her lips. Su Donghua had forgotten she was wearing a mask, rendering her invisible to Luo Mingjian. The clamorous atmosphere of the gambling den seemed to fade away, leaving only herself and Luo Mingjian in her world. At that moment, Luo Mingjian was still mired in the gloom of his losses, having already devised an excuse for the disappearance of Su Donghua's gold bars. After all, she hadn't witnessed him pilfering them, so he would claim they might have been taken by the servants or inadvertently lost during Su Donghua's outings. As far as he was concerned, he bore no responsibility. He could also assert that he saw Su Donghua tuck the gold bars into her waist, mistakenly believing she had done so intentionally, only to realize she had forgotten to remove them. He had concocted all these excuses. Indeed, Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua were akin to two peas in a pod. Both could weave lies effortlessly when faced with adversity. Soon, Su Donghua approached Luo Mingjian, and the crowd surrounding him had long since dispersed, having left upon realizing he was out of money. The gambling table was now occupied by others, and the game had shifted. While Luo Mingjian was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Curiously, he turned to Su Donghua. Are you looking for me? Do you know me? Fear gripped him. If he were truly recognized, he would be doomed. The other person nodded slightly and leaned in to whisper in his ear, Mingjian. At the sound of that voice, Luo Mingjian nearly fell to the ground in shock. His eyes widened, staring at Su Donghua in disbelief. Mother? He whispered, striving to keep his voice low to avoid drawing attention. Astonished, he asked, How did you end up here? Su Donghua did not respond immediately. She paused, further igniting Luo Mingjian's anxiety. After a moment, she finally spoke. Mingjian, you have grown. I can no longer control you. You have even broken our agreement. How could you steal my gold bars to gamble? She reproached him softly. Hearing these words, Luo Mingjian first cast a fearful glance around before urgently imploring Su Donghua, Mother, please keep your voice down. If others hear us, where will I save face? Su Donghua scoffed. And now you care about face? Desperately, Luo Mingjian pleaded. I beg you, Mother.
Fine, she acquiesced.
Su Donghua walked ahead, with Luo Mingjian following closely. They soon emerged and boarded a carriage. Inside, Su Donghua grasped Luo Mingjian's ear, saying, "What must I say for you to listen? You were never like this. What has become of you? Why don't you heed my words? Why gamble?
Why?
Did you not claim you would surely win next time? How then did you squander all your money?" "Mother, please keep your voice down. We are in public," Luo Mingjian replied, panic and helplessness lacing his tone as he glanced around, fearful of being overheard. His complexion turned pale, and anxiety flickered in his eyes. Su Donghua gazed at him, filled with disappointment and anger. Clenching her fists, her voice trembled. "Luo Mingjian, look at yourself. Where is the son I once knew? Those gold bars were meant for you, to support you when you open your new shop or need capital. And yet you squandered one on gambling." Luo Mingjian lowered his head, unable to meet Su Donghua's gaze. Guilt surged within him, yet he was powerless against his addiction to gambling. He recognized his folly, but the impulse to recover his losses always ensnared him. "Mother, I know I was wrong," he confessed. Su Donghua, unwilling to hear any more of his excuses, retorted angrily, "Wrong, wrong, wrong. You repeatedly claimed to know your mistakes, that you won't do it again, yet what is the outcome? You still gamble and lose everything. I tell you, as long as I live, you will not gamble again. I have contacted every gambling den in Yumingqing. They will not accept you. Should anyone dare to do so, I will ensure they face the consequences. Moreover, they have already taken my money. Even if you wish to go, they will not allow it. From now on, I will oversee your finances. The money will not reach your hands. You must come to me for every expense, explaining your reasons. Furthermore, I will assign someone to accompany you whenever you go out. Should I hear that you have ventured to a gambling den again, prepare to face the family rules. You cannot entertain the thought of gambling. I am making this clear." Luo Mingjian. This was the first time Luo Mingjian had witnessed such fury from his mother, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He stood frozen, her stern gaze piercing his very soul like two sharp swords. A chilling sensation enveloped him, freezing his entire being, making even the act of breathing difficult. He had never seen Su Donghua so enraged. Her authority and indifference sent shivers down his spine. He bowed his head, unable to meet his mother's eyes, feeling the heat of embarrassment wash over him as if scorched by flames. Clenching his fists, his nails dug into his palms, the pain snapping him back to reality. He understood his wrongs, yet his impulses remained unbridled. Softly, he murmured, "Mother, I understand." He was acutely aware that once Su Donghua resolved on a matter, she would see it through to the end. Since he could not quit, he might as well allow her to attempt to force him to stop. By the time they returned home, darkness had enveloped the sky. In his hands, Luo Mingjian held a delicate wooden box. An attendant in the shadows queried, "Young master, what is this you carry?" Xuanmen replied, "It's a secret." Upon hearing this, the attendant chose not to press further. He recounted everything he had observed to Xuanmen, who felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing it. Attendant 1 laughed heartily, "That old fool. Your son is specifically dealing with you." Attendant 2 added, "They are both at each other's throats." Attendant 3 remarked, "Witnessing their discord brings me great comfort." Xuanmen mused, for exceptional characters like Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian, the best way to handle them is through their own kin. True to Xuanmen's character, provided Luo Xueyun was not in danger, he would have instigated a feud between Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, gradually sowing discord among them. He reveled in manipulating such dynamics, finding it immensely entertaining. However, the current circumstances did not allow for such antics. Luo Xueyun's situation demanded swift resolution, not delay. Xuanmen's gaze shifted toward the room where Luo Xueyun was confined. The moonlight dappled the dilapidated courtyard, where she was held in the most secluded corner of the Luo residence. "In a little while, I shall set forth with that little wretch to the eastern city. As long as we arrive before midnight, all will be well. There is ample time." Having just expressed his discontent, Mingjian sought an outlet for his emotions. It would be fitting to let that wretched girl endure a beating, serving as a means of avenging the grievances of that fateful night. If the old hag had any recordings, I would relish the opportunity to share her outrageous remarks with the world. Luo Xueyun fixed her icy gaze upon the entrance. where Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua gradually came into view. Her fists clenched tightly, nails nearly piercing her palms, as her fiery stare bore into the malevolent old woman, whose son, Luo Mingjian, wore a twisted expression with a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little wretched girl, do you take pride in having conspired with outsiders to strike your father? Luo Mingjian taunted. Luo Xueyun furrowed her brows slightly. You deserved it. With her relationship with Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua already irreparably damaged, she saw no reason to maintain a facade. Moreover, with Xuanmen and his shadow guards unable to hear her voice from afar, she felt no obligation to spare face for either Su Donghua or Luo Mingjian. Luo Mingjian appeared incredulous that such words would come from Luo Xueyun, momentarily stunned. What did you say? Luo Xueyun let out a cold laugh. What's the matter? Are you deaf? Shall I cure you? Luo Mingjian remained in a state of shock. Is this really Luo Xueyun? Surely, she has not been possessed by some vile entity? It was well known that Luo Xueyun typically presented herself as a soft, adorable child in front of others. It was only natural for Luo Mingjian to be taken aback. As Su Donghua had reacted similarly upon their first meeting, though she feigned prior knowledge of such behavior. Mingjian, this is the true face of that little wretched girl. We have all been deceived by her and her mother, Su Donghua remarked. Just look at what she has become, daring to speak to her own father like that. Do you even regard your father? Su Donghua pointed accusingly at Luo Xueyun. A light laugh escaped Luo Xueyun's lips. You two scoundrels intend to use me for your own sinister purposes, and yet you dare to lecture me? Su Donghua retorted calmly. We gave you life and raised you. Your existence belongs to us. Without us, would you have survived to this day? Luo Xueyun shot back. Haven't you always sought to end my life? How many times did you attempt to kill me? If not for my mother's vigilance, you would have succeeded long ago. You were born into the Luo family. Your life and death are ours to decide, Su Donghua asserted. Are you the king of hell or a grim reaper? Luo Xueyun scoffed. Upon hearing Luo Xueyun's words about his mother, Luo Mingjian, enraged, lunged forward and struck her twice. Though Luo Xueyun was shielded by magic and remained unscathed, she feigned the pain of the blows. Su Donghua regarded Luo Mingjian with admiration and appreciation as he defended her. Luo Xueyun muttered under her breath, two foolish old fools. What's that you muttered, Luo Xueyun? Do you think you can speak to me and your grandmother like that? Luo Mingjian demanded. Luo Xueyun raised her head defiantly. Shouldn't I? Given how you have treated me, shouldn't I respond with animosity? Your mother said my mother failed to teach me properly. Don't you find that amusing? What's funny about that? Luo Mingjian snapped. You have strayed, plotted against your own child, exploited the community through a deceitful clinic, and gambled recklessly. Before she could finish, Luo Mingjian, in a fit of rage, reached out to choke her. I'll strangle you. She was on the verge of death. Soon, they would see if she could maintain her arrogance at the stake. With a defiant glare, Luo Xueyun challenged Luo Mingjian. If you have the courage, kill me now. Mother, look at her. Luo Mingjian exclaimed. Su Donghua turned her gaze to Luo Xueyun, her eyes filled with malice. She picked up a wooden stick from the ground and comforted Luo Mingjian with a pat on the back. Don't rush. I will take care of her for you. Good. Luo Mingjian replied, You deadbeat son. Once my task is done, I will be the first to strike you down. With the stick in hand, Su Donghua approached Luo Xueyun, swinging it with all her might at her legs, each blow seemingly intended to shatter them. Luo Xueyun's body trembled with each impact, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to utter a sound. In truth, the trembling was not feigned. Feeling no pain, she inadvertently let out a chuckle as she attempted to act. Chapter 74. Departure to East City. Watching Luo Xueyun endure such punishment, Luo Mingjian's spirits finally lifted. Although Luo Xueyun trembled in suppressing laughter, she could not reveal her mirth, especially with Luo Mingjian's watchful gaze upon her. Su Donghua, however, was wholly absorbed in her task of striking. Luo Xueyun fought to suppress her urge to laugh, repeatedly reminding herself, Stay calm, I must not laugh. Observing Luo Xueyun's plight brought a measure of satisfaction to Luo Mingjian. Meanwhile, Xuanmen, from a distance, was relieved to know that Luo Xueyun had cast a protective spell over herself. Had she been devoid of magical abilities, he would have certainly placed a barrier and an illusion upon her to deceive others. While Shen Yelin was aware of Luo Xueyun's situation, the others remained oblivious to her magical protection. To the shadow guards, Luo Xueyun appeared as a delicate leaf caught in a tempest, each strike from Su Donghua resembling a violent wave crashing upon her. From their perspective, they noted how tightly she clenched her jaw, her lower lip pale and devoid of color, yet her eyes shone with a fierce determination and resilience. It was truly commendable for a 5-year-old girl to display such fortitude, earning her the admiration of those present, who increasingly regarded her with fondness. Number 1 Shadow Guard. I can hardly bear to watch. Is that old crone even human? How can she strike so mercilessly? I hope she doesn't get the chance to truly harm her. Number 2 Shadow Guard. If she were in my grasp, I would ensure they understand what it means to suffer. Number 3 Shadow Guard. I want to personally administer punishment to that beast of a father. How can such a man exist? Number 4 Shadow Guard. Young master, you have the strength to endure. We are all nearing our limits. They are worse than beasts. To call them beasts is an insult to the very concept. Shen Yelin spoke slowly. Calm yourselves. We must observe this situation with composure. We cannot act rashly. We must ensure that Xueyun does not suffer in vain. Everyone acknowledged the wisdom in Shen Yelin's words, nodding in agreement. His gaze remained fixed on Luo Xueyun. Despite her magical protection, he recalled the injuries inflicted by Su Donghua's grasp on her arm and the bloodstains left by the whip. These memories burned vividly in his mind, fueling his desire to eliminate Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian more than anyone else. The night enveloped the world like a colossal prison, ensnaring all within its grasp. Shen Yelin glanced at the sky, where the full moon had long been obscured by dark clouds. Yet he understood that the moon would not vanish. It merely lay concealed beneath the clouds, much like the truth he sought. The truth had always been present, only hindered by the lack of the right key to unlock its mysteries, rendering progress impossible. The Leaf family of East City serves as an excellent point of entry. They undoubtedly possess knowledge, far surpassing that of their predecessors. The Leaf family is a veritable prize. The thought of Shen Yiling's gaze, deeper than the night itself, lingers in my mind. Suddenly, a girl's piercing scream shatters the tranquil night. Shen Yiling anxiously glances towards Luo Xueyun's direction, relieved to confirm that she has not been harmed. The shadow guards, unaware of the true situation, all eye Luo Mingjian and Luo Donghua with suspicion. Luo Mingjian's fists are clenched tightly, as if he intends to crush all his pent-up anger. The veins on his fingers snake like serpents, a clear sign of the storm brewing within. In the darkness, Luo Xueyun's smile blooms, tinged with mockery and disdain. Luo Mingjian, witnessing her derisive laughter directed at him, feels a surge of discontent. Consequently, he advances and delivers a blow to Luo Xueyun's abdomen. However, thanks to the protective spell, she remains unscathed, though she feigns injury. Little wretch, what kind of look is that? You must be tired of living. Luo Mingjian snarls. With a cold smile, Luo Xueyun retorts. And what kind of look should I give you? Do you expect me to greet you with warmth?
Dream on.
Feigning another attack. Luo Mingjian is halted by Luo Donghua's swift intervention. Wait, let her finish, she commands. But mother. Luo Mingjian protests. Wait, she insists. And though he shoots a resentful glare at Luo Xueyun, the tension in the air shifts. A chill runs down his spine, as if countless eyes are scrutinizing him. He turns, yet sees nothing behind him. How peculiar, I could have sworn someone was there. Continue with this line of action, and I might very well meet my demise. If the Leaf family discovers they have received a corpse, do you think they would spare you? Luo Donghua, a woman of keen intellect, swiftly inquires. How did you come to know all this? Does it concern you? Luo Xueyun replies defiantly. You. Luo Mingjian interjects. Mother, look at her arrogance. She has no semblance of a proper lady. Yet, Luo Donghua hesitates to strike Luo Xueyun, knowing that if she were to kill her, they would be unable to appease the Li family. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising agitation, she instructs, All right, son. Gather your things. We are heading to East City. Luo Mingjian, initially anticipating a moment of reckoning for Luo Xueyun, is taken aback by his mother's sudden decision to leave.
Huh?
He exclaims. Why leave her here? If she dies, how do we explain ourselves to the Li family? If she passes away now, we would be walking into certain doom. After the beating we just gave her, she must be gravely injured. We must rush her to the Li family while she still draws breath. If they accept her, her demise becomes their concern, not ours. So, first and foremost, we must ensure she is alive, understand? Understood, mother, Luo Mingjian replies. Luo Donghua turns a steely gaze toward Luo Xueyun. If the Li family did not demand her alive, I would have already ended you. You could still try. Luo Xueyun challenges. Luo Xueyun, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare to kill you? Luo Mingjian threatens. Indeed, she smiles, her words leaving him visibly frustrated. Hastily, Luo Donghua drags Luo Mingjian away, fearing that remaining in the presence of the insolent girl might drive them to madness. Once Luo Donghua and Luo Mingjian depart, Luo Xueyun instinctively exhales a sigh of relief. Finally, those two have left. How peaceful it is now. After being toyed with by Luo Donghua and Luo Mingjian, she speculates whether Shen Yiling has been observing her injuries with concern or pity. No use dwelling on idle thoughts. Sincerity is paramount. She smiles in the direction she believes Shen Yiling occupies, her expression resembling a fleeting ray of warmth on a winter's day, only to vanish into the abyss of darkness. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Yiling sees everything with clarity, his spiritual vision illuminating the night as if it were day. His heart races, warmth flooding his face, and he cannot suppress the smile that spreads across his lips. Yet, he does not wish for his current state to be noticed, forcing himself to maintain composure. Her smile lingers in his mind, causing his ebony pupils to flicker. She trusts me enough to share such a smile, even while bearing such heavy wounds. Foolish girl. Despite her pain, she still considers my feelings. The shadow guard beside Shen Yiling senses something amiss and quietly asks, "Young master, are you unwell?" Upon hearing the question, Shen Yiling swiftly returns to his impassive demeanor. "I am fine." The guard furrows his brow. "But I noticed you." Shen Yiling cuts him off. "You must be imagining things." With that, the guard refrains from further inquiry. Stealing a glance at the guard to ensure he isn't being watched, Shen Yiling continues to observe Luo Xueyun, who is now venting her frustrations about Luo Mingjian and Luo Donghua. In her mind, she has unleashed a torrent of curses upon them, as a figure of the cultivation world, now humiliated by two such wretches. Her resentment is palpable. If it could be harnessed, it would surely be enough to fuel 100 wicked sword immortals. At that moment, she hears the unmistakable footsteps of Luo Donghua and Luo Mingjian approaching. Instinctively, she rolls her eyes. Here they come again. This work is more unbearable than eating dirt. Quickly, she adjusts her breathing, striving to appear genuinely pained, even though internally, she remains calm, as she has not truly been harmed. The few minor injuries she sustained are trivial, and the painkillers dull the discomfort to the point of near oblivion. At last, they are preparing to take this little wretch away. It will resolve a knot in my heart. Not only will I secure financial gain, but the next child born will surely be a boy. What a stroke of genius. Ultimately, girls are ill-fated. If it weren't for her, would I have encountered such a series of misfortunes? Then Lu Xiaoxi would not have discovered my son's indiscretions. Next, Luo Mingjian's voice echoes in her mind. This little fiend has thwarted my plans multiple times, particularly after Lu Xiaoxi discovered my son's affair. I could hardly contain my rage. Once you reach the Li family, you will have your comeuppance. The chilling rituals of ghostly marriage will be yours to endure. Upon hearing their thoughts, a sly smile dances on Luo Xueyun's lips, her beautiful, clear eyes now glinting with mischief. So aware of ghostly marriage, it seems you wish to experience it firsthand. The road to Dongcheng is still long. Once we board the carriage, I will let you experience it for yourselves. It won't be fatal. Soon Luo Mingjian witnessed the faces of Luo Xueyun and Su Donghua, which filled him with a sense of nausea. Su Donghua stepped forward and untied the ropes binding Luo Xueyun, ultimately threatening, "I warn you. If you dare to make a sound, I will have them kill your mother. If you wish for her to remain unharmed, you would do well to obey." Luo Xueyun retorted, "Despicable." Su Donghua, unashamed, replied, "If I were not despicable, how could I compel you to obey?" Luo Xueyun countered. As long as you promise not to harm my mother, I assure you of my cooperation. Luo Mingjian questioned, Mother, why don't you just gag her? What if she screams? Su Donghua explained, the Li family has stipulated that no gags are allowed. The bride's face must bear no visible marks. It must be beautiful. The Li family has repeatedly emphasized this. Luo Mingjian nodded in understanding. I see, but what if she does scream? Su Donghua confidently assured him, she won't. Lu Xiaoxi is still in our grasp. She wouldn't dare cause a commotion. Seeing Su Donghua's confidence eased Luo Mingjian's worries, as long as she appeared this assured. It indicated a high likelihood of success. Su Donghua pulled Luo Xueyun by her collar to lead her away. Luo Xueyun resisted, asserting, I can walk on my own. Do not touch me. Luo Mingjian, witnessing Luo Xueyun's defiance against Su Donghua, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront her, but Su Donghua intervened. Mingjian, ignore her. She is a dying person, not worth your words. Let her be. Once she reaches the Li family, she will behave. Luo Mingjian glared fiercely at Luo Xueyun before turning to Su Donghua. Understood, Mother. Luo Xueyun mockingly imitated Luo Mingjian's words, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she exaggeratedly echoed, Understood, Mother. Luo Mingjian, infuriated, felt his face flush crimson. Had it not been for Su Donghua holding him back, he would have retaliated. Before long, they boarded a carriage, which began to move slowly. Luo Xueyun commenced her illusionary setup. Chapter 75. Unbeknownst to all, she intended to make Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian experience the terror of a ghost marriage. While Su Donghua might remain unperturbed, Luo Mingjian was uncertain. In mere moments, both Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian inexplicably felt an overwhelming drowsiness that refused to dissipate, their eyelids growing heavy. Luo Mingjian succumbed first to the illusion, while Su Donghua struggled momentarily. It was evident how weak his resolve was. Luo Xueyun became a spectator, eagerly anticipating the expressions of surprise that would soon grace Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua's faces. She chuckled softly, observing Luo Mingjian trembling like a dice. Meanwhile, Su Donghua's experience starkly contrasted with Luo Mingjian's. She was enveloped in a delightful scenario, her face radiant with joy. In her illusion, Su Donghua discovered countless treasures along a secluded mountain trail, prompting her to rush forward in excitement to inspect them. Convinced these riches had been abandoned by a merchant's cart, she surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no one was present before stuffing her clothing with the treasures. At that moment, shadowy figures emerged behind her. Before she could react, she was knocked unconscious. The subsequent events would lead to Su Donghua being wed in a ghostly ceremony, where the aim was to terrify her even in her dreams. Luo Xueyun alternated her gaze between Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian, both displaying a myriad of expressions. She could even close her eyes and perceive the trapped states of both Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua within the illusion. Moonlight streamed through the carriage windows, casting a cool glow upon Luo Xueyun's youthful features, rendering her expression somewhat severe. She harbored a profound disdain for individuals like Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua, who viewed human life as expendable and slaughtered innocents without remorse. Such people, she deemed, deserved to be eradicated. Luo Mingjian found himself transported to an abandoned mansion, where silence reigned, only interrupted by the mournful sound of the wind weaving through the crumbling walls. Inside, flickering red candles cast distorted shadows, as if countless eyes lurked in the darkness, watching them. Suddenly, a chilling breeze accompanied by eerie laughter swept through, as two figures dressed in red paper floated towards him. Their features were indistinct, their hollow eyes illuminated by an ominous red glow. Luo Mingjian shivered involuntarily, his heart racing as he clutched the person guiding him. Too fearful to confront the unknown, Su Donghua's fate was even more harrowing. Upon awakening, she found herself bound to a bed, unable to move, her mouth gagged, producing only muffled whimpers. A cold sensation enveloped her, and when she turned her head, her pupils dilated in horror. Beside her lay a corpse, pale and adorned with a red paper flower on its chest, dressed in festive wedding attire, the stark contrast of its ghastly visage and the celebratory colors overwhelming. Su Donghua fainted from fright. Luo Xueyun, ever considerate, hastily revived Su Donghua, ensuring her experience was thoroughly unsettling. Upon regaining consciousness within the illusion, Su Donghua wailed, her demeanor resembling someone on the brink of madness, her eyes filled with despair and terror. Both Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian underwent a series of rituals, bowing before the altar, stitching shut their mouths and eyes, nailing their limbs and hearts to peachwood stakes. Until the appointed hour arrived, when the bride and groom were to be placed in a coffin together. The illusion dissipated at that moment. Luo Xueyun meticulously timed their awakening, first rousing Luo Mingjian, allowing him to regain his composure before awakening Su Donghua. Their appearances upon awakening mirrored each other. Deep breaths, wide-eyed stares, and expressions of lingering terror. Both instinctively felt their mouths, eyes, limbs, and chests. Luo Xueyun feigned sleep nearby. As long as she remained with closed eyes, they would suspect no wrongdoing on her part. Su Donghua's first reaction was to glance at Luo Xueyun, suspecting her mischief. Yet upon seeing Luo Xueyun, who appeared weak and sound asleep against the carriage window, she concluded that the child, merely 5 years old, had endured enough torment and was rightfully resting. The atmosphere was charged with tension. As Luo Mingjian fidgeted with the hem of his garment, seemingly torn between speaking out or remaining silent. His gaze flitted nervously, avoiding Su Donghua's eyes, creating a sense of unease akin to the stillness before a storm. In such circumstances, Luo Mingjian was uncertain whether voicing his thoughts would bring about good or ill. He recalled hearing that speaking of ominous dreams could summon those very entities, drawing them toward him. Su Donghua observed the peculiar demeanor of Luo Mingjian and inquired, "What troubles you? Could it be that you too experienced a nightmare?" Luo Mingjian's eyes widened in surprise as he nodded vigorously. "Mother, you as well?"
Su Donghua áp phim.
"Indeed." Luo Mingjian pressed further. "Did you also dream of the grim wedding?"
Su Donghua replied, "Yes."
Upon hearing this, Luo Mingjian's body sagged, trembling as he glanced at Luo Xueyun before turning back to Su Donghua. "Mother, do you think this dream serves as a warning to us? Could the Li family intend to harm us?" Su Donghua sharply rapped her son on the head, admonishing, "What foolishness! Why would the Li family wish us harm? They would never resort to a grim wedding." Luo Mingjian stumbled back from the impact, wincing in pain yet refrained from retorting. Rubbing his head, unease clouded his eyes. The atmosphere within the carriage grew heavy. Luo Mingjian anxiously rubbed his hands together as if to erase his fear. He gazed out the window, where the deep night enveloped the land, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen that resembled frost. The distant trees swayed in the night breeze, whispering secrets akin to phantoms from a dream. Su Donghua sighed, understanding that her son's worries were not without merit. The Li family wielded considerable power. If they truly harbored murderous intent, the consequences would be dire. Though anxiety gnawed at her heart, she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, recognizing the necessity of providing her son with a steadfast support. Observing her son's foolish expression, she began to ponder whether she had been too harsh with him. With this thought, she sat beside Luo Mingjian, gently clasping his hand to offer solace. "All right, I admit that I was wrong to strike you," she reassured him. "Please do not hold it against me." Luo Mingjian nodded. "Mother, you know I could never be angry with you." Su Donghua continued, "Upon reflection, I realize that your concerns are indeed valid. The Li family is powerful, and if they wish to keep this matter concealed from outsiders, our lives may be at stake." Luo Mingjian panicked. "Then what are we to do? Must we still go?" Su Donghua replied resolutely, "Yes, we must go. To avoid it would lead to certain doom. Perhaps there lies a chance for survival. We shall hand over that vile creature to them and depart immediately, without lingering. But what if they demand our presence?" Luo Mingjian queried. Su Donghua assured him, "We shall comply with their wishes. Rest assured, I will find a way to protect you." Luo Mingjian nodded. "Yes, mother. You must be cautious." Su Donghua affirmed, "I will be." Listening to their exchange, Luo Xueyun felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Despite Su Donghua's comforting words, Luo Mingjian remained restless throughout the journey, haunted by the dream. "Mother, do you think our dreams serve as a warning from the heavens, urging us to tread carefully?" She pondered, recalling how swiftly they had both fallen asleep and dreamed alike, a coincidence too striking to ignore. Su Donghua's gaze fell upon Luo Xueyun's face. That little wretch possesses some sorcery. If this is not a divine omen, then surely she is the cause. Su Donghua's thoughts resonated within Luo Xueyun's mind, prompting a smile from her. The old woman was indeed astute, but such thoughts were unwarranted. Su Donghua had always been clever, and any rational individual could deduce such a possibility, except for the dim-witted Luo Mingjian. Su Donghua quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, someone is orchestrating mischief. Luo Mingjian asked, "Who?" Su Donghua turned her gaze to the sleeping Luo Xueyun. "Who do you think?" Following her lead, Luo Mingjian glanced at Luo Xueyun. "Her? That seems impossible. How could she possess such power? No one has taught her these skills. She cannot possibly wield sorcery. Moreover, those who practice magic are protected by the authorities. How could a mere wretch like her be capable of such?" "Do not be so naive, my son," Su Donghua scoffed. "There is much you do not know. That night you fainted, this little wretch played a significant role. I suspect she employed some form of sorcery. It is evident she is not to be underestimated. If she matures, who knows what havoc she might wreak." Luo Mingjian, observing his mother's serious demeanor, found himself swayed between belief and skepticism, especially given the stark contrast Luo Xueyun presented earlier. Suddenly, Su Donghua's hand instinctively moved to her waist, her actions swift and decisive. Her fingers brushed past the spot where her dagger usually rested, only to find it absent. Frowning slightly, her gaze turned sharp as she confronted Luo Mingjian. "Son, did you take my dagger?" The intensity of Su Donghua's gaze rendered Luo Mingjian momentarily paralyzed. Though he had not touched her dagger, her piercing stare left him bewildered. He shook his head. "I did not take it. Besides, what use would I have for your dagger?" In the next instant, Su Donghua's attention shifted to Luo Xueyun. She had sensed her dagger's absence and had reached for it. To her astonishment, it was indeed gone. Yet, here lies the little wretch, still appearing to sleep. Not at all the type to pilfer my dagger. And Luo Mingjian sits here. He surely would have noticed her actions.
No.
I cannot rely on my foolish son to keep an eye on Luo Xueyun. When we boarded the carriage, my dagger was still at my waist, and there were only the three of us inside. If it wasn't Luo Mingjian, then it must have been that little wretch. Su Donghua settled beside Luo Xueyun, her voice cold as she stated, "Stop pretending. I know you are not asleep." The night enveloped the land like a heavy curtain, plunging the carriage into an eerie silence. Luo Xueyun leaned quietly against the window, feigning slumber. Outside, the wind howled, mingling with the rustling of leaves in the trees, creating a haunting atmosphere. Luo Xueyun had been waiting for Luo Mingjian to voice his thoughts. The moment he spoke, she opened her eyes, slowly revealing Su Donghua's dagger from her sleeve. "You truly cannot see it." Su Donghua snatched the dagger from Luo Xueyun's grasp, her eyes filled with venomous fury. "You little wretch, how dare you steal from me? Do you not fear that I might command someone to break your mother's legs?" Earlier, Brother Shen had assured her that there were people protecting her mother, advising her not to worry. Shen Yelin was, after all, a key figure whom she was tasked to approach. If he said there was no issue, then there was certainly no issue. Luo Xueyun scoffed. "If you break my mother's legs, I will die right before you. At worst, we'll perish together. Do not forget I wield sorcery." Luo Mingjian's expression turned to one of shock. What did you just say? You can wield sorcery?" A chilling breeze swept through the window, bringing with it a piercing cold. Chapter 76. The stench of death. Luo Xueyun smirked slightly. "Your mother has already said it. There is much you do not know." Luo Mingjian's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just encountered the most astonishing revelation in the world. His pupils reflected Luo Xueyun's youthful visage, her innocent face now betraying a resolve and determination beyond her years. Outside, the cold wind howled, stirring up the withered leaves as they danced through the air. As the gentle breeze from outside caressed her long hair, Luo Xueyun's eyes sparkled with a chilling light. Her demeanor transformed as if she were an entirely different person. Luo Mingjian observed her increasingly unfamiliar visage with growing unease, instinctively leaning back as an inexplicable fear surged from within. He had never anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl harbored such a potent side. Curiosity gripped him as he pondered how Luo Xueyun had acquired her mystical powers. Despite having consulted an expert previously who claimed she possessed no spiritual roots, he now questioned. How could she suddenly wield such magic? Could it be that the earlier assessment was erroneous? This line of thought seemed the most plausible. However, he was perplexed. Even if she had indeed learned sorcery, without anyone to instruct her or relevant text to study, how could she have mastered it on her own? Even if she had, why had he remained oblivious to it? Moreover, Lu Xiaoxi spent every waking moment with Luo Xueyun, and the child seemed to do little beyond eating and sleeping, leaving no time for any other pursuits. Was it conceivable that she had learned all her powers in her dreams? Visions of legends about celestial beings imparting magical knowledge in dreams flashed through his mind, and it now appeared that such enigmatic forces indeed resided within Luo Xueyun. A chill coursed down his spine as he realized how little he truly knew about his daughter. His nerves tightened, each heartbeat resonating in the stillness of the night. Under the moonlight, Luo Mingjian's complexion appeared particularly pallid as he widened his eyes, attempting to glean more information from Luo Xueyun's serene countenance. Luo Xueyun tilted her head slightly, the moonlight illuminating her exquisite profile, accentuating her high nose and profound eyes, resembling a tranquil painting. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, and Luo Mingjian could almost hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. He felt ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. It seemed as if Luo Xueyun's gaze could penetrate his very soul, instilling an unprecedented dread within him. At that moment, Luo Xueyun let out a soft sigh, her voice as gentle as the night breeze. You believe you understand me, yet in truth, you have never truly entered my world. As her words lingered in the air, a wave of coldness surged from his core, causing him to shudder involuntarily. If only you possessed even a fraction of your mother's intelligence, you would not have become such a useless man. How old are you now? Still relying on your mother's assistance day in and day out? Without her support, you would have found yourself at a dead end countless times. Turning her gaze to Su Donghua, she continued, You are indeed clever, but alas. Here she paused, a mocking smile gracing her lips. It is a pity that you bore a son so ineffectual. He is utterly dependent on you, unable to thrive on his own. And yet you find yourself burdened with his countless troubles. Have you truly never felt disdain for him? Each word from Luo Xueyun struck with lethal precision. And it was Luo Mingjian who faltered first. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming, Luo Xueyun, I warn you, do not attempt to sow discord between my mother and me. You are, after all, a dying person. We shall not heed your words. He then turned to Su Donghua, seeking her affirmation. Su Donghua was about to respond, but Luo Xueyun interrupted. If you desire a son, they are plentiful, if neither of us speaks of it. Who could possibly discern whether he is truly your flesh and blood? A mere performance can be enacted, and once it concludes, silence the witnesses. Who would know? With your intelligence, why not consider selecting a more capable heir? If Luo Mingjian were truly astute, these issues would not exist, and you would not be burdened with such toil. Wouldn't you agree? Su Donghua retorted, Do not instigate discord between my son and me. Regardless of his flaws, he is still my son, and I shall never reject him. You believe you are on the verge of death, and wish to create a rift between us, but it is futile. Luo Xueyun replied calmly, I sincerely hope you are right. Anxiously, Luo Mingjian tugged at Su Donghua's sleeve. Mother, look at her, spouting nonsense. I truly wish I could silence her. Su Donghua gently patted his hand, assuring him, let her speak. She hasn't much time left. Luo Mingjian glared at Luo Xueyun with fierce indignation, his expression reminiscent of a petulant child. When he first encountered Luo Mingjian, Luo Xueyun perceived him as composed. Yet the reality proved otherwise. Not only was he unrefined, but also foolish. If there was any merit to his character, it lay in his acting skills, which could be counted among his few virtues. I know she is merely trying to incite discord, yet for a fleeting moment, her words struck a chord within me. If I were to acquire another son, it would be an impossible task. However, nurturing another would be quite feasible. She mused, why hadn't I considered this before? While raising someone from childhood might be time-consuming, seeking a boy of a similar age to Luo Mingjian who would also be obedient would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Cultivating a son may be simple, Yet locating one who is compliant is no easy feat at that moment. Su Donghua suddenly recalled something. Previously, while perusing medical texts, I came across an ancient Luo family tome that spoke of the ability to transform one person into two. It allows the creator to mold the new individual into a desired form, but the process is perilous and contravenes the natural order. It's a forbidden art of the Luo family. Such a method should only be employed in dire circumstances. A moment's carelessness in casting the spell could lead to the demise of both the caster and the subject.
Yet,
Does not the pursuit of gain often accompany risk? The greater the risk, the more substantial the potential reward. Should one fail, it is merely a matter of misfortune, not deserving of blame. The bond between the Lu and Luo families is undoubtedly severed now. If Luo Mingjian continues to squander money, he will find himself without a safety net. To be frank, I find the current state of the Li family somewhat unclear, and I cannot ascertain if their words can be trusted. All will become evident once we reach the Li family. Ultimately, it is Luo Mingjian's own shortcomings that have led to these troubles. His gambling has truly been my past life's debt. As Su Donghua silently berated Luo Mingjian, Luo Xueyun chuckled inwardly. The most effective means of undermining an enemy is often through simple, raw attacks. Though Su Donghua claimed she would never reject her son, her thoughts starkly contrasted with her words. Meanwhile, Luo Mingjian was consumed by worry, fearing that Su Donghua might genuinely consider replacing him due to his perceived foolishness. He was acutely aware of Su Donghua's ruthless nature, capable of turning against even her own. In truth, a mutual suspicion and dissatisfaction had long existed between Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian, and Luo Xueyun merely seized the opportunity to expose it. Her words would undoubtedly lead them to contemplate that very direction. After all, the issues she mentioned were indeed prevalent among them. Thus, it was inevitable that Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian would experience a rift. After a considerable time, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Luo Xueyun quickly detected a foul odor, unmistakably the stench of decay. If her instincts were correct, they must have arrived at the Li family residence. However, if there were only a single corpse, such a potent odor would be unexpected. Despite not catching a whiff of blood, the absence of any sanguine scent amidst such a multitude of dead bodies was peculiar. If the Li family had been slaughtered en masse, the scent of blood would be overwhelming. Yet, not a trace of it lingered. The notion of a marriage to the dead flashed through Luo Xueyun's mind. Could it be that the Li family had lost their sanity, attempting to harness the negative energy of death through a ghostly union? They would use the lingering essence of the deceased to summon spirits, transforming the energies of death into life force, thus crafting corpses. This was utterly preposterous. Setting aside the dangers of such resurrection, the cruelty of gathering these corpses was unimaginable. 44 men and 44 women. The men must have perished from exsanguination. Their blood gathered in special vessels to prevent coagulation. This blood was to be utilized for crafting ritual arrays and providing blood baths for the Li family son. The women, on the other hand, would have drowned, their bodies arranged to form an exceedingly malevolent formation, amplifying their resentment and bitterness under the array's influence. The ritual would involve ringing bells to summon spirits and harnessing the chill of moonlight to forge the Li family's deceased son. The array was to persist for 3 days, shielded from sunlight. Thus, the Li family must have constructed a completely enclosed space for the sorcerer's use, equipped with mechanisms to allow moonlight to enter, to be closed again just before dawn. Additionally, on the final day, a pair of young boys and girls would be sacrificed to satiate the recently awakened corpses. Upon completion, the corpses would retain the memories of their original selves, yet they would not behave as ordinary humans. After 3 days, without sustenance, the Li family members would become their prey. The corpses would possess a ferocious bloodlust, innately malevolent, driven to slay all but themselves, growing more exhilarated with each kill. Their strength would escalate rapidly, making them formidable forces. Once fully formed, even elite exorcists would find them insurmountable. To subdue such beings, a specialized team of 4 or more would be required. This arcane art had long been obliterated in her time, although a similar incident had occurred, resulting in a mere half-finished product due to the perpetrator's ignorance of the complete process. Yet, the Li family was not to be trifled with. This was a genuine and complete endeavor. Luo Mingjian shivered. Mother, why do I feel so cold? Su Donghua replied sternly, do not speak foolishly. What you say must remain unuttered within the Li family, or neither of us will survive. Luo Mingjian nodded vigorously, I understand. Su Donghua commanded, let us disembark. Bring that little wretch with you. Luo Mingjian complied, and once they alighted, a grand mansion came into view. Luo Mingjian exclaimed, this is truly magnificent. It rivals the opulence of the palace. Su Donghua retorted, do not speak nonsense. You would do well to think carefully about what to say. Though reprimanded, Luo Mingjian restrained his displeasure, muttering, understood. But it really is quite chilly. Am I the only one who feels this way? Since their arrival at the Li family's entrance, Luo Xueyun had remained vigilant, eager to ascertain the nature of the ritual array for her peace of mind. Upon noticing Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua approaching, a guard hurried to greet them. You must be Dr. Luo and Lady Luo, correct? Luo Mingjian smiled, indeed.
Su Donghua acknowledged.
Yes. The guard continued, please follow me. The master and mistress await you inside. As they walked, Luo Mingjian's gaze wandered, contemplating. When I acquire wealth, I shall adorn myself more lavishly than this family. Luo Xueyun found herself exasperated by Luo Mingjian's lack of self-awareness. Suddenly, a strong scent of decay wafted through the air. Chapter 77. The discovery of the corpse pile. Luo Xueyun furrowed her brow, scanning the surroundings in search of the nauseating source of the putrid odor. Enhanced by her spiritual sight, she could perceive the darkness around her. Not far off, at the edge of a shadowy grove, something appeared to be stirring. Seizing the opportunity while the guards and Luo Mingjian were engaged in conversation, she stealthily slipped into the thicket. The deeper she ventured, the more intense the stench of decay became, quickening her heartbeat, which resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. As she drew closer, the foul odor nearly suffocated her. Eventually, she arrived at a depression in the ground, revealing dozens of highly decomposed corpses, men and women alike, lying there. The surrounding soil stained black. Maggots crawled over the bodies, their writhing forms grotesque under the moonlight. Luo Xueyun covered her mouth and nose, instinctively retreating, a wave of indescribable terror washing over her. To her astonishment, the corpses were indeed decayed. It was clear the Li family was determined to resurrect their son. The resentment emanating from these decomposed bodies surpassed that of fresh corpses, thus the results of their crafting would undoubtedly differ. Corpses were meant to rest in peace. Having died in anguish, they were denied the solace of the earth, stripped of their garments and discarded in this desolate place, all while being suppressed by sorcery. Their grievances mounting to a peak. Luo Xueyun took a glance at the array on the ground, committing it to memory. Fortunately, the three individuals were so engrossed in their conversation that they failed to notice her brief absence. Otherwise, a commotion would have ensued.
Observing Luo Mingjian, Su Donghua
And the guard, it appeared they were oblivious to the repulsive odor. Could it be that only she could perceive it? One of the hidden guards turned to Xin Yiling. Young master, what did Miss Luo just do over there? The guard shook his head. I do not know. Soon another guard chimed in, young master, I can smell it. A foul stench of decay. This Li family surely harbored numerous corpses. Otherwise, how could the odor be so potent? Upon hearing his subordinates, Xin Yiling concluded that the stench of decay was only detectable by those with spiritual power. Those without such abilities could not perceive it. The guard who could not smell scratched his head. How peculiar. Why can't I detect it? Is my nose blocked? Xin Yiling replied, your inability to smell it is normal. Only those with spiritual power can perceive this odor, likely suppressed by a formation. He patted the guard on the shoulder. You have 3 days until your spiritual energy awakens. Consider yourself fortunate that it did not happen today. Otherwise, you would find the stench unbearable. The guard chuckled at Xin Yiling's words. It seems I am quite lucky then. Xin Yelin retrieved a vial of elixir from his sleeve and handed it to the dark guard beside him, instructing, distribute these elixirs to those with magical abilities. Once consumed, they will become undetectable. The guard acknowledged with a nod. Half crouched on the eaves, Xin Yelin observed the starlit sky, his gaze deeper than the night itself. As he looked at the grove concealing the corpses, his fists tightened, as if he were channeling all his fury into a single blow. awaiting the opportune moment to unleash it. The veins on the back of his hand twisted like serpents, a testament to the tempest swirling within him. The Li family had resorted to the slaughter of innocents merely to facilitate their son's ghostly marriage. They treated human lives as mere trifles. With their lofty status, they perpetrated such atrocities without regard for the safety of the populace, lacking any sense of righteousness. Driven only by their narrow-mindedness and their propensity to bully the weak while fearing the strong. A chilling wind howled through the air, and deep within the Li estate, the dim light seemed shrouded in a thick veil of gloom. Led by the guards, Luo Xueyun and her companions arrived at the Li family's courtyard. Su Donghua and Luo Ming both let out startled screams as they reached this location. The guards immediately gestured for silence. Meanwhile, Luo Xueyun, observing their cowardice, couldn't help but smirk, though she soon realized that Xin Yelin was watching her. If she didn't put on a show, it would conflict with her current persona. Thus, she let out a shriek and feigned weakness, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the lifeless bodies laid out in the courtyard. The faces of these corpses were contorted, their vacant eyes seemingly accusing the injustices they suffered in life. Luo Xueyun screamed in horror, tears flowing uncontrollably, her expression a canvas of fear. Observing this scene from the eaves, one of the dark guards remarked, "Why is Miss Luo's reaction slower than Su Donghua and Luo Ming? Is she merely stunned by fright?" The moment the words left his lips, he sensed his misstep, and all eyes turned to Xin Yelin. Calmly, Xin Yelin replied, "She is but a child, and it is her first encounter with such a sight. A slow reaction is entirely natural." His gaze, though not directed at anyone in particular, seemed to encompass them all. "Therefore, do not be overly concerned. I believe if you had witnessed such a scene in your youth, you would have reacted similarly." In the cold moonlight, Xin Yelin's profile appeared even more austere, his eyes penetrating, as if he could see into the depths of one's soul. In that moment, everyone was awed into silence by his presence, their breaths becoming cautious. An indescribable tension hung in the air, as if a tempest were about to descend. Yet, Xin Yelin merely stood there, silent, and his mere presence commanded absolute stillness. Everyone fell quiet, no one daring to utter another word. He understood that Luo Xueyun's display was performed for his benefit. She feared he would uncover her true self, worrying that such a revelation would make him lose affection for her. In truth, it was precisely the hidden aspects of her character that intrigued him.
Su Donghua's weebly advocate.
Covering Luo Xueyun's mouth, her eyes fierce as she hissed, "Silence. What are you crying for? Be quiet." Startled by Su Donghua's sudden outburst, Luo Xueyun trembled, her tears cascading uncontrollably. Her wide eyes reflected Su Donghua's twisted, furious visage, with a gaze so menacing it seemed poised to devour her whole. Su Donghua's hand firmly muffled her voice, leaving her to struggle helplessly against the binding grip. Her pallid complexion mirrored her fear and despair, creating a heart-wrenching tableau. "Just moments ago in the carriage, you seemed so bold. Now you cower in fear? It's too late. Soon you will find yourself among these corpses. And you will suffer." Su Donghua taunted, laughter escaping her lips. "I relish the sight of you terrified to your core. Yet I must admit, I do miss your once formidable demeanor. Show me that fierceness again." Luo Xueyun shook her head, her frightened gaze fixed on Su Donghua, which pleased Su Donghua immensely. Luo Ming turned to a nearby guard, inquiring, "What of these bodies?" The guard whispered, "They are all sacrificed for the young master's ghostly marriage." Luo Ming, anxious, replied, "I shall check on my daughter immediately." "Do hurry," the guard urged. Luo Ming rushed towards Su Donghua and Luo Xueyun, asking, "Mother, are we ready? They are urging us."
Su Donghua ziplit, understo.
She turned to Luo Xueyun, warning, "You better keep it together. If you dare to cry out, I assure you, your fate will be far worse." Luo Xueyun, trembling in fear, nodded repeatedly. Su Donghua finally released her mouth. Inwardly, Luo Xueyun admired her own acting skills, convinced that the next Academy Award for Best Actress would surely be hers. Meanwhile, Li Chuanda and his wife, Chen Yi, awaited the trio in the main hall. At the center lay a pale corpse, unmistakably lifeless. The opulent attire of the male body identified him as Li Zhen, the son of the Li family. Luo Xueyun scrutinized the corpse, recognizing its state as indicative of prolonged death. The body showed no signs of decay, suggesting it had been preserved through magical means. Otherwise, it would have long since deteriorated beyond recognition. As a guard approached to introduce Luo Xueyun and her companions to Chen Yi and Li Chuanda, a suspiciously robed high priest entered. His visage was grim, draped in a dark cloak, and wielding an eerie staff. He proceeded directly to the corpse in the hall. Upon seeing him, Li Chuanda and Chen Yi rose to greet him, only to be halted by the priest. These Li family members are truly foolish, spending extravagantly. Once this corpse is revived, I shall make my exit. Let them handle the aftermath themselves. With Li Chuanda and Chen Yi still relatively young, a bit more effort could yield more results. Why cling to a single tree? Their folly makes my profit all the sweeter. This was the high priest's internal monologue, revealing that he had likely withheld the true dangers associated with the corpse, focusing instead on mundane methods of preservation. In 3 days, my son shall be revived. My dear, hold on a little longer. Soon you shall return to us. This echoed Chen Yi's thoughts. Then, Li Chuanda's thoughts resonated in Luo Xueyun's mind. My son, I knew you would not meet your end here. Otherwise, the high priest would not have crossed our path. I have done all I can. Now it is up to you to strive onward. I believe you will stand before us once more. Luo Xueyun expected this to be the end, but the guard's cynical musings began to infiltrate her thoughts. This family is utterly deranged, having taken so many lives. I was merely assigned here to stand watch. I never intended to be involved. I wish to leave, but I cannot, should this matter come to light. I, too, will suffer. I truly wish to resign from this post. The pay is meager, the scolding a constant, and the little free time I possess renders existence akin to death. After several sleepless nights, I find myself questioning the purpose of my relentless toil. It appears that my life is deemed worthless, undeserving of any reward. While we may not share in the joys of life, it seems we can only partake in the grim fate of execution, and I have truly reached my breaking point. Upon hearing these words, Luo Xueyun nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, workers have always been the primary targets of merciless exploitation, regardless of the era. This was merely preparation for the forthcoming ritual of corpse refinement. With each wave of his staff, a corpse would rise, as if manipulated by an invisible force. Some of the cadavers, for reasons unknown, bled profusely from their orifices upon rising, quickly staining the ground with crimson. As the number of controlled corpses increased, so did the bloodshed on the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood and death, rendering it suffocating. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting an eerie glow upon the sanguine scene, heightening the atmosphere of dread. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, causing the flickering flames in the hall to dance, illuminating his face and rendering him all the more sinister. Luo Mingjian and Su Donghua shivered involuntarily, an inexplicable fear surging within them. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Chapter 78. Here I come. Luo Mingjian, terrified, clutched Su Donghua's hand tightly, stammering mother. This, before he could finish, Su Donghua covered his mouth, whispering, should just watch. At that moment, Su Donghua was equally terrified, yet she feigned composure to calm Luo Mingjian's anxiety. What on earth is the Li family up to? Why does the air seem to grow colder? The night was ink-dark, almost capable of engulfing everything. The Li residence appeared as a solitary island shrouded in darkness, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze breaking the silence. The guards patrolling nearby, upon witnessing such a bizarre sight, shrank into the shadows, their eyes filled with fear and unease. One guard whispered, "Boss, what is this? How did those corpses come back to life?" The leader shook his head, his face pale with fright. "I don't know. Given the situation, it's best we don't approach. I have a feeling that if we venture closer now, we will not escape unscathed." The leader nodded slightly. "Let us leave." The others replied, "Yes." Before they departed, the leader glanced at the eerily writhing corpses. The spear in his hand glimmered coldly in the night, yet at that moment, it seemed to be his only source of security. All their conversations were relayed to Luo Xueyun by the little paper figure she sent to follow them. They were fortunate had they approached. The corpses would surely have torn them to shreds, aligning with the wishes of the elder Li and his wife, who intended to select individuals for sacrifice. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Luo Mingjian to shiver involuntarily. He looked up at the night sky, where the stars and moons seemed to have concealed themselves, leaving only an abyss of darkness, mirroring his own feelings of overwhelming dread. Having studied medicine for so long, he knew that the dead could not return to life, let alone perform such bizarre movements. Luo Mingjian's face turned as pale as parchment from fear. Observing his reaction, Luo Xueyun muttered under her breath, "Look at you. So pathetic." Fortunately, her words were whispered softly enough to go unheard, or she would have faced Su Donghua as ire once more. Luo Xueyun gazed upward. The moonlight was veiled by thick clouds, leaving only a faint silver gleam. In this courtyard enveloped in the aura of death, the high priest intoned incantations while wielding his staff. Each swing was accompanied by a low, resonant chant. His features were obscured by the cloak as shadow, revealing only his eyes, which glimmered with an eerie light. The movements of the corpses synchronized with the high priest's actions, though their bodies were rigid and sluggish, as if bound by invisible chains, creating a profoundly sinister atmosphere. The controlled corpses bore expressions of terror from their last moments of life, while others remained expressionless, their hollow eyes fixed ahead. As a few corpses rose, blood gushed forth from their mouths, dripping onto the ground and pooling into a glaring red. Luo Xueyun observed the bleeding corpses, sensing some force constricting their bodies, inducing such a gruesome effect. She noticed the blood pooling on the ground, gradually converging into a formation, as if imbued with life. This scene is utterly grotesque. Witnessing it even once is enough to induce nausea. Money is hard to earn, but this is even harder to bear. Once this step is completed, we shall find 20 living individuals to replenish the energy of these corpses. Only then can we ensure the success of the ritual. These were the high priest's inner thoughts as he endeavored to guarantee the efficacy of the subsequent corpse refinement. After the formation was successfully assembled from the coagulated blood of the corpses, he turned to Li Chuanda and Shen Yi. "Everything is ready. Now we only require 20 living souls to provide energy." Li Chuanda nodded. "Yes, the individuals are prepared." He then clapped his hands, and soon 3 guards emerged from a hidden passage, dragging 20 commoners bound with ropes. As they appeared, the desperate thoughts of these individuals flooded into Luo Xueyun's mind. "Is there anyone who can save me? I do not wish to die. Father, mother, I have been unfilial. It seems I cannot escape death today. Help! Help! I do not want to die. I am still so young. Who can save me? Grandmother, what will you do when I am gone?" Their voices surged into Luo Xueyun's consciousness like a torrent. Though tumultuous, she had grown accustomed to it. She heard the multitude of pleas and the reluctance to part from this world, and she understood them all. Luo Xueyun clenched her fists, her eyes aflame with righteous fury. She vowed to bring down those selfish officials who treated human life as expendable. She yearned to act, but she knew that Shen Yiling and his companions were surely watching. If she intervened, her carefully crafted image would be shattered. Yet, gazing at the wretched individuals before her, her heart ached with compassion. She was uncertain whether Shen Yiling would intervene to save them for 2 reasons. First, he sought to uncover a conspiracy. Second, he was likely awaiting a more significant revelation. Given the considerable assembly of people with Shen Yiling, this was not merely an investigation into ancestral connections. Li Chuanda may have been involved in other nefarious dealings. Thus, Luo Xueyun could not ascertain whether Shen Yiling would act. At that moment, Shen Yiling, observing Luo Xueyun, understood her thoughts. He had long been prepared. Having confirmed the location of the Li family's young master's corpse, as well as the room used for making ancestral connections and the heaps of corpses, his men were already in position, ready to act on his command. The guards dragged the commoners forward, each appearing gaunt and emaciated, clearly having been deliberately mistreated. Thus, they found themselves lacking the strength to flee, making it easier to manage the situation. When these corpses descended upon them, they would not be able to run amok in the courtyard. Li Chuanda approached the high priest. "High priest, I shall check on the preparations in the resurrection chamber." The high priest replied, "Indeed." Chen Yi stepped forward. "High priest, The fate of my son's awakening lies entirely in your hands. As long as my son can awaken, I shall pay you whatever you desire." The high priest smiled. "Madam, I have previously mentioned that rescuing young Masterly was not my intention, but rather a matter of fate. Were it not for destiny preventing me from saving him, I would not have intervened, as doing so would deplete my lifespan and merit. Regarding payment, you need only provide the agreed-upon amount, neither more nor less. The art of resurrection, though dictated by fate, inherently contradicts the cycle of cause and effect. Thus it is detrimental to me. The compensation drawn by lot is likewise ordained by fate, so it must be exact. I trust you will understand." After hearing his words, Chun-Yi felt even more convinced. "Very well, I shall personally oversee the packing of the gold bars. There will be no mistakes. You can rest assured, High Priest." The High Priest nodded. "As you say, I shall have faith in you. Indeed, the Li family is foolishly wealthy. It seems that the more affluent the family, the less intelligence they possess regarding life and death. Such money is indeed easy to acquire." Listening to his inner thoughts, Luo Xueyun felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice. Having mastered such nefarious arts, he resorted to exploiting others for gain, defying heaven and harming the innocent, all while risking his own lifespan without a hint of self-awareness. Suddenly, the air filled with anguished cries. In that moment, she could no longer contain herself. "Stop this at once." Her voice, though soft, carried an aura that caused hearts to tremble. The guards halted their actions and turned to face Luo Xueyun, as did Chun-Yi and the High Priest. As Su Donghua moved to cover Luo Xueyun's mouth, the High Priest spoke slowly. "Lady Luo, you need only remain where you are." He stepped closer to Luo Xueyun. "You young lady possess spiritual energy, and quite a formidable one at that." Chun-Yi approached. "High Priest, is there something amiss?" The High Priest chuckled. "Far from it, in fact. This energy may aid young Masterly in awakening and regaining consciousness more swiftly." Chun-Yi's eyes brightened. "Is that truly the case?" The High Priest replied. "Have I ever deceived you?" Chun-Yi nodded. "Indeed, everything the High Priest says is correct. I must see if your energy is compatible with young Masterly." Luo Xueyun, her gaze icy, confronted them. "What do you regard human lives as? Look at the innocents bound nearby." She pointed, her eyes fixed on the High Priest and Chun-Yi. "For your selfish desires, you endanger so many innocent lives. Do you harbor no respect for life? Is a life in your eyes so worthless? Your son's life matters, yet theirs do not. When your son dies, you will grieve as parents, but their deaths are no less tragic. Each person has a family. You are not the only ones with a child. Such disregard for life shall not go unpunished. Today, I will act to bring you to justice." Before she could finish, Shun Yelin's people rushed in. Seeing Luo Xueyun on the verge of taking action, Shun Yelin hastily ordered his men to intervene. He feared that if Luo Xueyun killed them, it would bring scorn upon him, and he worried she might realize her abilities and vanish from his sight. Thus, he quickly commanded his men to act. Upon their arrival, Luo Xueyun ceased summoning her thunderous sword. The hidden guards first rescued the innocents, then proceeded to their designated positions as instructed by Shun Yelin. Witnessing this, the High Priest and Chun-Yi furrowed their brows. He attempted to cast a spell against them, but Luo Xueyun sealed his powers with her own magic, rendering him powerless as he was captured by the hidden guards. Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian were paralyzed with fear at the sight before them. Su Donghua muttered, "It's over. It's over. This is truly the end." Luo Xueyun approached Su Donghua and Luo Mingjian, crouching down with a smile. "So, do you still believe you are in control?" Su Donghua glared fiercely at Luo Xueyun. "This is all you're doing." In a fit of rage and humiliation, Su Donghua reached for Luo Xueyun's throat. But just as her hand was about to make contact, a figure swept in and lifted her effortlessly. The person embraced her, skillfully avoiding Su Donghua's grasp. The familiar scent filled her nostrils, and the name Shun Yelin floated into her mind. "I have arrived." Shun Yelin's voice resonated in her ears, neither too loud nor too soft, settling warmly within her heart. Luo Xueyun felt her cheeks flush slightly. "Heavens! Brother Shun, is your voice not too enchanting? Help! Can you repeat that? I truly adore this." Her excited thoughts echoed in Xuanmen's mind, prompting him to chuckle. Observing his smile, Luo Xueyun furrowed her brows. What is Brother Shen laughing at? Is there something on my face? It shouldn't be. Xuanmen quickly cleared his throat and stated, I will handle the rest. First, let me take you to tend to your wounds.